Suspense. For you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, we present one of America's top spine tinglers. A radio rebroadcast of a program dedicated to the mysterious, the unusual, and sometimes the supernatural. A program of suspense.
The producer of Suspense asks you to almost believe that the following is true. Very well. Standing beside me, surrounded by two guards, is a man who in a few short hours is to be put to death in the electric chair. His last request to the warden was that he be allowed to speak on this program and reveal what he calls some startling information. The warden naturally turned to us, and we at once complied, anxious at all times to do anything, however strange, that will hold our listeners in suspense. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking correctly?
Yes, right here, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast will never be completed. I'm going to tell you a story. This story involves a number of famous and influential people here as well as abroad. These people have received warning from me, and I'm sure all of them are making it a point to listen to me now. I shall not name these great, these rich, these influential gentlemen until my story is over. They will recognize the story, they will remember me, they will take the necessary steps for my reprieve. I shall expect a full pardon and safe conduct to a neutral country. These are my terms. I shall expect word of this to be brought to this studio during this broadcast. But as I have warned you, this broadcast will never be finished. You will never hear those names. It is certain my price will be paid. I am presently under sentence of death for my activities in the matter of refueling German submarines in the Caribbean. My full confession has been reproduced in the popular press. You have read it and you know the details. It is the least ingenious of my exploits and my first failure. So much for it. The story I shall tell you tonight occurred many years ago, but concerns, as I have said, many now living. It will interest you, I hope. I know it will interest them. Very well, then. On the 3rd of June, 1925, in Liverpool, a man who gave his name as Monsieur Louis Caratel asked to see Mr. James Bland, the superintendent of the London and West Coast Railway. He was a small man, this Caratel, middle-aged, darkened, with a stoop so pronounced that it suggested some deformity of the spine. He was accompanied by a friend, a man of imposing physique who, from his swarthy complexion, was probably either a Spaniard or a South American. It turned out later that his name was Gomez. One peculiarity was observed in him. He carried in his left hand, fastened to his wrist by a strap, a small leather dispatch case. No importance was attached to this fact at the time, but later events endowed it with much significance. Monsieur Caratel was shown to Mr. Bland's office while his companion remained outside.
How do you do, monsieur? My name is Louis Caratel.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I have just arrived from Central America this afternoon. It is extremely urgent that I reach Paris without a moment's delay.
Paris, eh? That's too bad. Just missed the London Express.
I am not interested in the London Express. Could you provide me with a special train?
Yes, I think that could be arranged. Oh, it's quite an expensive proposition.
Money is of a small importance, monsieur. Time is everything. If you can arrange a special for me in a hurry, you may make your own terms.
Very well. Mr. Hood, will you step over here a moment, please?
Yes, Mr. Bland.
Mr. Hood, here's our traffic manager, Mr. Caratel.
Mr. Caratel.
Hood, I want you to arrange a special for him. He's going to Paris. How's the line? Can you fix him up in a hurry?
Why, yes, I believe so, Mr. Bland. The line is clear through Manchester, and engine 247, the Rochdale, is on the tracks now. It could be ready, say, in 15 minutes.
Good. Who's available for the trip?
Engineer Smith, sir. And I can put James McPherson on as conductor.
Well, there you are, Mr. Caratel. Simple as that. Attend to everything right away, will you, Hood?
Yes, sir.
These men, Monsieur Smith and,
McPherson?
McPherson, are they trustworthy?
Oh, yes. Of course. McPherson's been with the company for years, and I'm sure Smith, although new, is an expert engineer.
Bien. Thank you, monsieur. I am deeply indebted. You have been most considerate.
4:31 exactly by the station clock, the special train with Caratel and Gomez steamed out of the Liverpool station. The line at that time was clear, and there should have been no stoppage between Manchester. At 6:15, considerable surprise and some consternation was caused among the officials at Liverpool by the receipt of a wire from Manchester to say that the special had not yet arrived. An inquiry directed at once to St. Helens, which is a third of the way between the two cities, elicited the following reply.
To James Bland, Superintendent, Liverpool. Special post here at 4:52. Well up to time. Dowser, St. Helens.
The wire was received at 6:40. At 6:50, a second message was received from Manchester.
No sign of special as advised by you.
And then, 10 minutes later, a third, more bewildering.
Presume some mistake is proposed running of special. Local train from St. Helens, timed to follow it, has just arrived and has seen nothing of it. Kindly wire advices. Manchester.
The matter was assuming a most amazing aspect. Although in some respects the last telegram was a relief to the authorities at Liverpool. If an accident had occurred to the special, it seemed hardly possible that the local train could have passed down the same line without observing it. And yet, what was the alternative? Where could the train be? A telegram was dispatched to each of the stations between St. Helens and Manchester, and the superintendent and his traffic manager waited in the utmost suspense at the instrument for the series of replies. The answers came back in the order of questions, which was the order of the stations, beginning at St. Helens.
Special past here, 5 o'clock. Collins Green.
Special past here, 5:06, Earlstown. Special past here, 5:10, Newton. Special past here, 5:20, Kenyon Junction. No special train is past here, Barton Moss.
Hood, this is unique in my 30 years of experience.
I can't understand it, Mr. Bland. The special has gone wrong between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss.
And yet there's no siding between the two stations. Special must have run off the rails, jumped the track.
But how could the 4:50 Parliamentary pass over the same line without seeing it?
There's no alternative, Hood. Absolutely must be so. Possibly the local may have observed something which may throw some light on the matter. We'll wire to Manchester for more information, and to Kenyon Junction with instructions that the line be examined intently as far as Barton Moss.
The answer from Manchester came within a few minutes.
No news of missing special. Driver and guard of local train positive no accident between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss. Line quite clear and no sign of anything unusual. Manchester.
This is lunacy, Hood. Does a train vanish into thin air in England in broad daylight? The thing's preposterous. An engine, a tender, car, 5 human beings, and all lost on a straight line of railway. It's impossible.
A month elapsed, during which both the police and the company prosecuted their inquiries without the slightest success. Mr. Bland, at the end of this period, offered his resignation. It was accepted. The affair remained unsolved. A reward was offered and a pardon promised in case of crime, but they were both unclaimed. Every day the public opened their papers with the conviction that so grotesque a mystery would at last be solved, but week after week passed by, and the solution remained as far off as ever. Then a new and most unexpected incident occurred. This was nothing less than the receipt by Mrs. McPherson of a letter from her husband, James McPherson, who had been conductor of the missing train. The letter, which was dated July 5, 1925, was posted from Mozambique, Portuguese East Africa, and came to hand upon the July 14th.
My dear wife, I've been thinking a great deal, and I find it very hard to give you up. I try to fight against it, but it will always come back to me. I send you some money, which will change into 20 English pounds. This should be enough to bring you here. Things are very difficult with me at present, and I'm not very happy, finding it so hard to give you up. So no more at present. From your loving husband, James McPherson.
For a time, it was confidently anticipated that the letter would lead to the clearing up of the whole incident. As directed, Mrs. McPherson sailed to Portuguese East Africa. She stayed in Mozambique for some time, but heard nothing from the missing man. Finally, she returned to Liverpool, and so the matter stood. And has continued to stand right up to the present moment. Incredible as it may seem, nothing has transpired during those 18 years which has shed the least light upon the extraordinary disappearance of the special train which contained Monsieur Caratel and his companion, Mr. Gomez, and McPherson, the conductor, Smith, the engineer, the fireman named Slater. And now, after all this time, I shall clear up the entire affair. And unless I hear from those so highly respectable gentlemen who were my employers and who are completely implicated in the crime, unless I hear from them before I'm finished, their names will be revealed on this broadcast. Take final warning, gentlemen. You know I mean what I say. If you are smart, you are at this moment arranging my reprieve. I must remind you, time is short. You have just 6 minutes. Now, for the interest of my other listeners, I shall resume the story of the lost special. In a word, there was a famous trial in Paris in the year 1925, perhaps you recall it, in connection with a monstrous scandal in politics and finance. How monstrous that scandal was can never be known except by such confidential agents as myself. At stake were the honor and careers of many of the chief men of Europe and the United States. A secret committee was formed to manage the business. Some subscribed to the committee who hardly understood what were its objects, but others understood very well. They can rely upon it that I have not forgotten their names. You think I could forget your names, gentlemen? You pillars of the community, great, rich, respected, honorable men. Do you remember that day in May 1925? The fashionable country club, remember? And the golf game that was played there that spring morning? Ladies and gentlemen, that was the strangest golf game ever played in the history of the world.
Oh, rat. Look at that drive. I've been playing badly all morning.
You topped it, Senator. Perhaps you're a little nervous.
I beg your pardon?
May I join your game?
Well, I'm not sure.
Not sure of what? Of me? Promise you, gentlemen, you can be very sure of me. I'm the man you're supposed to meet. The distinguished congressman here can vouch for me.
Yeah, he's the one, all right.
Yes.
This is Delerniak. Mr. Delerniak, may I present
My name is not really Delerniak, gentlemen, but I am sure that bothers you no less than it does me. Besides, there is no need for introductions. I know everyone present by sight and by reputation. My drive, I believe. Thank you. Not so good. 200 and, about 50 yards. I hope I'm not going to continue in this way.
You're sure we can talk safely here, Frank? How do we know
Please
that...
set your mind at ease. We shan't be overheard in the middle of a golf course. There is no convenient hiding place here for dictaphones, even in the rough, where I notice you're playing the greater part of your game, Senator. You must be nervous this morning.
I know, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Well, it's not the superlative course you are accustomed to on your own enormous California estate, sir, but it's going to have to serve our particular purpose. Oh, by the way, let me compliment you on the way you've had your syndicate of newspapers handle the recent strike situation and the editorial which appeared under your own signature this morning. Yes, well calculated to stir up trouble with the labor.
Let's get on with our business. Yes, Mr. Delerniak...
At your service, sir. And may I suggest we continue our game? I know the absence of caddies is an inconvenience.
Mr. Delerniak,
Certainly.
in June, a month from now in Paris, there will be a most important trial.
Ah, yes.
During its progress...
Pardon me, are you referring to the Serinsky trial?
Yes. You know about it, then?
Well, certain interesting details. I know something of it. It's my business, after all, to keep myself informed about these matters. It is not for nothing that I am known as the most...
Let me
efficient of all
continue,
agents
please.
provocateurs.
This trial, I'm
Yes.
speaking in the utmost confidence, you understand. This trial could, if certain evidence were introduced, could have a very serious effect upon the prestige and standing of some most important men.
I'm sure
In
of
fact, it could even...
You're shivering, Senator. You find it cold out here?
No,
No, get on with it, Frank. Get to the point. For heaven's sake, please.
The evidence which one man could bring to the trial could ruin these men. Without it, the trial will collapse for want of facts. But if this one man arrives in Paris,
Quite evidently, you do not wish him to arrive in Paris.
No.
Gentlemen, you have come to the man. This sounds indeed like the sort of thing which no one in the world can manage with such skill and success as myself. I must admit, however, that my services come rather high.
Well,
It's only natural, since there is only
the
one.
money makes no difference. We have
Relieved
formed
to
a
hear
group,
it.
a committee, and we have the command of an unlimited amount of money. Absolutely
Good.
unlimited, you
We
hear.
will name people and places now. Who is the gentleman whose appearance in Paris would cause such regrettable embarrassment?
his name is Caratal, Louis Caratal. He knows everything. He has papers, documents, all
I
the
understand.
evidence.
Where is this Monsieur Caratel at
Well,
present?
he's sailing from somewhere in Central America within the next few
America.
days. That much we know.
Good. Central America. I have an excellent man down there in Central America. This Caratel, you know anything about him, his personal habits?
No, very little. He's a small man, dark. He has a bodyguard, a great big bruiser named Lopez
Let me
Gomez
see,
or
from
something
Central
like that.
America, that would be the Americano Tropicano.
No, but those are
line
my
there.
ships. You
Trips all commence at Liverpool, I believe. That's where the ships dock, and our famous trial is to begin in 3 weeks. That would mean that Monsieur Caratel would go directly to London, and I imagine that once there he would be heavily guarded, since it can be no surprise to him that you gentlemen are not without connections in the British capital.
That's good, clean
You see,
thinking.
this is not so simple as some of my other exploits. A simple assassination.
Huh?
There's your ball, sir. You're playing a Dunlop 38, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, yes, to be sure, yes.
Quite. As I said, a simple assassination, the usual clumsy job, will not do here. The documents might, after all, be found. The bodyguard might survive somehow, and then we have accomplished nothing, not so?
Yes,
Are you going to play?
yes, of course.
Topped it again, I'm afraid. Shall we proceed? I already have 3 plans in my head, gentlemen. I have a plan for nailing him at the Central American port from which he embarks. I have a plan for his disposal aboard the ship. But in each of these cases, I, Delerniac, will be unable to be present, so there is the chance of failure. I will think of a 3rd plan, gentlemen. I shall sail immediately to Liverpool. On my way there, sitting on the deck in the May sunshine, I shall conceive my 3rd plan. It must be something special. Something very special. Ha! There I am. Is this your famous water hazard? Well, I think a number 7 iron will do it. And thus I undertook to bring about the complete destruction of Monsieur Caratel, his bodyguard companion, Gomez, and his documents. Plan 1 was already out the window, as I found out the next day.
Delerniac, White Sulphur Springs, Virginia. Baby Lou, unable to sleep last few nights, have sent him to visit Aunt Henriette. Will rejoin him on 21st. Love, Jenny.
This telegram from Matagalpa conveyed to me the information that Caratel, possibly sensing danger, had moved from his hotel and gone to stay with friends until his ship sailed. So it was impossible to carry out the idea of the fire in the hotel. His ship leaving on the 21st was the Henriette. On my 4th day at sea, I heard from her.
Delernac, Baron Carrier, ship-to-ship communication from Henriette, Tropicana line. Presented Grace your box of chocolates. Louise has given up candy for Lent. Grace still wants us all together for 29th birthday party. Will be really special. Ralph.
This meant that poison had been given to Gomez, the bodyguard, in an effort to get him at least out of the way. He had been unable to succumb to it. He'd thrown off the effects, and is evidenced by the report that we would all be together on the 29th. Now, Caratel had refused to eat the food containing the poison. So much for Plan 2, which was not worthy of me anyway, since there was always the possibility of the bodies being found in the ocean. The man Gomez was carrying the documents in a dispatch case strapped to his wrist, and I must tell you something now. I was glad, mind you, that we had failed so far, for the plan I had conceived on the night I arrived in Liverpool was so magnificent, so absolutely unprecedented in the annals of crime, that I owed it to myself, to my employers, and to history to carry it through. The inspiration came from the words in the code telegram which indicated that Cartel would arrive in London and hire a special train there to convey him from Liverpool. My British agent, Mr. Moore, and I contrived to buy over several officials of the railway. Now, here begins the story. First, the division head, who helped us employ James McPherson, whom we contrived to be the conductor of any special train we designated. Then further, at a sum that would make them independent for life, we bought over an engine driver named Oswald Smith and the fireman John Slater. These men, we arranged with the division head, would be assigned to whatever special train was hired by Cartel. On the afternoon of June 3rd, as I was sitting in my room at the inn at Barton Moss, the call I had been awaiting came through. It was McPherson reporting.
Hello, Mr. Delanyak. We shall be leaving in a few minutes. He's hired the special.
Good.
Smith will be engine driver and Slater fireman. And of course, I'll be in charge.
What about Moore? Will he be aboard?
Afraid not, sir. He gave them quite a story about having to reach his sick wife and all. But Caratal would have none of it. You said, though, sir, that it didn't matter.
It does not matter. What time will you pass Kenyon Junction?
Let me see, sir. If we leave the next few minutes, we should be there at 5:10.
5:10.
It's a 49-minute run, sir.
45 minutes. I can make it, but delay all you can before you start.
Yes, sir. I guess it's all up to you from now on. Best of luck, sir. Oh, here they come, sir. Goodbye.
And now I went to work. Everything had been prepared for days before, and only the finishing touches were needed. The sidetrack, just before Barton Moss, leading to the abandoned Heartsease mine, had once joined the main line, but it had been disconnected when the mine had been worked out some years before. We had only to replace a few rails to connect it once more. With my small but competent band of workers, we had everything ready well before the special arrived. When it did arrive, it ran off upon the small sideline so easily that the jolting of the switch points appears to have been entirely unnoticed by the two travelers. So, now I have our special train upon the small line which leads, or rather used to lead, to the abandoned mine. You will ask how it is that no one saw the train upon this unused line. I answer that along its entire length it runs through a deep cutting, and that unless someone had been on the edge of that cutting, he could not have seen it. There was someone on the edge of that cutting. I was there. And now I will tell you what I saw. The moment the train was fairly on the sideline, Smith slowed down the engine, and then having turned it on full speed ahead, he and McPherson, with Slater the fireman, sprang off before it was too late. It may be that it was this slowing down which first attracted the attention of the travelers, but the train was running at top speed before their heads appeared at the open window. It makes me smile to think how bewildered they must have been. What a catch must have come to their breath as it flashed upon them, that it was not Manchester that was awaiting them, but death. The train was now running at frantic speed, rolling and rocking over the rotten, rusty line, while the wheels made a frightful screaming sound on the corroded surface. I was close to them and could see their faces. Caratel was praying, I think. There was something like a rosary dangling out of his hand. The other, Gomez, roared like a bull, but was drowned out by the incredible noise of the train. He saw me standing on the bank, and when he realized he couldn't be heard, he beckoned to me like a madman, tearing at his wrist and hurling the dispatch box out of the window in my direction. Of course, his meaning was obvious. Here was the evidence that they would promise to be silent if their lives were spared. It would have been very agreeable if it could have been done so, but business is business. Besides, the train was now so much beyond our control as it was theirs. He ceased his howling and gesturing when the train rattled around the curve, and they saw the black mouth of the mine yawning before them. They were struck silent by what they saw, and yet they could not withdraw their heads. The sight seemed to have paralyzed them. I had wondered how the train, running at a great speed, would take the pit, and I was much interested in watching it. One of my colleagues, who had joined me there, thought it actually would jump it, and indeed it was not very far from doing so. It leaped into the air and seemed to hang suspended for a moment. The funnel flew off into the air, and then the van, the car, and the engine were all smashed up into one jumble, which choked the mouth of the Great Britain. Something gave way in the middle, and the whole mass of iron, coal fittings, wheels, woodwork, and cushions crumbled together and crashed into the mine. Perfect. The deep, muddy water standing in the bottom of the pit 200 feet below responded to the intense heat of the engine boilers. It hissed loudly and blew great bubbles of black mire into the air. At the same time, the walls of the pit, loosened by the impact of the train as it struck the opposite side, gave way, and a mighty avalanche of rock and dirt thundered down upon the wreckage of the train as it settled with a low, hissing sigh, and was covered forever by the mud and mire. The vapor hanging in the air shredded off into thin, small wisps, and all was quiet again in the Heartsease mine. And now, having carried out our plans so successfully, it remained only to leave no trace behind us. Our little band of workers at the other end had already ripped up the rails and disconnected the sideline, replacing everything as it had been before. We were equally busy at the mine. The lines which led to it were torn up and taken away. Then, without flurry but without delay, we all made our way out of the country, most of us to Paris, my English agent to Manchester, and Macpherson to East Africa. Word in passing about Macpherson, who was foolish enough to write to his wife and tell her to meet him in Mozambique. And naturally, we took steps to ensure that this meeting would never come about. I have sometimes thought it would be a kindness to write to Mrs. Macpherson and to assure her that there is no impediment to her marrying again. But of the lost special, let the English papers of that date tell how thoroughly we had done our work and how completely we had thrown the cleverest of their detectives off our track. You will remember that Gomez threw his bag of papers out of the window, and I need not say that I secured that bag and brought them to my employers. It may interest my employers now, however, to learn that out of that bag, I took one or two little papers as a souvenir of that occasion. I had no wish to read the information obtained by these papers, but it is now, it's less than a minute before my broadcast is over, and I have received no word. It is the final hour. I see at the other end of the studio the engineer waving his hands at me that my time is almost up. Well, I gave you warning. You had your chance, gentlemen. Very well. Now I reveal your names. And the first name I reveal is that of Charles Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, they're trying murder. I want you to hear these names quickly. I know you will avenge me. The names are...
After him, there he goes! Delanya, can you hear me? Are you all right? Hey, Bill, play something quick, will you? Theme, curtain music, anything. And so closes The Lost Special by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, starring Orson Welles. Tonight's tale of suspense.
This rebroadcast of Suspense was produced in the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Mr. Horace Crail. Does Mr. Crail know Mr. Wolf? Oh, I see.
What is it, Archie?
A guy named Horace Crail. His secretary says he wants to talk to you.
What about?
I don't know.
Us?
Mr. Wolf's rather busy right now, but I'll give him a message if you wish. Yes. Yeah. Oh, wait a second, Mr. Wolf.
What?
Black on red and red on black.
Archie, this is solitaire.
So?
Solitaire is a game that is played by one single person alone. If I wish to put a red card on a red card or a black card on a black card...
You're cheating.
Of course I'm cheating. What is the message Mr. Horace Crail, secretary, asked you to convey?
Just that he wants to see you.
In a rather tragic sense, I suppose he does.
Why tragic?
In that he wants to see me. He is blind. Tell him to come here at his own convenience.
Okay. What does Mr. Crail want to see Mr. Wolf about? A murder? A murder that may still be prevented.
Archie.
Just a second. What?
I have run the cards out perfectly. Is it his own murder Mr. Crail wants us to prevent?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, bulkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolf, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Once in a long while, Mr. Wolf and I talk about this affair. When we do, we call it the case of the lost heir. But I don't think the title's quite adequate. For me, it ought to be called the case of the gone goose, and I was the goose.
Well, Archie, do you see any red on red or black on black?
Nope.
So?
So what?
You irritate me, Archie.
Okay, you won your little game of solitaire perfectly, as you say. Now, who is Horace Crail?
A prominent industrialist. If you read the papers, you would know.
Horace Crail. Crail? Oh, yeah, the Crail Company.
Exactly.
How did you know he was blind, if he is?
The papers have carried the story. The headlines read, Blind Father Welcomes Lost Daughter.
Oh, yeah, I remember. A few days ago, there was a picture, too.
I thought you'd remember the girl at least.
Well, if it's the one I remember, I remembered.
Archie.
Oh, well, it probably isn't true. By the way, let me tell you what I found out about the facts of life.
The door, Archie.
Mr. Crail is here to see Mr. Wolf.
Oh, yes, come in.
This is Mr. Crail. I'm his secretary, Hugh Gaines. There's a step here, Mr. Crail.
Of course. Who is this man?
I'm Archie Goodwin, Mr. Wolf's assistant. Mr. Wolf's waiting for you.
Where is Mr. Wolf, Mr. Goodwin?
I led the way. The blind man and his secretary followed. Mr. Horace Crail was tall, thin, white-haired. His face was heavily lined, but the lines were not those of care or worry. He wore very dark glasses through which he might not have been able to see, even if he had had his sight. Hugh Gaines, the secretary, was in his late 20s, surprisingly young and surprisingly handsome for the kind of a job he had. I led them into Mr. Wolf's office, made the introductions, and sat them down.
Well, Mr. Crail, what can I do for you?
As you see, Mr. Wolf, I'm blind.
Need I say you have my deepest sympathy?
I don't give a hoot for your sympathy, Mr. Wolf. Though, thank you, of course. I mention my condition merely because it affects the position in which I find myself.
Go on.
You.
Yes, Mr. Crail?
Tell Mr. Wolf about my daughter. Oh, incidentally, Mr. Wolf, I asked my secretary to do this because in this way you will get a first-hand account.
Now, let's see. A few days ago, Tuesday to be exact, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a young woman walked into the house and said she wanted to see her father. I spoke to her myself. She said her name was Magda Crail. I asked her certain questions.
Why, Mr. Gaines?
He asked her questions because he thought, and I thought, that my daughter died 13 years ago. Oh, either the girl who came back to me is my daughter, or she is an imposter, and she belongs in jail.
Is there any doubt in your mind about it?
Of course. That's why I'm here.
On the telephone, you said something about preventing murder.
Well, I have a stepson named Anthony George to whom I intended to leave my money. Not because I liked him. Simply because I had nobody else to leave it to.
Except your daughter.
Except my daughter. If she is my daughter.
We were talking about murder.
I was talking about my daughter and my stepson.
Same thing, I take it.
Maybe, possibly. I don't know.
Mr. Crail.
Yes?
I am not a wealthy man, but I'm certainly able to make ends meet.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Explain, Archie.
I think Mr. Wolf means that if you don't want to be frank with him, he'd rather not waste his time.
Mr. Wolf, I apologize if I've seemed to spar with you.
Fooey.
See, a blind man can only judge by what he hears and smells and feels.
So?
Oh, so I must be a little more cautious than I would have to be otherwise.
I'm sorry, Mr. Crail. Patience is not one of my virtues. Now about your daughter, or your non-daughter. What's her name?
Magda. She calls herself Magda Crail, which, of course, was my daughter's name.
What makes you think she isn't your daughter?
Well, $10 million, partly.
Once again, Mr. Crail?
My estate may be worth more than that, but surely not less. You?
Surely not less, Mr. Crail. Rather more, I should say.
Yes, 10 million might have some appeal to an ambitious girl, eh, Archie?
Sure, but I'm not a girl, and I'm not ambitious.
Nobody could accuse you of either fault. Mr. Crail, we are getting nowhere. Either you tell your story from the beginning or take it somewhere else. Archie, I'd like some beer.
When I went out for the beer, the kitchen was a mess, and incidentally, I saw what was being prepared for lunch. When I got back to the office, Mr. Crail and his boy were gone. One beer for Mr. Wolf. What happened?
What took you so long, Archie?
I had a sandwich.
And spoiled your lunch.
You know what you're having for lunch?
Of course, I planned it. Baby octopus. Delicious.
I'll take your word for it. What happened to the blind tycoon?
Get your book, will you, Archie? I want to give you a few notes.
Oh, just a second. Okay.
Item. You needn't repeat everything after me.
Yes, master.
Item, Horace Crail was born blind. Item, his wife and their 6-year-old daughter, Magda, disappeared in their private plane 13 years ago. Magda returned last Tuesday. Item, no matter what he says to the contrary, Horace Crail is afraid he's going to be killed. I think Mr. Crail is right.
Memo. From Archie Goodwin to Nero Wolf. Time, 4:32 p.m. The notes you dictated on the Crail case are on your blotter. 3 pages of them. You are with your orchids. I am on my way to the Crail domicile to meet the other characters in this turgid drama. As per instructions, I will bring them here if possible. Love, Archie.
Yes, sir?
My name is
Goodwin.
Archie.
Oh, we could get along together, Archie, if that's the way you are.
It's the way I am. I can't seem to do anything about it.
Where's Anthony?
Anthony George.
Well, I thought both my repulsive half-brother and I were supposed to meet Nero Wolf.
I'm here in case anybody wants to know.
Over there in the shadows, listening with all his ears. That's Anthony George. Shall we go and talk to Nero Wolf, Anthony?
Goodwin? You look like a normal sort of person.
Well, that's open to question, but go on.
If you had to choose between $10 million and killing a woman by due process of law, which would you choose?
I'll think about it between now and July 1994. Now, shall we go talk to Nero Wolf?
Miss Crail.
Yes, Mr. Wolf.
Why did you wait until now, until last Tuesday, to let your father know that you were living?
Does it make any difference?
I think so.
13 years ago, I was 6.
What she means is that she was 6 when she died.
But I didn't die, Anthony Sweet.
Obviously. But Magda Crail did, with my mother.
His mother. Anthony says he doesn't remember me as a child. But I remember him, the brat.
What about me?
Well, when I was about 4 or 5, you were 8 or 9, I suppose. Do you remember dressing up in one of Daddy's tailcoats, a sword, and Mother's hat with a plume?
Suppose I did. You're still not my sister.
Don't worry, Anthony. When poor Father dies, I'll support you.
Archie.
Sir?
I made a mistake.
A mistake? You?
I thought I wanted to talk to these young people. I don't. Take them away. Take the young lady to a nightclub.
On my salary?
As part of our investigation, it will be charged to Mr. Horace Crail.
It was no hardship at all. In fact, it was a pleasure. We dropped Anthony George off at the Crail place, and Magda and I went on. And on.
You're a wonderful dancer, Archie.
You can't make enemies that way, honey.
Archie, why did Mr. Wolf want you to take me out?
To find out whether you really are Crail's daughter.
How did he expect you to find out?
I don't know.
Do you think he knew?
He probably had some idea, but I don't know what it could have been.
Honestly?
Honestly.
Archie, do you think I'm telling the truth?
No. But wait a minute, baby. I don't think you're lying either. I just don't think.
Give me my handbag, Archie. Thanks. I've got something here that might interest both you and Mr. Wolf. Here. Those are snapshots that were taken of me before I was 6.
Yeah, cute.
Now look at me.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Well, can't you see those pictures are of me?
Kids that young all look the same to me, but suppose they are pictures of you. What of it?
Well, just this. I found them in one of Mr. Crail's old photograph albums. My father, I mean.
Oh, here's something.
The one lying on my tummy on the white bearskin rug. All babies get their pictures taken that way. Here, give it to me.
Wait a second. What's this mark under your shoulder blade?
It's a little birthmark, like a strawberry.
Yeah, it's clear. Look, honey.
Why are you so interested in babies, Archie?
Because I always thought I should have been a mother. Now, look, have you still got that mark on your back?
Of course. At least I suppose so. They don't go away, do they? Where are you going?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, Wolf speaking.
Archie Goodwin. I'm with Magda Crail.
No doubt.
What?
No doubt, I said. But never mind. What do you want?
Want to ask a question.
Go on.
You don't think Magda's Horace Crail's daughter, do you?
I don't think anything.
You're stealing your lines from me.
Never. All right, then, no. I don't think the girl is Crail's daughter.
That's just what I hoped you'd say.
Why, Archie?
Because for once you're wrong.
She's pretty, isn't she?
Yes, she is. Also, she's got a birthmark.
You have seen it?
No, but nobody's going to be fool enough to claim a birthmark that isn't there. It's too easy to prove.
Good night, Archie.
But you deserted me, Archie. Well, you know Hugh Gaines, don't you?
Hello, Gaines.
Hello, Goodwin. Making hay while the moon shines?
You know, if you work that into a routine, it could be pretty dull.
You don't like me, do you?
Do I have to?
No, not in the least.
Well, that's good. Mr. Wolf and I feel it's wrong to like any of our clients, especially in nightclubs.
Really? Why?
Because they might sit down at your table while you're making a telephone call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Never mind. Finish your drink.
Once again, I'm sorry.
Forget it. Mr. Crail seems to think that Magda's trying to rook him.
Apparently.
What do you think?
Boys, I'm here too, you know.
Quiet. What do you think, Mr. Gaines?
Well, to me, it's a matter of no importance one way or the other. As for Mr. Crail, what he wants is absolute proof. And, of course, there's no such thing as proof that is absolute. Do you want me to add it up for you?
Yeah, that's exactly what I want you to do for me. Add it up.
13 years ago, Mrs. Crail and her small daughter, Magda, boarded a chartered plane in St. Louis to fly across the Ozarks to Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
They took off, and that's the last that ever was heard of them, or the pilot, or the plane.
Okay, add some more.
Mr. Crail had the whole area searched for months. The search itself cost almost $50,000.
And the plane was not found.
They finally decided that it must have fallen into the Mississippi, where it would sink to the bottom and stay forever.
Now, wait a minute. Magda.
Yes, Archie?
Don't you remember anything about this trip?
Nothing. Not a single thing. The last I remember is Mother putting me to bed in a strange city, in a hotel. And that's all.
Okay, what's the next thing you remember?
Archie, dear.
Yeah?
Didn't my father go over this whole business with Mr. Wolf?
I suppose he did.
Then do we have to do it again?
There must be some reason why he wanted me to take you to a nightclub.
Because I might say something I haven't already said 100 times?
Maybe. What's the next thing you remember after your mother put you to bed in a strange city?
Archie, I have a confession to make.
This I believe. Go ahead.
$10 million is a lot of money.
So I've been told.
I don't really remember a single solitary thing before I was 6 years old and going to school in Rogers, Arkansas.
Not Anthony George wearing tails and a sword?
was one of the pictures in the album.
Not your mother putting you to bed in a hotel in St. Louis?
$10 million, Archie.
So you're not Magda Creel.
Well, of course I'm Magda Creel. Oh, I may have tried to...
Into a pulp. Is it all right if we don't prove it?
We were talking about the diary, Archie.
Okay, what about it?
Archie, I don't even claim the handwriting is mine. What's handwriting when you're 6 years old? Still, the first page is one of those things that has name, name of parents, home address, and like that. Color of hair, eyes, you know.
Sure, I had one myself.
Certainly. Every child had one. One or a dozen. Maybe they still do. You fill in the first page and then you never write another word.
Honey.
They were cheap. I doubt if they cost a quarter, and there was a place that said, my first date, favorite pastime...
Look, baby.
Oh, he calls me baby, Mr. Gaines.
Yes, I noticed that. I think he'd believe your story no matter what you told him.
Get lost, will you, Mr. Gaines?
What's that?
Get lost. Drop dead. Turn blue.
Well, I can take a hint. Good night, Archie, and Miss Lomax.
Prissy, isn't he?
Prissy is the word.
He doesn't seem to believe your story.
He believes what he's told to believe. It's his job.
Sure.
You believe me, don't you, Archie?
Honey, you're beautiful, just the way you are. Now, let's talk about the diary.
I hate you.
I hate you, too.
Shall we dance?
The diary.
Oh, dear.
Where is it?
Do you call this romance?
No, I call it working overtime. Where is it?
Here, in my handbag. Here. Push over. We look at it together. I'm not crowding you, am I?
What's a little crowding?
Cozy, isn't it? Now, look at the cover first. My diary, 1934. I suppose somebody gave it to me for my 6th birthday.
Let's just not suppose anything, shall we?
All right, Archie. Page 1. Name, Magda Creel. Date of birth, October 11th, 1928. But you read it. Or can you read?
Anything you can write, honey. Date of birth and so on. Father Horace Creel, Mother Mabel Creel. Hair black, eyes green. My favorite pastime, playing with dolls. Playing has a Y in it.
You know what I think, Archie? You wouldn't call that writing, would you? Not real writing.
It's more like printing.
I think my mother guided my hand when I wrote that.
Yeah, that's the way it looks, all right. Well...
Dance now?
Dance now. While we danced, while I held that disturbing girl in my arms, I tried to believe the case was just as simple as it seemed. Somehow she'd survived a plane crash, a head injury, and then a normal life with a couple who naturally wouldn't tell her that she wasn't really theirs. I tried to believe it. I was trying hard when...
Archie, don't look. There's Anthony George.
Oh, yeah, alone in the corner.
You've had a lot of experience, Archie. Do you think he's a killer?
A what?
Do you think he'd commit murder?
I don't think anything about him, but why should he?
For $10 million?
I see what you mean. Are you worried?
Not with you around, Archie. Not with you around.
It was like that, maybe even more like that, until the waiter told me I was wanted on the telephone. I asked her to keep the table warm, that I'd be right back.
Hello. This is Archie Goodwin.
Archie?
Oh, hello, Mr. Wolf.
I've been talking to Mr. Creel.
Wonderful.
A little less humor, perhaps?
Okay, what about Mr. Creel?
He showed me some pictures of his daughter.
Baby pictures?
Unfortunately. Some of the pictures were missing from the album.
Those are the ones I've been looking at.
Archie, I'm interested in that birthmark.
So am I.
Do you think you could persuade the young lady to have a picture taken of her back undraped?
Wait a minute. Just one moment, please.
Well?
You mean that?
Clear picture in a bright light.
How would you like her posed, Mr. Wolf?
I am not amused, Archie.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All I want is a clear, sharp, focused picture of that birthmark. And I expect you to get it for me. Good night, Archie.
Hello again.
Dance?
No, talk.
Waiting for me to find him.
He tried, didn't he?
I wonder.
Let's get back to that birthmark. Are you allergic to floodlights? I know a photographer who has a studio.
Confound it, Archie.
How did you know it was going to be me?
Because nobody else would dare to call me this late. What do you want?
I got the pictures. They're drying now.
If you come home, bring them with you. They may be important tomorrow. Have you heard that Horace Crail was murdered?
No. How? Who? Where?
Tomorrow we'll talk about it, Archie. Good night.
At 4 p.m. the next day, there was quite a lot of confusion in Nero Wolf's office. At his direction, I'd set up a picture screen at one end of the room, and on his desk at the other end, a rather strangely constructed projector. At 4:30, the guests arrived. Magda, Anthony, George, Hugh Gaines, and, of course, Inspector Kramer, ready to make an arrest if he could figure out whom to arrest. Hello, Inspector.
Hi, Goodwin.
Magda, Anthony, George, Hugh.
Yeah, what's this all about? What's going on, Archie?
You got me, Inspector. I think Mr. Wolf wants to show slides of his trip to Yellowstone Park. But here he is. Ask him.
Oh, say, Wolf, you want to know what I think?
Not in the least, Inspector. Sit down somewhere, won't you? Archie, will you turn out the lights? Thank you. Now, this is a picture of Magda Crail lying on her stomach at the age of 6 months. I changed the focus so, and we have a close-up of a birthmark. A smooth discoloration that looks as if it might have been painted on.
Now, look, Wolf, you said if I came here, you'd give me the guy who killed Horace Crail, and you show me a picture of a baby's back.
Inspector, if you open your mouth again, I may not keep my promise.
Go ahead.
While we look at this enlargement of a birthmark on baby's back, let us remember that the late Mr. Horace Crail was blind and never saw it.
So what? What's he getting at, Goodwin?
Inspector, if I knew, I'd tell you. Listen.
Mr. Crail had a trusted secretary, Hugh Gaines.
I'm here.
Of course, Mr. Gaines had a brilliant idea. He knew the tragedy of Mrs. Crail and her daughter, and he decided to bring Crail's daughter back to life.
What makes you think so, Mr. Wolf?
You had access to the photograph album, and only you. Oddly enough, Mr. Crail didn't even know his daughter had a birthmark until you told him.
That may be true, but what of it?
It's unimportant. Now I want to show you another picture. Archie, explain this picture, will you?
Reading from left to right, this is a picture of Miss Crail's back. Very pretty, too.
As you can see, there is what appears to be a small birthmark somewhat under the left shoulder blade. I change focus, and as it becomes larger...
That's not a birthmark. That's tattooing. You can see it.
Tattooing, of course. And Mr. Gaines had a brilliant idea. How to make use of a tattooed birthmark, and Miss Magna to help him out. But blind as he was, Horace Crail saw through it. That's why Hugh Gaines had to kill him.
No, you don't, James.
Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf, you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Well, Inspector Kramer, Mr. Gaines is your man. Another bottle of beer, please, Archie.
It's right there in front of you. You know, I was thinking, a girl can get herself tattooed, can't she? Is that a crime? What does it prove?
Archie, have I ever told you I love you?
I'm going to bed.
Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Mindred Lord was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Martha Shaw, Vic Rodman, Peter Leeds, Gray Stafford, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you the case in room 304. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. This Sunday, the glamorous and unpredictable Tallulah brings you another hour-and-a-half broadcast of The Big Show, starring Fred Allen, Judy Holliday, Joan Davis, Fran Warren, and many more. And this Sunday's Theater Guild on the Air production is the Broadway comedy The First Year. Starring in this Theater Guild presentation are Richard Widmark and Katherine Grayson. Remember, Tallulah Bankhead stars in her wonderful big show Sunday on NBC.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Amazing Adventures of Flash Gordon. Grove's Emulsified Nose Drops bring to your radios the further interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. It is the same daring and resourceful Flash Gordon whose exploits have held you spellbound in the newspapers. Now through your loudspeaker every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time, travel with Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkov to the lost continent of Atlantis on the ocean's floor. Failing in an attempt to escape from the land of Titans, when it is invaded by King Torok of the Iron Kingdom, Flash Gordon and Grego are sentenced to death in a pit of molten iron. The Empress Luana of the Titans so far has escaped capture, but Flash and Grego are led to the pit of molten iron, forced to mount a scaffold, and placed in chains preparatory to being executed. What will be their fate? What possible escape is open now to Flash Gordon, Emperor of Atlantis, and his loyal friend, Commander Grego? In a moment, we will have the answers to these questions. Boys and girls, Flash Gordon wishes to acknowledge the hundreds of letters he's been receiving from his boy and girl friends. He's always pleased to get these letters and will answer them all. He is particularly pleased with the great number of children who have induced their mothers to let them try Grove's Emulsified Nose Drops. Many mothers have written to him, too, to tell him how much more satisfactory they've found Grove's Emulsified Nose Drops for grown-ups' use as well as children's. If perchance you have not yet called these nose drops to the attention of your mother, you will do Flash Gordon a great favor if you do so at once. You can be sure you'll like Grove's Emulsified Nose Drops. You can be sure, too, that Mother will appreciate their superiority. Suppose you speak of them to Mother tonight. Now back to Flash Gordon. Savagely lashing them with a barbed whip, a captain of King Torok's soldiers forces Flash and Grego onto the scaffold above the pit of molten iron.
Onto the scaffold, dogs of the Middlelandians! Onto the scaffold, I say!
If I could get my hands free for 1 second, I'd toss you bodily down into that molten iron.
Oh, you would? Well,
it's no use, Flash. We've got to die. There's no possible escape now.
Oh, soldiers! The chains! Quickly! Chain their legs, their arms! Come on, look alive.
Get on with it, will you? Get it over with. The armies of Atlantis will revenge us for this. I promise you.
Silence there! I'll raise them into the air with a bullet. Swing them out over the bed of molten iron.
Grego! Grego, what was that? I don't know, Flash. There it is again. Another explosion, Grego. Flash, I see them now. I see them coming. Look up there, the rocket ships of Atlantis. They're swooping down upon the city, bombing King Torok's armies with destructo grenades. Good. Look for them. Thank heaven they arrived in time. Here they come. Here they come. Look at that. King Torok's armies are in panic. They're in disorderly retreat. They can't stand before those destructo grenades. No, thanks for Poseidon. Flash, we're saved. We're saved. Some of the rocket planes have landed now. Here come the soldiers of Atlantis to save us. And there's Dr. Zarkov. He's in command of the soldiers. Good old doctor. Dr. Zarkov! Dr. Zarkov! Up here on the scaffold!
We see you, Flash. Keep your chin up.
These chains are biting into my flesh, Grego. Can't stand it much longer. We'll be free in another moment. Here's Dr. Zarkov.
Flash, are you all right? Are you safe?
Safe enough. These chains are painful. They're grinding into my arms and legs.
We'll soon fix that. I've a dissolvo here. I'll cut them loose.
There. That feels better. Now the ones for my legs.
Right.
Oh, thanks, Doctor. Now for Grego.
By all means. Grego, old fellow.
Yes.
Now the ones on your legs.
Hi, Poseidon. That feels more comfortable. I needn't tell you, Dr. Zarkov, that you arrived in the nick of time. Yes, another few seconds, and they'd have swung us out over that pit of molten iron. Dropped us into it, and goodbye.
Yes, I know. We rushed here as swiftly as we could.
Dale brought you word of our predicament, I suppose.
She gave us our first hint. She was across the Atlantean border before the fighting began, but she heard the cannon fire and knew that there was trouble. As soon as she reached Atlantis, she told us. I at once established contact with this place through the television equipment. Saw that you were in desperate danger and came here with a squadron of rocket planes. Well, you know the rest.
Yes, you've driven the armies of King Torak from the city. Now we've got to find the Empress Luana and tell her our empire is saved.
Wait, here comes a soldier with a message.
Your Imperial Majesty.
Yes, soldier, what is it?
We have the honor to report to your Imperial Majesty that the armies of King Torak have been driven from the city.
You've done well. Convey my compliments and gratitude to your officers.
Your Imperial Majesty.
Was there something further?
A small detachment of the enemy, commanded by King Torak himself, has barricaded itself in the left wing of the palace. We desire your Imperial Majesty's consent to drive them out with destructo bombs.
Torak and some of his men have taken refuge in the left wing of the palace, eh? No. Tell your officers to withhold their destructo fire. But, Flash, you don't mean... I mean that you and I have a personal score to settle with King Torak. Soldier.
Your Imperial Majesty.
Instruct your officers to send 10 men to the doors of the left wing of the palace. They'll bring with them the strongest battering ram they can find. Grego, you and I will accompany them, and when the doors are battered down, we're going in there and bring King Torak out by the heels, dead or alive. Soldier, have the men ready in half an hour.
Yes, Your Imperial.
I'll take command now, Captain. Men, they brought up the battering ram, haven't they? Your places quickly, men. This is a mad scheme, Flash. We may get killed. And so may King Torak. Are you ready, men? Then listen, Grego. You and I'll stand aside as they batter in the doors. If the doors crash inward, we'll leap into the front rank of the soldiers and go in fighting. But why permit us to wear nothing but swords? We could beat them so much more easily with dissolvo pistols or destructo grenades. I've got an incurable desire to meet King Torak man to man. His men are armed with nothing but swords. I want this to be a fight. I'm going to start the fireworks now. All ready, men? Soldiers to the battering ram now. Ready? Lift. Now, all together. Go! The door's giving. Once more now. This is the time. All together. Hit it hard. Go on, Grego. Forward, men, into the palace. Charge for your emperor and for Atlantis. Here comes King Torak's men. They're trying to fight their way out. There's Torak at their head. Keep away from him, soldier. That's my man. All right, defend yourself, Torak. Man to man now. We'll see who's the coward. Ha-ha! Come on! Come on! Why don't you charge me? Why don't you rush in on me? Ha-ha! All right, let's get it over with. Oh, lost your sword, have you? All right, I won't take advantage. Here goes mine also. Now, this is for what your soldiers did to Luana's empire. There. And here's just a little of the punishment you deserve. I guess this will teach him a lesson. Soldiers!
Your Imperial Majesty.
When King Torak regains consciousness, have him removed to one of Luana's copper mines. Put him in chains. Make him work and slave in that mine for the rest of his life. If he makes one move to escape, he's to be instantly killed. The command of your emperor.
Your Imperial Majesty's command shall be obeyed.
Here, soldiers, help me with this man. Well, the rocket planes are waiting, Flash. They're ready for the return trip to Atlantis. Very well, Grego. I'll be ready in just a moment. Well, what are you doing? I'm writing some orders. One for the immediate reconstruction of the royal palace. And having that done, Grego, at the expense of Atlantis, as a friendly gesture to the Empress Luana. I think it's a wise move. Relations between the land of Atchans and Atlantis should be the friendliest from now on. Yes. The tribute to Atlantis has been canceled. Friendly trade agreements have taken its place. The Atlantean army rescued the Empress Luana and drove Torak's men back to their kingdom. I think the gift of a new palace will be the final touch that'll make the land of Titans our loyal ally, Grego. Meanwhile, where will Luana hold court? There's no suitable place. King Torak's legions destroyed every building of any consequence in the Empire. I know that. I've invited Luana to return to Atlantis with us on a friendly visit. It's her first visit there. To remain until her own palace is ready for her occupancy. An excellent idea. Where is Luana now? She's resting. Her servants are packing her belongings for the trip to Atlantis. The soldiers said they found her hiding in the stables where we left her.
She was terrified at the bombing by the rocket planes.
Yes. The poor creature thought it was some new and dreadful enemy. Well, these orders are all signed now. If you're ready, we'll hunt up Luana, board the rocket ships, and get back to Atlantis. And personally, I'll be very glad to get back there.
And I. Frankly, I'd never expected to see home again.
Well, I guess our troubles are over now. Come on, Grego, let's get going. Well, we're nearly home now. There's the Royal Palace of Atlantis down there.
Yes, it won't be longer than a few moments now. I wonder how Luana's enjoying the ride.
I imagine she's enjoying it. She's in the one piloted by Lieutenant Redner.
Yes, that's the second rocket plane in the formation. Well, you can circle the field now, Dr. Zarkov, and bring it down.
Yes, we're back in Atlantis again. By the way, none too soon, either. They're beginning to make arrangements for the Feast of Poseidon.
The Feast of Poseidon? Merciful Plato, I'd forgotten it.
Feast of Poseidon? What's so strange about it, Grego? My dear man, you look as if you've seen a ghost.
Why, the priests of the temple will explain it to you, Flash. The Feast of Poseidon comes once every 100 years. Dr. Zarkov, you'd better bring the plane down now.
Yes. Hang on, I'm going to land.
Well, Grego, now that we're safely settled back in the palace again, what about this Feast of Poseidon? Why did mention of the feast give you such a terrible start?
Flash, I'm afraid it's another of the things about Atlantis you'll find very difficult to understand.
You're beginning to frighten me. What's so terrible about this particular celebration?
I do not dare explain. The official information will be brought to you by the High Priest.
Well, the High Priest of the Temple of Cleto.
Well, I'll soon find out what all the mystery's about, Grego.
May I admit him? Your Imperial Majesty. Your Holiness may enter.
Thank you, my son. Blessings of Poseidon and Cleto upon you, our Emperor, and upon you, Commander Grego.
Poseidon go with you also.
I have come before you, O Emperor of Atlantis, to remind you of your sacred duties at the time of the Feast of Poseidon, mighty god of the sea.
The duties of Emperor are still strange to me, Holy One.
I shall explain them to you. On the occasion of this feast, it is required by our religious laws that the Emperor of Atlantis give proof to his subjects that he holds the love of Poseidon in higher regard than friend or loved ones or even life itself.
Hold on here. You mean I've got to die as a sacrifice?
No, my son. For it is easy to die. It is more difficult to command the death of a loved one. On the occasion of this feast, it is the law of Atlantis that our emperor demonstrate his love for Poseidon by sacrificing the one person he loves best in all the world, by killing that person with his own hand.
Merciful heaven, but that's butchery. It is the law of Atlantis, Flash. And it means that you must kill either Dr. Zarkov, myself, or Dave Arden.
Under the ancient law of Atlantis, Flash Gordon must kill the person he loves best. Dr. Zarkov, Grego, or Dale Arden. How can he decide such a tragic choice? You boys and girls won't object to Grove's emulsified nose drops. There's nothing unpleasant about them. They don't run out of your nose and make you messy. They don't run down the back of your throat and make you sickish. What's more, they don't burn or sting the inside of your nose. They quickly check a head cold and yet do it in a nice way. These nose drops are something brand new and a big improvement on old-fashioned oil drops. Mother is interested in getting results when you have a cold in the head, and she'll get results much faster with Grove's emulsified nose drops. In every section of the country, Grove's emulsified nose drops are selling at an amazing rate. That's because they are better in every way. Tell Mother to procure a bottle at the corner drugstore. Come with us every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time for further interplanetary adventures with Flash Gordon. The Amazing Adventures of Flash Gordon. emulsified nose drops bring to your radios the further interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. It is the same daring and resourceful Flash Gordon whose exploits have held you spellbound in the newspapers. Now, through your loudspeaker every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time, travel with Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkov to the lost continent of Atlantis on the ocean's floor. Flash, Grego, and the Empress Luana have been rescued by Dr. Zarkov and the rocket plane squadron from the armies of King Torok and have been brought safely back to Atlantis. However, their joy of the rescue is turned quickly to sorrow when the priests of Atlantis inform Flash that the Empire is about to celebrate the feast of the god Poseidon, and that in his position as Emperor, he must sacrifice the one person he loves best. This means the death of either Dr. Zarkov, Grego, or Dale Arden. Which of Flash's friends must die? In a moment, we will have the answers to these questions. Here's what boys and girls are saying about Grove's emulsified nose drops. They're the best I've ever tried. They fix a head cold right up, and they don't sting the inside of my nose. Here's what mothers are saying about these nose drops. Grove's emulsified nose drops have certainly solved a great problem for us. These nose drops are not at all objectionable to children, so we can treat a head cold promptly and effectively. Everyone who tries these nose drops just raves about them. They find that they do the work better and do not have any objectionable features. Any child who has not yet called Grove's emulsified nose drops to the attention of his parents should do so at once. It is to every child's interest. Now back to Flash Gordon. The high priest has departed, and Flash is left alone with Grego.
I know it's a terrible decision to make, but you must make it. You are Emperor of Atlantis.
I'll tell you what my decision is going to be, Grego. I'll not go through with it. I tell you, I won't go through with it.
I'm sorry, there's no way out.
Oh, yes, there is. Call the Royal Council together tonight. I'm going to abdicate my throne and name you as Emperor in my place.
I cannot do that, Flash. You've got to remain on the throne, and you've got to go through with the sacrifice.
Don't be absurd, Grego. Of course I don't have to do it. Who's to stop me from abdicating?
The law of Atlantis, Flash. The law states that if any emperor attempts to abdicate to avoid making the sacrifice of the person he loves best, that he shall be killed.
All right. Let them kill me, then.
Not only that, but all his friends shall die, too. So there's no chance of escape for the one who'd have died if the emperor had not been a coward.
A coward? You call it cowardice to refuse to kill my best friend?
To refuse means death for all your friends.
For all of them? For you? For Dr. Zarkov?
Yes, and many more. For Lieutenant Redner, the Empress Luana, and for Dale Arden.
But how can I choose, Grego? Which one shall I call to me and say, I'm sorry, but because you're my best friend, I must kill you?
It's a dreadful test. A test no one but a man worthy of the name of Emperor could undergo. Your decision must be made tomorrow.
It's all so strange, so savage and cruel.
I know. Sometimes what is best is most cruel. Now, good night. I'll see you in the morning, and the high priests visit you to learn of your decision.
All right. I suppose there's absolutely no way out.
None whatever. I'm sorry, Flash. Good night.
Good night.
My poor friend. Oh, Dr. Zarkov. Dr. Zarkov, wait a moment.
Oh, hello, Grego.
I've just been with the Emperor.
How's Flash feeling?
Oh, very despondent. He's just been visited by the high priest.
The priest told him of the sacrifice required for the Feast of Poseidon?
Yes, he was told.
Poor lad. Who will Flash select for the sacrifice, do you think?
There's no way of telling. It's a horrible decision to make.
Yes, I know. Grego, let's you and I make the decision for him.
You and I? But how could we do that?
Quite easily, I think. I think the final choice will lie between three persons. Between you, myself, and Dale Arden.
Yes.
Dale, of course, is a girl, and his affection for her is of a different quality. But the depth of his love for you and me, I'm sure, is as deep as his love for her.
I think you're right, Dr. Zarkov. What would you suggest?
That we relieve Flash of the necessity for making a decision. That either you or I go forward and offer ourselves to him as the sacrifice.
Doctor, that's an excellent plan. The right to make the offer is mine, of course.
Hold on there. I'm not so certain of that. I am an older man, Grego. My span of life is nearly done in any event. I claim the right to offer myself to our friend.
Oh, there, you see what a dreadful decision it is. Even you and I cannot make it. I'd never consent to allowing you to offer yourself, and I don't think you'd permit me to do it.
No, I would not, Grego. But the matter can be decided between us. I have a deck of cards in my room. We will cut the cards for it.
Oh. Very well. We'll let the cards decide.
Then come along to my rooms. I have the cards here in my desk. Here they are. I frequently amuse myself at night by playing solitaire.
I've always observed that men with mathematical or scientific minds enjoy matching their wits against themselves in a game of solitaire. We're playing a more deadly game, Doctor. One in which the loser wins and the winner dies.
Yes, it's a deadly game with death holding the stakes. We'll let the ace of spades be the fatal card, shall we?
Very well.
I'll shuffle the cards and you cut them. We'll place the deck face down on the table and start drawing.
Yeah.
We will draw alternate cards until one of us draws the ace of spades.
That's agreeable to me. Shuffle the cards.
Here, you cut them. All right, we'll draw. Shall I draw first?
I'd like that privilege.
Very well.
The 10 of diamonds. Your draw.
All right. A 9 of hearts. Draw, Grego.
Here. The 3 of clubs. Poseidon.
I've drawn it, Grego. I've drawn the ace of spades. It shall be my honor to offer up my life for my friend.
Allow me to compliment you on your chivalry and your courage. I wish there were more men in Atlantis like you.
Thank you, Grego. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone. We'll see Flash in the morning and tell him what we've done.
Yes, I'll go now.
Thank you, Grego.
Come in.
Well, Flash, my boy.
Good morning, Dr. Zarkov. Good morning, Grego. How did you sleep? Not at all. As if I could. I don't imagine any of us slept very much. I know I didn't.
Nor I, naturally.
What do you mean, naturally?
Tell him, Grego.
Very well. We knew the horrible decision you were faced with, are still faced with, because you've not decided which of your friends must die, have you? No. I'm not a coward, as you both know. But somehow I haven't the courage to make that decision.
We know how you feel, Flash, and we're deeply sorry. That is why we did it.
Why you did what? Dr. Zarkov and I decided to relieve you of the decision by making it for you. By making... What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Just this, Flash. We know that you would rather die than select a friend for the sacrifice. Yet we all know there is no escape, no alternative, no hope. Grego and I know that the choice would lie finally between Grego, myself, and Dale.
I suppose you're right. Well, we left Dale out of it. She's a woman. She must live. Dr. Zarkov and I drew cards for the honor of making the sacrifice. And Dr. Zarkov won. Grego, do you mean that you're the one to die? I'm sorry to say, no. The winner received the honor of making the sacrifice. It is Dr. Zarkov who must die. Dr. Zarkov, is this true?
Yes, it's true.
I don't know what to say. What can I say? Dr. Zarkov, we've been through so much together. First on the planet Mongo, then in Atlantis.
There's no need for you to say anything, Flash. I understand all the things that will remain unsaid, and believe me, I'm deeply grateful. It's been given to few men to enjoy the friendship of a man such as yourself. To die for that friendship is an honor.
Yes?
Miss Dale Arden is here to see your Imperial Majesty.
Shall we tell her? She must know sometime. Let her come in.
Yes, your Imperial Majesty. You may enter.
Oh, Flash, I've heard about the sacrifice, and I'm so terribly sorry for you.
Yes, it's a dreadful thing, Dale.
Of course, there can be but one decision. Atlantis needs every man. You must allow me to be the sacrifice.
Oh, no, Dale, no. We can't allow that.
You've made your decision?
Yes.
Who is it to be?
Dr. Zarkov.
Oh, Dr. Zarkov? No.
I shall consider it an honor, Dale. It comes to us all sometime.
But Dr. Zarkov, not you.
Oh, it's hideous, Dale. Savagely, barbarically wrong. But what can we do? Someone must be chosen, or all of my friends will be killed. Yes, Miss Arden. It's better this way, to sacrifice only one life.
I suppose it is, isn't it? Well, Dr. Zarkov, I want to tell you that you're the finest, truest friend we've ever known.
Thank you, Dale.
What is it? A messenger from the temple to take your decision to the high priest.
Tell him to wait a moment.
Your Imperial Majesty.
Bring me some paper. An ink and a quill.
Very well. Here you are.
Thank you. To the high priest of the temple of Plato, greeting. It is our imperial decision that for the sacrifice of the feast of Poseidon, the man to die shall be my dear friend, Dr. Zarkov. Signed, Imperator Rex. Give this to the messenger, Grego, and tell him to deliver it.
Very well. The priests will acknowledge this at once with a letter.
The messenger's been gone for an hour. Why don't we receive an acknowledgement from the priests?
Because after receiving your sealed decision, they'll pray to Poseidon to determine whether the person you've selected is the one dearest to your heart.
Oh, I see. Yes, it would be easy to send the name of an enemy, wouldn't it? I never thought of that.
It's not your custom to consider deception, Flash.
Just the same, we should have an acknowledgement soon.
Yes, it shouldn't take much longer.
That may be it. What's wanted?
The messenger with the letter from the temple.
Bring me the letter.
Your Imperial Majesty.
Thank you. That's all.
Your Majesty.
What does it say, Flash?
Probably a verification of what amounts to Dr. Zarkov's death warrant. We'll see.
What does it say, Flash?
Read it to us.
Yes, we're all anxious to know.
All right. It says, Your Imperial Majesty, we have received your decision, and according to the customs of the temple, we have prayed to Poseidon for guidance. In his great wisdom, Poseidon has appeared to us in a vision, and this is his answer and ours. A mistake has been made. Dr. Zarkov must be spared from the sacrifice. The one to die must be the one most dearly beloved by you truly. And the person to be sacrificed is Dale Arden.
So the priests of Poseidon refused to accept the noble sacrifice of Dr. Zarkov and demanded instead the life of Dale Arden. Poor, lovely, loyal Dale. Must she die? Grove's emulsified nose drops will surprise you with the way they look and act. These nose drops are white and creamy. They don't look, taste, or smell like medicine, yet they are highly effective. That's because they are medically superior, because they stay up in the nose. Any child can understand that nose drops that stay up in the nose will do more good than nose drops that run right out. Impress this fact upon Mother, and she will undoubtedly let you try these new type nose drops when you have a head cold or stuffed head. All drugstores sell Grove's emulsified nose drops, and they're really more economical than the old-fashioned kind because you get more for your money and because you can use less. Ask Mother to get a bottle today. Come with us every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time for further interplanetary adventures with Flash Gordon.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Amazing Adventures of Flash Gordon. Grove's emulsified nose drops bring to your radios the further interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. It is the same daring and resourceful Flash Gordon whose exploits have held you spellbound in the newspapers. Now through your loudspeakers every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time, travel with Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkov to the lost continent of Atlantis on the ocean's floor. Successful in defeating the armies of Morgat in a savage battle at the Hilltop Fortress, Flash Gordon has again been hailed Emperor of Atlantis. Dale and Dr. Zarkov have been saved. But a new and desperate peril menaces Flash, Grego, and Lieutenant Redna. The substrata forces, with their devastating destructo cannon, have returned to Atlantis, and Raoul Dufarge, arch-enemy of Dr. Zarkov and Flash, has deceived them into believing that Grego and Flash are prisoners and that the Hilltop Fortress is filled with enemies. The substrata forces have opened fire with the destructo cannon. Does this mean that Flash and Grego must perish before the guns of their own soldiers? Is Dufarge to fulfill his vow to kill Flash, Dale, and Dr. Zarkov? Well, in a moment, we shall see. For any head cold or nose cold, you want to get Mother to let you try Grove's emulsified nose drops. Then you'll get the relief you want, and you won't have to go through any suffering to get it. For Grove's emulsified nose drops do not bite or sting, neither do they run out of your nose and down your face or throat. These nose drops stay put, and because they do, they exert a much more prolonged and soothing effect than ordinary oil drops. So aside from the matter of pleasantness, it's wise to use Grove's emulsified nose drops. If Mother is interested in better ways of doing things, she'll be interested in Grove's emulsified nose drops. They are on sale at all drugstores. Now back to Flash Gordon. As Grego's startling announcement brings every man in the room to his feet, there sounds again the distant thunder of the destructo cannon.
We've got to get the soldiers out of here. They'll blast the fortress to bits in another few moments. Lieutenant Redner, down to the barracks quickly. Marshal the troops of horse. General Carlock, your death head hussars. Form lines. Instruct Captain Ludwig to have his black lancers ready for instant march. As soon as this has been done, notify me. We'll desert the fort before it's blasted sky high. Now get moving. There go the cannon again. They haven't got the range yet, Grego, but they'll have it in a minute. And they'll reduce this fortress to a sand pile.
It isn't that. There's no such thing as them missing range with the destructo cannon.
What's that you say? I guess that's right. Rangefinders on the destructo are equipped with television lenses. They adjust the light beam to any object they desire to destroy and then press the lever.
Yes. They could have smashed the fortress with their first shot. There's something the matter. They're not trying to hit us.
I think I may know the answer. There might be an officer or two who's none too certain Dufarge is telling the truth. They may be trying to find out who is in the fortress. Drive us out by pretending to bombard us.
Yes, I think that's it. If it is, we can stop this nonsense in a moment. I'll communicate with the barracks by means of the television phone.
One moment.
Commander Grego speaking. Put me in communication with the quarters of Adjutant Drobner of the substrata forces. Yes, at once.
This will put a spoke in Dufarge's wheel?
Yes. Hello, Drobner. Commander Grego. Who's in command at the guns? Sergeant Nikor. Tell him to cease firing at once. Great Poseidon, man, that's where we are. In the fortress. Check your television controls, you'll see. That's right. Now listen. This man, Dufarge, the Earthman. Yes, I know it was all his fault. Place him under arrest. I want him heavily guarded. The Emperor and myself will be at the Royal Palace in 1 hour. Have him there then. And if he resists arrest, you know what to do. That's all. But convey my orders to Sergeant Nikor at once.
Well, that ought to do it. Let's get back to the city. I'm anxious to see Dale and Dr. Zarkov.
Well, Dale. Oh, it's good to see you, Flash. So good to see you again.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes, but was I frightened? When the battle was in progress up at the fort, I could see most of it from the roof of Neota's house. Flash, I was terrified. Stand back and let me look at you. Gee.
It sounds like a lot of other people are glad the trouble's over, too. Listen to them celebrating out there in the street.
Yes, they're having a real holiday. Music and dancing and feasting.
Which reminds me I could do with a little food myself. It'll have to wait a while.
This business of being an emperor is no fun after all, is it?
Not always. I'm going to enjoy myself, though, in a moment.
Enjoy yourself? How do you mean?
They're bringing Dufarge here.
Oh. Well, what are you going to do with him?
I don't quite know.
Here's the problem, isn't it? The man's a murderer at heart. He's proved that over and over again. He'd kill any or all of us without so much as a buy or leave, and yet you...
And yet, we're civilized human beings, Dale. We can't execute him. It is a problem. That's probably the soldiers bringing Dufarge now. You want to leave?
No, I'll remain if you don't mind.
Not at all. Come in.
The soldiers with the prisoner, Your Majesty.
Tell the soldiers to bring him in.
At once, sir. Bring the prisoners to the royal presence.
Well, Captain, withdraw to the far wall, but remain in the room. And if this gentleman gets difficult, You have my permission to...
I understand, sir.
Well, Dufarge, we meet again.
Monsieur et mademoiselle, I salute you.
Never mind the nonsense, Dufarge. You tried to kill us.
Oui. I promised to obtain the throne for myself if I can. I tried to keep the promise to myself. Voila. Who can say I am not true to myself, eh?
Dufarge, you're laughing at all this because you think I don't dare kill you.
That you do not dare, Raybor, my friend. It is not that you do not dare. It is that you are too soft in the art, n'est-ce pas? Me? I have the art like this stone.
And so you could kill us without thinking twice. Dufarge, there's a limit to all things. This is one time you've tempted me too far.
I tempt you too far? What do you mean? I do not understand.
There's one thing you will understand, and that is death. Dufarge, I'm emperor here. My word is law. You think I'm too soft-hearted to deal with you as you deserve? All right, we'll see.
You do not mean...
Yes, I'm going to have you executed, Captain.
But you cannot do this. It is against all humanity.
Sire?
Take the prisoner back to the dungeons. An order as to his disposition will be sent to the jailer at once.
Your Majesty. Come on.
You can't do this.
Come on.
So, you've done it. You've ordered him killed.
Not yet, Dale. I don't think I shall. But it won't do him any harm to think about it for a few days. Wonder just when the soldiers will come for him and lead him out to be killed. Oh, hang it all. If there were only some way of getting him back to the outer world.
But there isn't. And as long as he's here, he's a menace.
Yes. So what to do? I'm hanged if I see any solution. Well, I suppose there'll be other things to worry about. Yes, very well.
His Excellency, Count Alexis is here for the conference.
Count Alexis?
The Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Tell him to come in.
At once. Your Excellency may enter.
Thank you. Your Excellency.
Your Imperial Majesty. May I add my congratulations to the others you have received upon your return to the throne.
Thank you. Your Excellency, this is Dale Arden.
Ah, Miss Arden. I have seen you many times from a distance. Yes, and admired you.
Why, thank you.
Not at all, my dear. But at the moment, there are distressing matters of state. I must discuss them with His Majesty.
Oh, well, then I'll...
No, stay here, Dale. Your Excellency, Miss Arden enjoys my full confidence. What you have to say, she may hear.
But Your Majesty, a woman attending a conference of international importance...
It's my wish, Excellency.
As Your Majesty desires. I have here certain figures...
Yes?
...showing the truth of what I am about to say. Your Majesty, the progress of Atlantis has been a scientific one. Everything is based upon a constant increase in our scientific development.
That's quite true, I know. So...
Our development is threatened with an immediate curtailment, one which may mean the eventual end of scientific progress in Atlantis.
How's that?
As you know, Atlantis has developed electricity to its highest state of perfection. To do that has meant centuries upon centuries of experiments, of constant, never-ending work, and it has put a tremendous drain upon the natural resources of Atlantis.
Yes, I can easily understand that.
Our copper, for instance. The copper mines of Atlantis are nearly exhausted. In another few years, all available supplies will have been used. When that day comes, it means the end of our progress and the eventual decline and collapse of our civilization. Unless
what?
Unless a new source of copper is obtained.
Is such a source available? Can more copper fields be had?
From two sources. And that is what you must decide, Your Majesty. Menela, Emperor of the Fire Kingdom, controls vast copper mines which extend under nearly every acre of his kingdom. If we could obtain the output of those mines, the development of Atlantis would be assured.
I'm afraid that's impossible. Menela would never sell. And I don't care to engage in another war, especially in a war of conquest for gain.
Yes, I thought you would feel that way. And I'll be frank to say that the sentiment of the people is behind you. There is one other source of copper.
And that is?
Her Majesty, the Empress Luana, ruler of the land of Titans.
Luana? The land of Titans?
I know about them, Flash. Neota was telling me. The land of Titans is a savage empire. To the north and west of Atlantis, isn't it?
Precisely.
And the Titans are giants compared to ordinary men. Most of them stand 7 or more feet tall.
Quite right. The men of Titan are enormous brutes, powerful as a dozen ordinary men, tall, muscular, savage. But the Empress Luana is not above average height. And I am told that she is a gorgeously beautiful woman, and her empire produces nearly as much copper as the Fire Kingdom.
What are our relations with the land of the Titans? Is Atlantis on friendly terms with Luana?
Well, fairly so. We've never had a war with them, a couple of border skirmishes, but nothing serious. But Luana has one grievance against Atlantis that rankles in her heart.
What's that?
Since before anyone can remember, her empire has had to pay annual tribute to Atlantis. Not much, only a few $1,000s as money is measured on Earth, but she always pays under protest. Yeah, she's a proud woman. She doesn't like to pay tribute to anyone.
Then suppose this annual tribute should be abolished. You think she'd be willing to sell the copper rights?
If the offer came from Your Majesty in person, I'm confident that she would come to a reasonable agreement. But Your Majesty would have to go to her in person, as an ambassador from your own court, unattended, save by one or two courtiers. And that might be dangerous.
Dangerous? How?
The men of Titan are jealous of Luana. They regard every man who crosses their borders as a possible suitor for her hand. And they have vowed to slay every foreigner who sets foot on Titan's soil. They have sworn Luana shall not marry unless and until she marries a man of her own kingdom.
Then why doesn't she do it?
I said she was a proud woman. She will not be dictated to even by her own subjects. But Atlantis must have that copper. If Your Majesty could see your way clear...
Flash, I'll never consent to that. I'll not allow you to risk your life again. So soon after you've just escaped death.
Wait, Dale. I'm Emperor of Atlantis. The entire future of the Empire may be in my hands. Yes, I'll go, Count Alexa.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were in conference.
I was just leaving, Commander Gregor.
I'm glad you came in. His Excellency, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, has just suggested that I visit the Empress Luana of the land of the Titans.
Merciful Poseidon.
And arrange a treaty whereby we can purchase the copper from their mine.
And you refused, of course.
No, I didn't. I said I'd go. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I want you to go with me.
You want me to go with you? Well, I've never refused you, have I? You'll need someone to be with you when you die.
Upon what strange and desperate adventures are Flash Gordon and Gregor to embark now? Can they do what no man has ever done and lived? Set foot upon the forbidden soil of Titans? Mother knows what a battle it is to get you to take nose drops. When she sees how willingly you stand for Grove's emulsified nose drops, she will feel a service has been done her. Mothers write and tell us every day how grateful they are for Grove's emulsified nose drops. They find them not only more acceptable, but more effective. Grove's nose drops are something new, a decided improvement on the old nose drops. They are made by the makers of Grove's bromoquinine. Mother knows that guarantees their quality. Maybe if you suggest it after this program, Mother will get a bottle in the house tonight to have them ready the next time a head cold shows. Suppose you talk to her. Come with us every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time for further interplanetary adventures with Flash Gordon.
And that's Flash Gordon from 1935. The first episode ran on December the 18th, and then Son of a Gun, the next episode ran the next night. And that was requested by Mike Smith of Delta.
As was this one. More Flash Gordon, Lights Out, Rock 101.
The Amazing Adventures of Flash Gordon. Grove's emulsified nose drops bring to your radios the further interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. It is the same daring and resourceful Flash Gordon whose exploits have held you spellbound in the newspaper. Now through your loudspeaker every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time, travel with Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkov to the lost continent of Atlantis on the ocean's floor. Yielding to the plea of Count Alexov, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, that Atlantis must have additional supplies of copper for its electrical machines, Flash Gordon, Emperor of Atlantis, agrees to visit the Empress Luana, ruler of the land of Titans, a savage race whose empire contains many copper mines. Although warned that this visit may mean death at the hands of the murderously jealous Titans, Flash refuses to be shaken from his determination and persuades Grego to accompany him. Will they be successful in obtaining from the Empress Luana the treaty which means progress or collapse for the civilization of Atlantis? Can they pass safely through the many strange and terrible dangers the journey must mean? Well, in a moment, we shall see. Will you boys and girls get a pleasant surprise when you try Grove's emulsified nose drops? They're entirely different from the nose drops you have been taking. These nose drops don't make your nose burn and smart. They don't run out of your nose either and make you all messy. No siree. Grove's emulsified nose drops are nice and mild. and they stay put in your nose. They look and feel like so much fresh cream rather than nose drops. Why, you never think of them as medicine at all. Yet they do a grand job in treating any head cold or nose cold. Suppose you ask Mother to let you try Grove's emulsified nose drops. You can get them at your drugstore. Now back to Flash Gordon. Although warning Flash that the visit to the land of Titans may mean death, Grego, nevertheless, goes bravely about the preparations for their departure.
Well, Grego, everything's in readiness, Flash. The court jewelers have packed a jewel casket with priceless gifts to the Empress Luana. The finest horses in the stables have been hitched to our chariots.
Chariots? We're going to ride in chariots?
Yes, for very good reasons. We could reach Luana's empire in a few hours in a rocket plane, but the civilization of the Titans is far behind that of Atlantis, and they're insanely jealous of it. To visit there in a rocket plane would mean to invite instant destruction.
I see. But by going in chariots, we make a friendly gesture to them. It may stand us in good stead. Yes, that's a good idea.
Flash, this is going to be dangerous. Desperately dangerous.
We've gone all over that before. My mind's made up, Grego. It may provide the means of saving the civilization of Atlantis.
Yes, if we are successful. If we're not, well...
Is it really so dangerous? Isn't a great deal of all this fear inspired by the fact that the men of Titan are so enormous?
No. Mere size wouldn't frighten the Atlanteans. But several times, peasants of Atlantis or a wandering soldier have strayed across the border. When they were found later, they weren't pleasant to look at. If we can get to the Empress, we'll be fairly safe. She's a proud woman, but just.
Couldn't we send word to her that we're coming? Inform her in advance that we want to sign a treaty, peaceably. Remove the necessity for her paying the annual tribute to Atlantis, which annoys us so.
If we could get the message to Luana, we'd be safe, yes. She'd do anything to avoid paying that tribute. But we can't reach her by television. They have no equipment. And the messenger wouldn't get 2 miles inside their borders without being killed.
It does look a little difficult. Have you any ideas?
No, none whatever.
Well, I have one. See what you think of this. They say the men of Titan are so dangerous because they're jealous of Luana.
Yes, that's right.
If we were accompanied by a girl, showing that we were not interested in their empress, would that help?
You're suggesting that Dale accompany us?
It's just a thought.
It might be just the solution we've been searching for. She wouldn't be in any danger. The Titans are proud of their chivalry to women. They might send her back across the border, but that's all. And it might help us.
Dale asked me for permission to accompany us. I wanted to consult with you before I granted it.
Yes, I think it's a good plan.
Fine. Then I'll tell her to get ready. We'll leave in an hour.
Take it much farther, Grego. I'm getting awfully tired of this chariot.
No. The border's not far ahead. I can understand how you feel, Dale. These chariots aren't as comfortable as limousines by a long shot.
Well, I'll say they're not. Say, isn't that a couple of soldiers ahead there in the road?
Yes, the last outpost of the Atlantean army. The border guard. Nothing to worry about from them. We'll stop and have a few words with them. Pull up here, Grego. You too, Dale.
Right.
Oh! You can go no further.
It's all right, soldier. I'm Commander Grego. This is your emperor. Tell me, does the Empress Luana maintain a border guard?
Yes. Their outpost is around that bend in the road yonder. There are 6 of them. They're certain to attack you.
Doesn't matter. Stand aside.
Yes, sire. As you wish. And Poseidon ride with you.
Come, Grego. Dale, we're going on.
It isn't far to that bend in the road.
No, just a few hundred yards. Then we'll see what sort of reception we'll get from the soldiers of Luana.
There. We're rounding the bend in the road now. And there are the soldiers. Oh, good heavens, what monsters. They look as tall as trees.
Border guards are reported to be among the tallest and most powerful in the kingdom. They're getting out into the road. Let me handle this. Everybody keep quiet now.
Halt, further! No further! Who are you who dare to trespass on the land of the Titans? I'll give you Atlanteans a lesson. Oh, soldier! Quickly!
A moment, soldier.
Hold your tongue. I'll teach you.
I'm the Emperor of Atlantis, and I command you to silence.
The Emperor of Atlantis? Why, you puny little upstart.
Emperor of Atlantis, I say. This man is Commander Grego of our substrata forces, and this girl is my friend Dale Arden.
I don't care who you are. Get down from those chariots and I'll...
Listen to me. If you harm any of us, your empire will be destroyed within 24 hours. I've left orders with my soldiers that if we're interfered with in any way, Our destructo cannon ought to be turned loose on the land of Titan.
The destructo cannon? By Luana, that would mean...
The instant destruction of every living thing in your empire. Now, if you dare to risk that, we'll get down. You can give us that lesson you promised.
Why do you cross the border? You know our soldiers have sworn to kill every man who sets foot on our land?
Yes, because you're jealous of your Empress Luana. If I had come here to ask her to marry me, to take her away from her subjects, would I have come accompanied by a beautiful girl?
Well...
I'll tell you why we're here. You know Luana hates to pay the annual tribute to Atlantis.
Yes, she does. And that's one reason your subjects fare so badly when they cross over the border.
I've come to your country to make her an offer of a treaty, so that she'll no longer have to pay tribute to Atlantis. I imagine Luana would be angry if she learned you'd interfered in that.
You're right. She'd be furious. But look here. How do I know you're not lying to me?
There's one way to find out. Take us to Luana at once, and let us present the gifts we brought, and place the plans for the treaty before her.
Very well. This is the first time in years that an Atlantean has come this far across the border and lived. If you're lying, if your errand does not please Luana, you'll die soon enough anyway. Soldiers, hunt your horses. Lead them to Luana. This is the postern gate. Remain in your chariots until I speak to the palace guard.
Very well. Well, what did he say? May we proceed at once to our interview with Luana?
You may not.
But I insist that we...
Insist all you will. Luana has gone to the south of the kingdom to inspect some new mining developments.
Oh. When will she return?
Not for several days.
That's too bad. I suppose there's some place where we can put up, wait for her until she returns.
Oh, a place to stay. There is indeed. The prison. You'll wait there. Oh, soldiers! Hit them! Take them! If they resist, kill them. Remember, they're Atlanteans. Come on, inside there, hurry.
You're going to be sorry for this, soldier, as soon as we've seen Luana.
Perhaps. I'll take the chance. Now, hold your tongue and get in there. Now you can wait for Luana to return.
Well, this is a reception.
Frankly, it's a better one than I'd hoped for. I thought we were done for when those soldiers stopped us at the border.
My heaven, weren't they monstrous, though? And so savage-looking.
Well, it looks like we settled down to a nice, quiet wait for the extremely hospitable Empress of the Titan.
I hope it's not a long wait. No telling when these guards may change their mind and decide to kill us.
If they do, there'll be trouble. I brought 2 DeSalvo pistols. I've been hidden beneath my armor.
Oh, good. That makes me feel a little safer.
Don't display them unless it's necessary to use them to save our lives. If the Titans suspected you were armed, our lives wouldn't be worth a thought.
No, I'll be careful. Just the same, if any of these Goliaths start trouble, I'm ready for them.
Be careful. The guard's returning.
Good. Luana may have returned to the city.
Well, has the Empress returned? Are you going to take us to her?
Luana? No, she has not returned. But her brother, Prince Nero, has learned you're here.
And he wants to see us? Good.
See you? Not all of you. Just the girl.
Oh.
Come on. You'll accompany me.
Oh, no, I can't do that.
Come with me, I say, or it'll be the worse for all of you.
Dale, you'd better go. Put your hands behind you. I'll give you a DeSalvo and you can hide it in your cloak. It'll protect you if you run into trouble.
All right, sir.
Here, no whispering. Come along.
All right, I'm ready.
Poseidon, go with you.
Come in. Well, come in, my dear. Come in.
Hello, Prince Nerod.
Yes, of course, my dear child. So you are the young girl who came to our empire from Atlantis.
Why, yes. You see, the Emperor, I came with him. He wants to sign a treaty with your sister so that she'll no longer have to pay tribute to Atlantis.
A treaty, eh? And a tribute. And what does he want in return, eh? The rights to our copper mines, doesn't he? Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Don't you think Luana will sign? It means so much to Atlantis.
Sign away the rights to the copper? Give to Atlantis the means of advancing a civilization that already has been the cause of most of our trouble? Luana will not sign unless I tell her to.
But you will use your influence with her. You will, won't you?
I might. On certain conditions.
I don't understand what you mean.
You are a beautiful young girl. Wouldn't you like to be a princess? wife of Prince Nerad of the land of Titan. Of course you would.
Oh, but I couldn't do that. Oh, no, I couldn't.
Oh, of course you can, because, you see, if you refuse, I might take a notion to order your friends executed, you see.
No, you can't. You can't, I say. Don't come near me. Don't come near me, do you hear?
Oh, but you can't refuse a kiss to the man who's going to be your husband.
No, stop. Stop, I tell you. Don't come one step closer or I'll kill you.
Here, put down that gun. Drop that DeSalvo pistol. Do as I command. I'll have you killed for this.
Get back. Get back. Don't come near me.
Why, you?
I killed him. I killed him.
What will be the fate of Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Grego when the Titans discover that Dale has killed Prince Nerad? Can they hope for any mercy from the savage giants who have sworn to kill every Atlantean who sets foot on their land? You boys and girls are practical, aren't you? You know that you'll undoubtedly have to take nose drops several times this winter. So why shouldn't they be pleasant nose drops as long as you can get them? Grove's emulsified nose drops do not irritate you. They're nice to take. It's almost like Mother putting a little fresh cream up your nose, and you certainly wouldn't object to that, would you? Moreover, and this is what will interest Mother, Grove's emulsified nose drops quickly check head and nose colds. Results are much faster than with the old-type nose drops. But let a trial prove that to you. Ask Mother to get a bottle in the house today. Come with us every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time for further interplanetary adventures with Flash Gordon.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is provided by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. And now you are to hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. This device is not in the strictest sense a murder weapon. You don't recognize it? Listen, you undoubtedly will. A little out of tune, I'm afraid. It's been here a long time. Eh? A clarinet. You see? It's used in dance bands, I'm told. The man who owned this played in a dance band many years ago. And a certain young woman who listened to him died. No, I hasten to say, not as a result of listening. No, a knife was used. This knife. And a man was hanged. Would you like to hear more about it? I'll ask Inspector Frank Bennett.
I was preparing to unlock my desk and begin the day's work on the morning of Monday, the 1st of May, 1936. When the door to my office opened suddenly, and I was confronted by a tall, emaciated young man in a blue serge suit and a shock of remarkably rumpled blonde hair. I looked up in pardonable surprise as he spoke.
They said there was somebody in here.
They must be right. I'm here.
Are you an inspector or something?
Merely an inspector.
My name is Woods.
Good morning, Mr. Woods.
Slinger Woods.
Good morning, Slinger.
That's what they call me in the Navy.
Everyone named Woods is called Slinger in the Navy.
Were you in the Navy?
I read it in a book.
Huh?
His Majesty's Navy, published 2 years ago, paper covers, 6pence.
Oh.
And what can I do for you, matelot?
Who?
Matelot, term for a British sailor. From the French, matelot. Page 29, same book.
Oh.
In other words, what do you want, sir?
Oh, I came to tell you I found my clarinet.
Well, should we care? Shouldn't you Scotland Yard care?
You better care. I should say you jolly well better care, copper.
It's a little early in the day to make funny jokes with the police, mister.
This isn't a joke, sir.
I don't think it is either.
If you're listening...
I'm listening.
Well, I left my clarinet at my lady friend's flat last night.
You been serenading her?
No, I hadn't been serenading her. I had it with me when I took her home from work, and I left it there.
Yes.
And when I got home, I didn't have it.
Yes.
I didn't even think about it last night when I came in. But this morning, I remembered I'd had it at her flat, and I hurried right round.
And you've been sitting up all night playing it?
No.
What?
She's dead.
I returned my keys to my pocket, put my hat on, and followed Mr. Slinger Woods, the bereft clarinet player, out into Whitehall. Our noses pointed towards Stanhope Gate, which is roughly 15 minutes' walk away at the edge of the West Side theatrical and nightclub belt. As we walked along, Woods added a few details.
We both work at the Slipper.
A shoe shop?
Nightclub. I play clarinet and double on the alto sax, and Joe did Donato's band.
Oh?
She sings, and she was a singer.
Nice girl?
The best. Sister plays piano.
Same band?
Joe's, yes.
Girls live together?
Her sister's married. Rowena lived alone.
Rowena?
And this girl that's dead.
You in love with her?
Just good friends.
Why'd you kill her?
I didn't kill her.
She was killed, though. She didn't just die, heart failure or something like that.
There's a knife in her heart.
Whose?
I don't know.
Better tell me about it, hadn't you?
There's much to tell. I went around there first thing, as I said, looking for my clarinet. Early, nobody else up yet. Front door of the flat was open. Walked in, and her door was open. Looked in.
What did you see?
My clarinet on the table where I left it.
Go on.
And I saw her lying on the floor.
Dressed?
Oh, of course. She had on the same dress she was wearing when I brought her home. Lying on the floor, and when I put my head in the door, I saw the knife and the blood. Otherwise, I thought she was asleep.
She was dead? You touch her?
I should say not.
How'd you know she was dead?
Well, I shouted at her, and she didn't move, and the knife and the blood.
Anybody know you'd been there?
Her sister knew. I took her home last night. This morning, no, everybody was asleep, I expect. It was early, I said.
Where's your clarinet?
I left it there. I didn't touch it. Might be fingerprints on it.
Oh, I see.
Look here, you don't believe me, do you?
Not very much.
Well, I didn't do it.
So you said?
Well, I didn't.
We'll see.
That's the house there where the front door's open.
The houses in Stanhope Gate, which was once merely a gate through the ancient city wall of London, are all old. And everything in Stanhope Gate is old except the people, and many of them are members of some very ancient professions. Their places of employment are not far away. Places where one may dance or listen to music and singing, places where one may drink or on occasion eat or pursue any of a number of other occupations. Slinger Woods, the clarinetist, led me through the open door of a faintly creaking, faintly musty staircase to another open door. On the floor inside the door, in a remarkably neat little sitting room, I don't know what I'd expected, lay the body of a tiny red-haired girl in a very chic little black dress. There was blood staining the carpet, and a plain, almost silver table knife protruding from her breast. She lay on her back, and her mouth was open. A cigarette which had fallen from her mouth had scorched her chin. A Craven A packet was on a toll tray on the little home-painted green table alongside the clarinet. That was all.
That's the way I found her.
Dead.
That's what I told you.
You don't seem very upset, Woods.
Well, what shall I do? Burst into tears?
You might.
I hardly knew this kid, Inspector.
And you said you had no reasons for killing her.
I hadn't.
We'll see.
Why don't you find out who did kill her?
When I do, he'll hang.
I hope so.
Do you?
I do, most sincerely.
Is there a telephone?
Right there.
Thank you. Put me through to Whitehall 1212.
Who's that?
Scotland Yard? I'd like to speak to the duty officer, CID, please. Thank you.
Scotland Yard.
Hello, who's speaking, please? Oh, hello, Nobby. Frank Bennett here. I'm at Stanhope Gate. What's his number, Woods?
17.
17 Stand-Up Gate, Nobby. I've run into a rather sticky one here, old boy. Murder. I'll need a police surgeon, a photographer. Is Tom McDermott there? Good, send him, would you? And fingerprint people. The whole works, if you please. Right. You at once. I'll be outside waiting for you. Yes, number 17, Stand-Up Gate. Bye. I sincerely hope you'll be satisfied, Mr. Woods. Sling. I think I told you the dead girl's name was Rowena Hoggett. Her sister, the pianist, was named Mildred Stanstead. I spoke with her at the Platinum Slipper, which was in a basement not far away in Stand-Up Gate. Slinger Woods had accompanied me.
No, sir, I don't think I have any idea who could have done it. Of course, I'm not as close to my sister as I was before Stan and I were married.
Mr. Stanstead, your husband?
Stan, yes. He's a drummer. I haven't seen him in 2 months. He's at the Royal Casino in Brighton.
You've been alone since then?
Yes.
Why didn't your sister come to live with you?
Well, we never knew when Stan would be back in London. And then Rowena would have to look for other quarters, and she was quite comfortable over... Well, all in all, it was better for her.
Why?
Well, she could meet her own friends.
Did you know any of those friends?
There's a few. Harriet Abrams.
Lily Yates?
Lily Yates, the singer at Barney's. Margot Evans. The girl that was married to Kenneth Ogilvy, Slinger.
Polly Green.
Polly Green. Claire Sutton. That's about all.
Men friends, I mean.
She hadn't any men friends.
Me?
Oh, yes, you. And Herman Forster. Herman always says he's in love with Rowena. You know, Slinger.
I wonder if he knows about...
How would he know? Rowena hasn't seen him for... He's a big fat man with pimples on his face.
Plays trombone.
She never sees him.
She did see you, though.
Me?
Yes, occasionally.
Well, I was working with her. I used to take her home nights.
You're working with me too, Slinger. You never took me home.
Afraid of Stan.
Stan's 6'1".
Too big for me. You're safe, Mildred.
Nobody else?
Nobody else what?
Friends of your sister.
She didn't have many friends.
No.
You were her closest friend, Slinger.
We were close friends.
Poor Rowena. You were the last one to see her alive, Slinger.
No, I wasn't.
Why, who was then?
Well, the bloke that murdered her, obviously.
Let's start over again, I said. It was obviously someone she knew quite well who had killed Rowena Hoggett.
How do you know?
I dislike to use the word, friend Woods, but elementary.
Why?
I think you're right.
Why?
Was your sister... I beg your pardon, Mrs. Stanstead, but please tell me the truth. Now, sit still, Mr. Woods. Was your sister in the habit of admitting strange men to her room alone at night?
So she was not.
Not.
Excuse me. I know you have the highest respect for your sister.
And so have I.
Oh, forgive me. There was obviously another man in her room when she was killed.
Why not another woman, Inspector?
Let's say another person. Where were you last night, Mrs. Stanstead?
At home, in my flat.
I don't suppose you could prove that.
I didn't murder my own sister.
Nor did I accuse you, madam. I merely asked if you could prove that you were at home.
I was at home. My daughter was there with me.
Did anyone else see you?
Well, I don't know.
How old is your daughter, Mrs. Stanstead?
She's 3.
Her evidence is inadmissible. Mr. Woods, you admit you were there?
She was alive when I left.
So you say. Can anyone else testify to that, sir?
Why, nobody saw me leave, except Rowena herself. She could...
Rowena is dead. Have you been on good terms with your sister, Mrs. Stanstead?
Yes, of course.
That you can prove.
Well, of course I can.
Yes. Now, Mr. Woods.
Yes, sir?
You were on good terms with the deceased?
Certainly.
I testify to that.
You may have to testify on your own behalf, Mrs. Stanstead.
Well, I tell you,
Excuse me again, please. These other persons you mentioned as acquaintances of your sister,
I'm as sure of those other women as...
As you are of yourself, Mrs. Stanstead?
Why do you persist in accusing me? I wouldn't kill my sister.
Let's say for the moment we have eliminated you two. And the other women acquaintances of your sister. Now the others.
Well, what about the people that live in that building? The other tenants of the building?
We'll get to them if there's any cause to suspect them, Mr. Woods. The ones we have talked about. Wasn't there a fat man with pimples who plays the trombone?
Herman Foster.
Why, he was in love with Rowena.
Oh, she wouldn't look at the blighter. Nobody would look at Herman Foster.
So silly.
He's played the trombone too long.
Those pimples.
He stutters.
And he drinks. Gin he drinks.
Your husband drinks gin.
My husband's in Brighton.
Didn't your husband like your sister, Mrs. Stanstead?
He liked her a great deal, I thought.
Don't stutter, darling.
I don't stutter.
When he's excited, he does. Just like Herman Foster.
Well, anyway, Rowena liked me.
I suggest we're getting right off the subject.
What?
Well,
aren't we?
Well...
All we want to know is who killed Rowena.
Well, by an amazing coincidence, that is what I want to know. And when I find him...
You propose to see him hanged.
I do, and I shall.
Is there somebody in the bar yet, Slinger?
Eh?
Is the bar open? I want a drink to that.
Well, I think Gregory... Hey, what are you going to be drinking, Mildred? I thought you were a teetotaler.
Both Rowena and I, as you jolly well know, Slinger.
Well, I'm not, by any manner of means.
As I jolly well know.
Well, I hope you forgive me, but I'm a teetotaler, too. The stuff makes me violently ill. I wonder if they've got sarsaparilla.
Pues.
Well, I'll have a little sarsaparilla.
2 sarsaparillas, Gregory. What'll you have, Slinger?
Gin and Angostura, Gregory, please.
Gin. That's what Stan always drinks.
Stan?
My husband. When he does drink.
Herman Foster drinks gin neat. Pig. Well, he does drink good gin, I will say that. Booths.
Same as Stan drinks.
I don't know one from another.
Neither do I, Inspector. Oh, there you are, Gregory.
Yes, Mum. Sarsaparilla for you, Mum. Pink gin for you, sir. And sarsaparilla for the other gentleman.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Mum. Yes, sir.
Well, confusion to murderers.
Death to Rowena's murderer.
Drink up, Slinger. I sloshed a little as I walked down the street to the building where Rowena had lived. The body had been taken to the mortuary in Horseferry Road, and the man who remained, Sergeant Fraser, told me a strange tale.
I suppose I'd better begin at the beginning, sir, eh?
I know of no better place, Sergeant.
Right, sir. There were fingerprints on that clarinet.
If there'd been footprints, I would have resigned.
No, sir. Fingerprints.
Whose? Oh, you wouldn't know, of course.
No, sir. Not till we checked with the files or something. But there was only one set of prints.
Sure of that?
Yes, sir. One set, one person.
Then?
The knife, sir, that she was stabbed with.
Yes.
Here it is. I mean, this is the photograph that Tommy McDermott made. A print, I mean. He developed it, and somebody took it back to the laboratory and made a print.
I'm familiar with certain photographic processes.
Yes, sir. This is the print they brought back here for you.
Yes.
It's a plain table knife, sir, as you see.
Yes.
Of a type used by many restaurants, sir.
I've seen the knife itself.
Yes, sir. But perhaps you might have failed to notice this.
What?
This inscription stamped on it.
I can read. Oh, I can't read Greek.
If you'll allow me, sir. Alpha, Rho, Tau, Epsilon, Mu, Iota, Sigma. Artemis.
I say, you read Greek, Sergeant.
I am a Greek, sir. This is obviously the name of the restaurant. Artemis was a well-known Greek goddess.
Goddess of the chase.
As the
Diana.
Romans knew her, sir. There are 34 Artemis restaurants in London, sir.
Oh.
One of them very close to this place, sir, in Stanhope Gate, next door but one to the Platinum Slipper.
Where Rowena Hargott worked. Come on, let's go.
I've been there, sir. The proprietor is a man I know very well, Mr. Christos Beres. The knife came from there.
What does he know about it?
Nothing at all, sir.
Oh.
There are no fingerprints on it.
Well, the fingerprints on the clarinet are probably Slinger Wood's.
Yes, sir, we all think so. They can be compared at your convenience, of course, sir.
What else?
We've questioned all the people in the house, sir.
No results, I suppose.
No, sir.
Well, we'll try it again.
Yes, sir, of course.
That's all?
Well, no, sir, not quite.
What else?
This, sir. We found this in that corner over there on the carpet under the table. It's no wonder you didn't see it, sir.
Yes. What is it?
It appears to be a ball of tinfoil, sir. In fact, that's just what it is.
How do you know?
I unrolled it, sir.
Anything on it? Fingerprints?
No fingerprints, sir. It'd be very hard to lift them, the tinfoil's being crumpled so.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. Printing, sir. Shall I unroll it for you?
I'll do it.
Oh, don't tear it.
I'm not going to tear it.
Sorry, sir. There, sir. You can read it now.
Yes. Booth's House of Lords dried gin. Gin? Rowena Hoggett didn't drink gin. She didn't drink anything. What's this doing here?
I found it, sir. There, under the...
Who found it?
I did, sir.
On the carpet?
Yes, sir.
And somebody's been drinking gin here.
Yeah.
What?
I said yes, sir.
Booth.
Lots of people drink booze, sir.
She didn't.
No, sir.
How do you know?
Well, you said she didn't, sir. And the police surgeon who took her to the mortuary telephoned at 5:10 to say that there was no trace of alcohol in any form in her stomach. So she didn't drink any of this bottle, wherever it is.
Yes.
Sir?
Oh, she didn't. Her sister says she doesn't drink.
How about the owner of that clarinet, sir?
Yes, he does. Booth gin, too, by George. Why, look here. Those other chaps do, too.
What other chaps, sir?
People who knew Rowena Hoggett.
Were they here, sir?
Well, Woods, who drinks this brand of gin, was here. We know that. He admits it. The other two. Do you know what, Sergeant?
What, sir?
You said there aren't any other fingerprints. There couldn't have been, could there? I went out and sat down in the flat's tiny kitchen. There was no gin there. No any indication that gin had ever been there. There was nothing. The place had been meticulously cleaned up, and only a white checkered apron hanging on the wall was left to remind of Rowena Hoggett, who lay in a mortuary over in Horseferry Road. Vaguely I heard the telephone jingle, and vaguely I heard Sergeant Fraser's voice somewhere arguing with someone in an unfamiliar language. A little while later, Fraser came into the kitchen. Sir, he said...
Sir?
Yes, Sergeant?
Sir, I've just been onto the telephone.
With whom?
My friend, Mr. Christos Beres.
Who's he?
Why, you remember, sir, the proprietor of the Artemis restaurant.
Oh, yes.
Where the knife came from.
A knife.
The one the young lady was stabbed with.
And what did he have to say? What did he say?
He said he was standing in the bar of the Artemis restaurant late last night when the man bought the bottle of Booth's gin.
Huh. Was that the only bottle of Booth's gin he sold last night?
It was the only bottle of Booth's gin he sold to a man who had one of the Artemis restaurant's knives in his pocket, sir.
What? What do you say? What do you say? What is this about a knife? Now, stop gibbering, man. What are you saying?
Excuse me, sir, my tie.
I'm sorry. Now, what?
Well, he said a man who had one of his restaurant's knives stuck in his breast pocket bought a bottle of Booth's gin from him late last night.
Who was he? Did he recognize the man? Could he identify him?
He said he could identify the man easily if he hears him talk.
What's that? What's that? What? If he hears him talk?
Christos said he couldn't be mistaken. The man stuttered. And if he heard...
The man stuttered? Did the man... Was he carrying a clarinet?
No, sir. He didn't say so.
No? Well, of course he wouldn't have the clarinet with him. Be here, he forgot it. He kept on forgetting it. Fraser, quick, you know where Slinger Woods lives?
Yes, sir.
Go get him. Go get him at once. Now, quick.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And fetch him to this Artemis restaurant. I'll meet you there. We'll get him identified. We'll solve this thing tonight. I should have known nobody could be that clever. Now, get going, man. Get going. Fraser raced out after Woods. I rushed to the Artemis restaurant and found Christos Beres. Of course he could identify the man. Of course I can, he said in his curious English, and in came Fraser, dragging a somewhat gin-fuddled Slinger Woods. Is that the man? I yelled at Christos Beres.
Hello, my friend Slinger. When you are going to pay me those £2 you owe me? You know, I don't see you for 2 months.
Is that the man? I yelled at him again.
It's my good friend Slinger Wood. Of course it's not the man. And now I get my £2 a hole.
Well, I'm a little short just at the moment, Christus. Well, what's the matter? Oh, hello, Inspector. Hey, where are you going? I owe Chris £2.
The other 2 men who drank Booth's gin and who stuttered. One of them was in Brighton. The other, the disgruntled suitor of Rowena Hargett, the fat man with the pimples, the frustrated trombone player whom she never saw anymore. Fraser, do you know where, what's his name, Herman Foster, the trombone player, lives?
I'll find out, sir.
He found out. He knew somebody who knew everything. And we went to Herman Foster's address. A huge, old house with a rickety stairway leading from the ground floor right from alongside the door to the first floor above.
That's his room, sir. Right alongside the top of the stairway. Shall I... Herman? Herman Foster? Herman?
And at the third call, an enormous man with a red, blotched face stopped out the door at the head of the stairs, stared over the rail down at us.
Herman!
Look out!
Herman!
Is he dead? He's dead.
Dead drunk. Gin. Pick him up, Sergeant. Reeking with gin. Sloppy with it. His eyes tightly shut as we held up, his pimply face beaded with sweat and gin.
And look in his shirt pocket, sir.
An almost silver table fork. And a spoon. And another bent table knife from the Artemis Cafe still in his pocket. Take him away, Sergeant. He's not dead. But I rather imagine he will be soon enough. And when he had sobered up enough, Herman Foster, the frustrated trombonist, told us how he had brooded once too often over his rebuffs from Rowena Hargett, and had taken his bottle of gin and his stolen weapons to her flat, and then sat down after she had admitted him and drank 3/4 of the gin at one long draught. He swayed a little as I spoke to him the last time, but he remembered, just as he remembered the murder. Herman Foster, I arrest you for the willful murder of Rowena Hargett, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. I didn't stutter at all. Neither did the hangman.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Lester Fletcher as Inspector Bennett. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Carl Harbord, Isabel Elsom, Francois Grimard, and Glenn Farmer. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Our Defense Department announces that blood banks are almost totally exhausted. This month, for example, the Defense Department is short 300,000 pints of blood. The problem is critical. In 1 month, blood donation dropped to less than 40,000, 260,000 pints less than are needed. Remember, there is no substitute for blood in the treatment of many battle casualties. Your local Red Cross chapter can direct you to the nearest receiving spot. Volunteer now and save a life.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Bernadine, anything wrong? You sound almost human.
It's not Bernadine, Sam. It's me, Effie.
F.
But I'll tell Bernadine about your compliment. How are things?
Well, I've made out as best I could. I don't want you to think that I begrudged you a vacation. After all, you have worked hard. You did deserve it.
Sam Spade, is that all you have to say to me?
I'm not putting the blame on you. After all, it is a state law, so I can hardly accuse you of letting me down at a time when I needed you most.
You might at least ask me if I had a good time.
I'm sorry if your conscience bothered you.
Oh, well, it didn't. I had a divine time, and I met all sorts of interesting people. Mostly men.
You don't say. What else?
Well, it was this desert ranch, with a lot of buttes around.
You mentioned those.
No, Sam, no. They're the result of erosion.
Those outdoor types, they go to pieces.
Sam, are you pulling my leg?
Not over the phone, Effie, but stay where you are. I'll be right down to look at your snapshots. And when you have the time, I'll dictate my report on the missing news hawk caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Wild Root Cream Oil. That's the famous name to remember, men, next time you buy hair tonic. And look what Wild Root Cream Oil does for you. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Yes, men, Wild Root Cream Oil is your shortcut to really handsome hair. So be smart. First chance you get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Just outside of Kanab on Virgin River.
Kanab, the Pearl of the West.
Uh-huh. And did I mention the buttes? Oh, well, they're very interesting.
The result of erosion.
Yes. And it's authentic, too. Fay Hamlin's ranch.
You mean a working ranch?
Yes, you see, that way you get into the spirit. Mm-hmm. My job was to feed the chickens. And that's how I met him.
One of the buttes?
Oh, Sam, he's a very cultured gentleman.
Culture smosher. What's he do for a living?
He cures stammering.
You don't say. What's his name?
Charlie Shank.
Charlie Shank?
He's the founder of the Shank Institute of Articulative Correction, which I should learn.
Articulative Correction. Where is this institute?
Oh, I have the address here. General Delivery, Butte, Montana.
Mm-hmm. You're sure you didn't help him break parole, Effie?
Oh, no. We just went on long walks together.
Where to?
Oh, different points of interest. Like
Like Wolf Canyon.
Figures.
Uh-huh. He invited me on this camping trip. Honorable, of course. But I couldn't go on account of my sunburn. Oh, it was awful. I've still got it, you see. And then he went back to Butte. He had to leave in such a hurry he couldn't even say goodbye.
Wow.
It was a pity, too, because an old friend he hadn't seen in years came looking for him just a few minutes later.
With a warrant?
No, he was an attendant in a nearby hospital.
Mental?
Oh, yes, very intelligent. He read me some of his poetry. Maybe you've heard it. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou.
Wait a minute. Isn't that the Rubaiyat of Omer Khayyam? That was written by a guy named Fitzgerald.
Well, of course, that's his pen name.
Quite a penman.
Yes, but he's paid his debt to society. And the other time it was a bad beef.
Oh,
he told me all about it.
Yes.
He cried on my shoulder afterwards.
Sweetheart, when you make a mistake, it's a beaut.
Sam, nothing happened.
Well, I'm glad he cured you of stammering anyhow. Ready?
Oh, yeah. I've got a brand
Work,
new
you
notebook.
know. Life goes on.
I've got a brand new notebook, Sam. I'll just turn over a new leaf.
Not a bad idea, dear. Date July 18 to Mr. Alex M. Youngblood. Try that again. Mr. Alex M. Youngblood, P.O., Box 317, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 127-596. Dear Mr. Youngblood, I need a vacation myself.
You need Charlie Shanks. Sounds hard, Sam.
Fortunately, until I met you, my only experience with any of the men and women who make your newspaper run had been with one of your corner newsboys who shortchanged me 2 times within as many days. I have not read your rag since. But your name looked imposing, and so did the $300 check upon which you had written it. Per your instructions, promptly at 4 p.m. on the 15th inst., I munched through the litter of your city room toward a door marked A.M. Youngblood, publisher, managing editor, and city editor. I wondered if you were ambitious, frugal, or 3 men. I did not know that you had good taste until I saw the trim, 20-ish, and toothsome secretary in your outer office.
Hello. You're new here, aren't you?
Well, I'm not exactly here. I'm just here to see Mr. Youngblood.
Oh.
The name is Spade.
Samuel Spade?
Sam, except for my most intimate friend.
Well, my advice to you, Sam, is to beat a hasty retreat. He's in a foul mood.
Oh? Why? Is he blind or older than he feels? I refer, of course, to your spectacular charm, Miss, if I may call you Miss.
Please, this is neither the time nor the place. My name is Phyllis Watson, and my phone number is in the directory, if you're really interested.
I could be.
Thank you. And if a man answers, tell him you're my French teacher.
Oui.
You better go in now. If you're late to an appointment with him, you're through.
You have any more words of wisdom?
No, but I hope you can do something to improve his state of mind. He's been awful lately. Good luck, Sam.
Thank you, Phyllis Watson. Come in.
1 minute past 4. You must be Mr. Spade.
That's right.
You're almost late. Sit down, Spade. Cigar?
No, thanks.
Well, don't expect me to offer a drink. You aren't a drinker, I hope.
You don't listen to the radio, do you?
Well, you'll not drink in this office. Nothing here but a cooler filled with water from a clean, gurgling, laughing mountain stream.
You sound like a reformed drunk, Mr. Youngblood.
What's that? Well, it was a good many years ago. If you don't mind, I'll just paste up the weather report for my morning edition before we talk.
Oh, you do that too, huh?
Yes, obviously. And with good reasons. I remind myself that I was once a copy boy, and I find it a splendid way to, at least once each day, to lower myself to the level of the working man. There we are. Very hot in Phoenix, I see.
Mm-hmm. Just what do you want a detective for, Mr. Youngblood?
I was coming to that, Mr. Spade.
Sorry.
Now, well, first let me warn you that your assignment is a highly confidential one.
They all are.
In this case, a man's life may be at stake.
Mm-hmm.
The situation, my newspaper, at my order and under my guidance, has launched a campaign against crime. Not aimed at the petty criminal, but at the easy-living leechers at the controls of the rackets, the hoods and bankers' clothing, the mansion house parasites who direct the pickpockets, the second-story men, the housebreakers, who gamble away $500,000 a year and pay income tax.
Don't go to pieces.
Amount.
Yes, I understand. You're after the boys on the safer side of the fences.
Well, nicely put, Spade. Yes.
Thank you.
Well, the long and short of it is this. The author of the expose series, Ray McCulley, my top crime reporter, has been missing for 2 days. I want you to find him.
What makes you think he's still alive?
Good heavens, Spade. Why does you suggest that he isn't?
Because if I were a mansion-housed parasite in danger of being unhoused by a news hawk, I'd see said news hawk standing in a cement block in the bottom of the bay.
I will accept that only when no stone has been left unturned. Every straw and every haystack has been searched. Every...
nook and cranny?
Yes.
Sounds as though you need at least one police force, Mr. Youngblood. Now, why don't
No.
you
Impossible. We've already had a brush with the police over the expose. I'll not be dictated to at this stage of the game. I started this investigation, and I'll finish it alone.
Well, it's a pretty big order, Mr. Youngblood, but times are tough. I'll see what I can do.
Good. I hereby turn over to you all the resources and power of this, my newspaper. When one of my reporters is in trouble or danger, sir, I will spend every penny of my fortune, if necessary, to deliver aid and succor to his side.
You then gave me Ray McCully's expose stories to date. I saw why you, his family and friends, and his creditors could have been worried about him. They were hot. One followed a stolen car from the time of the heist through the alteration of the body color, tire brands, license number, motor serial number to the time it was shoved onto a used car lot. They named names all the way through. And another did the same to the firm of Otter, Badger, and Mole, furriers, and alleged manufacturers of coats from clouted pelts. Ray McCully had dropped out of sight right after that story had been published. So I left your office hoping that I'd reach the address of Otter, Badger, and Mole before closing time. I did. The plushy showroom was occupied by a dozen attractive fur-bearing models, female, but wax. The live models, male, were wearing padded shoulders, pointed shoes, and coats tailored for underarm artillery. They would have looked more natural at Madame Tussaud's waxworks, Bertram the burglar section.
Hey, what'll it be? Something for the little woman?
Where do I find Mr. Otter?
You the law?
Leo sent me.
He's in his office. Come on.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't crowd me.
You say you want to see the boss?
On business. Stop nudging me with a rod.
In there, hey, move.
Okay.
Hey, boss.
Yes, Woody?
Here's Joe here to see you. Leo sent him.
I'll nudge him in, Woody.
No nudging, Woody.
Well. So Leo's sending a man to see me. I wonder why.
If you'll comb this character here out of my hair, I'll try and tell you.
Sit down, Woody.
Thanks.
You're new in town.
Yeah, that's why Leo sent me. A local muckraker named Ray McCully interviewed you. He also interviewed Leo, but it didn't get printed yet. Leo wants to find him.
So do I. How can I help?
Well, he walked out of here, went to his hotel, wrote the story, and mailed it in. That's the last anybody's seen of him. Leo was just sort of hoping that you'd already taken care of him.
Not yet.
That's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
Just a moment.
Yeah?
Leo's sending you out alone?
Why not?
That's a tough boy, that McCully. He's got plenty of protection. That's what you need.
What kind of protection?
Go along with him, Woody.
Who, me?
You're Woody, aren't you?
Now, look, Mr. Otter, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but the way I see it, this is a lone wolf type caper.
Hey, what's the matter, hey? You think I'm too good for you?
Well, Woody, I wouldn't say that.
Good, it's settled then. Take care of him, Woody, and don't mix it up with any of Leo's boys. If he's out to get that rat McCully, he's our friend.
I was beginning to wonder who Leo was. I'd grabbed the name off a calendar on the wall, Leo's Van and Storage. I didn't know whether he was the Leo Mr. Otter didn't like, and I hoped I wouldn't find out. The best way I could think to keep from finding out was to shake Woody. On the way uptown, I walked him past 4 police stations. Crossing Market Street, I pushed him straight into the arms of a traffic cop who begged his pardon and let me off with a warning. At the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill, I gave Joe, the bartender, the Mickey Finn sign, but Woody liked it. He ordered another. Then he said he knew a place on Columbus where the drinks were even better. It was called Leo's Place. I wondered if that meant anything.
Hey, you, hey.
Who, me, huh?
I want your drink. Don't you like this joint?
Yeah, sure, it's fine. We're not getting anywhere, though.
You really take your work serious. Me, when I go gun for somebody, I go where I'm least likely to succeed. You live lonely.
Yeah. Woody, what do you know about this guy, McCully?
You hear the boss. He say he's a rat.
Yeah, but he said he's got plenty of protection. Who's furnishing it?
Well, you see, there's the... Boy, oh, boy. Look at what just walked in.
I looked. What I saw was not disappointing. She was wearing a skin-tight black satin with a plunging neckline and a new look only in places where it didn't matter. But she still looked enough like your secretary, Phyllis Watson, to be out of place in Leo's place. She didn't stay there long. She made a beeline through the kitchen to the rear exit. I made a beeline right after her. Woody was breathing down my neck as I started up the rickety outside stairway at the back of the building. I stopped the landing and turned around to face him. See you later, Woody. I didn't wait to see if he made it all the way to the bottom of the stairs. I was more interested in what was going on at the top. A door had opened, and Phyllis stepped inside. The man who let her in looked like Ray McCully.
Who are you?
The name is Spade.
I don't know that name.
Your boss hired me to find you.
Private Dick.
Yeah. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure. Put your hands behind your neck and walk up slow.
Okay.
All right. Go inside.
What's the matter? You're not acting glad to see me.
This is the guy, fellas.
Yes. Alex hired him this afternoon.
There, you see. Now, what do you want me to tell Youngblood?
You're not going to tell anybody anything. Oh.
It caught me right behind the ear. The last thing I saw was that plunging neckline as Phyllis rushed forward. I didn't know whether she was rushing to my rescue or to get in a few licks of her own. 5 seconds later, I didn't care. As the design of the linoleum slammed up at me, I had just time to wonder why, of all the people who were looking for Ray McCully, I had to find him. Then I was out. Boing. Maced for my pains.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked dryness and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the missing news hawk caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I was lying on the floor in a room with nothing in it but a sink, an army cot, a square of dirty linoleum, and a body. I staggered to my feet, ran some cold water over my head, and took a closer look. It was Ray McCully. He was a very dead crusading reporter. He'd been stabbed clean through with a long-bladed kitchen knife. It said on the handle, property of Leo's place. I went through his pockets. In his wallet, a press card, a police card, union card, and 10 genuine, crisp, new $1,000 bills. That gave me a line on the killer. He was crazy. So was I. I left it on him, too. Folded up in his vest pocket, I found 2 newspaper clippings, one from the Chronicle and one from your paper, both weather reports for the same date. It was very hot in Phoenix, according to both papers. But according to your weather report, the temperature in Needles, California was 135 degrees. That needled me. So did the slip of paper I found on his shoe. The number 9 and a date had been stamped on it with a rubber stamp. The date was the same as that of the weather reports. I turned it over. It said Ruthie's Booth, Manson Bowling Alley.
Don't tell me. Yes, you're the cigar type. Coronas or Panichellas?
Thanks. I'm just shopping.
I got a nice line of notions.
So have I.
No, I mean the dolls, the Hollywood dolls. You know, for the bed, only $1 plus tax.
Very reasonable.
Say, what's on your mind?
Leo sent me.
Oh. Are you going to collect the slips hereafter?
Well, not tonight. You see, I'm sort of a troubleshooter. Leo's checking up on some of the numbers that didn't come out right.
Listen, I'll tell him to his face. I don't want any part of those wrong numbers. They're scary.
Nuts. Who bought this one?
Let me see. Oh, last Thursday. Oh, number 9. How can I forget? He put $500. And honest, if he's been around once, he's been around 100 times to see if it paid off. Did it?
What's his name?
Mr. Spinelli. He buys a slip every day. And if you ask me, he's learned a system. Because he's been winning, you know. Dimes and then $1 and then $5. And then when he come in with 500 on number 9 until he dropped dead, did it win?
Where does he live?
It did. Wait, I'll look on the sheet. Hey, somebody else was in just this afternoon.
Give me that address. Hurry up, will you?
It's right around the corner on Manson, 810. Say, maybe that's his system, 8 and 1. Don't that add up to 9? Hey, what's the matter? Where are you going in such a
rush? Please, come back later. Tomorrow. Next week.
Are you Mrs. Spinelli?
Yes, please. I had so much trouble.
Is your husband home?
Oh, my poor man. They take him away. He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. How did it happen?
Who are you?
I'm a detective. Maybe I can help you. May I come in?
All right. Come on.
Quite a while to gain her confidence, and after that it took still quite a while to piece together the grief-stricken grumble of words that poured out of her. When I got it down in the form of a statement, I asked her to read it over. Item, statement by Mrs. Arturo Spinelli.
All the time he played those numbers. I told him they're just a bunch of gangsters. They don't let you win. Then he met this man McCulley, a writer for the newspaper. My husband says this man shows him how to win. He wins and wins. Then he goes to bank and takes out all our savings. I begged him not to do it. But no, he was greedy. And this McCulley poisoned his mind. Sure, he won. He brought the money home in his hand. $10,000. I don't want it. I'm scared. I took it while he was sleeping with wine and gave it to the men. I tell him, all I want is the 500. He tried to tell me we do good. We help catch the big gangsters. I say we don't want to do so good we get murdered in our beds. So he says, okay. But if I change mine, here is address. I don't change my mind. Because already my husband, he is dead. At home. Sad. No, I don't change my mind.
She signed it, and I left her alone with her grief. I wasn't working for you anymore, Mr. Youngblood. You hired me to find your reporter, and I had. And I wished I hadn't. The rest of it I did for myself. You weren't in your office when I got there, but Phyllis was. I found her behind the city desk in the act of dropping tomorrow morning's weather report into the slot. I grabbed her out of her hand.
What? Oh, you.
Where's your boss?
At home, I guess.
We'll talk in his office. Come on.
Sam, I can explain how I
You're
happened
going to
to be...
explain plenty before I'm finished with you. Sit down.
Oh, you... I have to be so rough. What's the matter with you?
Plenty. I'm stupid. I was stupid to take this job, and I was stupid to play it cagey with you. I should have beaten the story out of you before the trouble started. It's a little late in the day now, but not too late to send you up for McCulley's murder.
Oh, you're insane. Ray McCulley was... I'm the only one who ever tried to help you.
And I'm the only one who can place you in that room, not 10 minutes before the murder.
I told you I can explain
Stop
why...
trying to save your own skin. Spinelli was only one of a 500,000 poor dumb yucks that lose their nickels and dimes and dollars every day in the policy racket. Only he had the bad luck to win. There won't be any more lucky dead people like him if I have to make a patsy out of you to stop it.
It won't stop it. Nothing will. Ray talked big and brave like you. Now he's dead.
Yeah, with $10,000 dirty money in his wallet.
I won't let you say things like that. Ray was an honest reporter. Too honest.
He thought Youngblood meant what he said about that cleanup campaign.
Yeah, he did. He wanted to run this town by himself, clean up his competition.
When Ray started collecting material on the numbers racket, he still thought Youngblood was on the level. But that was before he stumbled onto the thing about the weather report.
Yeah, that was a new one. The old Dutch Schultz mob used to add up the stock market quotations. If they cheated, they knew their customers weren't good enough at arithmetic to prove it. But who knows how hot it is in Phoenix unless they live there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen. That's how the number game works, sweetheart. The suckers pick a number from 1 to 10, see? The operators tally up the slips, and the least popular for that day has to win. The weather report doesn't have to pass through the copy desk, and with Youngblood pasting it up with a few strategic corrections, it was easy to make their winners look as if they were on the level. But, of course, you have no way of knowing that. You only watched them do it day after day.
You know, I couldn't understand why he did those things. It seemed silly falsifying a weather report, but it didn't seem as if it could do any harm.
What did you meet McCulley for? To get your cut of the 10 grand Spinelli was killed for?
How dare you? I went there to warn him about
Who killed him?
I don't know.
You're lying.
All right, I'm lying. But I can prove that Ray was on the level. I've got the proof right here. The whole story he wrote on the numbers racket, even naming Youngblood as the head of it, his own publisher. I went there to get it. I was going to take it to another newspaper.
Why didn't you?
I can't tell you that.
You don't have to. Mrs. Spinelli was confused, grief-crazed. And when she did, she got her revenge the only way she thought she could. She may have been right about that, but she killed the wrong man.
Why didn't you tell me you knew who killed Ray?
I wanted to give you a chance to tell me yourself. I'm glad you didn't. And that, Mr. Youngblood, is the crop. I'm sure you appreciate the fact that I gave the double scoop to your paper. Like Mrs. Spinelli, I have my own ideas of vengeance. Besides, it may up your circulation a little, and you can certainly use a little extra money for your defense. Hey, who's Leo? Period, end of report.
But, Sam.
Yes, Evie.
I thought Mrs. Spinelli killed Ray McCulley.
The vacation helped. You were absolutely correct. Mrs. Spinelli killed Mr. McCulley, if you'll pardon the expression.
Well, why did she kill her husband?
I was wrong. The vacation didn't help.
You mean she didn't?
She killed McCulley to avenge the murder of her husband.
You mean Mr. McCulley killed Mr. Spinelli?
Effie, stop. I'll go mad.
Oh, you need a vacation, Sam.
Look, type that up. The clatter of the keys may stimulate you to further cerebral activity.
I beg your pardon, Sam?
Brain work. Now, shoot.
Oh, brain work. Oh, you know best.
Tonight, men, or first thing tomorrow, get Wild Root Cream Oil and see what wonders it does for your hair. Notice how easy it is to apply. Notice what a neat natural job it does of grooming your hair. Notice, too, how effectively Wild Root Cream Oil relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. No getting around it. Once you try it, you'll never be without it. So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, call at your toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. And you were absolutely right. The typing cleared my mind. It's all clear now except for one thing.
Well, let's clear that up right away.
Why did Mrs. Spinelli kill her husband?
She did not kill her husband.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant, why did Mr. McCulley kill Mr. Spinelli?
Kelly did not kill Spinelli.
Who's Kelly?
McCulley.
McCulley's real name was Kelly?
Now, let's start all over again. Disregard everything we said up until now. Make your mind a complete blank.
All right, Sam.
In the first place, McCulley did not kill Spinelli.
That's what I said. It was his wife, wasn't it? Now, wasn't it, Sam? Oh, stop teasing me. Hey, why do you look at me like that?
Effie, Mr. Spinelli was killed by one of the policy racket hoods to get back the 10 grand he won on the numbers game.
Then how did the money get into Kelly's pocket?
McCulley's.
Why do you insist on using his alias, Sam?
Effie, that was a tip of the tongue. I mean, look, Mrs. Spinelli took it to him because she was afraid her husband might be killed for it.
Why didn't they take the money when they killed him?
Because Mrs. Spinelli had already taken it.
Then she did kill him.
Go home, Effie.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry I'm so irritable to you, but I thought it's... Well, it's been so long since I've been here, you know, Sam.
Angel, you're just tired. Vacations have a habit of doing that to you. After a week or two in the office, you'll be all rested up again. I'll take it.
You act as though you thought my mind were affected.
Come here.
Sam, now don't, my sunburn. Yeah. Oh, it hurts.
It's nice to have you back. You look good, too. All tanned and healthy. You're roof. It's great.
I think my nose is peeling.
Well, don't pick at it.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Doreen Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away.
Hiya, Baldy.
Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension X. When man first crossed the vast distances of outer space to land on strange worlds, he found that someone had been there before him. The ruined canals of Mars, the smashed cities of Titan and Centaurus II and III, all these were evidence that 100,000 years ago, a race of intelligent beings built their cities across the galaxy. They knew space travel, atomic power, astrophysics, and engineering. And then they destroyed themselves completely, so that of all the cities on 1,000 worlds, only dust and rubble remained. Why? Why did these beings obliterate all record of themselves? That is the mystery of the lost race. The freighter Carillia, bound out of Earth for Cetus Alpha 2, came into normal flight after 103 days in overdrive. The stars were unfamiliar. The constellations known on Earth had disappeared. But there was a yellow sun off to port, and about it revolved 3 planets.
What do you make of it, Briggs? It isn't on any of the star charts, Captain Wharton. I checked through. 1 and 3 are dead, all right. Have to take a closer look at number 2. Turn up the vision scale. Polar ice caps. She's green around the belt. Let's take her down to a 5-mile orbit. Swing around her for a look. Alert for deceleration. Aye, sir. Throw in the manuals. Power room.
Power room, aye.
We're going down to have a look at something. Give us just enough power to keep her under control. All right, Briggs. Hang on to your stomach.
You sent for me, Captain Wharton?
Come in, Mr. Howell.
Do you mind if I sit down?
Free fall sickness?
Well, I'm afraid I'm not an old space hand. Oh.
We'll level out in a minute.
Do you want something?
Yes. We come out of overdrive, smack in the middle of a new planetary system. Briggs says it's unreported.
Well, that's rather good news, isn't it?
Depends. Press report's pretty common. But we'll stake a claim on her, in case there are any mineral discoveries.
Well, I meant the possibility of archaeological finds.
I'm afraid I'll leave that to you, Mr. Howell. You're the expert. Coming up 5, Captain. Level off. Hang on, Howell. Power room. Hold her steady she goes. We'll orbit at slow cruising speed. All right. Clear the scope, Briggs.
Aye, sir.
Nice-looking piece of real estate. Well, the Space Guard requires I check her for radioactives, gold, and lost race rooms.
You're landing?
Landing? I've got a schedule to keep, Mr. Howell. I can't sit down on every lump of dirt I run into. We'll do a spectroscope check, and I figured you'd spot any ruins.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
There in the lower quadrant.
What?
That bald spot in the vegetation. Those are ruins, all right.
Are you sure, Howell?
Yes. I've seen the lost race rubble on Centaurus, too. There. You can see it plainly, dust and rubble.
No, that's what I get for calling in an expert. Briggs, stand by to take it down to 5,000 feet. Aye, sir. All this stinking luck. There goes my schedule. Seen enough, Howell? This is going to set me back 5 hours.
Interesting. Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
I don't believe it. Marvelous. Incredible.
Stop sputtering, Howell. What is it?
Look over that rise in the ground. It's a section of the city still standing.
Hey, you're right.
That hill must have shielded it from the blast. Captain, you've got to land.
Land?
You've got to. This is the first lost race site that's ever been spotted. Of course you'll land.
Howell, we get a $1,000 bonus for every day under par for the run.
But you don't understand. It's the biggest find in the century.
We can chart it, and you'll have to get back somehow.
But...
That's all. I'm not sitting down to rake over old dust heaps.
Captain Wharton, I'm on commission to the Space Guard. You may have to answer to them.
I'll think up one. Look, Howell, strictly speaking, you're a passenger.
Well, you've got to
You
land.
don't belong on the bridge. I'm not landing down there, and that's the... Briggs! Emergency from the power room. Something must have blown. Power room. Power room. Danton, what's wrong down there? Danton! Oh, he doesn't answer.
Anything serious, Captain?
Reaches the fuel locker. That 5 pounds of ascending will go and kick us right out of space. Danton! Danton!
Power room, aye.
What happened? What blew?
Main tube coupling. She's secured
What's
now.
the damage?
The main tube's burnt out. The bearing, the coupling, the injector valve, and the needle gauge.
Can you make repairs?
Not in flight.
Can you raise enough power to land?
I don't know, Captain. The wiring's shot. She's fat like a tomcat. I might be able to get something from the deceleration auxiliaries.
Get a jury rig on her. We'll try to set her down.
Aye, sir.
Briggs. Yes, sir. Alert for crash landing. Signal room. Signal room.
Signal, aye.
Langston, get off a position fix and SOS standby.
Aye, sir.
Well, Mr. Howell, I guess you're going to join your friends in the lost race. I just hope it's not permanently. Leveled off now, Captain. Trim her up a point. That's it. She's bucking bad. 5 more minutes and the hull plates will shake loose. Power room. Stand by for bow blast on signal.
Power ready.
I'm going to try for that clearing. Too narrow. 2 to 1 for $1. All right. Hang on. Briggs! Briggs! You all right?
I hit my head on the panel. Well, I seem to be all assembled.
We're down. Guess our luck hasn't run out yet. Calling power room.
Power room, aye.
All right down there?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Danton, I want a complete damage check and repair estimate. Get up here as soon as you got it for me. Briggs, you all right now?
Yes, sir, I guess so.
As soon as we get Dan's report, get a detail aft. Help him with repairs.
Captain Wharton.
What is it, Langston?
My speaker line's out. Sending circuits blew.
Spare tubes?
That was a pretty rough landing, Captain. They're gone. I can't replace them this side of Lunar Space Station.
I see. Well, the SOS ought to do it. And the Space Guard monitor reports our
They
position...
aren't going to, Captain.
Why not?
Sending circuits went out when the blast went off down there. I didn't get the SOS out.
Thank you, Langston. Get back and see what you can salvage.
Does that mean bad news?
We were in overdrive, Mr. Howell. It would take 40 years to search the distance we've traveled in one day. Consequently, when the ship doesn't make port and doesn't transmit a position fix, they forget about it.
Oh. I see.
And with the radio out, we blast off on our own power. Or we don't get off.
Got your damage report, Captain.
Well?
Here. It's on a B-23 checklist.
Not bad?
Worse.
Danton, how long will it take you for repairs?
I don't know.
An estimate.
I know Gypsy fortune teller.
How about the lifeboat?
For deep space? What are they teaching at Sands Point now? Basket weaving?
Danton,
Lifeboat couldn't lift half a light year off this here mud heap.
Danton, I'll take just so much. Look, can it be converted to Bessendium Drive?
Converter links were mashed when we came down.
How long is it going to take you to repair the main drive?
Look, Captain, I got 2 hands. You want me to hold a lug wrench in my teeth?
See here, Danton.
You see here, Captain. The whole lousy crew's been spitting all over me ever since we blasted off. Now you can all wait on me.
Who do you think you are, Danton?
The only power man on this ship, that's who. Ain't satisfied with the way I'm working, go hire yourself another boy. The woods are lousy with him. I'll take my own sweet time.
What's the matter with him? Got a bug in his ear?
Space fatigue, Captain. He's been locked up in the power room 4 days.
Oh, we don't have enough trouble. Briggs, remind me to slug the psychotechnician when we get back. Don't tell me nobody gets into deep space who isn't emotionally stable.
What are you going to do about him, Captain?
Nothing. Stay off his back.
Oh, but you can't.
Danton's the only man who can get us out of here. We want to hit the cradle at New York Spaceport again. We've got to keep him happy.
Captain Wharton, as long as we're landed, and we do have to wait for the engines to be fixed, I suppose we can explore the lost race ruins.
Look, Mr. Howell, I can't spare the men. We are now stuck tight. Until Danton gets those engines fixed, and which is entirely possible, we are stuck, period.
Oh.
Briggs, I want you to keep a careful eye on the men. Space fatigue is nothing compared to what we might run up against now.
Captain Wharton. Captain, I've got it.
Is there any circuits?
No, sir, but I picked up the incoming video band.
Well, that's something. Can you get the mail call through? The men could use a little lift right now.
Well, the scheduled one-way personals are due at 23:30 Greenwich.
Good. That ought to help morale. Langston, rig the receiving booth.
Aye, sir.
Howell, this is a break. Seeing the folks at home may be enough to keep everybody on an even keel. I know I'll be glad to see that kid of mine.
Yeah. Mr. Langston, get Hanson out of the booth. You wear the glass right off the tube.
Take it easy, Williams. Everybody gets 3 minutes.
Hey, Kelly, I bet that dame of yours burned up the circuits, huh?
How'd you know it was his girl? You can't tell through the booth.
Well, who else would call that eight? What'd you say, Kelly?
Oh, nothing. She don't have to. She just stands in front of the pickup tube and, oh, brother.
I can just see that.
Hey, it's a boy.
A boy.
Alice had a boy. They're going to show him to me in the circuit tomorrow.
Congratulations.
Who's next, Mr. Langston?
The last call's coming through now on ticker. It's for Williams.
Well,
Hey, wait a minute, Williams.
Well, let go of my arm.
What happened to my call?
No call today, Dan.
You're a liar, Langston.
Hey.
My girl calls on every scheduled circuit. That must be mine.
Let go, Dad. Maybe Janie was busy waiting tables at the lunchroom.
You kidding? She's a swell kid. Everybody at New York Spaceport knows her.
Yeah, I've seen you hanging around Jane, too.
Now, wait a minute, Danton.
Take it easy, Dan.
You and Williams made this up between you, didn't you? You're going to take my call, huh, Williams?
You're space happy.
You used to hang around with her before I cut you out.
Now, listen, Danton, you were lucky enough to get her. Let well enough alone.
You bet I got her all right, and you're not going to steal her back. Williams, I'm going to...
Are you crazy? Danton! Get him off!
You lying.
Get him off!
Hey, what's going on in here?
Let him
I'm
fight.
going to kill you, double-crossing. Behind my back.
Grab him, Hanson. Get his arm.
Let go of me.
Nobody took your call. Now, calm down,
I'll
Danton.
fix all of you.
Look out. He's got a wrench.
Danton!
He's nuts.
Nobody gets a call. Nobody. How do you like that, Williams? You ain't going to hear from Janie no more. How do you like that?
After him. Kelly! Hanson! The airlock. He's left the ship.
Let him go, the jealous screwball.
Sure. But that's the only man who can get us off of here.
I warned you, so help me, Briggs. I warned you to keep an eye on Danton.
Well, I didn't think he'd go off this way.
Well, it's that girl of his, sir. He's crazy jealous about her.
Any reason for it, Williams?
No, sir. She's a good kid. Too good for Danton. I guess he's just so afraid of losing her to some other guy, he's getting psychopathic about it.
Well, we've got to get him back. I want every man equipped and ready for search parties immediately.
Aye, sir.
Williams, rig some portable searchlights and issue hand blasters and radiation tickers. Kelly.
Aye, sir.
You had the second party. If you find Danton, send up a signal flare.
Aye, sir.
Unless we do find him, we'll be on this planet until the next freighter stumbles on us. Maybe 10,000 years from now. Hold that light up, Hanson.
This is amazing, Captain. Lost Ray's building's actually standing.
Hey!
What is it?
Oh, it's nothing. A shadow.
Place gives me the willies.
We'll be able to find out so much about them, their science, art, what they looked like, perhaps even why they destroyed themselves.
I'm beginning to wonder about that, Howell. You sure they destroyed themselves? Maybe they lost a war to another race.
The winners would have left traces. Genghis Khan, the Mongol emperor, left a pile of skulls as a monument after he destroyed his enemies, but there's been nothing like that found.
No clues at all, eh?
Nothing. When they decided to wipe themselves out, they did a thorough job. But why? That's what we've been asking for 50 years. They wanted to end like that.
Captain, there's a rise ahead.
Keep going. Anything on your side, Briggs?
No, sir.
Hanson, what is it?
I don't know, sir. It's a funny kind of a glow. I guess I shot without thinking.
Don't get trigger happy. Howell.
Yes?
Where do you think the light is coming from?
Down there. It's an amphitheater. Stone seats and a hood.
It looks like a band shell.
What's up, Captain?
Wait a minute. Well, Howell?
Don't know. That's the Lost Race sign on the hood.
The what?
A sort of hieroglyphic. The only thing we'd ever found before, one in each ruin.
What does it mean?
Some kind of a warning, I think.
Come on. We're going down there. Careful now. There's a platform of some kind down there.
Looks like a lecture platform, doesn't it?
Or an altar. This might have been a temple. Perhaps the Lost Race sign had a religious significance.
Looks like a throne to me.
A throne 5 feet high.
Briggs, climb up there. And see if there are any controls for this machinery.
Aye, sir. This wasn't meant for any man to sit on. There's a lever up here. Shall I try it?
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, what's that mist? It's like a steam bath. I wonder if Kelly and Williams ran into anything
Kelly,
like...
hold that light up. Shut up and keep looking for Danton.
What?
Look there, in the hood.
It's Williams and Kelly.
That crazy jet jockey. When I find
Briggs,
him,
throw
I'm
the
going to
lever.
beat his brains out.
You could see him, a 3-dimensional image.
Some kind of television. Get down, Briggs.
Aye, sir. Did you see it, Skipper? I was just thinking about him, and there he was.
And we all saw it. Out of the way. I'm going to try it. This thing can pick up Earth. It'll replace the receiver Danton smashed. Just throw the lever, eh? What? That's my son. I'll be darned. His music lesson. Say, it reaches Earth all right. Why, imagine. Television without a transmitter.
Looks like the Lost Race was ahead of us in more ways than one.
Go up and try it, Howell.
It's amazing, amazing. Television without a transmitter. This machine may be the clue to the mystery of the Lost Race. I'll try it.
Mary, I've told you I like my paper first in the morning. If that youngster wants to know how the Tigers did, let him wait until I am...
My father in Detroit. Remarkable, Captain. You can see the whole room clearly.
Say, how about me, Captain? Let me get up there. I'd like to see my baby. Alice told me all about it. Out!
What's the matter, Hanson?
I kicked something, a wrench.
Well, hold it up. What? It's Danton's. That means he's been here. We're on his trail, all right. Come on, Howell, let's go.
But the baby, it wouldn't take a minute, Captain.
Later, Hanson. We've got to find Danton first. All right, now, let's get moving. Hold it.
What's that?
The recall flare. Kelly and his men have found Danton. Oh, I hope that crazy fool is in one piece.
We start back now, Captain?
Yes.
That came from the ship.
Another flare?
No, that was an explosion. That's all we need now. Something more to happen to the ship. Oh, it's the main jets.
Smashed flat. Of all the stinking
Briggs.
rot.
Check through the ship for further damage.
Aye, sir.
Oh, look at those plates. Crumpled like an accordion.
Captain! Oh, Captain!
Here comes Kelly's party.
We got him. We got Danton. Hold it. What happened here?
Somebody blew up the main jets. Danton, Do you know anything about this?
No, sir.
Not much he doesn't. He's crazy enough to blow us all up.
Listen, Hanson, I admit I went off my head tonight, but I'm not crazy enough to commit suicide. If the jets are smashed, we're all marooned up the same creek.
I still think he's got something to do with it.
Lay off, Hanson. We found him wandering up in the hills. And he was with us when the blast went off.
Yes, that's right. We saw your recall flare before the explosions. Oh, I guess that puts Stanton on the clear.
Then who did it, Captain?
I don't know, Howell. Looks like somebody didn't want us to leave this planet. Well, we still got one slim chance left. If we can repair the lifeboat.
Skipper, it's gone.
Gone?
The escape port is open. The boat's missing.
Oh, what else?
The arms chest was cleaned out, sir, and the fuel locker was jimmied open. The descendium bars are gone.
You sure?
You look for yourself, sir. She's clean.
I see. There's only one answer left. There's something or somebody out in those ruins trying to get us. Maybe that lost race decided they weren't going to stay lost.
You think some of them may still be alive?
Who else could have blown up our ship? Keep your blaster up, Hal. And be careful. It's a hair trigger.
What are we doing back at the television machine, Captain? I thought we were looking for the lifeboat.
We are. Whoever blew up the ship must be around here. Might as well try to use the machine to track them down.
Yeah. Catch them with their own gadget, huh?
That's right. All right, Hal, you're the expert. Get up there and try to find him.
I hope it works.
Well?
Trying, Captain.
Nothing but mist.
I don't understand it. It reached all the way to Earth before. I saw my father in Detroit.
Mary, my paper's all rumpled again.
What the? There it is again. My father in Detroit.
I've told him time and time again I don't like a messy paper.
Look at that. No selector control, yet all the way to Earth. You can see the whole room, the goldfish bowl, the antimacassars on the chairs. Yet we can't pick up something less than a mile away.
Knock it off, Hal. We're wasting time. Come on. That gadget won't work. We'll have to comb these rooms inch by inch.
I don't understand.
Neither do I. We'll cut behind the hood here and go on. Briggs, you take the lead with the radiation ticker. We might be able to pick up a reading on where the rocket fuel is hidden.
Aye, sir.
All right, let's go.
I can't understand why that machine can pick up Earth and not...
Help, Captain!
Briggs, what is it?
Captain, help! I'm falling!
It's a cave-in. Hang on, Briggs.
I'm slipping, Captain.
Grab his wrist.
All right.
Now pull. Pull.
Higher. Higher.
Oh. What happened?
Was just walking along and the ground caved in.
What? It's some kind of shaft. Hold your light over it, Captain. Oh!
50 feet deep in a stone bottom. I could have split my head open like a grapefruit.
Something down there. Hold that light steady. Amazing. Amazing.
Looks like a pile of bones to me. 2 piles.
They may be the first skeletal remains ever found of the lost race. I've got to get down in there.
We haven't got time, Howell. Come on.
Let me have your binoculars. Wonderful. That small skeleton must be an infant. They've been laid out carefully. It's a burial chamber. The way they're lying, it's probably a mother and infant. Yeah. The tail, she's definitely anthropoid.
Oh, you mean apes?
Something like that. Yet they had atomic power and built cities across the galaxy. Amazing.
Oh, we haven't got time.
Hello, that's funny. The little one is different. The caudal bones are different. No tail.
Listen, Howell. What do I care whether they had tails or not? Come on now.
It's almost as if... Well, they did have atomics, and radiation does funny things to heredity. They had that problem of mutations in Detroit. What? Detroit? That must be it. What? The new atomics plant at Detroit. They tore down my father's house to make room for it. Quickly, Captain.
Oh, where are you going?
Back to the machine. I've got a theory that may solve the whole mystery of what happened to the lost race.
I don't care what happened to the dead ones, Howell. I want to find the living ones who wrecked my ship.
I think this machine may give us both answers. There's the house, Detroit, down to the last detail.
Oh, come on down. We know all that.
But don't you understand? That house was torn down. I got a letter before we lifted off Earth. It's gone.
But it's on the television machine.
Captain, that machine isn't television. It's a thought projector. What? It only mirrors what's in your own mind.
But, Mr. Howell, we saw Earth. It was really there.
But it was just because we imagined it, Briggs. It's a thought projection. I can produce any mental image that occurs to me on this machine. New York spaceport, a Space Guard patrol, anything.
Anything?
Yes. And now I think I know what inspired the lost race to do what they did. It was fear. Fear of what was in their own minds. They could all see it with machines like this.
But fear? Fear of what?
They foresaw the future. So they destroyed themselves. Every last one of them.
Hold it, Howell. Are you sure they're all dead?
100,000 years ago.
Then who blew up the ship and stole our lifeboat?
Danton.
Danton?
But why?
He was pathologically jealous.
Yes, but blowing up the ship was like committing suicide. He wasn't crazy enough to do that.
The lost race was after they looked at this machine.
You mean Danton did too?
We found his wrench here.
You're right.
He must have looked at the machine and thought it was television. He must have seen all his fears about losing his girl confirmed. That was enough to make him completely unbalanced.
But he was with Kelly when that explosion went off. He's got an ironclad alibi.
No, he hasn't. Wouldn't take a power man long to sneak back to the ship and rig a delayed action fuse. Howell, we've got to get back to the ship before Danton.
Never mind, Captain. Stay right there.
That's Danton.
In the dark. You make a perfect target there. Stop your gun. I got a blaster set at wide angle.
Drop him. He's got us cold.
I've been following you, Wharton. I wanted to tell you. I'm going back to Earth. I got the lifeboat heading over that rise.
It won't work in deep space.
You believed me when I told you that, didn't you? Well, I've got it fixed. And with that Vicendium fuel, it'll be a milk run. I'll reach the Space Guard station at Volta with a long, sad story about how the rest of you exploded in mid-space.
Danton, that's murder.
Yeah, that's just what it is. And easy, too.
Danton, you can't just leave us here.
Watch me. Sit in front of that machine and watch me. Yeah, I know what it is. I know it's a television without a transmitter. And I did some checking up. I've seen how you were stealing my calls. Trying to steal my girl.
Danton, you're sick. You
Pretty
can't...
smart, that lost race. They built some machine, and it showed me plenty. It showed me enough to kill you.
Oh, you've got it all wrong. This isn't a television machine.
What are you trying to pull, Wharton? I saw it.
Those were your own thoughts, Danton. Those things you saw exist only in your mind.
Shut up before I blast all of you down. You're just trying to lie out of it, that's all. But I know the truth when I see it. And you're going to die.
All right, Danton, but you're not going to get away with it. Look at the machine.
What's that?
The machine. It's the Space Guard patrol, Danton. Look, they're coming.
X3 to command. Spotted the Corellias. Reported. Preparing to land.
That's the Space Guard, Danton.
Yeah, whole patrol.
You're lying. They couldn't come. There wasn't any SOS.
X3 to command. Preparing to land. There's the clearing.
That's enough, Howell. All right, Danton. They'll be coming over the horizon. Drop your gun and give yourself up.
No, they're not going to catch me. I'll be away in that lifeboat before they land. Stand still, all of you. Stay where you are. I
Danton!
still got you covered.
Danton, look out behind you!
Burial shaft. He fell in it. Hold the light down, Briggs. Well?
He's dead. Deader than the lost race. And what about those Space Guard cruisers?
Out of my head. I just imagined them, and there they were on the machine. Poor Danton believed they were real.
I wish they were real so we could get off this planet.
No, it doesn't matter. We know where the lifeboat is now. We can send one man to bring back help. And it won't be Danton.
The machine got him the same way it got the lost race. Through fear.
But what was the lost race afraid of, Howell?
Changing.
Changing?
Look at those skeletons down there. They had atomic energy, but they couldn't control it. Look, the baby's different from the other. The race was changing by mutation.
Mutation?
Look at those skeletons. Now imagine a shifted hip socket so they could walk upright. The baby was already without a tail.
But Howell, that would mean they were changing into...
Yes, Captain. The lost race committed suicide rather than face the fear of seeing their descendants become such horrible creatures as men.
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of Dimension X.
And now, about next week. William Travis and his wife thought they had escaped, but they were wrong. They were being searched out by men from another world, men who wanted them to return. Where? I'll tell you next week.
Tonight's drama was based on the Murray Leinster story, The Lost, and was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Matt Crowley as Captain Wharton, Roger DeKoven as Howell, and Joseph Julian as Danton. Your host was Norman Rose. Tomorrow it's Sam Spade. Now hear Truth or Consequences on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to missing persons detail. You've never heard of Fountain Green, Utah. You've never heard of Juanita Lasky. Los Angeles is a big city. 452 square miles. 3,356,969 people. Your job, find her. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, December 12th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of missing persons detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from lunch, and it was 12:47 p.m. when I got to room 67A. Missing persons detail.
Where'd you eat?
Federal Cafe. Good soup today.
What kind?
Corn chowder. It was real good. The place is jammed with Christmas shoppers. I had to wait.
Haven't even started my shopping yet. You?
Oh, I gotta pick up some... Yeah, I guess you're right. Missing persons, Friday.
Fountain Green, Utah, calling the Los Angeles Police Department. Bureau of Missing Persons. My party will speak with anyone in charge.
This is missing persons, Sergeant Friday.
Just a moment, please. Mrs. Lasky, ready with your call to Los Angeles.
Hello?
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 Here's your party. Go ahead, please.
Operator?
Yes, madam.
Could you please give me the charges for this call? I'm using my neighbor's phone.
All right, madam. Please signal when your call is completed.
Oh, yes, I'll do that.
Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello? Are you missing persons?
Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Friday.
This is Mrs. Hannah Lasky. I'm calling you from Fountain Green, Utah.
Yes, ma'am.
This is in regard to my daughter, Juanita Lasky. I haven't heard from her in well over a month, and I'm terribly worried.
Where was she staying in Los Angeles, Miss Lasky?
At the Chelsea Hotel for Women. I have the address. 941 South Melrose Street. I can't understand it. Ever since Juanita's been away from home, she's written twice a week regularly.
When's the last time you heard from her?
The last letter I have is postmarked November 2nd. You know how it is, Sergeant. We have no relatives in Los Angeles, and she's trying to find work down there, living all alone. I just don't know what to do.
All right, Ms. Lasky. I'll take her description over the phone and make out a preliminary report. You'll have to send us a photograph of your daughter and a letter to the effect that you want us to trace her.
I'll get the letter and the snapshot off today.
Now, what's your daughter look like? What's her full name?
Juanita Marie Lasky.
Laskey.
No E.
All right. Her age, weight, and height.
She was 26 last July 10th, 128 pounds, and about my height.
How tall are you, Ms. Lasky?
Oh, yes. 5 feet 7 inches. She has auburn hair. It's quite long, and her eyes are green.
Okay, I got it. Any outstanding scars, birthmarks, anything that might help us identify her?
But what's that?
I say any outstanding scars, birthmarks, anything that might help us identify her.
No. Juanita's a pretty girl. Nice disposition. Oh, that's about all, Sergeant.
Where can we contact you, Ms. Lasky?
122 Brigham Young Street, Fountain Green, Utah. When you find Juanita, I wish you'd have her call me right away. I'll pay for the call.
We'll do that, Ms. Lasky. What's your number up there?
This is the neighbor's phone, but they'll call me. It's Fountain Green 14R2.
Yeah.
You will try to find her as fast as you can.
We'll go to work on it.
Well, Juanita always comes home for the Christmas holidays. Do you think she's all right?
I wouldn't worry about it, Ms. Lasky. We'll call you just as soon as we get any kind of a lead on her.
Thank you so much, Sergeant. And if there's any charge, I'll be glad to pay it.
No charge. If your daughter's in Los Angeles, I think we can find her.
If there's anything wrong, you'll let me know right away?
Yes, ma'am.
You're very kind. Goodbye.
Bye.
What you got, Joe?
Some girl owes her mother a letter. Come on, Ben. Just a routine call. We made the usual check, the morgue, all the hospitals, the county jail. And then we went through the repeater file. We found a Juanita Lasky in the files, but the age and description didn't match. We put that lead in the discard. After the usual paperwork, the next step was to check her last known residence, the Chelsea Hotel for Women.
Here it is, Joe. Chelsea Hotel.
Yeah. 55 rooms, all outside. You're home away from home. Now let's go in.
Chelsea Hotel. Thank you.
Here's the bell.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
We're looking for a Miss Juanita Lasky.
I'll ring her room. Whom shall I say is calling?
Is she in?
I believe so. I just saw her about an hour ago.
Okay, would you ring her room, please?
Yes, sir. And whom shall I say is calling?
My name's Friday.
All right, Mr. Friday. Just a moment. Do you wish to speak with her on the phone, or shall I have her come down?
Ask her to come down if she doesn't mind.
She doesn't seem to answer. That's funny. I'll ring again. No, sir, she doesn't seem to be in. Would you like to leave a message?
Didn't you say you saw her about an hour ago?
Yes, I did. She must have gone out again.
I wonder if we could check her room.
Oh, no. Gentlemen are not allowed above the main lobby.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're from the police department. Missing persons. I'm Sergeant Friday. This is Sergeant Romero.
Oh. You men are from missing persons, did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm sure Juanita's just stepped out for a moment if you'd care to wait here in the lobby.
We haven't got much time, ma'am. We'd appreciate it if you'd show us her room.
Certainly. I'll get the pass key. That's 215. The elevator's right this way.
Thank you.
What seems to be the trouble? Some friend of Juanita's missing?
No, ma'am. Juanita.
Juanita? I don't understand.
Her mother's a little worried about her.
Down this way. Here we are. No wonder she didn't hear the phone. She's in the shower.
Yes, ma'am. Would you rap on the bathroom door and tell her we'd like to talk to her as soon as she's through?
We'll wait out here in the hall.
Certainly. Juanita? Juanita, there are 2 gentlemen here to see you. Juanita? Juanita? I'm coming in. It's Miss Waters. Sergeant?
Yeah?
There's no one in the shower.
Well, it's running, isn't it?
Yes, and I see a robe and towel all laid out.
We better take a look around.
Turn off the shower, will you, Ben?
Yeah.
She must have left in a hurry.
Say, here's a fresh change of clothing on the bed.
Where's the closet, ma'am? This door?
Yes, that's right.
Closet's full of clothes.
There's a couple of pieces of luggage in there.
This isn't like Juanita. Funny, isn't it?
You say you saw her about an hour ago.
Yes, I did.
Coming in or going out?
Oh, coming in, I thought.
You have room service here?
Yes, we have a coffee shop downstairs.
Uh-huh. The tray of food here on the table hasn't been touched. Coffee's still warm. Shut that radio off, will you, Ben?
Yeah.
Could she have gotten out of the building without you seeing her?
No, we don't have a rear entrance.
You sure you didn't see her go out the front door just before we got here?
No, I did not.
How about her mail? She been picking it up lately?
I think so. We can check that down at the desk.
Yeah, here's some letters. Postmarked Utah. Return address. Mrs. H. Lasky. It's mother.
Yeah, let me see that other one, Ben. This is one of your telephone message forms?
Let me see. Yes, that's right.
Says long-distance call operator 2, Fountain Green, Utah. According to this slip, this call was received at 1:25 today.
May I see that,
Certainly.
Sergeant?
There you are.
Yes, that's Edna's writing. Mrs. Tollefson took that call. She relieves me for lunch.
Well, do you know whether she returned this call?
Well, if she did, there'll be a record down at the desk.
Uh-huh. Now, you're positive that you saw Juanita Lasky an hour ago?
Yes, I'm sure. Just about an hour ago.
5'7", 128 pounds, green eyes, red hair.
Red hair? Oh, no. Juanita's a blonde.
Her mother told us that Juanita Lasky had red hair. Now, we weren't too surprised. A lot of women change the color of their hair. It would make identification a little more difficult, but not impossible. We checked down at the desk. Juanita Lasky had picked up all her mail, but she had not answered that long-distance phone call to Fountain Green. The next step was to question some of the people in the Chelsea Hotel who knew Juanita. We tried room 217.
Yeah, oh. Gloria, these men are police officers. They want to ask you some questions.
Oh, yes. Is it all right for them to...
Yes, of course. This is an exception.
Won't you come in?
Thank you.
What's your name, miss?
Gloria Edgerton.
You know Juanita Lasky?
Yes, I know her. She has the room right next door to me.
Have you seen her today?
No, I haven't. I've been out doing my Christmas shopping. Why?
We were trying to locate her, Miss Edgerton.
Wasn't she in her room? I thought I heard her shower going.
Yes, she did, but she wasn't in there. When was the last time you saw her?
Last night at dinner. We always eat dinner together.
Did she say anything that might lead you to believe that she was going anywhere today?
No, she said she might do some Christmas shopping today, so I suggested she go with me, and she agreed. She said she'd let me know this morning.
Did she?
No, she didn't. I just assumed that maybe she was sleeping in, so I went on alone. Are you sure she hasn't just stepped out?
We don't know.
If you're just going down to the corner, it's a little unusual to leave the shower running, the radio on, and let your lunch get cold.
Did she do that?
How long has Juanita had blonde hair?
Well, ever since I've known her, about 6 months. We moved in here together. We work at the same place.
Where's that, Miss Edgerton?
At the Clagett building. We're elevator operators.
I see. Who's your immediate superior down there?
Darlene Camp. She's chief starter.
Mm-hmm. You got that, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
She have many dates?
No, not too many. Juanita likes to go steady.
Who was her steady boyfriend?
Paul Matthews. He works in the Clagett building, too. He's in the dental lab for Dr. Welty, 6th floor.
Well, is there anything else that you'd like to add that might help us find her?
Well, are you sure she's lost?
The Clagett building is in the heart of downtown Los Angeles. It's a business and professional building. The cornerstone says erected in 1924, and it stands 12 stories high. The main entrance is on Hill Street.
Going up. That's all in the car, please. All right, Marion. Going up. Get back in the car, please.
Are you Darlene Camp?
Yes. Just a moment, please. Going up. All right, Dora. Can I help you?
I'm Sergeant Friday, Police Department. This is Sergeant Romero.
Yes, sir.
Juanita Lasky work for you?
Yes, she does. She's one of my operators.
When's the last time you saw her?
Anything wrong?
No, we're just trying to locate her.
Well, you just missed her by 45 minutes. All right, Sylvia. She was in to pick up a check.
Do you know where she cashes her check?
Most of the girls cash them down at the bank on the corner. There's only one around here over on 8th.
You say about 45 minutes ago?
Yes, that's right.
Thanks very much, Miss Camp. Come on, Ben.
Going up. All right, Marion.
The bank's not far from here.
It is kind of funny, isn't it?
What's that?
Her room, the shower, the radio, that lunch.
Sure pulled out in a hurry. What do you think?
I don't know what to figure. It's a new one on me.
She's alive, we know that.
Well, she was, 45 minutes ago, anyway.
Christmas is here. Santa Claus in his chimney.
Yeah.
No.
I beg your pardon, sir.
That's all right. Merry Christmas.
Same to you.
Here we are, Joe.
Guess we better check with the manager, huh? You the manager?
I'm the assistant manager. Can I help you?
Police department.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to find out if a check has been cashed here within the hour.
Yes, sir. And what's the party's name?
Lasky, Juanita, payroll check, Clagett building.
Yes, sir. I know Miss Lasky. If you'll step behind the counter, I'll get the check.
Thank you.
If you'll just wait right here.
Okay, thanks.
Wonder why she stopped writing to her mother.
It's a good question. When we find her, we'll ask her.
Wonder if anything was wrong where she worked.
No, it didn't seem to be. We'll check back there when we finish here.
Yeah. That boyfriend, Paul Matthews, too.
Yeah. Oh, here's our man.
Yes, sir. Here's the canceled check. I okayed it.
You sure it's the same girl?
That blonde girl, elevator operator in the Claggett building.
Was she alone?
Oh, I think so.
Did she appear normal?
No, she didn't seem to be as friendly as she usually is.
Does she have an account here?
She did have a small savings account here, but she closed it out about a month ago.
I see.
Well, here's our card. If you should happen to see her again, give us a call.
I'll do that.
Thank you very much.
Entirely welcome. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
We went back to the Claggett building. Ben called the Chelsea Hotel from the phone booth in the lobby of the building. Miss Waters, the manager, was keeping a sharp lookout, but Juanita Lasky had not been heard from. Paul Matthews worked in a dental lab for a Dr. Weldy. His office was number 637.
Yes, gentlemen, may I help you?
We'd like to see Paul Matthews.
I'm Paul Matthews.
We're from Missing Persons Police Department. Sergeant Friday. I'm Sergeant Merrill.
Yes, sir.
Do you know a Juanita Lasky?
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you saw her?
Saturday night. We went to a show. Is there something wrong?
We're trying to locate her. Do you see a lot of each other?
Yes, we do. I don't understand.
Miss Lasky disappeared from a hotel a couple hours ago. Thought maybe you might know where she is.
No, I don't. Today's her day off. Maybe she's out shopping. Has Juanita done anything wrong?
No, it's just that her mother hasn't heard from her for quite some time.
I can explain that. Juanita's an elevator operator here in the building. That's how I met her. They don't make much money, you know.
Yeah.
She was having a hard time making ends meet. She sends money home to her mother every month or so, and besides that, she's got to pay rent and buy clothes and eat. It's pretty rough.
She seemed despondent over all this?
No, I wouldn't say that, but she was kind of unhappy about not getting a raise.
Do you have any outside job?
No, sir, she didn't.
What kind of a girl is she?
What do you mean?
Cheerful, good-natured?
Oh, sure. Fine girl. We get along swell. I still don't get it.
Well, maybe there's nothing to it. Just a routine check.
I hope she's all right. When did all this come up?
A couple of hours ago. We might have to check back with you.
If I can help.
Okay. Thanks for the information.
Here's our card. If you hear from her, well, give us a ring.
You don't suppose anything's happened to her?
That's what we're trying to find out. Goodbye, Mr. Matthews.
When we got back to Central Division, we had a full description of Juanita Lasky teletyped to all outlying stations in the metropolitan area of Los Angeles. We also put out an APB. We double-checked the repeater file and the wanderer file. We made out a full report on our findings to date. During the next 8 days, we located a missing husband for a wife in Memphis, Tennessee. We picked up a runaway boy missing from his home in Reno, Nevada, and a 79-year-old veteran of the Spanish-American War who left his home in Bakersfield, California because he didn't like his daughter-in-law's cooking. But Juanita Lasky was still a mystery. For 8 days, we checked and rechecked all her known friends and habits. We went back over the course a dozen times, but no trace. It was almost as if she had ceased to exist that day in the Chelsea Hotel. The letter and photograph from her mother had arrived, and we circulated it to cities all over the country. Her mother wrote that during the war, Juanita was a whack corporal. We put a tracer through to the War Department. That way, we'd have another photo and a full set of fingerprints.
Well, where do you want to start today?
I'll get it. Missing persons, Friday.
Joe, this is Spencer over in the morgue.
Yeah, Archie.
You still looking for that girl? What's her name? Ramona Lasky?
Juanita, yeah.
Just had one brought in. Looks like your girl to me.
The city morgue is located in the basement of the Hall of Justice on West Temple Street, across the street from the city hall. A lot of missing persons cases end right here. Archie Spencer met us at the door.
Hi, Joe. How's the wife been?
Oh, fine, Archie.
Over here, Joe. Cooler 23. Give me a hand, huh?
You bet.
That's her, isn't it?
When's she going to be posted?
As soon as your fingerprint man gets here.
Yeah.
That's Ramona Lasky, isn't it?
Juanita.
Juanita, I mean.
No. No, that's not her, Archie.
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, I was almost positive. Sure looks like this picture in your bulletin.
Yeah, she looks a lot like the picture, but it's not Juanita Lasky.
5'7", green eyes, blonde hair, about 130. How close can you get? And look at the face. You sure that's not her?
Yeah, I'm sure. Look at her hair, the roots.
Yeah.
They're blonde all the way down. They ought to be dark. Our girl's a bleached blonde.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Look at her right hand, index and middle fingers. Heavy nicotine stains. Our girl didn't smoke, Archie.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, guess I was wrong. That's not Ramona.
Juanita. Come on, Ben. That afternoon, we got another phone call from Fountain Green, Utah, Juanita Lasky's mother. We told her we hadn't found any trace of her daughter. It was a hard job. We had to answer calls like this before, but maybe it was just the season of the year. Somehow, we felt that we had to find Juanita Lasky by Christmas. We covered every angle we could think of. We kept close watch on all incoming reports. We stayed in close contact with her friends and Miss Waters at the Chelsea Hotel. Regardless of the name on the incoming reports, we checked every set of fingerprints against those we had received on Juanita Lasky from the War Department. Still, no trace. December 23rd, we checked in for work at 8:30 a.m. Chief Ed Backstrand wanted to see us.
Got a little something on the Lasky girl. Might help you.
What is it, Skipper?
Man by the name of Willard Harris. Owns a bar out in Pomona. Phoned in this morning.
Yeah?
Found a woman's handbag left in the bar. Driver's license made out to Juanita Lasky.
Why'd you think to call us?
He's got a television set in his bar. Saw the Lasky girl's picture on Sergeant Rosenquist's broadcast last night.
How about the girl?
Says he can't place her. You better hop out and pick up that purse.
Willard Harris owned the Mission Trail Bar. It was in the bus terminal in the heart of Pomona. The Christmas traffic was heavy all the way out Garvey Boulevard. It was 10:45 when we pulled up in front of the bar. Willard Harris was inside taking a liquor inventory when we walked in.
How do you do? You, Mr. Harris?
Yes, that's right. You fellas with General Liquors?
Los Angeles Police Department. My name's Friday. This is Sergeant Romero.
Oh, say. Glad to know you boys. Yeah, I called Los Angeles this morning.
We came right out.
Say, how about a little eye-opener? Got some fine Irish whiskey.
No thanks, Mr. Harris.
How about your partner there?
No, thank you.
All right, boys. Guess you want that purse, huh?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Here you are. Just as I found it. I opened it up to get the owner's name, but that's all. Didn't touch a thing.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Harris. You said that you didn't remember seeing the woman who left this.
No, I don't. Herb works with me here. He might have seen her, but he didn't. I asked him the night we found it.
How long ago did you find this purse?
Oh, better part of 2 weeks. No, a little closer to a week. Yeah, about 8 days ago. I usually hold something like this for 30 days. That's the law, you know.
Yeah.
But I saw that fella on the television on that missing persons program. That's how come I called you, boys.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Harris.
That's all, boys. It's cold out this morning. Sure you don't want a little nip?
No, thanks, Mr. Harris. Goodbye. We checked the personnel at the bus terminal, but none of them seemed to recognize Juanita Lasky's photograph. We checked the contents of her purse, but we found nothing unusual. 4 $1 bills and some change and the normal things women carry. Since it was money in the bag, we felt sure that Juanita Lasky had lost the purse herself. That meant that she was alive 8 days ago, 2 days after she walked out of the Chelsea Hotel. It's the only print carried on a California driver's license. It matched the same print on the War Department record. It didn't prove anything except that all the evidence tied in and belonged to the girl we were looking for, Juanita Lasky. The next morning, December 24th, we checked in for work at 8:30. Morning, Ben.
All right, Joe, here's the daily reports. You want to check them?
There's a mess of them. Let's get at them. You look through any of them yet?
No, not yet. I figured I'd wait for you.
All right, I'll take half, huh?
Got any shopping done?
No, you?
Some. Lunch hour mostly.
Mm-hmm. Found some nice cards.
Be sure to send me one.
Yeah, I'll hand it to you in the morning.
Let's trade shaving lotions like we did last year.
If I get any.
You can get some. My kid's got a bottle all picked out for you. It's called South Pole for that cool feeling.
Yeah.
Well, he's only a kid.
Feeling, wasn't it?
Better when he gets older. So he'll do it.
Teletype, Friday, on the Lasky case.
Thanks, Holmes. Oh, Ben, listen to this.
Yeah?
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Sacramento. Here's a kickback on our APB.
Yeah, what's it say?
Reading your APB, number 43 on 12/12/48. Our records disclose that Juanita Lasky applied for a position of civilian clerk at Marchfield, California, U.S. Army Air Base, using alias Gene Davis.
How about the fingerprint classification?
Yeah, let me find it. Yeah, FPC. Key 19. Primary 32/32. Inner over outer. Final 15/17.
Prints check out. That's our girl, Joe.
The Sacramento report stated that Gene Davis had applied for government work at Marchfield, California. Well, a couple of things dropped into place. Her purse had been found in Pomona. That's right on the main highway from Los Angeles to Riverside. And the application for a job at the Army Air Base a few miles beyond Riverside. We put through a long-distance phone call, and they told us that Gene Davis was employed there as a civilian clerk, but failed to show up for work that morning.
Just seems like we run fresh out of luck every trip, doesn't it?
Yeah, we get so close, and then she's gone again.
What you think she's on the go for?
If I could figure that, I could find her. I'll get it. Missing persons Friday. Yeah? We'll be right over. We didn't find her, but she's been found. Juanita Lasky just walked into the Chelsea Hotel. We went over to the Chelsea Hotel. Technically, our job was completed now. Juanita Lasky had been found. We went over to make out our routine report. The streets were pretty jammed with last-minute Christmas shoppers, so we walked the last block to the hotel.
What's your guess, Joe?
Let's ask her. Come on, let's go in.
That looks like her over by the desk there.
Yeah, pretty well memorized that face.
Sergeant, this is Juanita Lasky. Sergeant Friday and Sergeant Romero. Juanita.
How do you do, Miss Lasky?
How do you do? I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Miss Waters told me.
You mind telling us? Where have you been?
Sergeant, I don't know. These last 12 days have been a complete loss to me. Miss Waters told me what happened. I went over to see my doctor. He said I had temporary amnesia. I have to have treatment.
I see. What's your doctor's name, Miss Lasky?
Dr. Rudner over on Crenshaw.
Well, we're glad you're okay. Kind of had us going there for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I use your phone, Miss Waters?
Oh, certainly. Help yourself.
Thank you.
Long distance?
I'd like to place a person-to-person call to Mrs. Hannah Lasky, Fountain Green, Utah. That number is 14R2.
Fountain Green, Utah, 14R2.
That's right.
Your name and number, please.
Joe Friday, and this is Hempstead 8594.
Thank you. Rate operator. Fountain Green, Utah, route and night person rate from Los Angeles. TC Mount Pleasant, Salt Lake, night person 140. Through Salt Lake. Salt Lake. Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant. Fountain Green. Fountain Green. Fountain Green, 14R2. Mrs. Hannah Lasky, Los Angeles, California, calling. Thank you. Ringing operator.
Hello?
Mrs. Hannah Lasky, please. Los Angeles, California, calling.
Oh, yes. Hang on. I'll get her.
Waiting on your party, sir.
Thanks.
Getting through all right, Joe?
Yeah.
Lucky. Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Hello?
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 Hello, Ms. Lasky.
Yes?
Just a minute, Ms. Lasky. Juanita,
Yes?
you're wanted on the phone.
Oh, who is it?
Just say hello. She'll take it from there. Let's go, Ben.
Hello? Yes? Hello, Mother.
Come on, Ben.
Yes, I'm all right. Mother, it's so good to hear your voice.
See you tomorrow, Joe. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Upon further examination by competent medical authorities, Juanita Lasky was found to be suffering from periodic spells of amnesia. She was given treatment, and a complete cure was effected. You have just heard the 8th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Corporal Grady A. Beecham of the 9th Precinct Metropolitan Police Force, Washington, D.C., who, on the night of December 2nd, 1948, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Thousands of women are finding that economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle, look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries to a hard, lustrous waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet, Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, if your teeth are not every bit as bright and lustrous as they should be, resolve right now to bring out the natural sparkle of your smile with Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. You see, the new Colonos acts on your teeth as a jeweler's polish does on tarnished silver, safely, gently removing dingy surface stains, thereby uncovering the full natural sparkle of your smile. Ask your druggist for Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste. Now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Tonight he brings us the case of the missing witness, one of the strangest of his career. A case in which murder, 3 beautiful women, and a fashion show are all strangely mingled. But listen now. As our story opens, a man is seated in a chair. Across his head slants a bar of sunlight, and on his face is a completely incredulous smile. He rises slowly to say,
"Don't be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say." You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you. Not you.
Now our scene shifts to the quiet office of Mr. Keene, as his spinster secretary, Miss Ellis, enters to ask a favor.
Mr. Keene, I wonder if I might get...
You want to do some shopping, Miss Ellis?
Oh, no. I'm going to a fashion show.
Why, Miss Ellis, I didn't know you were interested in fashion shows.
Well, are you insinuating that I dress like a bag of potatoes?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Keene, it's something very, very special. You see, when I was living in Queens about 15 years ago, there used to be a little widow next door. Pretty little creature. Oh, such a struggle to make a living for herself and her daughter. I'd give her a bit of sewing every now and then to help, and Well, you won't believe me when I tell you her name.
Try me.
Mary Blaine. Today, she's the most brilliant fashion designer in America.
Good heavens, that is interesting.
She helped originate the little black dress, the dinner suit, the short evening gown. She's enormously famous and wealthy now.
Yes, I read a piece about Mrs. Blaine in one of the magazines. It called her the epitome of the successful career woman.
Well, she's giving her mid-season fashion show today, and she asked me to come for Auld Lang Syne.
Brilliant woman.
Ah, Mary's a... Hey, look here, Mr. Keene. Why don't you come along and meet her?
Oh, me at a fashion show?
Oh, there'll be dozens of men there, and all in love with beautiful Mary Blaine. Oh, do come. Now, you've nothing special to do this afternoon?
Well, all right, Miss Ellis. I'll do it.
I told you there'd be lots of men. Oh, that's the general talking to her right now.
She is beautiful, all right. But she's paid a price for her success.
How do you mean?
There's an expression in her face of strain, anxiety.
Maybe. Oh, she's noticed me. Here she comes. Isn't she stunning in that little gray number?
Miss Ellis, I'm so glad you could come.
Well, thank you, Mary, dear. And I took the liberty of bringing my boss, Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Mr. Keene?
Delighted to know you.
I've been hearing about you for years from Miss Ellis. How wise you are. And how kind.
Now, don't give away any secrets. But it's very sweet of you to break away from all those generals and things to say hello to just me, Mary.
You were my friend when I was nobody.
Well, you've always deserved the best friends in the world, Mary. And, oh, look, somebody's waving to you.
Oh, my manager. It's time for the show to begin. I'll have to get up to the microphone there to announce the new models as they come by. I'm so glad to have met you, Mr. Keene.
The pleasure was mine. Yes, she's lovely and famous, but not quite happy.
Oh, you with your X-ray eyes. Well, here starts the fashion parade, Mr. Keene.
Ladies and gentlemen, for my first offering, a long dinner dress with panel of pleated white chiffon, tied with a grosgrain ribbon at the back.
Isn't that stunning?
Yes, even an old bachelor can see that.
Especially an old bachelor. You know, it's funny. I don't see Eric Plummer here, Mr. Keene.
Eric Plummer? You mean the portrait painter?
Yes, and gay dog #1 of New York.
Oh, they're good friends, Miss Ellis?
He's been infatuated with Mary for some time.
You mean he and Mrs. Blaine are going to marry?
Well, Mary's a strange one, Mr. Keene. Never quite sure whether men love her for herself or her importance. But it seems that Eric Plummer has finally won her heart.
And now a black velour suit with lean plum-lined skirt, a double-breasted jacket with high scrolled lapels and a scrolled hip pocket.
Oh, look, Mr. Keene, over there by the door.
Yes, Miss Ellis?
That charming little blonde, that's Mary's daughter, Bunny.
Quite a young lady.
It's hard to believe that Mary would have a daughter 18 years old.
Yes, she's still so young herself.
Mary won't be too pleased about her coming here.
Why?
Well, Mary just likes to keep Bunny away from business and career and men of the world.
Oh.
Mary's learned to value everything old-fashioned. A little white house with chintz curtains.
In other words, one of America's greatest career women thinks that a woman's place is really in the home. And a simple home.
Miss Ellis.
Hello, Bunny, dear.
Miss Ellis, how long has the show been going on?
About 15 minutes.
I must talk to Mother. I must.
But, dear, she's up there at the microphone. You can see.
Something horrible has happened. I must talk to her.
Why, Bunny, what do you mean?
And now is my last offering before the intermission. Another short dinner dress.
Mother.
She's seen you, Bunny. She's coming this way. Oh, now, dear, try to quiet yourself. And here, let me introduce you to Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Bunny?
Mr. Keene, you're the famous detective.
I am an investigator.
Well, maybe you can do something about this horrible thing.
What horrible thing, Bunny?
Hello, Bunny, dear. Mother.
Darling, I thought you were going skating with your young soldier friend.
No, I didn't. Oh, Mother. Oh, come, Bunny. What's happened? I went to Eric Plummer's studio instead half an hour ago. To Eric's studio? Why? He asked me to tea. He wanted to talk about doing my portrait. He might have asked me about that. Oh, it was all to be a surprise, Mother. Eric said it would make me the toast of cafe society. I'd become glamour girl #1 of 1944. Oh, my dear. You should have gone skating. Bob Martin is such a fine boy, and his furlough will be up soon. Mother, I still haven't told you what happened.
If you'd rather we left you alone.
Oh, no, Mr. Keene, please stay. I beg you to. Well, what has happened, Benny? When I got to the studio and rang the doorbell, a policeman came out. A policeman? He asked me all sorts of questions because you see, Eric's been shot. Shot? Through the head. He's dead, Mother. He's dead. Oh, how utterly horrible. The police said there weren't any clues at all. Oh, imagine anybody killing a wonderful man like Eric Plummer. It's ghastly. Ghastly. I want to find the person who killed Eric. I want to make them pay. And that's why I thought maybe Mr. Keene
Yes, Mr. Keene. In a situation like this, you'd know exactly what to do.
But if the police are already on the case...
Well, one moment, please. Bunny, go over to Mr. LaRue and ask him to announce the rest of the show.
All right, Mother.
And you, Mr. Keene, would you please step into my office with me? Oh, forgive me, Miss Ellis.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mary.
Here, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Well, my dear?
Mr. Keene, Bunny's news did not altogether surprise me.
Really?
In fact, I know very well who killed Eric Plummer.
You do?
But first, Mr. Keene, I've heard you're the cleverest private investigator in this country.
Thank you.
Do something for me, please. Go to Eric's studio. Examine all the evidence. And when you come back...
Yes?
I'll tell you who killed Eric Plummer.
Good afternoon, Captain Thomas.
Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Keene, your assistant with you, the one and only Mike. We're glad to see you both.
Good day to yourself, Captain.
You're handling the police investigation, Captain?
That's right, Mr. Keene. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, what brings you here, if I may ask?
I was with Eric Plummer's fiancée, Mrs. Mary Blaine, when she got word of the shooting. She's very upset, naturally. She asked me to look into it. Do you mind?
Not at all, Mr. Keene. It's murder, all right.
Has the medical examiner been here yet?
We're waiting for him now.
If I might look at the body.
Certainly. This way, sir. In this room here. Well, there he is. Just the way we found him.
He had been sitting by his easel in the center of the room.
But there's nothing on the easel, boss. Just an empty frame.
Quite right, Mike.
We figure there was once a painting there, Mr. Keene, and the person who shot him was being painted. Then ripped it off the frame to avoid identification.
Yes, very possible indeed, Captain. Now then, if I may look at the wound.
Right there in the head.
No powder marks.
No.
And the path of the bullet, it entered just above the right ear at a distance of... what would you say, Captain? Doesn't it seem to you that bullet was fired from 15 feet or more?
I leave that kind of guessing to the medical examiner. Oh, may I ask why you're staring at the walls now, Mr. Keene?
I was wondering about the proportions of this room.
I measured it already. 20 by 20.
Oh, thank you. No sign anywhere of the gun that killed him?
None.
May I ask how you learned about the shooting?
Through a neighbor. The shot resounded pretty loud in the air shaft back of that window there.
And the neighbor who heard it?
The gal who has the studio in the back. Portuguese gal. Rosa Avalar. She was taking a bath at the time she heard the shot. Quick as she could, she came and knocked on the door here. No answer, so she sent for us.
Well, thank you, Captain. I won't trouble you any further.
Rosa Avalar. This is her daughter.
All right, Mike. Wait for me on the landing below. I'd rather go in alone.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Miss Avalar?
Yes?
I'm taking a hand in the investigation of the murder next door.
Well, I have already talked with the police.
Just one or two questions more.
Why not? I want to help as much as I can. This Mr. Plummer was a very kind gentleman.
In what way?
Oh, he is a painter, and I am a painter. But I am a little one, a poor one. He made me many loans of materials. Very generous.
As one artist to another, eh?
Yes, of course.
Well, what I'd like to know is, did you see who entered his studio in the hours before he was shot?
No. I am busy painting a flower piece.
That one there?
Yes.
It's lovely.
You like it?
Very much. I presume you're working from that vase of roses on the windowsill.
Yes, that's right.
Well, now, after the shooting, did you hear anybody running from the studio?
Well, I am not sure. You see, I am taking a bath with the window closed. I hear a loud noise like a shot, but nothing else.
Thank you. Sorry to have troubled you.
No trouble at all.
Well, Mr. Keene?
Mike, I'd like you to check something for me right away.
Why, sure, sir.
While I go back to see Mrs. Blaine, I want you to dig up the landlord of this house and, just as routine, check on these points.
In just a few moments, the scene follows between Mr. Keene and Mary Blaine. Meanwhile, remember, first impressions are usually lasting impressions. People judge you by the way they see you. They decide almost at once whether they want to know you better or not. And one of the greatest factors that influence everyone you meet is your teeth. If your teeth are dull and discolored by surface stains, chances are 9 times out of 10 that others find you unattractive. That's why I want to tell you about the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste. Thousands more people every day are discovering it does wonders in helping to remove from the teeth those dingy-looking surface stains, so that the natural sparkle and brilliance is revealed. What's more, Colonos is delightfully pleasant to use because it leaves your mouth feeling tingling clean and refreshed. For its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. So if you want a smile that makes a good impression, that adds to your charm and personality, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore tonight. And now Mr. Keene faces Mary Blaine, Eric Plummer's beautiful and famous fiancée.
Here, Mr. Keene, sit down.
Thank you, Mrs. Blaine.
You went there. You examined the evidence.
Yes. I fulfilled my part of the bargain.
And now I'll have to fulfill mine.
Well, my dear, you said you knew who killed Eric Plummer.
I did, Mr. Keene. I killed him.
You? I fancied you'd say that.
Oh, not because I'm shielding anybody else. Please don't get the conventional idea that my daughter, that Bunny, perhaps...
No. But if you did it, why did you send me back to look at the evidence?
Because I hoped and prayed that perhaps I didn't do it. Oh, I know all this sounds mad.
Tell me the whole story.
The whole story, Mr. Keene? I've given my best years to fight my way to the top. Now it's just one long nightmare of anxiety to stay there. Men flock around me. Why? For my money, my fame, or for myself? I can never be sure. When I met Eric Plummer, I knew he'd led a rather wild life, but he was a great artist in his own right. And when he told me he loved me, it sounded real for once. Or I hoped it was real.
Yes, my dear. Go on.
Lately, he's been painting my portrait. Once I took Bunny to watch. That was a mistake. Eric went to work on Bunny with all his charm. A man old enough to be her father. I want to keep Bunny wholesome and natural, Mr. Keene. I asked Eric again and again to stop turning her head. Today, this morning, I went to sit for him again, and to have it out with him once and for all. I was sitting on the dais, and he was painting. He looked up and laughed. He said...
Well, my dear, you wouldn't be jealous of Bunny now, would you?
Don't be silly, Eric. I just want you to leave Bunny alone.
Such a hackneyed situation, isn't it? The poor man starts by falling in love with the mother, and then suddenly he sees that after all, it's the daughter he loves.
Eric, you don't love anybody. It's all a game with you.
Ah, me. The eternal triangle.
He'd taken that tone with me before, Mr. Keene. Laughed at me. This time I was desperate. I wasn't going to let him ruin Bunny's life. I brought along a revolver. I took it from my bag. Eric looked up and said,
Mary, you're much too sophisticated for that kind of nonsense.
"You must promise me never to see Bunny again." Eric, I'm serious about this. Believe me.
Don't be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say.
You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you.
And there he lay dead before you, Mrs. Blaine.
Mr. Keene, will you believe me? I was horrified. I never really meant to pull that trigger. I only wanted to frighten him. And suddenly, he was dead. I suppose I should give myself up to the police.
One moment. Before you do anything like that, what has become of the gun?
Well, after I ran from the house, my first thought was to get rid of it. I threw it away.
Where?
There was a can of cinders standing in front of one of the houses. I pushed the gun inside and covered it over.
That, my dear, was a great mistake. You went and buried your own best witness.
Witness?
Yes. To the fact that you never shot Eric Plummer.
But I didn't shoot him.
No. It was a physical impossibility.
Why? Why do you say that?
Better answer.
Hello?
Begging your pardon. May I speak to Mr. Keene?
One moment, please, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Hello?
Boss, Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Mike. What'd you find out?
Boss, you hit it on the nose.
Good, Mike. I'm glad. Now, something else for you to do.
Yes, sir.
Check with the sanitation department at once. Ask what they've done with the cinders they removed this morning from the 3000 block in East 58th Street.
Cinders?
What I'm really after is a gun. The caliber...
38.
38. Mike, we must have it.
Talk of a needle in a haystack.
I know you won't fail me, Mike.
Okay, sir.
So you think I did not kill Eric?
Strange, isn't it? That I have to get evidence to convince you of your own innocence.
But if I didn't, who did, Mr. Keene?
That, my dear, is another story, and a rather tragic one. Forgive me if I run along now.
Oh, so you are here again. The old gentleman.
Yes, I'm afraid I must trouble you again.
With more questions?
This is a matter of life or death.
For whom?
A woman, her daughter, other persons.
Well, what do you want now?
Permission to inspect your studio. I want to study the layout.
Sorry, I cannot talk to anyone.
Miss Avila! She slammed the door in my face. Come in.
Good morning, boss. It's me. Not fit to stand in anybody's office.
Why, Mike, you're all covered with ashes.
Like a spectre risen from the grave. I've been digging through a mountain of ashes all night.
Where?
Oh, over on the East Drive. They're taking it for landfill.
Did you find it, Mike?
Here you are, boss.
Good work.
Have a look inside.
Mike, I'm going back to Mary Blaine's place at once.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you going in there by any chance to see Mrs. Blaine?
Yes, Corporal. You are a corporal, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Bob Martin's my name.
My name is Keene. I believe you're a friend of Bunny's.
Oh, I'm crazy about her. I came up on this furlough just to see Bunny. She locks herself away from me, won't come to the phone. I'm not sophisticated enough for her, I guess.
I rather fancy she may soon have her fill of sophistication.
Well, I just thought if you saw Bunny around inside
I'll be glad to tell her you're here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Too bashful to break in.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Mr. Keene. Oh, I've been waiting so anxiously ever since you phoned that you were coming.
Can we speak somewhere privately?
Of course. This door.
Mr. Keene.
Hello, Bunny.
You have good news for us? Bunny knows everything. I told her.
I don't see how I ever could have thought Eric was glamorous.
Well, we found a gun, Mrs. Blaine. Look at it.
It's mine. The one I tried to get rid of.
Not one of the cartridges has been fired.
You're sure?
My dear, you couldn't possibly have killed him, and for many reasons.
What do you mean?
You say Eric Plummer was facing you when you aimed the revolver?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
But the bullet actually entered from the side of his head.
The side?
In fact, judging from the lack of powder marks, from the distance at which the fatal bullet was obviously fired, nobody inside that room could have killed him.
Why, Mr. Keene?
The room is 20 by 20. With Plummer sitting in the center at his easel, a person aiming the pistol with arm outstretched would nowhere have been more than 10 feet from him. But the bullet traveled at least 15 feet.
15? Then where did it come from?
Outside the apartment. From a studio just across the narrow air shaft, and through the open window of Plummer's studio.
And the person who killed him?
A young lady, I'm afraid, also a painter. We learned from the landlord that it was Plummer who engaged the little back studio for her a year ago.
Eric did?
Yes.
And he was supposed to be so madly in love with Mother.
For the past 3 months, her rent hasn't been paid at all. Plummer finally lost interest. The young lady, Miss Avalar, seems quite hot-tempered.
Charm. Glamour. And in the end, murder.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Captain Thomas.
Your office said I'd find you here. I have a message for you.
For me?
It was addressed to the old gentleman. We figured out that means you.
From Rosa Avalar.
Yeah. Read it.
Old gentleman. You are very wise. You guessed the truth. And now I will save everybody's time by sentencing myself. Rosa Avalar.
Oh, she committed suicide?
Half hour ago, ma'am.
I'm sorry about this. Truly sorry.
Well, that closes the case. I'll have to get along now and write the police report.
Goodbye, Captain Thomas.
Mr. Keene, how can I ever thank you?
You were innocent, Mrs. Blaine. I was happy to be able to help you.
Eric. Everything about him was so mean, so heartless.
That reminds me, Bunny, I believe there's a boy, a very bashful one, who's hanging around outside.
Oh, not poor Bob.
Yes, poor Bob. A boy your own age, with 10 times the real glamour of a man like Eric Plummer.
Oh, poor dear, he must be furious with me.
No, just dying to see you. And my dear, whenever you're tempted to see glamour in a man like Eric Plummer, remember that all that glisters is not gold. Often you have heard that told. Gilded tombs do worms enfold.
How terribly true. I've realized it for a long time.
And now, so do I.
All right, Bunny. Run along with you and make that poor, bashful soldier happy.
And so Mr. Keene concludes the case of the missing witness. Listen next week at the same time as he brings us the baffling and colorful case of the girl who sang too well. Every girl and woman knows that in order to be popular today, one of the most important things she needs is an attractive smile. A smile that reveals clean and sparkling teeth. And to the man in business, teeth that make a good impression are just as important, too. If you're not certain that your own teeth are as attractive as they should be, here's something you will want to know. The new Colonos High Polishing Toothpaste does wonders in helping to remove those dingy surface stains. Helps reveal the natural brilliance of your teeth that adds so much to the charm and personality of your smile. I'll tell you why it does this. Its action on teeth is like that of a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. So start using Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste, yourself, right away. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos at any drugstore tonight. You've just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time. Every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the girl who sang too well. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Ladies, there's a wonderful new way to make floors sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes flat. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing. Its marvelous high luster adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings. Yet it costs only 25 cents a full pint. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Clark Kent, continuing to relate the story of his strangest experience as Superman, tells how the amused skepticism of Jim Olsen led the Man of Steel into adventures in space.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. Say, here's a bit of good advice. How about making it a point to hang around when Mom is making out her grocery list so that you can be sure that she remembers to put down some Kellogg's Pep? Sure, you like to eat lots of this sunny golden toasted cereal, and you want to collect more of those comic buttons in the new series that Pep is putting out. They're honeys, aren't they? The colors are so bright and clear, they look mighty smart pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And the pictures of your funny paper characters are sure true to life. Why, Spud and Cindy and the Little Moose and Superman look so real they could talk. And don't forget how easy it is to collect all 18 Pep comic buttons in this new series. You don't have to send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But every time that Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep, there's your comic button inside. And Mom's always tickled to see you eat lots of Pep, too, because it gives you extra amounts of an energy vitamin, B1, plus the sunshine vitamin, vitamin D. Not to mention the fact that you like Pep for its catchy sunshine flavor. Yes, sir, Pep's the prize when it comes to crisp, fresh, flavory eating at breakfast. So ask Mom to get P-E-P, the sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now, the adventures of Superman.
Assigned by my editor, Perry White, to do a special feature on what, in my opinion, was Superman's strangest and most unusual adventure, I, as Clark Kent, recalled a story that began one day shortly after dusk, when I and all the other members of the Daily Planet editorial staff were out. At that time, as I learned later, a tall, middle-aged man wearing shorts and sandals was ushered into my office, where he found Jimmy Olsen alone. Calling himself Anthar, the man said he had come from another planet, a place called Utopia, in search of Superman. But Jimmy, believing he was the victim of a practical joke, scoffed at the man, who then offered to make a test to prove he was speaking the truth.
Please take hold of my arm, young man, and lift me up.
Lift you up?
Exactly. Simply grasp my arm and lift, as you would if you were holding a stick.
I still think this is a gag. If you insist, here goes.
Warily approaching the stranger, Jim grasped him firmly by the arm and lifted. And to his shocked amazement, he found himself holding the 163-pound man aloft with as little effort as it would require for me as Superman to lift a chair.
Why, holy mackerel, I am lifting you up.
Like a feather.
Of course you are. Now move me about, up and down, and from side to side. That's it. Do not be afraid.
I can't believe it. You're a full-grown man. I better put you down. I'm shaking all over.
Just set me in that chair, please, to which I can hold. You see, I have not yet adjusted myself to the different gravity of your planet.
Give me that again.
The pull of specific gravity on my own planet, Utopia, is much stronger than yours on Earth, you see.
Oh.
Forgive me while I swallow 2 of these beans. They affect the necessary adjustment of my body to Earth's gravity.
The beans do that?
Yes, they are specific gravity beans, especially prepared by our utopian scientists for the adjustment of our people to the gravity of your planet. There.
Look, how long do you have to eat those, specific gravity beans before you're adjusted?
About 6,000 laps revolution.
Huh?
On Utopia, we measure time differently than you do here, since our planet is smaller and revolves around the sun at a slower rate of speed than does Earth. 6,000 laps revolutions is equal to about 1 of your hours.
Oh. Well, look, Anthar.
Great space! I have forgotten how time is fleeting. I have already been on Earth for 2,000 laps revolutions, and I must depart in just 4,000 more.
6,000 in an hour. That means you have to leave in 40 minutes, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Why?
Else we must wait another full cycle of the solar period, and that would be most dangerous for us.
Us?
Yes, Poco and I. We must...
Who's Poco?
My companion. Now, please, friend James...
You mean there's another guy from Utopia here?
Yes, I will explain later if there is time. Now, friend James, that I have convinced you I am from Utopia, will you please summon Superman?
Now, look, Anthar, I admit you had me buffaloed for a minute there when I lifted you up. I don't know how you did the trick, but I certainly...
Trick? You still think, then, that I seek to trick you?
Oh, well, gee whiz, all this stuff about a planet named Utopia and gravity beans and lapse revolutions...
I speak the truth. I have told you that your world is in terrible danger, and yet you dare to waste the precious fleeting strokes of time doubting me.
Well, golly...
Do you dare to accept the responsibility for making a decision, of choosing to do nothing, while the means for the enslavement of your world are being prepared?
The enslavement of the whole world?
Exactly. And unless you heed me now, that enslavement is not far off.
Oh, now quit your kidding. Hitler had ideas like that, and where to get him?
Compared to Saddam, my young friend, Hitler was only a blustering madman.
Compared to whom?
Saddam, the cruel and vicious one who has risen to great power as regent of Utopia by playing upon the panic of our people. And again I warn you that unless you heed me, Saddam will be regent of your entire world before long.
Excuse me for laughing, but that's really funny.
And still you mock me, foolish friend. What must I do to convince you that Saddam must and will take over your planet before the cycle of this year has run out?
Tell me why Zaram has to attack and take us over before the end of the year.
Because at the end of this cycle year, there will be no more planet Utopia.
What?
Yes. For the last 700 years, at approximately each turn of a century, a fragment of Utopia has been ripped away into space. And from a planet once almost half the size of Earth, we have been reduced to a territory not much larger than your own state of Vermont.
Gee whiz, you must find it kind of crowded.
Indeed we do. And what is much more serious is that another disaster, and our final one, is due to occur within a day or two of the 25th of next month. At that time, our scientists assure us the last remaining fragment of Utopia will be torn from its orbit and shattered to pieces in space.
Uh-oh.
And so Saddam counseled our people to invade and conquer the Earth.
Oh, I get it. So you came here to get Superman to stop him, huh?
Yes. And knowing this now, won't you please summon Superman before it is too late?
Gee whiz, Anthar, I don't know how to get him. Sometimes when we need him badly, well, there he is. But I don't know where he comes from or where he goes.
Then where can we find Mr. White or Mr. Kent or Miss Lane?
Well, Miss Lane is away, and Mr. White and Mr. Kent are in an important conference. They can't be disturbed.
They must be disturbed. This is a matter of the security of the whole world.
Now, look, Anthar, I like you. I think maybe you're a little balmy, but...
Balmy?
Well, the point is, Mr. White and Mr. Kent would laugh at you if you told them the story you just told me.
They would laugh?
Well, sure. Who wouldn't?
I see. And there is only one thing left to do. Convince you beyond the shadow of a doubt, so that you in time can convince them.
How are you going to do that?
I will take you back with me to Utopia.
Take me back? Now look, Anthar.
Yes, I see that is the only thing to do. Now, if you are willing to undergo the risks for the sake of your world...
Just a minute. Wait till I answer the phone. Hello, Olson speaking.
Hello, Jim. This is Clark Kent. How are you getting along?
Oh, fine, Mr. Kent. Just Andy.
But that is Mr. Kent. Perhaps if you allow me to speak to him...
No, that won't do any good, Anthar.
What'd you say, Jim?
I was speaking to Anthar, Mr. Kent.
Oh, to whom?
A guy named Anthar.
Anthar?
Well, a kind of magician who stopped in and...
No,
a magician?
Yeah, and can he do a swell trick?
Oh, Jim.
He let me lift him up in the air as if he were a feather.
Cut the raving, Jim. I only have a minute.
I'm not raving. Honest, you ought to see this guy.
All right.
And hear him. What? Can he tell him?
Tell him? Oh, well, that's fine. But look, the chief and I are going to be tied up with Inspector Henderson for a while yet, so you better go on home.
Okay. Unless I go to Utopia first.
All right, well, go... Where?
Utopia. That's another planet. And Anthar wants me to have a look at it so I can tell you and Mr. White and Superman about it.
Oh, I wish you'd grow up, Jim. I told you I only had a minute, and you sit there kidding.
But I'm not kidding.
No, I know. All right, you're knitting. Go on home. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Kent. Okay, Anthar. I'm ready to go to Utopia with you now.
Splendid. Let us go, my friend.
Still skeptical, but sufficiently amused to want to play along with what he considered a practical joke, Jim Olson accepted Anthar's offer to take him to the planet Utopia.
What will happen now? Is Jim Olson really committing himself to be hurtled through space toward a strange and unknown planet? We'll know more in a moment when we return to the suspenseful climax of today's episode. So stand by. You know, gang, there's never a dull moment when you're collecting comic buttons in that nifty new series from packages of Kellogg's Pep. For one thing, there are all kinds of comic strip characters. You know, I sort of counted them up, and here's what I found out. There are 4 women, you know, like Tess Trueheart and Cindy, 9 men like Vitamin Flintheart and Superman, and 5 young fellows and girls like Judy and Corky. That's pretty good total, isn't it? 18 different comic strip characters. Boy, is it a thrill to get a new button every time Mom opens a new package of Pep. And if it's a duplicate, why, that's even more fun because then you can trade with your pals. So get busy on your collection of Pep comic buttons. Just ask Mom to get you a package or 2 of Kellogg's Pep. Now, you don't have to send in any money, not even a box top. And you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere, but you'll find one in every package of Kellogg's Pep you open. And you'll find yourself in for some doggone good eating at breakfast, too, believe me. Why, Pep is called the Sunshine Cereal. It's loaded with that catchy sunshine flavor that keeps your spoon digging in again and again for more. These toasted whole wheat flakes are always crisp, too, fresh as can be. So, gang, remind Mom to get you some P.E.P. The Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Now, back to Clark Kent's story of Superman's most unusual adventure.
Jokingly agreeing to accompany Anthar on a trip back to Utopia, Jim Olson played along with what he thinks is a huge practical joke. But Anthar, his face grimly serious, admonishes him.
Friend James, I must warn you that if we are discovered on Utopia by Zaram, you may never return to Earth.
Oh, boy, this gets better and better. Well, how do we go? By rocket ship?
I have a space shell which Poco guards now upon the roof of this very building.
Oh, swell. Then all we have to do is go up to the roof and...
Yes, but we must leave at once, please. You see, there is only a certain lapse revolution during each 6 of your hours in which we can travel between Earth and Utopia. A moment too soon or too late, we will miss our destination and be lost forever in eternal space.
Okay, I'll take that chance. This way, Anthar. Let's go.
Still chuckling and thinking only of what an amusing feature story he will write about this funny experience, Jim Olson led the strange man called Anthar to the stairway that goes up to the roof of the Daily Planet building. But Jim was in for the surprise of his life, and many more exciting experiences than he bargained for.
Clark Kent isn't fooling when he says that Jim Olson let himself in for some amazing experiences. So don't fail to be with us again tomorrow when Kent continues his story of Superman's strange adventure on the Lost Planet. Yes, be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, answer me this. What does Snap, Crackle, and Pop stand for? That's right, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Those golden bubbles of oven-popped rice that snap, crackle, and pop in milk. They're so crisp they fairly sing. Now, you've probably heard them at breakfast time, and you've seen those famous little elves snap, crackle, and pop in cartoons and on the Rice Krispies package. So tomorrow morning, ask Mom for the cereal that's fun to listen to and fun to eat. The one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, as Clark Kent recounts another episode in Superman's strange adventure on a lost planet, he reveals how Jimmy Olsen learned that Anthar's tale of Utopia was not just a joke.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. Say, talk about eye catchers. Boy, you can't beat that exciting new series of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Why, those bright-colored pictures of your favorite comic strip characters look so nifty, they'll attract anybody's attention. And the pictures are so true to life, well, you'd almost think that they're going to talk. Take Tess Trueheart, for instance, with her red suit and hat and that soft blonde hair of hers, like in the funny papers. And Brenda Starr looks mighty natural, too, with her red hair and that nice smile. And Superman, too. Yes, sir, every single one of those 18 different comic buttons is a real eye-catcher. So you keep working on your collection. You ask Mom to get you some Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these exciting prizes, one in every package of Pep. Now, you don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. And say, gang, don't forget another reason why you want to keep stocked up on Pep. It tastes a doggone sunny and toasted, and it's good for you. Sure, Mom knows that. Kellogg's Pep gives you added amounts of an energy vitamin B1 and good old sunshine vitamin D, plus the goodness of sun-ripened whole wheat itself. Yes, sir, there are lots of reasons why you want lots of P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. My most unusual adventure as Superman began when, during my absence from the office, Jimmy Olsen interviewed a strange man who called himself Anthar and said he came from the planet Utopia in search of Superman. Well, Anthar told Jim that Utopia was doomed to destruction and that the terrified Utopians were rallied behind a despotic and dangerous regent who was preparing to lead them in an invasion of the world. Then, when Jim laughed at his story and refused to help him locate me, that is, Superman, Anthar urged Jim to accompany him back to Utopia so that he might verify the story in person. Considering it all a joke, Jim agreed to go, and tossing a breezy, "I'm off to Utopia" at Beanie Martin, he led the tall, dignified Anthar to the dark roof of the Daily Planet building, where the man from Utopia said he had left his space shell.
Where's this planet hopper you're telling me about, Anthar?
My space shell rests on this roof, over there behind that radio tower.
Okay, lead the way. I'm not kidding, Anthar. You ought to write books or go on the radio. You can really spin a yarn.
I see you still doubt the truth of my story.
Who, me? Now, where did you ever get an idea like that?
I only hope, friend James, that once you are convinced, you will be able to return to Earth alive and enlist the aid of Superman.
Well, don't worry about me. Say, what's that?
What?
Well, that round white thing like a great big ball.
Of course. That is our space shell.
Cheapers. You have got something up here, then.
Naturally.
Hey, I gotta hand it to you. You really carry a gag all the way through.
I don't understand.
Skip it. Say, wait.
What is it now?
Look. It's a little fat man leaning against that big white ball.
Yes, of course. That is Poco. Come, let us join
Oh,
him.
not so fast. Who's Poco?
The court fool.
The what?
The king's jester. You see, it is poor Poco's lot on Utopia to play the fool. But he is far from being a fool, and he has a great heart and much courage. He risked his life to make this expedition with me.
Oh, the king's jester, huh? Well, now you're back in the groove, Anthar. For a minute there, I don't know why, but you had me a little worried. Now I know it's all a gag. Okay, let's go join your funny friend. Listen, what's that?
What?
It sounds like a lot of little bells.
Yes, of course. Poco wears bracelets of tiny silver bells around his wrists and ankles. Come, I will introduce you to him.
Oh, boy, this is going to be something. Come on.
Hurry. Anthar, the solar clock races. We must go places.
Say, what kind of talk is that?
Poco speaks in rhyme. Yes, Poco, we are leaving now. This is James Olson, who returns to Utopia with us.
Oh, glad to meet you, Mr. Poco.
To meet you is a pleasure that is far beyond measure.
Oh, thanks.
Tell me, Anthar, if you can, is this youngster Superman?
Me, Superman? Well, that's a hot one.
No, Poco. It is necessary that we convince this young man first of Zeram's plot against Earth, before he will enlist the aid of Superman, for he thinks we jest.
I do not see how this can be. You mean he returns with you and me?
Gosh, I wish I could talk like that.
Yes, Poco. He returns to Utopia with us.
Your plan, Anthar, is fraught with danger. Zeram would surely kill this stranger.
True, but Zeram must not see him.
If Zeram does not see him, then will Zeram's spies. You know they swarm Utopia thick as flies.
Oh, boy, you're wonderful, Poco.
Yes, I realize the danger is grave, Poco, but there is no other way.
Oh, dear. Anthar, you hear?
Yes.
What were those gongs?
They are the chimes of the solar clock within the space shell. They indicate we have only 300 lapse revolutions left before we must depart.
Only what?
That means we have less than 3 minutes now before we must start the space shell into the heavens if we are to arrive safely on Utopia. Open the hatch, Poco, quickly.
Hurry, worry.
Hurry, friend James, into the shell.
Hey, no, wait, Anthar. Quit pushing me.
Quickly, get into the shell.
Can me get into that goofy glass ball? Why, I wouldn't...
It is not glass. It is a utopian plastic material. Now, hurry, please.
Nothing doing. I'm not getting into that thing.
You must. It is too late to change your mind.
Too late? Now, listen, this joke's gone far enough.
It is no joke. Poco, start the motors.
Yes.
Let go of me. I said I'm not going to go...
Anthar, here, the clock again. Only seconds now remain.
Please, hurry, friend James. Do not make me use force.
Use force? But I changed my mind. I didn't know...
I said it is too late to change your mind. Now, please, into the space shell.
Frightened now and struggling frantically in the powerful grip of Anthar, Jimmy is carried toward the large, gleaming plastic ball, which throbs with a hum of powerful motors. And at this tense moment, 3 floors below the roof, Editor Perry White and I were just entering the city room of the Daily Planet.
What are you going to do now, Kent?
Oh, I'll just have a look in my office, Chief, see if anything came up while we were gone, then I'll pick you up for dinner, okay?
Okay. Make it snappy.
Right. Matter, you lose something, Beanie?
No, I was just looking to see if that guy dropped any of his pills.
Who dropped what pills?
Well, you see, Mr. Kent, there was a goofy guy in here just before, was just about as old as the big boss. I mean Mr. White, but he was wearing sandals and a pair of shorts.
Who, Mr. White?
No, the old guy.
Oh.
And he kept eating little red pills out of a paper bag. Said if he didn't eat them, he'd just float up into no place.
Beanie, do you feel all right?
Honest, Mr. Kent, I'm giving it to you straight.
All right, take it easy.
This
Beanie.
old guy walks in here not more than half an hour ago, see? And he asks me for Superman, see?
For Superman?
Uh-huh. Nobody else but. So when I tell him Superman doesn't just happen to be around at the moment, he asks for the editor.
Uh-huh.
And when I say Mr. White isn't here either, he asks for you.
For me?
Yeah. And then when he finally gets it straight that none of the staff is here except Jim, he says, okay, we'll talk to Jim.
I see.
You should have heard the song and dance he gave him. All about how he comes from another planet or something. Boy, was he good.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Jim said something about a queer character being in the office when I phoned a little while ago. By the way, where is Jim?
I don't know. He went out with the old geezer.
Oh, where'd he go?
Search me.
He didn't say where he was going?
Except, this'll kill you.
What?
He said he was going to Utopia.
Oh, Eddie told me that, too. But what I want to
That
know
was
is...
the name of the planet the old goofus bird said he came from.
Oh?
Jim must have gone out with him to turn him over to his keeper. Well, I don't know why he isn't back yet.
Man, sounds like a really queer character.
Oh, you ain't kidding, brother. I mean, Mr. Kent, he looked sore when he went out with Jim, too.
No? Jim shouldn't have gone with him. How long ago did they leave, Beanie?
About 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Which way did they go?
Out into the corridor where the stairs and the elevators are.
I don't like this. Look, Beanie, tell Mr. White I'll be back soon, will you?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Kent.
I want to speak to the elevator operators. One of them may know where Jim went.
Okay, Mr. Kent. Gee, I hope there's nothing wrong.
As I hurried out to question the elevator operators, I was completely unaware of a strange scene involving Jimmy Olsen that was taking place on the roof overhead. A development that, had I witnessed it, would have sent me hurtling into action as Superman.
In just a moment, we'll return for the startling climax of today's episode in Clark Kent's story of Superman's strangest adventure. So keep listening.
Say, gang, isn't it swell that it's so easy to get comic buttons of the new series you're all collecting? Why, you don't have to spend a single penny of your allowance. They come right in packages of Kellogg's Pep. And they're so doggone smart-looking, you're mighty proud to wear 'em pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. Done up in full comic strip colors, you know, bright red and blue and black and yellow on white enameled metal buttons that you'll have for a long, long time. And each picture is so true to life. Goofy and Beezy and Superman look just the way they do in the funny papers. And here are some of the other funny paper characters in this new series, too. There's Brenda Starr and Cindy and Spud and the Little Moose. 18 of them in all, gang, so you better hop to it. Remind Mom to get you some more Kellogg's Pep. That's right. You don't buy these Pep comic buttons, but you get one in every package of Pep you open as an exclusive prize. And you get a load of good eating, too, when you open up a package of Kellogg's Pep, believe me. Fresh, crisp, delicious eating. Sunny, golden, toasted, super delicious eating. These whole wheat flakes are always fresh and crisp and good. So start your day off with P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
As I said before, I was completely unaware that as I left to question the elevator operators about Jimmy Olsen, on the roof above me rested a large plastic ball. Inside it, seated before an elaborate instrument panel, was Poco, the little rhyming jester. And behind him sat Anthar, his arms locked about Jimmy, who was struggling to escape.
Let me go, I tell you. Let me out of here.
That is impossible now, friend James. In 50 lapsed revolutions, exactly 1/2 of a minute, we must depart.
But gee whiz, look, I don't want to go.
The clock has struck. We soon depart. I, for one, with a worried heart.
You'll be a lot more worried unless you let me out of here, you goons. Now, let me out of here.
Please stop struggling, friend James. I tell you it is useless.
The morning shine. This is the time.
Good. Take off, Poco.
No. Stop. Let me out of here.
Pushing the starting lever sharply forward, Poco sent the strange plastic ball hurtling from the roof of the Daily Planet. Whirling higher and higher with the speed of a rocket, it streaked upward through the night sky, and a moment later was lost to sight among the shimmering stars.
What happens now to Jim Olsen? Captive of what appear to be two madmen in a weird projectile that is rocketing off into space. Whatever you do, gang, don't miss the next episode in Clark Kent's fascinating story of his strangest experience as Superman in The Mystery of the Lost Planet. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, you know what it means when Kellogg's Rice Krispies go snap, crackle, and pop in milk? Why, it means they're crisp. Crisp as crisp can be. Sure, Kellogg's Rice Krispies are the only cereal so crisp, they snap, crackle, and pop. That's why you see so much of those three famous little elves, Snap, Crackle, and Pop, in cartoons and on the Rice Krispies package. They stand for the crispiness of Kellogg's golden bubbles of oven-puffed rice. The one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, in his story of Superman's most unusual adventure, Clark Kent reveals how he learned that Jimmy Olsen had hurtled off into space with Anthar, the man from Utopia.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. You know, I'd like to congratulate the person who thought up the idea of putting that new series of comic buttons in packages of Kellogg's Pep. I'd like to tell him that he thought up a swell idea, because these Pep comic buttons are just about the best thing that's happened in a long, long time. First off, there's the doggone smart looking, shiny and gleaming as anything, with 18 different true-to-life pictures of your favorite funny paper characters, like the little Moose or Spud or Superman himself. Yes, sir, there's plenty of excitement when Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep, because that means that you get a new comic button for your collection. And that's how easy it is to get these swell prizes. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top. And you can't buy Pep comic buttons anywhere. They're your prizes from Kellogg's Pep. That's the Sunshine cereal, you know, the golden toasted whole wheat flakes with that catchy sunshine flavor. Why, just one glimpse of your breakfast bowl full of Pep is a surefire invitation to dig into a super delicious dish. And your first taste is so downright wonderful that, well, you're all set for some happy eating, believe me. So remind Mom right now that you'll eat lots of P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, The Adventures of Superman. Assigned by Editor Perry White to prepare a feature story on what, in his opinion, was Superman's most unusual adventure, Clark Kent recalled an experience that began one day when Jimmy Olsen was alone in the editorial offices of the Daily Planet. Seated at his typewriter, Kent remembers... Jimmy told me later that he laughed when the strange bearded man who called himself Anthar and claimed to come from the planet Utopia insisted that the Utopians were planning to invade and conquer the world. He was very much amused when Anthar offered to prove his truthfulness by taking Jimmy for a visit to Utopia. But he wasn't laughing very much when, a short time later, he was forced into a large plastic ball which Anthar called a space shell. And not at all when in a few minutes he found himself hurtling through space with Anthar and Poco, a little fat man who wore silver bells on his wrists and ankles and spoke only in rhyme. Since Jimmy is really a brave lad, he was resigning himself to an interesting experience when suddenly the plastic space shell began to dive amid the eerie shimmer and crackling of electricity in the upper stratosphere.
Hey, Anthar, what's happening now?
Do not be alarmed, friend James.
But we're diving. I can feel it.
Yes, we are descending to Utopia, I hope.
You hope?
If our computations were correct. That is, if we left the planet Earth at the exact lapsed revolution, and if nothing has happened to the time mechanism of our space shell, we should land safely on Utopia.
Oh.
What think you, Poco? How do we stand?
By the instrument board, all is well. As for the rest, who can tell?
Hey, what's that?
The signal indicates that we approach the orbit in which the planet Utopia whirls. Poco, depress the lever.
Please do not fret. I never forget.
Good.
We seem to be slowing up a little.
Yes. Now, if all goes well, we will land on Utopia very soon.
There's that gong again. Now what does it mean?
That we are now within the orbit of Utopia.
Oh, is that good?
It is indeed. Now, if...
Oh, please don't say if again. It gives me the willies.
Very well.
Say, the last time that gong rang, Poco pulled a lever. Shouldn't he do it again?
No. Once within the orbit of Utopia, the space shell controls itself automatically.
I see. Listen, what's that?
Now we descend, James, my friend.
Jeepers, sounds as if we're breaking apart.
Do not be alarmed. We are preparing to land.
Land? Oh, yeah. I see some yellow lights.
Oh, bless our shell. Now all is well.
Does Poco mean we're okay now, Anthar?
He does, friend James. In a brief lapse revolution or two, you will hear the landing gong. There.
Oh, hear the ground. Blessed ground.
Yes. Poco, turn off the motors. Quickly, before someone hears it.
Oh, bless my eyes. I forgot the spies.
What'd he say about spies, Anthar?
Zaram's spies are all about, so we must be very careful. Open the hatch, Poco, carefully.
I'll be very quiet to avoid a riot.
Zaram is the bad guy who runs this place, isn't he?
Yes, he is indeed a bad man who has risen to seize the position of regent by playing upon my people's fears.
Come, let us leave the shell while all is yet well.
Yes, Poco. Step out, friend James, but quietly, please.
Oh, okay. Say, what's that music I hear?
You do not really hear music.
But I do.
Hush, not so loud. Your voice may draw a crowd.
Poco is right. Speak low.
Okay. But what's that music?
I say you do not hear music. It is merely the vibrations of our sound waves, which are different from those on Earth. In a moment, as your ears become accustomed to it, you will not hear anything.
Say, you're right. It's fading away.
You see?
Say, where are we? I can't see much.
We are in the park in the city of Regis, which is the capital of Utopia.
Utopia? Oh, now, look, all kidding aside, are we really on a different planet?
You are on Utopia.
I can't believe it.
Look, Anthar, we should not stay. We must at once go away.
You are right, Poco. Come, friend James. We will go to my house where you will be safe.
Now, wait a minute. I don't know that I want to go to your house.
Please, let us go away. It's dangerous to delay.
We come, Poco. Friend James, I said I would bring you here to Utopia and prove to you that I speak the truth. But you must listen to me now and come to my house. If you are discovered by Zaram's spies, it will mean your death, and death for me and Poco, too.
Well, all right, but I don't like the idea. Hey, who's holding me?
What do you mean? No one holds you.
Somebody must be holding me. I can't move.
Please, do not play. We must run, I say.
Who's playing? I tell you, someone's holding me. I can't move.
Great space, Poco. We have forgotten.
Forgotten what? I know of not.
Friend James is from Earth. The heavier gravity of Utopia holds him fast to the ground.
Oh, gloom. This spells his doom.
Help me, Anthar. I can't move my feet off the ground.
Do not lose courage, friend James. As soon as we have adjusted your body to the heavier gravity of Utopia, you will move as freely as you did on Earth.
But how are you going to do it?
There is a way. A dangerous way.
What is the way? Please, Anthar, say. Anthar, you hear? It is a guard, I fear.
Great space. We must hurry.
But I can't move a muscle.
Quickly, Poco. Help me to carry our friend.
Carry him where? Fear whitens my hair.
You'll carry him to the compression chamber. Hurry.
Yeah, for Pete's sake, hurry.
You take him by the arms, Poco. I will carry him by the feet. Now, lift.
All right. This will take all my might.
There. He is off the ground. Now we can carry him. Come, quickly now.
Gee whiz, Anthar. Do you think we'll get away with this?
Do not worry, friend James. Goss, the inventor of the compression chamber, is our friend, and he works secretly with us against Zaram. His chamber will adjust your body to Utopia's weight of gravity.
I sure hope so. I was never in a pickle like this before.
Courage, friend James. Goss's house and laboratory are close at hand.
Can't be too close to suit me.
Oh, if only Poco's bells did not tinkle so.
Yeah, they do make a racket, don't they?
I think of them, too, but what can I do?
Oh, nothing, of course, Poco, since they cannot be removed. If only we can reach Goss's house before the guards stumble on the space shell.
Oh, if only. Boy, you guys sure got me in a swell mess.
It is for the sake of your own.
Come quickly!
Who's that?
The guards. They must have discovered the space shell.
Holy smokes.
Oh, Anthar, my friend, this is truly the end.
Yes, Jimmy was really in a spot that time as the shouting guards came closer and closer to Anthar and Poco, who were doing their best to run with the burden of his dead weight. And all the time here on Earth, I was completely unaware of Jimmy's predicament.
In just a moment, we'll return for the exciting climax in today's episode of Clark Kent's story. So keep listening.
You know, it's hard to figure out what's the most fun about collecting comic buttons in that new series from packages of Kellogg's Pep. There's the fun in adding to your collection every time Mom opens a new package of Pep. You know, when you've collected 3 comic buttons while you're looking forward to getting the 4th. And when you've got 4, you're wanting that 5th. And on up until someday, you're ready for your 18th. And, of course, if you should get a duplicate, well, that's even more fun because then you can trade with your friends and then you can still add to your collection. And believe me, gang, you're going to want all 18 of these snappy Pep comic buttons. Goofy and Beezy and the Little Moose and Superman and all the rest. So you better hop to it. Ask Mom to get you some Kellogg's Pep because that's the only way you can get these exclusive prizes. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But you'll find a bright-colored comic button inside every package of Pep you open. And boy, does Kellogg's Pep help to pep up breakfast. Why, those toasted flakes of good whole wheat taste so sunny and crisp, you practically can't resist them. Sure, it's that famous sunshine flavor that does the trick. So remind Mom to get you some P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
At about the same time that Anthar, Poco, and Jimmy were trying to evade Zaram's guards on Utopia, here on Earth, Editor Perry White and I were just stepping out on the roof of the Daily Planet building in search of our young friend.
What's the idea of dragging me up here, Kent?
Because the elevator operator said he brought Jim and that madman to the roof a few minutes ago.
Oh, nonsense. What would they come up here for?
I don't know. Certainly wish I did.
He must have been mistaken. See, no one's up here.
Oh. Well, then where did Jim go, Chief?
Probably went out for a malted milk or something. You know he's always hungry.
No, I don't think he went out to eat. Not with that old character, anyhow.
Now, look, Kent. This is probably one of Jim's stupid practical jokes.
Oh.
Chances are he's back in the office right now, waiting to give us the horse laugh.
No, he's not in the office.
How do you know he isn't?
What? Why, uh-oh.
Well, now what?
There's someone over there by the radio tower. Come on.
Oh, where?
Can't tell who it is yet. Lying on the roof.
Is it Jim?
No. What? Why, it's Tom Carlson.
Who?
Tom Carlson, the news announcer in our radio studio. Tom, wake up, fella.
Oh, what's the matter with him?
I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. He's coming to.
What happened?
Well, that's what I want to know.
What are you doing up here, Carlson?
What happened to you, Tom?
Jim, listen.
Yes?
Jim.
What about Jim?
Speak up, Carlson. Speak up.
Tom. Uh-oh, he passed out.
Great Caesar. Tom, what happened to Jim?
Anxiously, Editor White and I bent over the unconscious radio announcer, making every effort to bring him around, and hoping with all our might that he would be able to give us a clue to what had happened to Jim. This, I can tell you, was a very tense moment for me.
There are many thrills and much excitement to follow in Clark Kent's fascinating story of Superman's most interesting adventure, The Mystery of the Lost Planet. So don't miss a moment of it. Be sure to tune in again Monday. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, do you know how crisp Kellogg's Rice Krispies are? Why, they're so crisp they snap, crackle, and pop in milk. Sure, that's their song of crispiness. It means that these golden bubbles of oven-popped rice are crisp as crisp can be. And whenever you see those famous little elves snap, crackle, and pop in cartoons or on the Rice Krispies package, you think of how light and delicate and crisp this grand breakfast dish is. So tomorrow morning, ask Mom for the one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us on Monday for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Clark Kent continues his narrative of Superman's most unusual adventure and recounts the details of Jimmy Olsen's predicament on the planet Utopia.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. You know, even if you'd never read a comic strip in the funny papers, you'd still want to collect all 18 comic buttons in that new series Kellogg's Pep is putting out. Because the colors are so bright and clear, those buttons really show up when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. But since you know all the characters and follow their adventures all the time, why, it's even more fun. Yes, and they look true to life, too, so real they could speak. Take the little moose, for instance, with his arms folded on his chest and that feather in his black hair. Or Vitamin Flintheart, derby hat and long hair and fur coat and all. Or Superman himself, complete with flying red cape and Superman insignia. Yes, sir, these Pep comic buttons are mighty nifty, and they're so easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. The only way that you can get them is to ask Mom to get you some Kellogg's Pep and look for your comic button inside every package you open. And look for some doggone good eating, too, because Pep's a ringer when it comes to crispness and flavor. Kellogg's Pep is called the Sunshine Cereal. Every spoonful of those grand whole wheat flakes is loaded with sunny, golden toasted goodness that keeps you digging in for more. Fact is, gang, Pep tastes just as good as it is good for you. So remind Mom to get you some P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. In writing an account of his most unusual adventure as Superman, Clark Kent told of a strange bearded man named Anthar who insisted to Jimmy Olsen that he came from the planet Utopia to warn of an invasion of the Earth. Jimmy, we learned, scoffed at Anthar's story until he was forced into a spherical space shell, piloted by a little fat man whom Anthar called Poco and who spoke only in rhyme. And a very short while later, Jimmy found himself on the planet Utopia where, because of a difference in gravity, he was unable to move. Then, while Anthar and Poco were carrying him to safety, they were spotted and pursued by vicious guards of the cruel ruler Zaram. Now, Kent continues with his story.
Worried about Jimmy's disappearance with a strangely dressed, peculiar-acting old man, Editor White and I went up to the roof of the Daily Planet where we learned the boy had gone. He was, of course, nowhere in sight. Instead, we found Tom Carlson, a radio announcer, unconscious. While the chief ran off to call a doctor, I worked over Tom, and in a few moments he began to come to.
Oh, Kent, is that you?
Yes, Carlson. What happened to you, fella?
Why, holy smokes, Kent. Jim Olsen.
Yes, what about Jim? Did you see him up here on the roof?
Yes. That is, I think I did.
Now, look, Tom, maybe you better start from the beginning and tell me everything that happened.
Well, I just finished our hourly news broadcast.
Yes.
I came up on the roof here for breath of air. I often do that.
Yes, go on.
I started to walk across the roof, and I heard a funny noise, kind of a high-pitched whine, like, well, sort of like electric motors of some kind.
Electric motors?
That's right. Then I saw the strange contraption, a big spherical thing, like a great big ball of some sort.
And the motor sound was coming from that?
Yes. This thing was gleaming in the dark, and it was transparent. I could see right into it, like into a lighted room.
Wait a minute, Tom. Are you sure you're not still kind of fuzzy?
No, Kent, I'm not. I tell you, I looked right inside that ball, Kent. There sat Jimmy.
Jimmy? Jimmy Olsen?
Yes. He was struggling with a tall, thin man dressed in shorts.
Scott, the madman.
And another man, a little fat guy, was working levers in the forward part of the sphere. I started over there when all of a sudden, whoosh, the ball shot off the roof as if it had been fired out of a cannon.
What?
No kidding. Jets of air shot out of the ball when it took off and knocked me back against the tower. Before I passed out, I swear I saw it shooting up to the stars.
Utterly and completely shocked by Tom Carlson's story, I just stood there and stared at him, for the moment unable to believe what I'd heard. And at that time, I learned later from Jimmy, he was thousands of miles away on the planet Utopia. There, he and Anthar, surrounded by armed guards dressed in gleaming tunics of woven metal, were marching down a long, high-vaulted corridor.
Where are these guards taking us, Anthar?
Take us to the evil regions, Adam, friend James. I would advise you to expect the worst.
Jeepers.
Oh!
Golly. Now what?
Adam's council room is behind these tall doors.
Uh-oh. Then this is it, huh?
Shh. Let's be quiet.
Inform His Excellency that I bring the prisoners.
Thar, how come Poco isn't here with us?
He was taken away by the guards while you were in the compression chamber.
Taken away? To where?
I do not know.
Gee whiz, you don't suppose they did something to poor Poco, do you?
I do not know.
Anthar, look.
Be silent now.
You may bring in the prisoners. Very well. Prisoners, march!
Come, friend James.
Boy, what a room. Big as a house.
This was formerly the king's own council room.
The stained glass windows and the paintings and rugs.
The prisoners will advance.
Come, walk with me, friend James.
That guy up there on the high throne. Is
yes, that is Adam.
Huh. He doesn't look like much.
His appearance is deceiving.
Holy smokes. Look who's sitting on that cushion at Zeram's feet. Look, it's Poco.
Prisoners, halt!
Spy, nasty spy.
Hey, did Poco say that to us, Anthar?
Yes, but I do not understand.
Anthar's a spy, and soon he will die.
What?
And you Earthling, too. Your end is due.
Well, how do you like that look, Poco?
Silence, Earthling! You, Anthar. You call the Earthling friend?
Is not that the usual greeting in Utopia, Excellency?
Among ourselves, yes. Not to our enemies.
The boy is not an enemy.
No, of course I'm not.
Is he not from the earth?
Yes,
And
but...
are not they of the earth our future foes?
I trust not, sire. I have attempted to convince you that you make a dreadful mistake in your plan to invade the earth.
You attempt to convince me. Who are you to dare to challenge your regent?
I do not challenge. I only assume my right as the senior senator of the council to advise you.
I've heard your advice, and I decided against it. You dared to cross me secretly, dared even to go to our enemies and warn them of our intentions. That Anthar makes you a traitor.
He is not a traitor, and Poco knows it.
What is this? Poco knows what?
Well, Poco was... Quiet, friend James. Anthar, Poco's saying...
Silence, Earthling! Well, Poco, it appears that the Earthling gives the lie to your story. He seeks to imply that you know more of Anthar's trip to Earth than you told me.
It is a lie. A lie what he seeks to imply. It's just as I said. I was asleep in my bed.
If that is so, I am reminded to ask how came you in the park when the guard captured Anthar and the Earthling?
Yeah, let's hear you answer that.
James, please. Answer, fool! How came you in the park?
Well, there was a pain in my head. So I rose from my bed and strolled in the park to hear the song of the lark. Then down came the space shell close where I stood. Oh, so startled was I, my legs turned to wood. But when I saw them step out, they aroused my ire, for I knew they meant ill, to use Aram, sire. And so swift I gave chase, and when the guards came, I held fast the two villains. And now, me you dare to blame.
Well, how do you like that?
Do not deny him, friend James.
But Anthar...
You, Anthar! Does the fool speak the truth?
Yes, sire, he does.
What say you to that, Earthling?
Why, I guess that's the way it was.
Good. I did not think the fool could dare be treacherous to me.
No, I could not be, sire. For you, I love and admire.
Enough! Anthar, you admit then that you went to the earth to warn our enemies? That you brought this young one back to spy upon us?
No, Zeram. I admit nothing.
Naturally. What say you, Earthling? You deny coming here to spy on us?
My name isn't Earthling, it's Jim Olsen, and I didn't come here to spy.
I've heard enough to convince me that you both lie. Therefore, I, Zeram, Regent of Utopia, sentence you both, you, Anthar, and you, Earthling, to be placed within a sealed space shell, to be thus hurled out into great space itself, where you shall perish.
While Anthar bowed his head as a token of submission, Jimmy's face drained of color as the realization of the fate to which Zeram had doomed him struck home. Alone, a stranger on a faraway planet, with no hope of contacting me, the boy felt there was no hope.
In just a moment, we'll return for the climax of today's episode of Clark Kent's fascinating story. So keep listening.
Say, did you know that you can play games with your collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep? Well, I know one game a lot of the fellows and girls have a lot of fun with. Maybe you'd like to try it. It's a guessing game, identifying the different funny paper characters, and you get a score every time that you know the right answer. Someone would ask, who wears a policeman's hat? And the answer would be Chief Brandon. Or, who wears a feather for a hat? And that would be the little moose. Or maybe, who never wears a hat? And that would be Superman, of course. Yes, sir, there's no end to the fun you can have with these pet comic buttons. Just collecting all 18 of them in this new series is fun in itself. And you know the best part is, they're so easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. But there's a comic button, an exclusive prize for you, inside every package of Kellogg's Pep you open. And Pep's a prize when it comes to good eating, too. So crisp and fresh and tasty, why, it makes you want to pitch right in and eat a hearty breakfast. Mom will tell you that Pep's good for you, too, with all that energy, vitamin B1, and sunshine vitamin D. So remind her right now to get you some P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, back to Clark Kent's narrative of Superman's most unusual adventure.
As Zaram, evil regent of Utopia, pronounced the death sentence for Anthar and Jimmy Olsen, there was a moment of silence in the huge throne room. Then Anthar raised his head high and spoke up.
One moment, sire. As a senator, I demand my rightful privilege of a trial by my Senate colleagues. For so is it prescribed in the great charter of Utopia.
Oh? So, you wish a trial, do you?
Yes, I demand it as my right.
Very well. You shall have a trial. And the Earthling, too, tomorrow. But I would not advise you to hope for too much from this trial, Anthar. Guards, take away these two and place them in cells.
Yes, sire. Come, prisoners. Guard, fall in. Come, friend James.
Boy, sure was surprised when Zaram let you bluff him into giving us a trial.
It is a hollow victory, agreed only because he considers it a meaningless gesture.
Why do you say that?
Because all good and brave senators who dare to defy Zaram have been imprisoned or liquidated. The remainder either fear or willingly follow Zaram.
Oh.
Friend James, I am afraid, I am very much afraid, that tomorrow will see the end of us.
Oh, gee whiz.
His face grown pale again, Jimmy walked with a sad-faced Anthar among the menacing men of Zaram. And despite his fear of what lay in store for him, he told me later the one thing that hurt him most was the thought that Poco, the little fat rhymester, for whom he developed an affection, had turned against his friend.
Was Jimmy Olsen right in assuming that Poco had turned against him and Anthar? What happens now? Don't miss tomorrow's episode in Clark Kent's thrilling story of Superman's most unusual adventure, when he reveals how he found out about Jimmy's predicament. Yes, be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Snap, crackle, pop. That's a swell song to hear at the breakfast table, isn't it, gang? It means that your bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies is crisp as crisp can be. Means doggone good eating. Why, these golden bubbles of oven-popped rice are so fresh and crisp, they snap, crackle, and pop when you pour on milk. That's why those famous little elves named Snap, Crackle, and Pop are around so much these days in cartoons and on the Rice Krispies package to remind you to ask Mom for the one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. continues the strange story of Superman's adventure on the lost planet Utopia and tells how Jimmy Olsen found a ray of hope in the darkness of his predicament.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. You know, it's only once in a blue moon that someone comes along with such exciting prizes as those comic buttons Kellogg's Pep's been putting out. And now that you've got a series of 18 new buttons to collect, boy, that multiplies your fun over and over. Because it's such a swell surprise finding a button every time you open a package of Pep, and there's such swell prizes. These new Pep comic buttons, all 18 of them, are colored up bright as anything. They really show up when you pin them on your jacket or your dress or cap. And they're true-to-life pictures, too. Tess Trueheart and Spud and Corky and Superman look just as real as they do in the funny papers. And think of the fun you get in swapping duplicates with your pals and adding to your collection that way. Yes, sir, you get a kick out of collecting this brand new series of Pep comic buttons. And you don't have to spend any of your allowance to do it either. Don't even send in a box stop. You just ask Mom to keep stocked up with plenty of Kellogg's Pep. That's right. You can't buy these new comic buttons. You get one as a prize in each package of that Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep. The whole wheat flakes that taste so good and sunny that you come a-running to breakfast. Be sure to remind Mom to get you some P-E-P. The Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now the adventures of Superman. Assigned by editor Perry White to write a feature story on Superman's most unusual and exciting adventure, Clark Kent chose to recount his experiences on the lost planet Utopia. Listen now as Kent continues.
Taken to the planet Utopia in a space shell by Amthar and Poco, two Utopians determined to prove to him that their people were planning an invasion of the Earth. Jimmy Olsen was captured by brutal guards of Zaram, the evil regent. Amthar was captured with him, and they were both clapped in prison to await a trial. Jimmy was accused of spying for Earth, Amthar of treason. Both were given reason to believe that they would be condemned to death. Meanwhile, back in Metropolis, I had just learned from an eyewitness that Jimmy had been carried away in a weird projectile. And that was all I knew when editor Perry White burst into my office, where I sat poring over a volume of the encyclopedia.
Kent, I've just come from police headquarters. Well? And they haven't been able to find a trace of Jimmy. I can't understand it. When he left here this evening with that crackpot, Jim told Beanie he'd be back in a few minutes. But he's been gone, let's see, over 5 hours.
Uh-huh.
Hey, he didn't go home. He didn't come back here. Where in tarnation could he have gone?
I don't know.
Kent.
Huh? You call me, Chief?
Did I call you? Say, what's the matter with you?
Who, me?
Yes, you. Here, Jim disappeared with a madman, and you sit there reading a book.
No, I'm not just reading. I'm looking for a clue, Chief.
A clue to Jimmy? In a book?
Sure. You see, this is an encyclopedia.
And you expect to find out where Jim went from the encyclopedia? Kent, you are out of your mind.
Not at all, Chief. I'm perfectly sane and rational.
Oh, yeah? Then what are you looking for in that encyclopedia?
But you must know I'm trying to find out where the planet Utopia is. That is, if there is such a thing.
Planet what?
Utopia. It's where the man in shorts said he came from and where Jim said he was going.
And you believe that?
Well, of course, you haven't forgotten what Tom said, have you?
Tom? Tom who?
Tom,
Oh, you mean Carlson?
Yes.
Well, you expect me to believe that fairy tale he told us about Jim and that crackpot sitting in a great big white ball that jumped off our roof and flew way up into the sky?
Oh, now, look.
Oh, go on. Carlson bumped his head against the radio tower on the roof and dreamed it. The way you're acting, you must have bumped your head, too.
No, Chief. Carlson swears he saw Jim and two other men in the whatever it was.
Well, whatever it was is right. I tell you, Carlson saw them in his dreams.
Well, I'm not so sure.
Well, I am. You ought to be ashamed of yourself believing hooey like that.
I didn't say I believed it. I just said
what were you looking in that encyclopedia for?
To see if there is a planet called Utopia.
And if there is, I suppose you intended to call up one of the airlines and reserve a seat on the next spaceship.
Well, no, not exactly.
Why am I wasting my time talking to you?
Well, it is...
Olsen's in the hands of lunatics or a bunch of slick crooks, and you're talking about planets.
Well,
planets nobody ever heard of besides.
Nobody ever heard of Krypton either.
Of what?
Krypton. In case you've forgotten, that's where Superman came from.
Oh, no. No, look. Sit down like a nice fellow, will you?
What?
I want you to meet a friend of mine. His name is Dr. Jennings. You like him.
I'm sorry, Chief. I'm going to see Professor Wilson.
Wait, where are you going?
To see Professor Wilson, an astronomer who knows all about planets. I'll see you later. Ever heard of the planet Utopia, Professor Wilson?
There is no such major planet, Mr. Kent.
No, I know that, Professor, but aren't there quite a few minor planets?
Yes, there are a host of small bodies which are known as minor planets or asteroids, such as Ceres, Ares, and Hidalgo, for example. But I believe you said this planet you were wondering about might be a possible habitation for human life.
Yes.
Then that rules out the minor planets, since we believe they have no atmosphere.
Oh, I see. Well, what planets are known to have an atmosphere, Professor?
Oh, quite a few.
Oh?
But most of them are ruled out as possible human habitations because of their extreme temperatures and low density.
See. Which ones aren't ruled out?
The planets of the so-called inner group, Mercury, Venus, Mars. But because of scientific reasons, with which I won't bore you, we don't believe that even Mercury or Venus is habitable.
See, but you think Mars might be?
Yes, we believe it might support some form of life, but a form quite unlike man as we know it.
Then our friend in shorts and sandals couldn't have come from Mars.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing, Professor. You're certain there is no planet you scientists know of which might just possibly be inhabited by men like ourselves?
No, Mr. Kent. It's a fascinating idea to play with, and I'm not saying there might not be such a planet.
You're not?
No. I just say that we scientists have never been able to discover such a planet, and frankly, we do not think one exists.
Well, thanks very much, Professor. If my newspaper can ever do anything for you, I hope you'll give us the chance.
Well, thank you. Don't look so disappointed, Mr. Kent.
Well,
if you're interested in the subject, who knows? Maybe you will discover a planet on which men like us live.
I just want to discover it if Jimmy's there. Looks now as if Tom Carlson was dreaming, or else that Jim was taken away in some newfangled plane, which means that somebody ought to find him.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you, Mr. Kent.
I'm sorry, Professor. I was just talking to myself. Well, thanks again, Professor, and I'll be seeing you. Confused, perplexed, and more worried than before, I left Professor Wilson's laboratory. And still without a clue to Jimmy's whereabouts, I returned to the Daily Planet.
In just a moment, we'll return to Clark Kent's story of Superman's adventure on a lost planet. So keep listening.
Say, gang, do you know why it's so important for a young fella to lead the right sort of life and have the right sort of fun and pals? It's because one of these days, you fellas are going to be growing up, and you will have the say about making this country a good one to live in. And that's why the boys' clubs of America are so important. Every one of these clubs, all over the country, helps boys get started on the right track toward being a good citizen. They make it possible for boys to find recreation and companionship and a chance to make and do things for themselves. And in the summer, there are camps where boys build healthy bodies and find out how to live the rules of honesty and fair play and tolerance. So here's a special salute to the boys' clubs of America during National Boys Club Week for the swell job they're doing.
And now back to Clark Kent, who continues to tell his story.
As I left Professor Wilson's laboratory, still worried and no further ahead in my search for Jimmy Olsen, my young friend, as I learned later, was nervously pacing the floor of a solitary cell on the planet Utopia. Suddenly, he stopped short and listened to a furtive scratching at the tiny barred window high in the wall.
Oh, what's that?
Not so hard, lest you draw the guard.
Poco, what are you doing here, you turncoat?
Oh, James, do not be afraid. I come to bring you help and aid.
Oh, yeah? Like you helped us with Zoran tonight by telling him you didn't go to Metropolis with Anthar, and by calling Anthar a traitor and me a spy.
Can't you see I spoke flim-flam, deliberately so as to fool Zoran?
To save your own neck, you mean?
Oh, please don't have an argument waste breath. You were really very close to death.
Go on, you can't kid me, Poco. Zoran probably sent you here to pump me or something.
Oh, no, that is not true. I come only to help you.
Oh, tell that to the Marines. Where's Anthar?
Oh, he's in another cell, where for the moment he's not well.
Oh, what do you mean, for the moment?
Oh, come the trial tomorrow and then... Oh, sorrow, sorrow.
Oh, boy, this Utopia sure is a nice place. Just like Germany during Hitler's time.
Oh, please, James. The moments are few if I'm to be of help to Anthar and you.
You mean you really do want to help us?
Why else do you think I risk my head when I could be lying safely abed?
Well, okay. What's your plan?
First, you must tell me if you can. Where can I locate Superman?
Superman?
Yes, my friend, for I see how only he can save you now.
Gosh, I don't know where he is.
Oh, think high, think low. James, you must know.
But I don't, I tell you. Maybe, well, just maybe, Mr. Kent or Mr. White could get in touch with him by radio.
Oh, Mr. Kent or Mr. White? Will they try with all their might?
I sure will. They knew what's happening to me. But how can we let them know they're back on Earth in Metropolis?
In Metropolis, you say? Where we were earlier today?
Yeah, the Daily Planet newspaper. But how can we tell them about me, Poco?
Oh, at the moment, I cannot say. But there must surely be some way.
Yeah, but how?
I have a plan, but it means risking my head. For if I'm caught, I'll surely be dead.
Oh, gee whiz, maybe you oughtn't to try then.
Oh, I cannot stand by and watch you die. Oh, look, friend James, I lowered a string. Do you perchance have a ring?
A ring? Oh, sure, I've got my high school graduation ring.
Oh, does it bear a sonnet or your name upon it?
It's got my initials and the year I graduated.
Oh, that's good, that's fine. Attach it to the twine.
What for?
Oh, please, do not delay. Just do as I say.
Okay, take it easy. Where's it? Oh, here, I've got it. Oh, you might as well take my ring. From what you and Anthar say about the trial tomorrow, I guess I won't be using this ring much longer.
Is the ring on the string?
Yeah. I wish you'd tell me what you want it for, though.
Oh, that you will learn. If luck for me this turn.
Well, here's hoping. We could sure use a little luck right now.
And now, my friend, I say goodbye to save you and Anthar. I will try. And if I don't return, you'll know I did die.
Good luck, Poco.
Swiftly drawing the cord on which Jimmy's ring is attached up through the tiny barred window, Poco melted silently into the darkness, bound on a dangerous mission. Left alone in the blackness of his cell, Jimmy, as he later confessed, prayed harder than ever before in his life that the little rhyming jester would succeed in contacting me.
Tomorrow, Clark Kent reveals the details of Poco's daring plan and tells how the little round rhymester manages to contact Superman. So don't miss it. Yes, don't miss a single thrilling moment in Clark Kent's fascinating story of Superman's most unusual adventure, the mystery of the lost planet. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow, same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, let me tell you about a breakfast cereal that's fun to listen to and fun to eat. It's Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal. Sure, you've seen those famous little elves snap, crackle, and pop around in cartoons on the Rice Krispies package. And you know how they can dish out the crispiness of those golden bubbles of oven-puffed rice. So freshly crisp, they snap, crackle, and pop when you pour on milk. So remind Mom to get you the one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Clark Kent tells how Jimmy Olsen was condemned to die on the planet Utopia and reveals how he learned the details of the young reporter's predicament.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. You know, for a hobby that's just as much fun as taking snapshots of your friends, I nominate collecting those nifty comic buttons in the new series from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because every one of those buttons has a picture of one of your comic strip friends. Characters that you've known and liked for a long, long time. 18 of them in all, like Brenda Starr and Cindy and Spud and the little moose, Beezy and Goofy and Superman, of course. And they're done up in full bright colors, too, so that they show up like anything when you pin them on your jacket or your dress or cap. Boy, is it fun collecting these pet comic buttons. And there's that exciting moment every time that Mom opens a new package of pet to see which button's inside. And if it happens to be a duplicate, well, that's even more fun because then you can trade with your pals. So hop to it, gang. Get busy on your collection. Ask Mom to get you a package or two of Kellogg's Pep. Now, you don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy these comic buttons. You just look for one inside your package of Pep. That's Kellogg's Pep, you know, the Sunshine cereal, loaded with sunny, golden toasted flavor. These crisp, fresh whole wheat flakes sure do hit the spot for breakfast and in between snacks. So ask Mom to get you some P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now the adventures of Superman. Assigned by editor Perry White to write a feature story on Superman's most unusual adventure, Clark Kent gave it much thought. Then he selected an experience that began one day when Jimmy Olsen was taken to the planet Utopia by Anthar and Poco, two Utopians who wanted to convince the young reporter that their people planned to invade and conquer Earth. Now, Kent continues with his story.
Immediately upon arrival on Utopia, Jimmy and Anthar were thrown into jail by order of the vicious regent to await trial and a predetermined death sentence. But Poco, the fat little rhymester, managed to talk with Jimmy and learned from him that Editor White might be able to contact me, that is, Superman. So Poco, taking his life in his hands, set out on an attempt to reach Perry White. Meanwhile, Jimmy and Anthar were brought from their cells to an anteroom of Utopia's huge Senate chamber, where they waited for the senators to assemble for their hearing.
We have a chance for a fair trial?
I fear not, friend James.
Why?
Because of the 100 senators who will sit in judgment upon us, all but a scant few are Zeram's men, personally chosen by him to do his bidding.
Well, how come? Don't you have elections up here in Utopia?
We always did before Zeram seized control of the government. Now Zeram, and he alone, says who shall and who shall not hold office.
Oh, I know his kind. There are still a few of them left on Earth, too. But when our United Nations really get swinging, there won't be any more like that at all.
That is as it should be.
Amen. Doesn't solve our problem right now.
Indeed it does not. I feel now that nothing can save us from Zeram's wrath.
Unless Poco manages to go through with what he told me last night.
What? You saw Poco last night?
Uh-huh. Somehow or other he managed to get to the window of my cell.
Tell me, what did he say?
Well, he said he was convinced that only Superman could get us out of this mess. And he asked me how to locate him.
Yes.
I couldn't tell him any more than I told you. That is that I don't know. Except that maybe if he could manage to contact Mr. Kent or Mr. White, maybe they could help. So he said
That he would attempt another trip to Earth?
That's right.
That is just what I feared he might do.
What do you mean you fear? That's our only chance.
Yes, but poor Poco knows little of interplanetary navigation. Without help, he may be lost in space.
Oh, no.
Poor Poco. It was his lot in life to play the fool, and as a fool he will die.
So it was in a spirit of dejection and utter hopelessness that, a few minutes later, Jimmy and Anthar were ushered by armed guards into the Senate chamber, where on a high throne planted on a dais overlooking 100 white-robed senators sat Zeram, beak-nosed, fierce-eyed regent of Utopia.
Silence! Zeram, the great and glorious regent of all Utopia, speaks.
Boy, what a build-up for that ugly puss.
Gentlemen of the Senate, fellow Utopians, we meet today on an unhappy occasion to learn that Anthar, one whom we all loved and trusted, a man who once earned the respect of his fellows, has now become a turncoat, a foul traitor.
Hey, what kind of a trial is this? Is Zeram asking or telling them?
I warned you not to expect a fair trial.
What cared Anthar, the man our people trusted, that our planet is doomed to be shattered in space within a few weeks? What cared he that our people are thus doomed to death? No! Anthar cared only for himself. For by acting as a traitor to Utopia, he was promised great riches and power on Earth. If we are destroyed...
Holy smokes. He's sure getting this bunch worked up with the old rabble-rouser technique.
And now, gentlemen, this same Anthar, a base traitor, dares us that we grant a fair trial to him and his fellow conspirator, the spy, James Olson. However, keeping in mind that Utopia is, after all, a democracy, it is our duty to listen to Anthar, even though we know beforehand what our vote will be.
You hear that? The Chesterton has told them they're going to vote us guilty.
Courage, men, James. I will do my utmost to change their minds.
Fellow Utopians and fellow members of the Senate. You may call me traitor, but I will be heard. It is true I flew through space yesterday to Earth. But I went there for but one reason, to speak with only one person whom I was sure could help us. And unfortunately, I failed to find him. However, gentlemen, hear me when I say that we not only commit a great moral wrong by planning to invade the Earth, but it will mean our destruction.
I have heard enough. Gentlemen of the Senate, shall we waste time in debate here? Shall we wait and risk defeat? Or shall we strike now while the people of Earth are off guard, and so secure a new homeland for our people?
Wait! Senators, wait! I tell you, Zeram leads you to destruction.
Gentlemen, you have heard Anthar, who speaks for himself in the American Spy. You've heard him in fair trial. Are you ready to vote now on the fate of Anthar the traitor and James Olson the earthling spy? Very well. What is your verdict?
Holy mackerel, Anthar. It's a landslide against us.
Yes, friend James. I have played my last card and lost.
You hear that, Anthar? The Senate has voted unanimously that you and the American spy are guilty. Hear my sentence, then. God, strike the gong. Anthar and James Olson, by vote of the Senate, and by my power as regent, I sentence you both to be placed in a sealed space shell at sundown this evening, and to be propelled thus into the vastness of space, there to perish.
As Jimmy later told me, the pronouncement of his and Anthar's doom by the cruel regent Zaram made him feel certain at that time that all was lost, that now not even Superman could save him. But he reckoned without the courageous and loyal Poco.
In a moment, we'll return for more of Clark Kent's story. So keep listening.
Say, talk about double talk, gang. Did you ever listen in while some of the fellows and girls are swapping duplicate comic buttons from that new series that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep? I guess those conversations would, well, it'd sound mighty funny to anybody who didn't know about those swell Pep comic buttons. Like one fellow says, hey, trade your Goofy for Pat Patton. And another comes in and says, I'll take that, and I have 2 Supermen. Who wants to swap? And then another will say, what do you offer for Judy or Corky? Well, that sort of double talk sure means a lot to you fellows and girls who are collecting those exciting Pep comic buttons, because you're all mighty anxious to collect all 18 buttons in the series. And they're so easy to get, too. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But every time Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep, there's your comic button inside, your exclusive prize. And Pep's on the exclusive side when it comes to good eating, too. Believe me, you can't find another dish with that sunny gold and toasted flavor so delicious you want to keep right on eating. Talk about teasing your morning appetite. Why, Pep makes you want to eat hearty. So remember, gang, ask Mom to get you lots of P-E-P. The Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now, back to Clark Kent's thrilling story.
As Jimmy Olson and Anthar heard their doom pronounced by Zaram, I was sleeplessly pacing the floor in my apartment when I was suddenly startled to attention by the ringing of my phone. Hello, Clark Kent speaking.
Oh, Kent, this is Burroughs at the office.
Oh, yes,
I hope I didn't wake you up.
No, I haven't been asleep. Matter of fact, I've been out all night hunting for Jim Olson.
Yeah, I didn't get much sleep myself worrying about him.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Kent, we just had a flash on the teletype.
About Jim?
Well, no.
Oh, well, turn the story over to someone else, will you, Burroughs? I'm giving all my time to looking for Jim.
Oh, sure, I know, but this is very strange, Kent, and it seems to concern you.
Me? How?
Well, it sounds crazy to me, but it's been authenticated.
Oh?
Now, listen to this. Some kind of a huge white ball fell out of the sky about 20 minutes ago and landed in the middle of Main and Franklin Streets.
What?
Yeah, I said it sounded crazy, but Peters happened to be nearby and he authenticated it. He says the ball seems to be some kind of a weird plane or rocket ship or something.
Well, I'll be... Listen, Burroughs, was there anyone in it?
Yeah, that's the other crazy part of it. There was a little fat man in it.
There was?
Yes, Peters says he was dressed in shorts and sandals and had tiny silver bells on his wrists and ankles. And get this, Kent, before he passed out of the picture, he asked for you.
For me?
Yes, Peters swears.
Never mind, listen. Where is he now, the little fat man?
At St. John's Hospital.
Hospital?
Well, sure, I told you he passed out of the picture when the ball crashed.
Great Scott, is he... how badly is he hurt, do you know?
No, I don't, but my guess is there wouldn't be much left of anybody after crashing in a contraption like that.
Well, cross your fingers and hope he isn't done for, Burroughs. Because if he is, I'm afraid we'll never see Jimmy again. Hoping against hope that the little man might yet be alive to tell me something about Jimmy, I stripped off my street clothes and, as Superman, rocketed out of my window toward St. John's Hospital.
Tomorrow, gang, Clark Kent reveals the condition in which he found Poco and what the little rhymester was able to tell him. And from there on begins the most exciting part of Superman's most unusual adventure, the mystery of the lost planet. So don't miss a minute of it. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, here's an easy question. What's the Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal? Why, Kellogg's Rice Krispies, of course. The only cereal so crisp it goes snap, crackle, and pop in milk. Whenever you see those famous little elves, snap, crackle, and pop, in the cartoons or on the Rice Krispies package, you think of how crisp those golden bubbles of oven-pop rice can be. And when you hear their song of crispiness in your cereal bowl, you know that you're in for some good eating. Yes, sir, it's the one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, in recounting the story of Superman's most unusual adventure, Clark Kent reveals how he was finally contacted by the faithful Poco and started off on the trail of the missing Jimmy Olsen.
This is Superman, gang, and here's someone I want you to meet. Rear Admiral Reginald R. Belknap, USN, retired.
Good afternoon, boys and girls, and thank you, Superman. I am the chairman of the Layman's National Committee, a non-sectarian religious organization that tries to make sure that children of all races and creeds get the wonderful advantages offered by our churches. This is National Sunday School Week, a very good time to recognize all the good the Superman show does to promote the principles of right living. Superman shows us all how to live the golden rule, how to help and protect those who need it. And so, I now present the Layman National Committee's citation to the Superman program as the best children's program of the year.
Thank you, Admiral Belknap. The whole Superman staff is very grateful for this honor.
Yes, and I want to add the thanks of the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Pep. Naturally, Kellogg is proud of the Superman show and its contribution to our good American way of life. And Pep is part of that good, wholesome way of life. A good cereal that's good, wholesome eating for growing boys and girls. That's Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal.
Now the adventures of Superman. In recounting the story of Superman's most unusual experience, Clark Kent told how Jimmy Olsen was taken to the planet Utopia by Anthar and Poco, two men of the little-known planet, and how, upon their arrival, Jimmy and Anthar were captured and sentenced to death by Zaram, the cruel regent. Now, Kent continues with his story.
Meanwhile, here in Metropolis, I received a news report of a huge white plastic ball that had fallen out of the skies into the heart of the city. What's more, its sole occupant, a little fat man wearing strange clothes and silver bells on his wrists and ankles, was reported to have called for me several times before he lost consciousness. As soon as I heard that, I rushed over to the hospital where I was surprised to find my editor, Perry White, waiting for me.
The office told me you were on your way over.
Oh?
And while I was waiting, I found out where he is.
You mean the funny little guy they took out of that flying ball?
That's right. He's on the 3rd floor.
Good. Hope he's still alive and that he can tell us where to find Jim.
Are you kidding?
No. Come on upstairs to his room. Oh, Doctor, my name is Clark Kent.
Kent?
Yes. I understand the patient in 306 was asking for me.
Yes, he was indeed. Ever since he came to. I'm glad you've come.
Well, may we see him now?
Yes, but before I take you to him, I want to warn you that he's a little strange. Speaks only in a sort of odd rhymed double talk, I suppose you might call it.
Poor fellow.
Suffered a concussion, eh? No, surprisingly enough, we don't find him suffering from anything more serious than a sprained ankle. Now, if you'll follow me, please, I'll take you to him. Here you are, gentlemen.
Thank you, Doctor.
Not at all.
Oh, hurry. It's worry.
Listen to that. Come on in, Chief.
If you, sirs, are Mr. Kent, Mr. White, you are indeed a welcome sight.
Well,
Yes, I'm Clark Kent, and this is Mr. White. Suppose you tell us who you are.
Oh, I am Poco by name, a jester by fame.
A jester. Of all the...
Now, wait, just a minute, Chief. Poco, could you tell us where you come from?
Oh, yes. I come from Utopia, and the story I bring is nothing short of frightening.
What story?
Yes, get to the facts, if they are facts.
Oh, very well. Since yours are the names given me by my good friend James.
James? You mean Jim Olsen?
No, 'tis true, I do.
Well, what happened to Jim? Where is he?
With poor James. Alas, all is not well. He is lying now in a guarded cell.
What? Go on, Poco.
Yes. He waits his fate behind iron bars on the planet Utopia, close to Mars.
Oh, now cut out that rhyming double talking, for heaven's sakes. Tell us what...
Do you think on lies I'd waste my breath while James is in prison, sentenced to death?
Sentenced to death?
What for?
He was, on Utopia, convicted as a spy. And for that, Zaram has condemned him to die.
Great Caesar.
Zaram? Who is Zaram?
Zaram is regent who rules our land. All life and death are in his hand.
How can we help Jimmy, Poco?
By telling me quickly, if you can, where can I contact Superman?
What do you want with Superman?
To save poor James and Anthar, too, from death at the hand of Zaram's crew.
Now, look, Poco.
We can't hold everything. What? Now, come here. I want to talk to you.
Excuse me, Poco.
Oh, worry. Hurry.
What's eating you, Chief?
I think this character's giving us a phony story.
Oh, now,
What's
look.
more, I think he's part of a gang that kidnapped Jimmy, and now they're trying...
Wait a minute. How can you say that when this man's description, the projectile he arrived in, and his story about coming from Utopia all jibe with what an eyewitness to Jimmy's disappearance told us?
You believe all that?
I have no reason to disbelieve it yet.
And I say you're as wacky as he seems to be.
Gentlemen, I beg you do not delay. Each moment we waste speeds James' life away.
Let's see, Chief. Tell me, Poco, for the sake of some who may be doubtful, have you any way of proving that...
Oh, yes, Mr. Kent, Mr. White. I can prove that I am right.
Yeah, how?
Oh, look. From around my neck, I take a string. And from this string, I take a ring.
Let's see that.
Chief, that's Jimmy's high school ring.
Yes, it is. But how do we know he didn't steal it from Jim?
Oh, I swear I did not steal the ring. Oh, why do you question everything? When unless you help me, Mr. White, well, James, your friend, will die tonight.
I've heard enough. Kent, I think this is a job for Inspector Henderson.
No, wait, Chief.
Nothing doing. I'm going to call
Be
him right
reasonable,
now.
Chief. How are the police going to help Jim when he's on another planet?
I don't believe he is on another planet.
Oh, that he is, I swear upon my pelf. I took him there with Anthar myself.
Oh, you did, eh? Why?
Well, we took James with us so he'd understand the danger that threatens your native land.
What are you saying, Poco?
Oh, it's true. Believe me, it's true.
Oh, cut it out. What's true?
That Zaram is set to come with armies, the Earth to invade.
Oh, no.
And the way is all clear. His plans are all made.
You took Jimmy along with you to prove that to him?
Yes. And Zaram caught James and Anthar, too. And tonight, alas, their end is due.
Oh, for Pete's sake, stop saying that.
Oh, then call for Superman, I implore. Lord, shortly James will be no more.
Great Jupiter. Tell me, Poco, is the time on Utopia the same as it is here?
No, it's 4 hours late. And when it's 4 o'clock here, there it is 8.
And we have only 2 hours before sunset on Utopia, the time set for the execution. Look, Poco, do you know how to get back to Utopia? Now, wait a minute.
The path is clear through the stratosphere with the aid of this solar compass here.
Ken, for heaven's sake, that little box, Poco, is that what you call a solar compass?
Yes. And that is what, to use, I plan to chart the course for Superman.
Okay, I'll take you up on that, Poco. You'll take him up. I mean Superman will. Superman? Where are you going to find him? You're going to find him, Chief. I am? Yes. Remember the last time we had to find Superman? You broadcast for him over the Daily Planet radio when he showed up? Yes, but... Well, you're going to do it again. Oh, I am I? Now, you listen here. Don't argue, Chief. We've got less than 2 hours to save Jim's life, so get over to the radio studio and start broadcasting for him right away. No, this is crazy. It's ridiculous. Don't waste time arguing. Will you get going? Hurry. Whew. Well, I'd never get rid of him. Now, back here behind this screen where Poco can't see me, and out of these clothes, quickly.
Mr. White, Mr. Kent. Oh, where can they be? Why have they both deserted me?
Well, I do, Poco.
Oh, you, sir, in cape of red and costume blue. Will you tell me, please, who are you?
I'm Superman. I understand you want to see me.
Oh, no. No, this good fortune. It cannot be. I don't dare believe you are really he.
Yes, I'm Superman, all right. Now, Kent said your solar compass would show us the way to Utopia, right?
If the stars prevail, it cannot fail.
All right, up in my arms with you. There. Are you comfortable?
Oh, yes. Well, here's the compass. Hold it tight. If we lose it...
It's good night.
Right.
Well, here goes then. Up for this window. Now, out. Up and away! Leaping out the window with Poco under my arm, I rocketed straight up into the sky, bound for Utopia and what was perhaps the strangest adventure of my career since arriving on Earth from Krypton. But if I had anticipated an easy trip to Utopia, I was doomed to disappointment, for I soon learned differently.
In just a moment, we'll return for the thrilling climax of today's episode in Clark Kent's exciting story. So keep listening.
Say, you know how it is, gang. You get a real kick out of meeting up with one of your friends unexpectedly. Well, there's that same sort of thrill for you when Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep. Because, first off, you're glad that there's more of that super delicious cereal to eat. And when you get one of those exciting comic buttons in the Pep package, you're meeting up with an old funny sheet friend. Yes, sir. Every single one of those comic strip characters is someone that you've known in the funny papers. 18 of them in all, like Pat Patton and Tess Trueheart and Chief Brandon and Vitamin Flintheart, Judy Clarkey, and Superman himself. And each one is a humdinger for looks. So how about asking Mom right now to get you some more Kellogg's Pep? That's how easy it is to get these comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a buck stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. You just look inside the Pep package for your prize and get a glimpse of those golden toasted whole wheat flakes, too. And your appetite will sit right up and take notice right away. Pep looks so crisp and inviting, and it tastes so doggone delicious that, well, you practically won't be able to resist it. So have yourself a bowl of Pep for breakfast tomorrow. Just make sure that Mom gets P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now we return to Clark Kent's story of Superman's most unusual adventure.
With Poco clinging tightly to me, I shot up into the sky like a rocket, and soon we had gone beyond the stratosphere into the vast empty reaches of space, where the crackling natural electricity and lack of what we know as atmosphere made the going extremely difficult. Hold up here, Poco. Better stay under my cape.
Oh, but it feels good to fly. Up higher than the sky.
What's that? Solar compass?
Oh, dear. Oh, Superman, oh, dear. That means we are lost up here.
Lost? What do you mean?
Oh, this means we left Earth too soon. We should have waited till the clock struck noon.
Why? What difference does that make?
Oh, can't you see? It's because the compass is set at a certain pace. And when we left too soon, we became lost in space.
Uh-oh, that's bad. Pretty rugged up here, even for me. Getting worse all the time.
Oh, the fault is mine. I'm a stupid fool. I should have remembered the solid rule.
Too late for that now, Poco. Just hang on and hope for the best.
Unmercifully buffeted by the elements and apparently lost in space, I continued to struggle and fight with all the power I could muster in an effort to get through to Jimmy Olsen. But as the moments sped by, my chances and Poco's seemed to get slimmer and slimmer.
How did Superman manage to fight his way through space in time to save Jimmy Olsen from execution on Utopia? Well, all we can tell you now is that the Man of Steel's great powers were tested like never before, and that both he and Jimmy were nearly destroyed on Utopia until this experience was over. So don't miss tomorrow's episode in Clark Kent's thrilling story of The Mystery of the Lost Planet, Superman's most unusual adventure. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow, same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Snap, crackle, pop. What's that, gang? Why, it's the one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Sure, you've seen those famous little elves and cartoons and on the Rice Krispies package. And you know how they dish out those golden bubbles of oven-popped rice. So crisp, they snap, crackle, and pop when you pour on milk. That's their song of crispiness. Yes, sir, Kellogg's Rice Krispies are fun to listen to and fun to eat. So ask Mom to get you the one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, as Clark Kent writes another chapter in his story of Superman's most unusual adventure, he tells how he struggled with the elements in space and nearly lost out in his titanic effort to save Jimmy Olsen's life.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. You know, for all-round good fun, you can't beat the comic buttons in the new series from packages of Kellogg's Pep. And I mean all-round fun. Everybody enters in. Now, you don't have to be getting a big allowance because you don't send in a single penny for these Pep comic buttons, not even a box top. And you don't have to be in any certain grade at school. And both fellas and girls get a kick out of collecting all 18 buttons in this new series. Everybody knows the funny paper characters like Judy and Corky and Pat Patton and Superman, of course. And you can all trade duplicates with each other and add another Pep comic button to your collection that way. What's more, these comic buttons are so doggone smart-looking that, well, you're mighty proud to wear them on your jacket or your dress or cap. So get in on the fun, gang. Ask Mom to get you a package or two of Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these exciting prizes. You can't buy them anywhere, but there's a comic button for you inside every package of that Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Say, Pep's a prize package when it comes to good eating, too. Crisp and fresh and loaded with that catchy Sunshine flavor. So ask Mom for lots of P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. In recounting the story of Superman's most unusual adventure, Clark Kent has already told us how Poco, the little fat man who speaks in rhyme, flew to Earth from the planet Utopia to enlist Superman's aid in an effort to save Jimmy Olsen from a death sentence to which he had been condemned. Now, Kent continues.
As Superman, I rocketed into the sky with Poco under my arm, and soon we were in space, far beyond the atmosphere. The going became extremely rough. Then, calling on all the power at my command, I struggled and fought onward, managed to make very little headway against the terrific natural electricity and other elements in space, which buffeted and tossed us around like corks on a raging sea.
Oh, dear. It's useless, Superman. Please save yourself if you can.
Now, don't talk like that, Poco.
Oh, but we are lost and in the sky. Save yourself and let me die.
Nonsense. We're not licked yet. What a space shell can do, I can do.
Oh, I wish to heaven what you say were true. But we're out of the channel we should be traveling through.
Channel? What do you mean?
Well, only once every 6 hours there's a channel through space in which one can rocket from place to place.
Well, that's it. Well, we'll just have to... Wait, Scott. Get out of my Poco. Here comes a comet or something.
Oh, grief, oh, gloom. Oh, this spells our doom.
Out of my coat, I said. Struck by the rushing, flaming meteor, a white-hot ball of molten metal, I shuddered, fought to retain my equilibrium, then losing out began to fall, my body limp, but my arms clinging by some instinct to the terror-stricken Poco. Then a violent shudder passed through my body, and I painfully lifted my head from my chest. From what seemed at first like a great distance, I heard a voice. It was Poco.
Now, Superman, did we survive? Tell me, are we alive?
Yes, Poco. We're alive, all right. Now we've got to find Utopia. Where is that solar compass of yours?
It is here, but I fear...
Thanks. Now, let's see. All right. The needle points this way, up and to the right. Away! Struggling, battling as I had never battled before, throwing my strangely weakened body again and again at the raging, pitiless elements, I fought for survival and for the lives of my friends. Meanwhile, I learned later, on the planet Utopia, Jimmy Olsen and Anthar, their wrists bound behind them, were standing in the walled courtyard behind the palace of Zaram, Utopia's regent. Armed guards stood alertly near, and Zaram himself, a gloating smile on his bony, hawk-beaked face, strolled back and forth between his prisoners and a huge stone table at which laborers were working.
What are they doing over at that table, Anthar?
They prepare the space shell for us, friend James.
The space shell?
Yes, the one in which we are doomed to be sealed and then projected into eternal space.
Gee whiz. It's sort of like watching our graves being dug, isn't it?
Yes, it amuses Zaram to make us observe the proceedings.
Dirty dog. With a nasty smile on his face. Oh, don't worry. He'll get his when he tries to invade the Earth.
Perhaps. But I fear he will be successful.
Are you kidding? The armies and navies and air forces of the United Nations on Earth will make a monkey out of him.
You forget something, friend James.
What's that?
All the nations on Earth are not yet fully united and prepared for defense against even the simple common foes they have to fight now.
But they're working on it.
That is not enough.
Oh, boy. If you're right, Anthar, I deserve what Zaram's going to do to me.
Why do you say that?
Because you told me all this in Metropolis, begging me to try to find Superman. But I was a wise guy. I just laughed at you.
You cannot be blamed for doubting me, so do not reproach yourself.
Oh, don't kid me. I know now I'm the world's prized dope.
Hush. Saddam approaches.
Be patient, my friends. In but a few moments, your new home will be completed.
You low-down rat.
I see the young man has not yet lost his courage, eh?
You bet I haven't. When you get down there, you'll find the same goes for other Earth people.
Their courage will avail of as little as yours does now. Earthmen shall fall before me like flies.
You'll never see that day, you...
Silence!
Sock me when my hands are tied, huh? That's the kind of a skunk you are.
Open your mouth again, insolent puppy. You'll be placed in the shell without your tongue.
You act the coward, Saddam.
Really, Anthar? Anthar, the great patriot. Anthar, the beloved president of Utopia's Senate.
What say the people of you now, foolish one?
It matters not what they say now, for in time the truth will out.
Bravo, Anthar, bravo.
You are foolish, Adam, to believe you can make yourself safe by doing away with all men of honor and courage. For somehow enough of them always remain to destroy you at last. You will learn that even as Hitler and other tyrants learned it.
That's telling them.
Anthar, you lived as a fool, and now you die as one. I would have a verse on that. Where is my jester, Poco? Poco! Poco! Where is Poco?
Gee whiz.
Where is
Maybe
he?
Poco got to Metropolis and found Superman. Maybe he's on his way back here with Superman right now.
I wish it was so, but that is no longer possible.
Why?
I have computed the solar time, and the last period was at noon of your time, which is 4 p.m. of ours. If Poco had arrived safely in Metropolis, found Superman, and returned with him at the last period, they would have been here shortly after 4 p.m. But it is now 5:30, so you see...
Yeah. Look, when's the next time they can travel?
At 6 p.m. Metropolis time, by which time we shall long since have been shattered in space.
Oh, I see.
Fire. Shell is prepared.
Good. Guards! Fetch the prisoner.
Uh-oh. Here they come for us, Anthar.
Yes, this is the end. Once more, I say how I regret being responsible for this, friend James.
It wasn't your fault. You did the right thing, I guess.
Grasped roughly by Zeram's guards, Jimmy and Anthar were marched toward a spherical shelf, near which workmen stood by, ready to seal it as soon as the prisoners had been let down through an open hatch. And at that time, Poco and I were just approaching the orbit of Utopia.
In just a moment, we'll return for the startling climax in today's episode of Clark Kent's story. So keep listening.
Say, do you like to reminisce? You know, think back and remember all the fun you've had? Well, I know a lot of fellas and girls who get a kick out of reminiscing these days. Sure, when they check over their collections of comic buttons in that new series from Packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because every single one of these funny paper characters looks so doggone lifelike. Why, you keep chuckling over the things that they've done in the comic strips. Like the way Goofy and Beezy get all mixed up in the funniest situations. Or Vitamin Flintheart and the way he coddles himself. Yes, sir, every single one of those 18 new and different Pep comic buttons has a real story to tell. And they're so easy to get, too. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. They come only as prizes in Packages of Kellogg's Pep. That's the Sunshine cereal, famous for sunny gold and toasted flavor. And famous for vitamin D the good old sun makes for you. That's why Mom says Pep is particularly good for you these days, when the sunny hours aren't so long yet. Pep gives you additional vitamin B1, too, and energy vitamin, plus all that mighty swell eating in these gold and whole wheat flakes. So ask Mom for P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now back to Clark Kent's thrilling story of Superman's most unusual adventure.
As Jimmy Olsen and Anthar were being led to the space shell into which they were to be sealed and hurtled off into space, Poco and I emerged into the orbit of Utopia. Spent from my great struggle with the elements, I was grateful for the gravitational pull which had begun to pull me down to a planet that was barely visible through the mists and vapors. Well, I see land far below, Poco. And if this compass is right, it should be Utopia.
Oh, hooray and praise the day. I hope and pray it's as you say.
Great Scott. Look, Poco, didn't you tell me Anthar and Jimmy would be executed at sunset in the capital of Utopia?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, I see a courtyard down there.
Oh, great space. What you see must be the Regency.
Sun's rays are beginning to leave that spot. Wait a minute. There's Jim. He's being forced into a space shell. Down to him. Faster. Down. At the sight of what was happening to Jimmy, I caught my second wind and zoomed down toward Utopia like a projectile shot from a rocket gun. A few minutes later, I landed in the middle of a startled group of Utopians. Letting go of Poco, I called out to Jimmy and started toward him. Jim! Jimmy!
Jeepers, it's Superman!
Great space! Stand back, everyone! Stand back or... All right.
Superman! Oh. What's the matter?
I don't know, Jim. I can't move. Unaware that I was held by the tremendous force of gravity on Utopia, I thought perhaps I had been stricken with a form of paralysis, and great beads of perspiration broke out on my face as I strained my every muscle to the utmost in a vain effort to move. And one thought kept racing through my mind. Had I come through that terrible ordeal with the elements, only to fail Jimmy now? Never before had I felt so helpless and frustrated.
And this, gang, is only the beginning of a strange series of things that happened to the Man of Steel on Utopia, as Clark Kent will reveal in Monday's episode of his story of Superman's most unusual adventure, The Mystery of the Lost Planet. So don't fail to be with us again Monday. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, do you know the only cereal that goes snap, crackle, and pop when you pour on milk? Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Sure, you've seen those famous little elves snap, crackle, and pop in cartoons and on the Rice Krispies package. And you've heard those golden bubbles of oven-popped rice sing out at breakfast time. That means that they're crisp. Crisp as crisp can be. So have yourself a bowl full tomorrow morning. Ask Mom for the one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us on Monday for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, in recounting the story of Superman's most unusual adventure, Clark Kent tells how the Man of Steel, for the first time in his life, was rendered completely helpless, unable to move.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. You know, the most exciting part of a race comes toward the end. You know, when it's nip and tuck to see who'll win. And believe me, it's nip and tuck in lots of neighborhoods these days to see who's going to be the first to complete his collection of all 18 of those swell comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out. Now, some young fellows and girls are going to be strutting around when they have the whole series pinned on their jacket or dress or cap, and they're going to feel mighty proud. And no wonder. These Pep comic buttons are so doggone smart-looking. The colors are so clear and sharp that, well, nobody wants to miss out on a single one. You want Brenda Starr and Spud and Superman and all the rest. And you want the fun of trading duplicates with your pals, too. So get busy, gang. Better remind Mom to get you some more of that Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's how easy it is to get these Pep comic buttons. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. But there's an exclusive prize, plus a catchy sunny dish for breakfast in every package of Kellogg's Pep you open. Yes, sir, these whole wheat flakes are sure a prize when it comes to good eating. So gold and toasted and delicious that, well, you practically can't resist it. So ask Mom for P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, Clark Kent was assigned by his editor, Perry White, to write the story of Superman's most exciting adventure. After much deliberation, Kent chose the story of Superman's experiences on the lost planet Utopia, where Jimmy Olsen had been taken and condemned to die. Listen now as Kent continues with his story.
After a terrific battle with the elements in space, I managed to struggle through to Utopia with Poco, the little jester who had come to warn me of Jimmy's impending doom. We arrived in the palace courtyard, where at the command of Zaram, evil regent of Utopia, Jimmy and his friend Anthar were about to be placed in a space shell and sent to their deaths. Calling out to Jimmy, I started forward to free him from his bonds when, To my utter dismay, I found myself unable to move. I was held firmly to the ground by the heavy gravitational pull of Utopia, which made me completely helpless.
Superman, what's the matter?
I don't know. I can't move.
You? Who are you? Answer me. Who are you? How came you here among us?
I can't.
Answer me, I say. It is I, Zeram, Regent of Utopia, who command you to speak.
If I can just move, I'll answer you all right.
Speak, I say, or I'll lash you within an inch of your life.
Go ahead and lash. As soon as I get my strength back,
Very well, take this. Speak. Who are you?
I can't stand this. Stop it.
You come from?
You can whip till your arm drops off. Won't do you any good.
Speak. This I cannot understand. There are no welts on your face. You do not cry out in pain.
But you'll cry out. As soon as whatever's holding me lets go.
Do not realize you're doomed by the gravity of our planet, which holds you fast?
So, that's what it is.
Yes, and only I can save you, and I will if you tell me what I ask.
I'll tell you nothing.
I think you will, as you feel your life ebbing from you. Number 2 guard detail. Carry the stranger to the cell in my palace. Bid the guard there summon me when the stranger is ready to speak.
That'll be a long time, Zeram.
I think it'll be a short time. Take him away. Now, you earthling spy. You called to him in the Red Cape. Do you know him?
You bet I do.
Who is he?
Why, he's
Don't tell him anything, Jim.
Huh?
Don't tell him.
Okay, I won't.
Answer me, spy. Who is he?
I don't know.
You're lying?
No, I thought he was somebody I knew, but I guess I made a mistake.
I see you must be persuaded. Very well, I shall attend to that. Boss.
Yes, sire.
Take Anthar to the dark dungeon.
But, sire, the space shell is prepared, and Anthar and the Earthling were to be dispatched in it at sundown.
Be dispatched later. I must learn first the identity of him in the Red Cape. Must learn how he dropped from the skies with Poco and how my lash could neither welt nor pain him.
It is indeed strange, sire.
Since the Earthling knows him, he must have come from Earth. Since we invade the Earth on the day after tomorrow...
Day after tomorrow?
Must learn first if there be more of such men in red capes who drop from the sky and are impervious to pain. Take Anthar away.
Yes, sire. Come, Anthar.
Very well. Farewell, friend James.
So long, Anthar.
Come with me to my council chamber, Olson. There we shall see if you're as stubborn as your friend. Now, Earthling, you're wise. You'll tell me what I wish to know of him in the Red Cape.
How can I? I don't even know him.
So, you require persuasion, eh? Very well, I shall persuade you. You see this small object which I take from my belt?
Looks like a glass marble. What is it?
You shall see. Come with me to the window.
Okay. Now what?
You observe the large statue in the garden?
You mean the man on the gold horse?
Yes. The statue of our former king. The good King Yo, he was called. It's my great privilege to liquidate him. That statue, Earthling, is of granite and gold. It weighs 20 tons.
Yeah, it's pretty big, all right.
Yes. Now take this.
The marble? What are you giving it to me for?
Throw it at the statue of King Yo.
Huh?
I said throw it at the statue. The window is open. The statue is just below us. Cannot fail to hit it.
Well, what's the idea?
Do as I say and stop jabbering. Throw it at the statue.
I don't know what this is all about. Here goes. Holy mackerel. The statue. It's gone.
Yes. Heap of broken stone and gold are all that remain of it.
What did it?
Just seen a demonstration of but one of my secret weapons, Earthling. Only one of the weapons which I shall use to conquer the Earth.
Golly, I can't believe it.
Now, here I have another missile such as the one you just used to destroy the statue.
Hey, don't wave it around like that. Put it away.
Oh, no. You see, I'm considering throwing it at you.
At me? Oh, no, wait
Unless
a minute.
you tell me what I wish to know about the man in the red cape.
No, don't.
And speak quickly, all right?
Wait, okay. I'll tell you.
Very well. Speak. Who is he?
He's Superman.
Superman?
Yes.
How came he here to Utopia?
He can fly, and he's so powerful that he can smash through steel as though it were paper, and Well, he can't be hurt.
Lies. Smashes steel. Pervious to hurt.
Yeah. If it weren't for this heavy gravity on your planet, you wouldn't be sitting here talking about invading the Earth and holding Anthar and me prisoners.
I'm beginning to understand. This morning at the trial, Anthar said he'd gone to Earth to see one person, but had not seen him. Anthar, although I tell my people differently, would not lie. So the person he went to see must have been this Superman.
That's right. Anthar and Poco came to find Superman to warn him of your dirty scheme to invade us. Only I was too dumb to believe Anthar, so he brought me back here to see... Oh, why can't I learn to keep my big mouth shut?
You have been very helpful, friend James. Therefore I shall reward you handsomely.
You mean you're gonna let me go?
Oh, no. I mean I'm going to permit you to choose your manner of departure from this planet.
I don't get it.
It's very simple. Do you prefer to be sealed in the space shell as we started to do earlier this evening and projected into eternal space?
Hey, wait a minute.
Or do you prefer to be eliminated quickly by this little, what you called marble?
So that's it, huh?
Yes. Now make up your mind. I'll allow you 100 lapse revolutions, 1 minute of your time, in which to select the manner in which you will die.
Mockingly giving Jimmy a choice of death one way or another, the evil, black-hearted regent, Zeram, sat at his desk and watched the time pass. And meanwhile, in a dark, moldy dungeon dug deeply into the bowels of Utopia, I lay on the floor, struggling to overcome the gravitational pull that held me helpless, as in a vice.
In a moment, we'll return to Clark Kent and his story of Superman's strangest adventure. So keep listening.
You know, gang, when there are both boys and girls in a family, there's pretty sure to be a lot of good-natured rivalry. And that's just what's happening with collections of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Brothers and sisters are racing like anything, trying to be the first to complete their collections. And there's a lot of excitement every time Mom opens a new package of Pep. And there's a great business of trading duplicates, too, because everybody's sure to want all 18 comic strip pictures. Pat Patton and Tess Trueheart and Chief Brandon and Vitamin Flintheart, Judy and Corky and Superman and all the rest. Believe me, you'll be mighty proud to wear your whole collection of Pep comic buttons pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. So, if you don't want to be left behind, you better ask Mom to get you some more Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these comic buttons. You don't send it any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But you get a comic button every time you open a package of Kellogg's Pep. You know, that's the crisp flakes of good whole wheat that are loaded with catchy, sunny flavor. Good for you, too, with extra vitamin B1 and energy vitamin and good old sunshine vitamin D. So tell Mom that you want lots of P-E-P. The Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now we return to Clark Kent's thrilling story of Superman's most unusual adventure.
As Jimmy Olsen was faced with choosing the manner in which he was to die, I had managed to struggle to my feet in the dark dungeon into which I'd been thrown. With my X-ray vision and hearing, I had been a witness to the scene between Jimmy and Zeram, and knew that I must act quickly to save my young friend. But I was helpless to move. Suddenly, I was struck with an idea. This is dangerous, but it's our only chance. Must work. There. Now to call the guard. Guard! Guard, come quickly!
Who called me?
I do, the stranger in this cell. Hurry!
Why do you call? What do you want?
Look at me.
Right hand press. Great space!
Surprised?
No, it can't be. It can't be!
Taking one look at me, the guard's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Dropping his lamp, he backed away from my cell, spun on his heel, and raced away up the ancient winding stone steps that lead from the dungeon to the regent's palace. It looked as if my trick were working.
What did the guard say that caused him to flee in terror? Will Superman's trick work to save Jimmy's life? Clark Kent tells more tomorrow in the next episode of his story of Superman's most unusual adventure, The Mystery of the Lost Planet. So be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, answer me this. What does Snap, Crackle, and Pop stand for? That's right, Kellogg's Rice Krispies, those golden bubbles of oven-popped rice that snap, crackle, and pop in milk. They're so crisp they fairly sing. You've probably heard them at breakfast time, and you've seen those famous little elves snap, crackle, and pop in cartoons and on the Rice Krispies package. Tomorrow morning, ask Mother for the cereal that's fun to listen to and fun to eat. The one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Clark Kent continues to tell his fascinating story of Superman's most unusual adventure, in which he tells how he tricked the evil Regent Zaram, and then was in turn the victim of a trick.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. Say, that race is on. The fellas and girls in our neighborhood are busy as can be these days, trying to see who'll be the first to get all 18 of those swell comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Why, everywhere I go, I see jackets and dresses and caps with Pep comic buttons pinned on them. And I see groups of kids in the schoolyard swapping duplicates, too. And I see a lot of thrilling excitement at our house when it's time to open a new package of Pep. You know, that's the prize package that brings you those swell comic buttons. And they're real humdingers. Colorful pictures of funny paper favorites like Tess Trueheart and Goofy and Superman. Boy, will you be proud when you have all 18 of these Pep comic buttons to wear for everybody to see. As you know, the best part is they're so easy to get, you don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to stock up on Kellogg's Pep and look for your prize in every package you open. That's Pep, the whole wheat flakes with that catchy sunshine flavor. Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, the crisp, fresh Kellogg cereal that's so doggone good tasting, every spoonful calls for more. Yes, sir, Kellogg's Pep is the breakfast dish for you. So just ask Mom for P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, Clark Kent has already told us how he came to the planet Utopia with Poco, the little rhyming jester, in order to rescue Jimmy. He told us, too, how the terrific gravitational pull of the strange planet robbed him of his great strength. Now he continues with his story of Superman's most unusual adventure. Helpless, unable to move, I was thrown into a dark, moldy dungeon under Zaram's palace, where, with the aid of my extraordinary hearing, I overheard the cruel regent give Jimmy 1 minute to decide how he was to die, by means of an amazing missile that would disintegrate him, or to be hurled into space. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I called to the guard. When he came to my cell, he took one look at me, dropped his lantern, and with his eyes popping, raced to the council room. Bursting in, he called out to Zaram.
Your Highness! Come quickly, sire! Quickly!
What? How dare you enter the regent's presence without permission?
But it is important, sire. Vastly important. The man in the red cape, our prisoner.
Well, what of him?
He is gone, sire.
Gone?
Yes, sire. A moment ago, he called loudly to me. Then, when I came to his cell, he was gone. And another man was there.
We've been listening.
You must be mad, guard.
No, sire, no. With my own eyes, I saw it.
Oh, boy, Superman's done it again.
Silence, Earthling. It's impossible. This cannot be.
I saw myself how the gravity of Utopia held Superman as in heavy chains. Was unable to move a step. How could he?
But still he got away. I told you he would. Now let's see you try to invade the Earth, wise guy.
Be quiet. Come with me, guard. We'll lock the Earthling here in the council room to wait for my return. Hurry!
There, sire. Look.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Great space. It is another man.
You see, sire? Did I not speak right?
Is something wrong, gentlemen?
You, stranger. Who are you?
Me? Oh, just call me John Smith.
How did you get here? Where is the one called Superman?
Ha! That, my friend, is what we on Earth call the $64 question.
I do not understand, but your tone is mocking. Now hear me, stranger. I am Zeram, regent of Utopia. The flick of my finger can mean life or death.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've heard all about you, Zeram.
And you know my power, so you'd best answer me. Where is he of the red cape, the one called Superman?
Why don't you ask your guard?
Guard, did you search the palace?
How can he be in the palace, sire? You see for yourself, the cell door is still locked, and I did not unlock it.
I see, Stonehead. But I see, too, there are prisoners not in the cell. Now go raise the palace guard. Have a search made of every room, the grounds, the whole city. Then bring the Earthling, James Olsen, to me. Now go, hurry.
I go, sire.
Ave Zeram. Heil Hitler. Well, you and the Austrian paper hanger seem to have a lot in common.
Silence. You see this weapon in my hand?
Oh, now we're going to get tough, eh?
It's a weapon such as you have never seen before.
One of your secret weapons?
One of them. The missile fired from this weapon strikes its target. It explodes, completely shattering the victim.
My. Would you mind demonstrating it by putting it against your head and pulling the trigger?
Insolent fool. I'll place it against your head unless you speak, and speak quickly. Now, look, I aim it now between your eyes. Now, speak. Tell me where is Superman or I'll...
It's a good bluff, buddy, but it won't work. I know you won't do anything to me until you found Superman.
Really?
And just between you and me, you're not going to find him until he wants you to.
He must be here somewhere, and I will find him. I think he seeks to play a trick on me. Make me delay my invasion of the Earth, a trick he plays with your assistance.
My assistance?
Yes, you too are an Earthling. One whom Superman undoubtedly brought with him today when he came from Earth with my traitorous fool Poco.
Wait a minute. Who said I'm from the Earth?
I say so. You wear the same clothing as the other Earthling. The young one who came with Antar and Poco. Tell me, know you the Earthling called James Olsen?
Olsen? See, I know a man named Olsen, about 50 years old, red hair. And I know a Mrs. Olsen. She keeps a little store, sells candy, newspapers, stuff like that. She the one you mean?
I said James Olsen, Earthling.
James Olsen. Well,
I think you deliberately avoid a direct answer.
Why should I?
I think you know that, too. A moment. I shall prove it.
Hey, what are you dragging me down here for?
Yes, why are you dragging him down here? I tell you, my name is John Smith. I'm John Smith, and I don't see why I should know anyone named James Olsen.
I say be silent.
I will not. I'm tired of being bullied and insulted.
One more word and I'll shoot.
Here is the Earthling, sire.
Now you, Olsen. Know you this man in the cell?
Gee whiz.
Why do you expect him
Silence! Earthling Olsen, who is this man in the cell?
Him? I never saw him before.
Good boy, Jim. Do not seek to fool me. I say you do know him.
No, I don't, Zeram.
Perhaps I'm mistaken, but it does not matter. I shall find Superman. Then both of you and he shall die together. Antar and Poco as well. Guard, put Olsen in the cell with the other Earthling.
Yes, sire.
Stay you within sight of the cell so there can be no more escapes, or I'll have your head.
Yes, sire. In with you, Earthling.
Hey, quit pushing.
You two will hear from me later. Meanwhile, prepare to die.
Turning on his heel, the vicious Zeram strode off, leaving Jimmy in the cell with me under the puzzled but zealous surveillance of the guard. Jimmy could hardly wait to engage me in conversation, but I cautioned him to restrain his curiosity until the guard moved away or relaxed. I knew that we were yet far from being safe. Then
just a moment, we'll return for the startling climax of today's episode of Clark Kent's thrilling story. So keep listening.
Say, think of the thrill, gang, someday soon when you have all 18 comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep collected and pinned on your jacket or your dress or your cap for everybody to see. Boy, will that be a day. You'll really feel like strutting your stuff because these Pep comic buttons are just about the best-looking things you ever saw. Real, true-to-life pictures of your favorite funny paper characters done up in bright red and blue and yellow and black on a gleaming white background. Mighty snappy-looking. So you better hop to it, gang. Check over your collection tonight and see how close you are to getting the whole series, all 18 of them, including Brenda Starr and Cindy and Spud and the Little Moose, Goofy and Beezy, and Superman, of course. Then get busy and remind Mom to get you some more Kellogg's Pep so that you can complete your collection. That's the only way you can get these Pep comic buttons, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But you get a comic button inside every package of Kellogg's Pep you open. Say, here's something else you get in a package of those super delicious whole wheat flakes. Doggone good eating. Yes, sir, a bowl of Pep for breakfast means a head start toward a happy day because your appetite really takes to that catchy sunshine flavor. So ask Mom for lots of P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now back to Clark Kent's fascinating narrative of Superman's most unusual adventure.
After leaving the excited Jimmy Olsen in a dungeon cell with me, Zaram hurried up to his council chamber, where a moment later he engaged a captain of his guards in conversation.
Captain Teller. As yet, we have not found the one called Superman, sire.
Why not? He must be somewhere near.
I cannot understand it, sire. It would be impossible for him of the Red Cape to escape my secret police unless...
Unless what?
Well, you see, sire, I have made a search of Anthar's house. There I found some strange documents.
What sort of documents?
Relating to the one called Superman. They say how he can fly through the air swift as light. How he can demolish great mountains.
I know all that.
How his eyes can see through steel. Such a fabulous one might well have escaped us by taking to the sky and flying through space.
No, I say Superman plays some trick on us.
A trick, sire?
Yes. Somehow he conspired with the other Earthling who calls himself John Smith and perchance with James Olsen, too. But I have hopes I shall discover their trick.
How, sire?
I've had the Earthling Olsen placed in the same cell with the one called John Smith. Then I instructed the guard to leave them alone at the end of 1,000 lapsed revolutions. I'm convinced they know each other. They may reveal the secret of Superman's disappearance to me.
But if the guard is not there to overhear them...
Stupid one! In the cell below this council room in which an instrument is concealed in the stone ceiling. 1,000 lapsed revolutions have passed. Now the guard will leave their cell. Merely turn this switch. There. Now listen.
There goes the guard down the hall, Mr. Kent. Now, tell me how you got here, and where's Superman? Wait a minute, Jim. Wait till he's further away.
You hear, Captain Teller? Did I not say the two Earthlings knew each other?
You are wonderfully clever, sire.
He told me his name is Smith, but Olsen called him
He
Kent.
can't hear us now. No, he's too far away. Jeepers. When I came down here and heard your voice, I almost passed out. Tell me... your head, though, Jim. I was proud of you. I wasn't sure you'd catch on, but I didn't want you to recognize me. How could I miss it the way you were yelling? Say, do you suppose Zoran caught on, too? I don't know. I think he's pretty clever. You're not kidding. But look, tell me how you got here on this planet, and where Superman is. I'm so dizzy, I don't know if I'm coming or going. Well, you see, Jim, it's like this. Go on. I'm listening.
And so are we listening, sire?
We are indeed, Captain Teller. We are indeed.
I don't know why, unless it was because Jimmy's excitement was so contagious, but I overlooked the necessity for caution, forgot all about my former hunch, and began talking, completely unaware that the crafty Zaram had his ear glued to a listening device.
Things really begin to happen to the Man of Steel at this point in Clark Kent's story of Superman's most unusual adventure. So whatever you do, don't miss tomorrow's thrilling episode of The Mystery of the Lost Planet. Yes, be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is
is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, do you know what it means when Kellogg's Rice Krispies go snap, crackle, and pop in milk? Why, it means they're crisp. Crisp as crisp can be. Sure, Kellogg's Rice Krispies are the only cereal so crisp they snap, crackle, and pop. That's why you see so much of those three famous little elves, Snap, Crackle, and Pop, in cartoons and on the Rice Krispies package. They stand for the crispiness of Kellogg's Golden Bubbles of Oven-Popped Rice. The one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Clark Kent continues his story of Superman's most unusual adventure and reveals how the Man of Steel almost came to an untimely end on the planet Utopia.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. Say, around our neighborhood, the kids are really turning on the steam these days. Sure, they're racing like anything to see who'll be the first to collect all 18 comic buttons. You know, the swell prizes all the gang's collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Of course, I don't know yet who that fellow or girl will be, but I do know that somebody's going to be mighty proud to sport all those Pep comic buttons on his jacket or dress or cap. They're so doggone smart-looking, real true-to-life pictures of your favorite comic strip characters like, Chief Brandon and the Little Moose and Superman, too. And think of the fun you'll have rounding out your collection. And say, there'll be lots more fun, too, because I'm going to have some exciting news for you pretty soon. So don't miss out. Remind Mom to get you plenty of Kellogg's Pep. Now, look, you don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But there's an exciting prize every time you open a package of Kellogg's Pep. And there's good eating, too, because these are the whole wheat flakes with a sunny golden toasted flavor. Why, Mom's glad to see you polish off your breakfast bowl of Pep because you get energy vitamin B1 plus good old sunshine vitamin D. So ask Mom to get you some P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. In writing a feature story on Superman's most unusual adventure, Clark Kent recalled how the tremendous force of gravity on the planet Utopia held him fast to the ground when he went to Utopia to rescue Jimmy Olsen. Now, Kent continues with his story. Listen.
With Jimmy's life hanging in the balance, I took a desperate chance to gain time by resuming my disguise and, as Clark Kent, telling the astonished Regent Zeram that Superman had escaped. Suspicious, the crafty Zeram had Jimmy placed in my cell with me, then arranged for our guard to walk away. Naturally, then, Jimmy and I began to talk, neither one of us aware that the evil Regent was listening in on our conversation through a listening device that had completely escaped my notice.
My compliments, sire. Setting up this listening device was exceedingly clever of you.
I agree, Captain Teller. Now I expect we will learn how Superman escaped and where he hides.
Out of earshot now, Mr. Kent.
Quietly speak.
For the love of Mike, please tell me where Superman is and how you got here.
Well, you see, Jim, it's like this.
Yeah? Go on, I'm listening.
Well, so are we.
Yes, we are indeed, Captain.
You mean when he flew here with Poco?
Yes,
Just as
I
I
guess
thought.
you could say that.
You guess?
Well,
Gee whiz, what are you acting so mysterious about?
am I being mysterious?
Think you he
Sounds really
suspects
like
the
it
listening
to me.
device, sire?
I think not.
Sounds
Listen.
just as you always do when we talk about Superman and you.
No, you're imagining things.
No, I'm not. But skip it for now. Just tell me how Superman managed to get out of this cell. When the last time I saw him, he was stuck to the floor because of the pull of gravity.
Now it comes. Listen carefully,
Must I
Captain.
answer that, Jim?
Do you know the answer?
Well,
Don't play games with me, Mr. Kent. Do you or don't you know how Superman got out of here?
Peering at me with suspicion growing in his eyes, Jimmy had backed me into a very uncomfortable spot. I couldn't tell a deliberate lie. Yet the truth might prove embarrassing, even damaging to the secret of my true identity. So, still unaware that Zaram and the captain of his guards were listening in, I had to continue being evasive.
Look, Mr. Kent, I'm just worried about our chances of getting off this planet. So, well, I want to know if Superman is still here, or did he go back to Earth? That's all.
Answer him, stubborn earthling. Yes, I too must know.
Superman is still on Utopia.
He is?
You hear that, Teller?
Yes, sire.
Anyone find that out?
Of course not. Where is he?
Well, that I can't tell you, except that he's not far from where we are right now.
Just what I wanted to know.
Has he licked this force of gravity on Utopia?
That's good to know.
But I think he will soon now.
He's gotta lick it soon. Because I happen to know Zaram's planning to invade the Earth day after tomorrow.
You hear?
Quiet, you fool.
How do you know?
He told me. Superman's gotta stop him. Because he's got some terrific secret weapons.
Really?
Yeah. He showed me one of them.
What?
A little glass ball no bigger than a marble with some secret explosive inside it. He made me throw it at a big statue, and the statue broke into 1,000,000 pieces.
It did?
Uh-huh. Gosh, Mr. Kent, we've got to do something.
I'm not kidding. We've got to think fast and keep Zaram worried until Superman's strength comes back.
Zaram will not worry, my friend.
I'm sure of it. It's coming back very slowly now.
How are we going to keep Zaram worried? About what?
About Superman, of course. We've got to make him believe Superman returned to Earth. While he thinks that, he won't dare try an invasion. Great Scott!
What's the matter?
Don't say a word, Jim.
But what?
Quiet, I said. There's a dictograph in this cell.
Sire, he's discovered the listening device.
Where?
Matters not now, Teller. I need it no more since I have learned what it is important for me to know.
But how could he possibly see it when it is embedded so deeply in the stone ceiling?
I believe I know. Yes, I'm quite sure I know. He is clever, the earthling called Kent. Not clever enough to fool Zaram.
Of course not, sire.
Captain Teller, I think I know where Superman is.
You know?
Yes, I believe I do. Have your men carry the earthling Kent into the courtyard. I wish to conduct an experiment. A most interesting experiment.
Detail! Halt! Here is the Earthling Kent, sire.
What do you want with me, Zaram?
That you will soon learn. Now, Captain, command your men to set him down.
Set the prisoner down.
Now, order your men to line up against the courtyard walls, Captain.
Detail! Attention! Forward! Halt! Detail! Halt!
Earthling Kent. Or do you still prefer to call yourself John Smith?
It doesn't matter. What's in a name?
A great deal. If your name is what I think it is.
What are you getting at?
Just this. Young Earthling Olson told you of a demonstration I permitted him to witness this evening, did he not?
What demonstration?
Come, you know very well. I heard him tell you how astounded he was when he saw a tiny glass sphere no larger than a marble destroy a great statue in my garden.
So what?
He told you, too, that the tiny sphere contained a powerful explosive. One of Utopia's secret weapons with which we shall conquer the Earth.
You mean you think you'll conquer the Earth?
I know I shall. And with Superman helpless here on Utopia, who can stop?
Who said Superman's on Utopia?
You said so yourself, Earthling, only a few minutes ago. Is it not so, Teller?
Yes, sire, it is so.
Oh, you heard me say that to Jim Olson. You see, I knew that dictograph was in the ceiling of our cell all along, so I just said what I did to stall you along, to give Superman plenty of time to get back to Earth.
Superman travels with phenomenal speed, even faster than our space shells, is that not so?
Well...
Why, then, was it necessary for him to have, as you put it, plenty of time?
Why, he had to free himself from the force of gravity to your planet.
As you seek to do now?
Huh? What do you mean?
I see you struggling to lift your feet from the ground. Continue to try. It will avail you nothing. As it also avails Superman nothing.
Now, wait a minute.
Captain Teller, step back with me a few paces.
Yes, sire.
This will do. Now, you both observe what I hold in my hand.
The secret explosive. Be careful, sire. If you drop it, it will blow us all into eternal space.
I shall not drop it. Earthling Kent, This tiny sphere contains our deadly secret explosive. I intend to demonstrate it for you as I did for your friend, the Earthling Olson. This time I will not hurl it at a statue of stone and metal. You, a living being, shall be my target.
With his face twisted into a hideous grimace, the evil Zaram held a deadly missile poised, ready to hurl at me, as I stood helplessly rooted to the ground by the terrific force of Utopia's gravity. If he threw it, and I was left unharmed, the secret of my true identity, which he suspected, would at last be revealed. What was I to do?
In just a moment, we'll return for the amazing climax in today's episode of Clark Kent's fascinating story. So keep listening.
You know, gang, when you think of all the exciting fun you've had completing your collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep, and when you think that there'll be lots more exciting fun and some thrilling news pretty soon, well, isn't it swell that you get such a kick out of eating Pep? Because you wouldn't want to miss out on a single one of these 18 buttons. You want Judy and Clarky and Tess Trueheart and Superman and all the rest. And boy, will you feel like strutting around when you have all these Pep comic buttons pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap for everybody to see. And you wouldn't want to miss that thrill, no, sir. So how's about asking Mom to get you another package or two of Kellogg's Pep? Because that's the only way you can finish off your collection of comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But there's a comic button inside every package of Pep you open, and there's some mighty good eating for you, too. Why, Pep is called the Sunshine Cereal. It's loaded with catchy, sunny toasted flavor, crisp and fresh as can be. So doggone delicious, in fact, that, well, your spoon just naturally keeps digging in again and again for more. So tell Mom that you want Pep for breakfast every day. And get your prizes from P.E.P., the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now back to Clark Kent's narrative of Superman's most unusual adventure.
Obviously enjoying the show he was staging, Zaram, cruel regent of Utopia, held the deadly explosive missile poised to hurl at me as he called out,
Now then, I shall proceed with my experiment. Observe the Earthling well, Captain.
Wait! Don't throw that!
Silence! It's too late to stop now, Earthling Kent. Now then...
Oh, sire! What is that?
It's thunder, of course. Come out of my way.
Wait! That's not thunder! The sound comes from below!
Great space it does indeed, sire. The ground shakes beneath our feet.
You are right. What can it be?
You hear that, sire?
Yes. It's like a gigantic cracking. What means this?
I fear it means our planet is at last being shattered into eternal space, sire.
No, it cannot be. According to our scientists' reckoning, the day for that is not yet here.
He's right, Zaram. He's right.
Yes, it has come. The rumbling and the cracking. Utopia is breaking apart, sire. We're doomed.
Panic-stricken, Zaram and his guards stood rooted with fear as the great rending, rumbling roar rose to a crescendo and the ground shook and cracked under their feet. And I, too, still unable to move, stood helpless to save Jimmy and his friends. Utopia's doom, I was certain, meant Superman's doom, too.
What happened then? How does Superman, apparently helpless, manage to save his friends and himself? Tomorrow's episode in Clark Kent's story of Superman's most unusual adventure runs at a thrill-a-minute pace, so don't miss it, whatever you do. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, do you know how crisp Kellogg's Rice Krispies are? So crisp they snap, crackle, and pop in milk. Sure, that's their song of crispiness. Means that these golden bubbles of oven-popped rice are crisp as crisp can be. Whenever you see those famous little elves snap, crackle, and pop in cartoons or on the Rice Krispies package, think of how light and delicate and crisp this grand breakfast dish is. Tomorrow morning, ask Mom for the one and only Snap, crackle, and pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, in this exciting narrative of Superman's most unusual adventure, Clark Kent tells how he almost perished in his effort to save Jimmy Olsen on the planet Utopia.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. You know, they say that time flies. And you know, nowadays, when you're busy rounding out your collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep, why, it seems like time flies with the speed of Superman. Why, almost before you know it, you're close to having all 18 buttons in the series. And it's mighty exciting and loads of fun, too. Exciting fun when Mom opens a new package of Pep to see which button is inside. Maybe Cindy, or Vitamin Flintheart, or Superman himself. And thrilling fun to exchange duplicates with your pals, too. And doggone wonderful fun wearing all your Pep comic buttons pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And there'll be lots more fun, too, because something new and exciting is coming along soon. So you better get busy on your collection, gang. Finish it off. Better remind Mom right now that you're in the market for plenty of Kellogg's Pep. That's how easy it is, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. And you can't buy these prizes anywhere. But you get a comic button in every package of Pep you open. And you get some grand eating, too, because these whole wheat flakes are loaded with that sunny golden toasted flavor. Crisp and fresh and tasty as can be. A swell breakfast dish. That's the Sunshine Cereal, gang. P-E-P. Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you know, Clark Kent has been assigned to write a feature story on Superman's most unusual adventure. Let's join him now as he continues to recall his experiences on the planet Utopia.
Unable to free myself from the terrific force of gravity on Utopia, I tried to stall Jimmy's execution by assuming the guise and garb of Clark Kent. And it seemed to work. But Zaram, wily regent of Utopia, tricked me by placing Jimmy in my cell and eavesdropping on our conversation. Apparently, Zaram heard enough to make him suspect that Kent and Superman were one and the same, and to prove his theory, had me brought out into the palace courtyard. There, he was about to hurl a powerful explosive at me, when suddenly a deep rumbling sound rose and swelled as the ground trembled underfoot. Alarmed, Zaram's captain of the guards called out,
"You hear that, sire?
Gigantic cracking. What means this?
I fear, sire.
Yes, speak.
I fear our planet is beginning to shatter and fall into eternal space.
It cannot be. My astrologer, my scientists, they said it would not happen until 5 days hence.
Well, here it is, like it or not.
What shall we do, sire? What shall we do?
Wait. The rumbling is diminishing. The ground shakes less.
Oh, but will grow worse again shortly, sire.
Then I must see my astrologer at once. I go to my council room. Fetch me my astrologer.
But what of this earthling Kent, sire?
Leave him here. Hurry! My astrologer! Well, speak up, Master Astrologer. What say you? Why does this rumbling and cracking come now, 5 days before your forecast?
Well, sire, it would appear I made a slight error in my calculations.
You hear that, Captain Teller? A slight error, he says.
I regret that, sire. But after all, I am but an astrologer. I can read the mysterious forces of nature, but I cannot control them.
Nor can you accurately read them, stupid dolt. Much wealth I gave you for your knowledge and advice. You agreed it was safe to begin my invasion of the Earth on the day after tomorrow. Now we are lost.
Now we cannot even save ourselves. We, sire, you and I must perish too.
No, Zaram. There is one way you can yet save yourselves and your warriors, and proceed with your invasion of the Earth as planned.
Tell me quickly.
Listen carefully, sire. As you see, it is now but a few lapsed revolutions beyond 9 o'clock. At exactly 11 o'clock occurs the moment in solar time in which your space shells can travel to the planet Earth.
What good is that? We shall be dead long before. Why, at any moment, Utopia will break apart.
Who says that, Captain Taylor?
2 of our men of science. They told me how 100 years ago, when the last disaster occurred, it struck within 1/2 hour after the first great rumbling and cracking.
Yeah, that is true. But this time I know definitely that disaster will not strike until between the hours of midnight and 1 o'clock of tomorrow morning.
You're certain of that?
I am quite certain, sire. I assure you that disaster will not strike until a good hour after you and your warriors depart for the Earth.
It is not true. It cannot be true.
I swear I speak truth.
You seek to deceive us.
Wait. Perhaps he does speak the truth.
But the scientists say...
They could be wrong and my master astrologer right.
I am right, sire.
There may still be time for me to proceed with my plans, to launch my warriors and my secret weapons and the waiting space shells.
I assure you there is yet time, sire.
Good. Captain Teller, give the order for my warriors to assemble at the space shells.
1 moment. I have remembered something, sire.
What is that? Quickly, time flies.
Superman. If he has escaped to his home on Earth, he may foil our invasion.
I do not think he has escaped.
How can you know? Did he not disappear from the cell where we found the Earthling Clark Kent?
I say I do not think he has escaped. I would I had time to make sure by proceeding with my experiment on the Earthling Kent. However, we must take the chance. No time can now be lost. Give the order for my warriors, Captain.
At once, sire. But what of the 2 Earthlings, Kent and James Olsen? And of the traitorous Anthar and Poco?
I have a fine plan for them. A fine plan. Come, I shall disclose it to you on the way, and you shall have the pleasure of carrying it out.
Mr. Kent!
Easy, Jim.
Prisoners Anthar, Poco, James Olsen. All out beside the Earthling Clark Kent.
Gee whiz, Mr. Kent. What's going to happen to us now?
Don't worry. Everything will be all right. I hope.
Oh, friend Clark Kent, this can't be true. Just this morning I saw you.
In Metropolis, I know. But look, Poco, please trust me and don't ask any questions.
Oh, when I needed aid, you did your part. Now I'll do mine with all my heart.
Good. Oh, if I can just break loose.
Gee whiz, Mr. Kent. With you held down like this and Superman not here, I'm afraid it's all up with us. But good.
No, it's not all up yet, Jim. Not yet.
Silence, prisoners. Now hear me. By the orders of Regent Zoram, you will remain in this courtyard, from where you may witness the departure of our warriors to the Earth.
Huh? What's that?
I was afraid of that. Oh, if I could only get loose.
The departure of our space shells will take place at 11 o'clock. And the bright moonlight will afford you an excellent view of our takeoff.
Mr. Kent, you hear that? He says they're going to invade the Earth tonight.
Yes, I heard him.
Listen further, prisoners. Shortly after our departure, this planet is doomed to be shattered into eternal space. And you will be shattered with it.
What? Oh, no, it won't. Anthar said we had 5 days yet. Hey, Anthar! Anthar, what are you shaking your head for? Why don't you say something?
No, Anthar grieves in silent pain. He has no heart to speak again.
Mr. Kent, why don't you say something? Usually when we're in a bad spot, you think of something.
I can only think I've got to get loose in time to stop Zoram.
Well, how could you stop him, even if you could get loose?
I know a way.
You do? Well, what is it? Tell it to us. Maybe we can...
No, only I can... Wait. I'm gaining a little against this heavy gravity, but it's slow work.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
If only Superman could know how will our winds of fortune blow.
Not even Superman can help us now, Poco. The force of gravity would hold him down, too. Just like it does Mr. Kent.
No, this time I tell you, James, my friend, this is the dark and bitter end.
As the rumblings and grinding noises that signified Utopia's doom increased in intensity, I continued to strain and struggle against the force that held me rooted, helpless, almost willing to admit that this was indeed the end for Jimmy and for Superman.
In a moment, we'll return for a startling climax in today's episode of Clark Kent's story. So keep listening.
You know, gang, you'd feel mighty disappointed someday soon if all your pals were rounding out their collections of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep, and you weren't pretty near to getting all 18 buttons, too. You know, you'd kind of like to be the first to sport the whole complete collection on your jacket or your dress or cap. And, of course, you want to be in on the fun of swapping duplicates with your pals, too. And every single one of these Pep comic buttons is so doggone smart-looking that, well, you don't want to miss a single one. You want the Little Moose and Pat Patton and Superman and all the others. So right now is a pretty good time to remind Mom to get you some more of that sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep, so that you'll be all ready when I bring you that exciting news that I've been hinting at. Yep, you get your comic button collection complete. Now, you don't have to send it any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy these prizes anywhere, but every time you open a package of Kellogg's Pep, look for your comic button inside. And say, you better look for some mighty good eating, too, because Pep is a super delicious breakfast dish. Every crispy whole wheat flake is loaded with that golden toasted sunshine flavor that hits just the right spot on a spring morning. So ask Mom to get you plenty of P-E-P, the sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now back to Clark Kent's exciting story of Superman's most unusual adventure.
Buildings toppled and mountains crumbled as the planet Utopia continued to disintegrate. And still the terrific force of gravity held me in its vice-like grip, while time grew shorter and shorter. Suddenly, the sound of a gong was heard from a point nearby, cutting clearly through the noise of destruction.
Poco, what do those gongs mean?
No, the time grows short. The hours have gone by. Within a few minutes, we shall die.
A few minutes?
Yes. Oh, endless sorrow. Oh, boundless woe. Our lives have but a few minutes to go.
Mr. Kent, what do we do? What do we do?
Oh, I'm afraid it's no use, Jim.
Oh, no.
I can't budge.
Mr. Kent, look. A big crack's opening in the ground near us. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Poco, what happened to Mr. Kent?
No, one moment he was here. But then there was no trace. Well, I fear he's vanished into space.
Oh, no! Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent!
This is the end. Farewell, my friend.
Poco, I'm falling!
Faster and faster, with great grinding, shattering rumbles, the huge gash in Utopia's surface widened further and still further. Then as I hurtled into space, the bulk of the planet tore completely away, bearing Jimmy Olsen, Poco, and the now unconscious Anthar with it.
Don't fail to hear Clark Kent's thrilling climax of Superman's most unusual adventure and the beginning of a new and exciting story. Tune in again tomorrow, same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the sunshine cereal. Snap, crackle, pop. Say, that's a swell song to hear at the breakfast table, isn't it, gang? Means that your bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies is crisp as crisp can be. Means doggone good eating. Why, these golden bubbles of oven-popped rice are so fresh and crisp, they snap, crackle, and pop when you pour on milk. That's why those famous little elves named Snap, Crackle, and Pop are around so much these days in cartoons and on the Rice Krispies package to remind you to ask Mom for the one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Clark Kent completes his story of Superman's most unusual adventure and turns it in for publication, unaware that Lois Lane is foolishly walking into a mystery that will lead him into another dangerous adventure.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. Say, talk about big moments. Why, think how thrilled you're going to be one of these days when you have completed your collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. You'll really feel like strutting around when you have all 18 buttons pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap for everybody to see. And that won't be the end of your fun either. No, sir, there'll be lots more when I bring you some mighty exciting news. You see, these Pep comic buttons have made a real hit with fellows and girls in the gang, and no wonder. The colors are so bright and clear, and Spud and Pat Patton and Superman and all the others look so lifelike that, well, you wouldn't want to miss out on a single one. And you know the best part is, it's so easy to get these Pep comic buttons. You just ask Mom to get you some Kellogg's Pep. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy these prizes anywhere. But look for one inside every package of Pep you open. That's Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, the sunny golden toasted whole wheat flakes that make breakfast such good eating. Yes, sir, Pep certainly makes your appetite sit up and take notice on a spring morning. So ask Mom to get you several packages. Tell her that you want the good eating and the prizes from P.E.P., the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. While writing the story of Superman's most unusual adventure on assignment from editor Perry White, Clark Kent recalled his harrowing experiences on the planet Utopia. Listen now as Kent continues.
In all my life, no one ever came so close to discovering the secret of my true identity as did Zaram, cruel regent of Utopia. In fact, he was just on the verge of an experiment that would have confirmed his suspicions when the disintegration of the planet began. Immediately then, he ordered his army into waiting space shells and took off for an invasion of the Earth. Held helpless by the terrific force of gravity on Utopia, I was left to die with Jimmy and his friends Anthar and Poco. Then, one moment I was talking with Jimmy, a second later I disappeared from view as the ground opened under my feet and I plummeted down into darkness.
Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent! Poco, what happened to Mr... Holy smokes! The ground's cracking right under us. Look out, Poco! I'm falling! I'm falling!
As Jimmy and Poco fell into a yawning chasm, Utopia leaped clear of its orbit in the firmament and, like the finale of a holiday fireworks display, exploded into 1,000 pieces that zoomed through the heavens as if they were fireballs flung from a gigantic Roman cannon. Free at last of the tremendous force of gravity that had held me immobile, I fought my way through mountains of stone, steel, and the rubble of broken buildings in a frenzied effort to find Jimmy. Then, just as I was about ready to give up, I saw the tiny figures of Jimmy and Poco hurtling toward me. Blasting my way toward them through tons of flying debris, I gathered up their unconscious forms and, covering them with my cape, rocketed through into clear space. As I paused then for a moment to take breath, gather strength, Jimmy opened his eyes.
Where am I?
You're safe with me, Jim.
Superman!
That's right.
Oh, boy, am I glad... Holy smokes.
What's the matter, Jim?
Poco. Poor Poco.
Poco'll be okay. He's unconscious but safe enough here under my other arm.
Oh, jeepers, that's swell. I was what... Oh, golly.
Now what?
What happened to Mr. Kent and Anthar?
Don't worry about Kent. He's all right.
Gee whiz, how do you know?
Just take my word for it. Now, about Anthar, well...
He's gone?
I'm afraid so.
Poor guy.
It is a pity, Jim. But I'm sure he would have wanted to go that way, with his people.
I guess so.
Now, we've got to get back to Metropolis.
Yeah, but But can you find your way back?
Maybe, but I'm not going to just trust my own sense of direction. I'm going to let Zaram show me the way home.
Zaram?
Right. He's leading his army in a fleet of space shells for what he thinks will be an invasion of Earth. Well, we'll let him lead us through space to the orbit of our planet. Then I'll take care of his boys before they get a chance to do any damage. Now, watch how fast we catch up with them. Away! Like an arrow shot from a giant bow, I streaked away in pursuit of Zaram's space shells. Soon I caught up with him, and still carrying Jimmy and Poco, I trailed the Regent and his army through the vast reaches of space. Then, with Earth in sight, I no longer needed their help to find my way, and rocketing by the Utopian Armada, I zoomed toward Metropolis. A few moments later, I landed on the roof of the Daily Planet. There we are. Daily Planet, last stop, all out.
Gee whiz, Superman, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't bother, Jim. Just see that Poco is taken care of. Now, I've got to...
but wait a minute. What about Mr. Kent?
Don't worry about Kent. He'll be along soon. Now, I've got to take care of Zaram and his bad boys before they get a chance to use their secret weapons here. So long, Jim.
So long, and good luck, Superman.
Thanks. Up, and away! Hurtling back up into the sky, I met Zaram's army just as his space fleet was entering the Earth's stratosphere. Gathering speed, I crashed into the spearhead of the V formation. The force of my impact causing the powerful explosives inside the lead space shell to shatter it into 1,000 pieces. As the others fell out of formation, I picked them off one by one, chasing them through the heavens until all 7 of the tremendous space shells bearing Zaram and his fighting force were wiped out of existence. Then, plenty tired, even for Superman, I returned to the Daily Planet, and resuming my guise and garb of Clark Kent, returned to write the story of of Superman's adventure. And so Poco, who, like Superman, was born on another planet, came to live on Earth. There, that does it.
Hiya, Mr. Kent.
Oh, hello, Beanie. Come on in.
Thanks. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Kent.
Well, that's all right. I was just going to yell for you anyhow.
You were?
Uh-huh. I want you to take the last pages of this story to the city room.
Gee whiz, what a coincidence.
Coincidence?
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Oh.
I mean, Mr. Burroughs sent me to see if you have any more copy because he's making up the Sunday magazine section and...
I see. Well, run along to Burroughs with this.
Okay.
I'll go in and tell the chief I've finished.
Oh, gee whiz. I wouldn't go into Mr. White's office if I were you.
Why? What's up?
I don't know, except he's hitting the ceiling. Something about Miss Lane.
Lois? What's she do now?
Search me.
Well, I'll find out right now.
Disregarding Beanie's admonition, Clark Kent strides toward Perry White's office to find out why the editor is so furious with Lois Lane, unaware that what he is about to learn will lead him into a new and dangerous adventure as Superman. We'll be back in a moment for the suspenseful climax of today's episode, so keep listening.
Say, you fellows know how often the girls win out in spelling bees or reading contests? Well, don't you let the girls get ahead of you and finish off their collections of Kellogg's Pep comic buttons before you do. No, sir, you want to be in there pitching. Sure, you'd like to complete your collection before the girls do. And besides, I'm going to have something new and exciting to tell you one day soon, so get busy and round out your whole series of comic buttons. Hey, you'll get a kick out of those true-to-life pictures of funny paper characters, like the little moose with his funny face and feather in his hair, and fat, slap-happy Beezy. And Superman himself, complete with bright blue jersey and flying red cape and Superman insignia. Yes, sir, these Pep comic buttons look terrific when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. So, fellas, don't you let the girls get ahead of you. And girls, don't you let the fellas get ahead of you either. Everybody pitch in. It's easy, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere. But every time you open a package of Kellogg's Pep, there's your snappy prize. And there's some mighty snappy eating, too, because Pep is a whiz of a breakfast cereal. Tastes so crisp and sunny and golden toasted you practically can't resist it. So ask Mom to get P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
As we continue now, Clark Kent has just entered Perry White's office in time to hear the gray-haired editor shout into his telephone.
Miss Backrack, you call Wilson on the Morning Blade and tell him he can stop trying to steal my reporters. Tell him he can have Lois Lane on his payroll as of now because I'm through with her.
What?
You heard me. She's fired.
What's the matter with you, Chief?
That'll teach her not to disregard orders.
What happened?
When I say no, I mean no. I'm the boss around here.
Chief,
and I don't want to leave followed up. It's because my superior experience tells me it's a phony.
Sure, Chief, sure.
And neither
but...
Lois Lane nor you nor any other reporter working for me can disregard my orders and get away with it. Do you understand?
Oh, for the love of Mike, Chief, will you please calm down long enough to tell me what's going on? What order did Lois disregard? Where is she?
She's up in Canada, the North Fishing Banks, against my explicit orders to the contrary.
What in heaven's name is she doing up there?
Chasing a wild goose, that's what.
What do you mean?
Well, here's the story. You remember that crackpot correspondent we've got in Squeen Run?
Squeen Run? Oh, you mean Horatio F. for French Horn?
Yes, Horatio F. for Fooey Horn would be better, or F. for Fish in this case.
Well, what about it?
Well, a few days ago he came to see me, all steamed up over what he thinks is a terrific yarn that's brewing up there in that fishing territory. A cock and bull story that began stewing in his bird brain when a very rich man who lives in Squeen Run stopped getting his regular weekly shipments of a rare fish that he relishes for breakfast. Shipments that used to be flown in for him from the North Banks and then suddenly stopped.
What?
Because the fishermen have stopped going out on their regular runs, and Horn thinks it's all tied up to something mysterious.
Well, maybe it is.
What? Great Caesar, don't tell me that you go for that, too.
I didn't say that, Chief. I only said maybe it is.
Chief, I be Mr.
Yes,
White.
what do you want?
Miss Backrack told me to give you this telegram. It's from Miss Lane, and she
From Lois?
Yeah, Mr. Kent. Miss Backrack...
Never mind what she thought. Go on, beat it, beat it.
Yes, sir, Mr. White.
Well, Well, how do you like this for nerve?
What does she say, Chief?
Now, listen to this for sheer gall.
What?
Convinced Horatio Horn right again. Looks like real big story brewing here. I'm taking long chance to dig it up.
What does she mean by a long chance, I wonder?
Why, nothing. She's just being cute. Now, listen. If you don't hear from me within 24 hours, suggest you contact Superman.
Contact Superman?
Yes. How do you like that?
I don't like it at all, Chief. Sounds to me as if Lois is afraid of what she's walking into.
Clark Kent is right. Lois Lane doesn't know what she and the eccentric correspondent Horatio Horn are walking into. If she did, she'd be more than tempted to stop her investigation before she really begins. Monday, we begin a new Superman adventure that deals with deep mystery born of dark superstition on the stormy, fog-bound shores of the North Atlantic. So be sure not to miss a minute of it. And remember, if your community observes daylight time, starting next week, this program will be heard at the same hour. If you remain on standard time, it may be heard at a different hour. For exact broadcast time in your area, consult your local newspaper or mutual station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, gang, let me tell you about a breakfast cereal that's fun to listen to and fun to eat. It's Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal. Sure, you've seen those famous little elves snap, crackle, and pop around in cartoons and on the Rice Krispies package. And you know how they can dish out the crispiness of those golden bubbles of oven-popped rice. So freshly crisp, they snap, crackle, and pop when you pour on milk. Remind Mom to get you the one and only Snap, Crackle, and Pop cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to be with us on Monday for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, Everything for the Boys, starring Ronald Colman, is brought to you by transcription.
From Hollywood, California, and a base in North Africa, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, starring Mr. Ronald Colman. The play, Lost Horizon. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Colman.
Thank you and good evening.
The combination of James Hilton's fantasy Lost Horizon and a pin-up girl may seem strange to you. And yet the request of our soldiers in Algiers for Janet Blair and Shangri-La is really a very logical one. Janet, you seem disturbed.
Well, yes, I am, Ronnie. I can understand they're wanting to hear you in Lost Horizon, but tell me, where do I come in before the microphone?
Well, Janet, even as your pin-up pictures are a very real link with home, so the Shangri-La of our play tonight is a symbol of the ideals for which free people are struggling. Whether one knows the story of Lost Horizon or not, the word Shangri-La has come to mean a place of lasting peace and contentment and love. And that surely is what our men are fighting for. Now, Janet, you and I are going to talk to two of these members of our armed forces later by special overseas radio between Hollywood and North Africa.
I can hardly wait, Ronnie.
But first, at their express command, we bring to them and to all of you tonight's play. Men and women of the United States Army stationed in Algiers, we are at your command.
Picture yourself 15 years ago driving over a country road in a rainstorm, wheels sinking into the mud almost up to the axles. Multiply that memory 1,000 times, and you'll have a slight conception of what our men and machines are facing on South Pacific Islands today. Solid sheets of rain turn jungles and hills into 1,000 square miles of mud and slime. Still, our tanks and jeeps and trucks must keep moving forward. Autolite engineers are exerting every ounce of energy to help make the job easier for our boys. Autolite batteries, spark plugs, and electrical systems are the electrical lifeline in thousands of these vehicles of victory, helping them cut through swamp-studded jungles, crawl up jagged mountainsides, roll onward in spite of the elements, in spite of the enemy. This is Autolite keeping its pledge, everything for the boys. And on the home front, this same Autolite electrical lifeline is doing double duty in cars and trucks. We say double duty because we're asking it to last twice as long. So take care of it. And when any of these vital parts needs replacing, be sure they're original Autolite parts. Any one of the thousands of Autolite service stations, your local car dealer and serviceman will be glad to do everything they can to help you care for your car for your country. The play, Mr. Ronald Coleman in Lost Horizon, as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler.
The scene is a hospital somewhere far in the Chinese interior, where the borders of China and Tibet meet in the great windswept plain of Amishar. A priest and a nun listen as a man tells them a story.
You have been very kind, and I am grateful. What I tell you is all I can give you for what you have done for me. What I tell you is strange. It is the truth. I was in the consular service in India. On this day that I tell you about, I was in a plane going from Baskul to Peshawar. There were 4 of us on board, and Mr. Henry Barnard, an American.
This flight is 10 minutes late already. Now, back home in America, we make schedules, and by gosh, we stick to it.
And Miss Roberta Brinklow of the Eastern Mission.
Our mission had a most prosperous year last year. 50 new converts. But I know that, God willing, we will do better than that in the coming months.
And my assistant, Captain Charles Mallinson.
I say, Conway. Conway.
Yes, Mallinson?
I thought Fenner was piloting us.
Well, isn't he?
No, the chap just turned his head. He's Chinese or something. Let's find out who he is and where he thinks he's going.
We didn't find out. As we came close to him, he turned and pointed a gun at us and told us to sit down.
It's outrageous, completely outrageous.
Kidnapping us. That's what the hoodlum's doing.
But where's he taking us? Where? Where?
Where? Yes, where? The plane higher and higher, and beneath us, as far as the eye could see, a world filled with endless ranges of tremendous mountains. Where was he taking us? No answer.
It's so terribly cold.
Here's my coat.
No, thank you, Mr. Conway.
How long is this going on? Where is he taking us? Don't any of you care?
Well, there doesn't seem to be much we can do about it. Eh, Mr. Conway?
No, I'm curious to know the meaning of it. Why should he be flying us here, of all places in the world? Look down there. The most desolate range of mountains this side of the moon. Why should
Down!
he...
We're going down!
The motor's cut out.
Hurry! Steady, steady. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And so we came to the Valley of the Blue Moon. We crawled out of the wreckage into the snow and saw before us in the thin blue air the wonder of the lamasery of Shangri-La. What can I tell you of that first sight of Shangri-La? A tremendous icy lift of mountain, and clinging to its side with a delicate color of flower petals, a group of pavilions beautiful as in a childhood fairy tale. Icy desolation all around. All but the green oasis of the Valley of the Moon and the lamasery of Shangri-La.
You will come this way, please. You will come this way, please.
A little Chinese was there to lead us, and soon we were in the buildings of Shangri-La, and there was cleanness and warmth and beauty all about us.
This place is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Mr. Conway, how do you explain all this?
Oh, perhaps Mr. Chang here could tell us.
It will give me greatest pleasure to tell you what I am able to tell you.
How many people are here?
Here, there are about 50. In the valley below, a few thousand.
Oh, this is apparently some sort of religious order. In what do you believe?
If I were to put it in a very few words, my dear sir, I should say that our greatest belief is in moderation.
Well, all I'm interested in is how soon can we get out of here? Well?
The mountain? No, the great chasm. It is most difficult. No, impossible. Without guide.
Well, that's no answer. We've got to get back to civilization.
Mr. Chang, Mr. Mallinson is young, impatient. However, I do hope you can arrange our return journey as quickly as possible.
Return journey? You are wiser than your friend, Mr. Conway.
His eyes were on mine, and suddenly I understood. This was not a chance meeting. He had wanted us there. But why? Why had we been brought to this wonder of the Valley of the Blue Moon? The days began to pass quickly, and one day, she was there. As delicate and as wonderful as the garden in which I found her. It was night, and the smell of the night flowers was like a new wine, when suddenly there was music. The player was a woman. In the moonlight, I saw her. White face, high cheekbones, black hair drawn tightly back and braided, mouth like a flower. Through the music, I spoke to her.
I am Lo Chen.
You live here?
Yes,
You play beautifully.
you are kind.
My name is Conway.
Yes, I know. You are one of those he brought to us through the sky.
He?
He obeyed the high ones of Shangri-La.
Oh, you mean the pilot?
He brought you through the air over great mountains with a bird to hold him. He died to bring you here.
And in a few moments, she went away. This Shangri-La was a place of wonders, and somehow I began to believe there were even greater wonders ahead.
My dear Mr. Conway, I congratulate you. He wishes to see you immediately.
He? Who do you mean?
You will come with me, please, sir, at once. He has sent for you. The High Lama has sent for you.
He took me up endless stairs and along dark, perfumed corridors. And suddenly I was in a room, warm, and filled with a strangeness I couldn't understand. And then in the darkness of that room, there was a soft light, and a voice spoke.
It is a great pleasure to see you here, Mr. Conway.
It's an honor to be received by you, sir.
I trust you have been comfortable at Shangri-La since your arrival.
Extremely so.
Please sit by me, Mr. Conway.
I sat by him. He was a very old man in Chinese dress, and his face was as calm as his voice.
Many years ago, a priest came to this place. His name was Perrault. The year was 1734, and he was 53 years of age. He was a scholar, and he loved his place and the inhabitants of this valley, he began to build this Ramessery. His disciples came here to be with him, and soon they forgot the world, and the world forgot them. But the years passed by, and Pharaoh was very old, and he lay down to die in the peace of old age. He was 108. But suddenly, on the threshold of death, Pharaoh had a great vision, and he awoke, and an understanding of the way of life came to him, and he did not die. The years went by, and he did not die. The others came to the valley, and Pharaoh told them his secret, and they did not die. And Shangri-La grew, and it became a place of peace and contemplation and study. Here men left behind the meaninglessness of the world, the tyranny of things, and once they came here, they never returned. For if they went back to the outside world, they became as old as they really were, and died. Do you understand?
I will never return?
What else do you understand, Conway? What else?
That you came here in 1734, and yet you are still alive. Father Pharaoh. A man already old in 1734 and still alive.
For in that vision that appeared to old Pharaoh, when he lay dying in his room in the year 1789, he saw that the day would come when intolerance and lust and brutality might someday crush all of the loveliest things until there were no more left in the world. The small, the delicate, the beautiful, the defenseless, all would be lost. That, my son, is why I am here, and why you are here.
You think that Shangri-La will escape?
Perhaps. Here we shall stay with our books and our music and our meditations. We have a heritage to cherish and to bequeath to the world. For when the evil has devoured itself, the Christian ethic may at last be fulfilled, and the meek shall inherit the earth.
He spoke those words, and suddenly I did what I have never done to any man before. I knelt before him, and there was a peace within me that I had never known. And the next morning...
You know, it's a funny thing how this place grows on you. Me, I've begun to feel this way about it. Even if those guides get here, I'm going to pass them by. I kind of go for this place.
As a matter of fact, I think I shall stay here, too. You see, I've been thinking over the way things happened to bring us all here. There's a mysterious power working. I was sent here for a purpose. I don't quite know why, but I shall stay here.
The wonder of Shangri-La was in them, too. Only in my young friend Mallinson was there anger.
It's a madhouse, and there's only one sane person in it. Lo Tsen, that Chinese girl who plays the piano. Everyone's mad around here but she.
And she?
She's young and wonderful.
Lo Tsen wonderful, yes, but young?
You wish to talk to me?
Yes, I do.
Talk of what?
Of you. Who are you? Where did you come from?
I was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan. I was traveling to Kashgar to meet him when my carriers became lost in these mountains. All of them died, but I was rescued and brought here.
When did this happen?
The year was 1884. I was 18.
Then she lifted her face toward mine, and it was young, everlastingly young. And then I knew that Shangri-La was a place of wonder. From the blue iciness of the mountain to the green depths of the valley, to the sound of the music across the lotus pool, it was in my heart. Perfect, incomparable. A year, a decade, the end of time, it didn't matter. Here I was, and here I wanted to stay. But the next night there was a storm in Shangri-La.
Quick, Conway, he's waiting for you. Go in.
Yes.
Closer, my good friend, close. Here, sit by me. Is there something you wish to tell me?
Well, sir, it's Mallinson. Somehow he's begun to understand that whoever comes here can never leave. He's almost out of his mind.
I know. He's going to be your problem.
My problem?
Yes, my son, for I am going to die. Yes. Over 2 centuries of living, it is enough for one mortal. I'm quite content. One thing remains. Can you imagine what that is? I place in your hands, my son, the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
And then he stopped speaking, but the words still echoed in my head. His eyes were on me, and his lips didn't move, but his thoughts came to me as if he was speaking. I have waited for you a long time, my son. You will live through the storm that is coming to the world. The airmen bearing loads of death to the great cities will not pass our way. And when they are gone, a new world will stir in the ruins, looking in hopefulness for its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, waiting behind the mountains in the valley of the Blue Moon. And then I looked at his face, and there was nothing left but a mask crumbling like old wood. And his eyes were closed. And suddenly I knew that the High Lama was dead. I left the room, and through the window I could see that the sky was clear, though the mountains still blazed in lightning. And I was master of Shangri-La. But suddenly, Lotsen was there.
The guides, they have come. They will lead us out of the Valley of the Moon.
Us?
Yes, you and Mallinson and I. Hurry, Conway.
But that's impossible.
No, do not stand there talking.
But if you leave this valley, you'll fade away like an echo.
No, it is not true. It is not.
But the Lama said...
How do I know that what the Lama says is true? I am young, and Mallinson is young.
Mallinson?
Yes, Mallinson. I want him, and I will go with him.
Lotsen, listen to me.
No.
I know the truth. If you leave here, you will die.
No, I will go with him. I will. And you must help me.
No, I can't.
You love me, too. I know it. It is in your face, in your voice when you speak to me. Without your help, we cannot get over the mountain pass. If you care for me, Conway, help me. Help me now.
I'll help you, Lotsen. I'll help you. What more can I tell you? At dawn, we 3 left Shangri-La, climbed high into the snow, and when I looked back, the Valley of the Blue Moon was like a cloud floating after me through the haze. Before us were the ice and snow, and 1,100 miles beyond was the China border. We climbed up and up toward the crevice in the mountain that was the only way outside, and Mallinson was on one side of Lotsen, and I was on the other. And at first her face was quick with smiles. Then a storm came up, the quick, terrible storm of snow and sleet of the Himalayas. We walked and we fell and we crawled, but always ahead was more snow, and behind was more snow, and the cold crept closer and closer to us. And one day Mallinson fell and he didn't rise. And Lotsen and I were left alone. And high above the wind I heard her cry as she knelt over his body. And when she lifted her face...
Dead. He is dead. And I... What is happening to me? My face. Old. I am getting old. Conway. Help me. Take me back to Shangri-La.
It was true. Her face, old, wrinkled and leathery and horrible. The oldest face I'd ever seen. And I, too, cried out, and I fell in the snow, and I knew nothing more until I woke up here among you. And you told me that I was brought here by an old Chinese woman, the oldest woman you had ever seen, who brought me here and then lay down and died. You have made me well again, and I am very grateful. In your eyes, I see a question. Where am I going? I'm going to find my way back to Shangri-La. It is my heritage to keep alive the treasures of heart and mind, and they are all hidden behind the mountains of the blue moon. Soon, the world will need what is there. Soon, the meek shall inherit the earth.
Just heard Mr. Ronald Coleman in James Hilton's Lost Horizon as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The role of the High Lama was played by Norman Field and that of Lotsen by Mercedes McCambridge. The special musical score was arranged and conducted by Mr. Gordon Jenkins. While our Autolite transatlantic hookup is being set up for Mr. Coleman and his guest, Miss Janet Blair, to speak with the two American soldiers in Algiers who requested tonight's play, Mr. Coleman has a word for you who fight on the home front.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a place in Toledo, Ohio, with a huge bronze plaque just inside the door. On it appear 3,485 names, some of them in gold. Miss Janet Blair is going to tell you what they are.
They are the names of 3,485 Autolite men and women who have joined the armed forces. And as you go through each of the Autolite's great manufacturing plants, you will find other signs, banners, flying high above the huge furnaces and giant presses. Each of these banners bears a message. We're buying war bonds, 100%. Yes, at Autolite, it is truly everything for the boys. Just ask that pretty dark-haired girl who runs the giant hydraulic press, as casually as if she was sitting at home at her sewing machine. She'll tell you about Frank. He's somewhere in New Guinea now, and she hasn't had a letter from him for more than a month. But she knows she'll hear from him soon. No one has to beg her to buy war bonds. She knows who she's buying them for, even as her fellow workers know. One of them buys for a boy named Henry on the road to Rome. For another, it's Joe on a destroyer patrolling the North Atlantic. For another, it's Tom ferrying P-38s to a fighting front.
For others, it isn't a name but an idea, love of country and love of humanity. For whatever the reason, all of them are joining with you and me in the proud privilege of saying, we are backing the attack. We are buying war bonds.
The circuit between Hollywood and North Africa is open, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, engineer. Janet, here, take this headphone.
Yes, Ronnie.
Sergeant Gannon and Private Maloney are waiting to talk to us over in Algiers. So speak up, Janet. From Hollywood to North Africa, the party line is yours.
Hello, Sergeant Gannon. Hello, Private Maloney. Are you really there?
Hello, Miss Blair. Hello, Janet. You can call me Dave.
Did you hear that, Ronnie? He wants me to call him Dave.
Well, you can't beat an infantryman.
Sure. Why, Janet Blair and I have known each other a long time.
Now, wait a minute, Sergeant. They told me you're from Alva, Oklahoma, and I've never been in Oklahoma in my life.
Yeah, but you're the first face I see in the morning.
What?
There you are, hanging on the wall.
Janet, he means you're a North African pinup.
That's right, Mr. Coleman. I've looked at Miss Blair from every angle, and I like all of them.
How about Private Maloney? Can we talk to Private Maloney for a few moments?
You certainly can. I've been waiting for a long time to talk to you, Mr. Coleman.
Ronnie, you didn't tell me. Private Maloney is a woman.
I'm more than a woman. I'm a whack.
Well, the fact is, Private Maloney is more than a whack. She's a hero. She was awarded the Soldier's Medal for saving a soldier from being burnt to death after a gasoline explosion. Isn't that right, Private Maloney?
She can't talk, Mr. Coleman. You ought to see her. She's blushing all the way down here in Algiers.
Well, while she's recovering, Sergeant, how would you like to have some news from your folks at Alva?
I would sure like that, Mr. Coleman.
Well, here it is, Dave, from Alva, Oklahoma to you by way of Janet Blair.
Well, Dave, all your folks, including your brothers in the service, are getting along just fine. And they all think that after the action you saw in Sicily and Italy, working in an army post office must be pretty tame. But they say, take it easy until you're all well again.
Oh, tell them I'm feeling fine. What are they worrying about me for? I worry about them.
Well, you worry about the folks back in Oklahoma? Why?
Well, what about this gas rationing?
Gas rationing? Nothing to it, Sergeant. Listen.
That's what they're doing in Oklahoma, Sergeant. Picking 'em up and laying 'em down.
All right, but how about this shoe rationing?
Shoe rationing? Nothing to it, Sergeant. Listen.
That's what they're doing down in Oklahoma, Sergeant. Riding the horses.
Wait till I get back. I'll bring them a jeep.
Why not a camel?
Okay, 2 humps or 1.
Private Maloney, have you recovered yet? If you have, here's your chance to talk to the folks in Rochester, New York.
Hello, Mom and Dad. Hello, Jimmy and Elfield. Hi there, Pa. How's Tammy and the twins?
We've got the answer to that, Private Maloney. We made a personal call to your folks, and they said to tell you that the twins send a special pair of very wet kisses to their whack, Aunt Helen.
They're wonderful kisses.
And here's some more news for you, Helen. Your family has moved into a new house.
A new house? Where?
It's on Main Street East, and the best room in the house is empty, and they're saving it for you.
A room to myself? Well, that's wonderful.
Well, your mother says she's leaving it for you to decorate any way you want.
Well, Mother, I know you're listening, so thanks with all my heart.
Your mother is listening, Helen.
And tell all my friends in Rochester that I'm healthy and happy and terribly glad that I'm out here doing something in this war. And I know that they're doing all they can by working in war industries and buying war bonds.
Say, Private Maloney, is there anything I can do for you? I mean, woman to woman.
I'm glad you asked me that, Miss Blair. Could you do something for me?
Well, this is everything for the boys and girls.
Would you make an appointment for me at the Rochester Beauty Shop? I want a shampoo, permanent wave, and slut.
Well, what date should I make the appointment for, Helen?
And tell my brother Jim to order me 6 pairs of nylon stockings or make it 12 sheer ones.
Oh, Ronnie, nylon hose and beauty parlor appointments? My gosh, what will I do?
Listen, Private Maloney, I know this is no man's land, but beauty parlor appointments and those dozen pair of nylon stockings, well, you know, they're very difficult to get.
Well, don't worry about that, Mr. Coleman. I don't need them now. I was just giving you my post-war plans.
Time's up, Mr. Coleman.
All right. Private Maloney and Sergeant Gannon, the man is here who says we're out of time. So goodbye to you down there in North Africa from all of us here in Hollywood.
Goodbye, Mr. Coleman.
Goodbye, Janet. Send me your picture, will you? I mean a great big personal one.
I will, Dave, and
goodbye. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, our circuit to Algiers is broken. We hope that this half hour has helped to make good our creed of everything for the boys. Yes, everything. Our thoughts, our prayers, our work, and the investment of our money in the bonds that buy the weapons of victory.
Again next week, Autolite invites you to be present for this new global half hour, Everything for the Boys, uniting the home front with the battlefronts overseas. Your host, Ronald Coleman, will have as his guest Miss Greer Garson in Arch Oboler's radio dramatization, Berkeley Square, all at the express command of a group of fighting Yanks who will listen in and then speak directly from their base in the South Pacific.
Our thanks to Janet Blair for being with us tonight. Until next week, when at the command of our boys at advanced space in the South Pacific, we bring you Greer Garson in Berkeley Square. This is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
Janet Blair is soon to be seen in Columbia's new picture, Curly. The appearance of service personnel does not constitute endorsement by the War Department of the product advertised. This program has come to you from Hollywood and Algiers. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Everything for the Boys, starring Ronald Coleman, is brought to you by transcription each Tuesday.
We present the BBC Drama Repertory Company in The U-Boat That Lost Its Nerve, a play for radio by James Follett, with Nigel Lambert as Bernard Bent. The U-boat that lost its nerve.
U-boat First Officer, Lieutenant Bernard Barrett, you will please stand. This Council of Honor has been convened under powers delegated to us by the Naval High Command with the approval of the Führer. We have been instructed to hear all evidence and to recommend sentence should you be found guilty. Have you appointed an officer to conduct your defense?
Yes, sir. Major Schulke.
Have you agreed to this, Major Schulke?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Berndt, the charge against you is that you displayed cowardice in the face of the enemy. And as a consequence of your treacherous behavior, the submarine U-570, entrusted to you by our Führer and the German people, was allowed to pass intact into the enemy's hands. How do you plead? How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
The accused wishes to enter a plea.
I want to hear him say it.
Not guilty.
Should the charges against you be proved, this council will have no alternative but to recommend that you be sentenced to death by hanging. I say this because I want everyone here to realize that our present circumstances in no way detract from the authority of this council or the seriousness of the crimes for which you stand accused. Captain Lehman, will you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. President. On the 27th of August, 1941, the submarine U-570, under the command of the accused...
Mr. President, it has not been established that Lieutenant Berndt was in command of the U-boat at the time of her surrender.
He was in command at the time of its capture. It amounts to the same thing. Please continue, Captain Lehman.
On the 27th of August, 1941, U-570 was some 200 kilometers south of Iceland and proceeding on the surface to a rendezvous in the North Atlantic where she was to join other boats in her flotilla in night actions against enemy convoys. You will hear how she failed to maintain a proper lookout, but at this point we should consider the attitude of the accused to his responsibilities and to the war in general. Now, this list details certain unauthorized stores which the accused had placed aboard 570 before she sailed. 40 kilos of Dutch Edam cheese, 20 kilos of camembert, several hundred kilos of ham, 100 kilos of Normandy butter, Riesling, brandy, whiskey sherry, and an unspecified quantity of beer. Lieutenant Bernard Berndt saw no reason to change his way of life merely because of his responsibilities as an officer. The war for him was going to be one glorious non-stop party.
Gentlemen, I give a toast. The U-570. May this patrol be the most successful of any U-boat. Berndt has made a stencil of a sinking ship.
Oh, yes.
As we have 15 torpedoes, let's hope we sail into Lorient with 15 sinking ships painted on our bridge.
Here we are, sir.
Show them, Berndt.
There.
Only one thing wrong.
What's that, Chief?
Well, that stencil looks like a 2,000-tonner. If we want to beat Kretschmer's best patrol, every ship we sink will have to be at least 4,000 tons.
It's only meant to be a symbol.
Make a bigger one, Berndt. We must be precise.
This one took me 2 hours, sir.
Maybe for every 4,000-tonner we sink, we could put up 2 of Lieutenant Berndt's 2,000 tons.
Well, that wouldn't be honest.
The trouble with you, Berndt, is that you take everything too seriously.
Someone has to.
I aim to sink 100,000 tons, Berndt. Is that serious enough for you?
If you say so, sir.
I say we have another drink. Back to business. This is superb brandy, you scrounge, Berndt. We'll drink to you, to Lieutenant Berndt. May he have the strength to bear the Knight's Cross Admiral Dönitz will be hanging around his neck.
Lieutenant Berndt.
Hey, where's our torpedo officer? I specifically asked him to be present.
Well, Lieutenant Stein is examining the torpedo, sir. He's been at it since we left port.
Oh, has he? Doesn't he know that messing about with the torpedoes is forbidden? Pass the word for him. Yes, sir. Who do we drink to now?
The Führer.
Ah, yes. The Führer?
The Führer.
What's the matter, Berndt?
I'm sorry, but I've already had rather a lot to drink, sir.
Oh, give him some coffee, someone. There you are, Stein, you wretched fella. I hear you've been messing about with our torpedoes. If you can make them go off with a bigger bang, I won't enter it into the log.
Can I have a word with you, please, sir?
Have as many as you like, but first a drink.
No, I must speak to you first, please, sir. In private.
No, weren't you warned about those French girls? Torpedoing enemy personnel should only be done at sea. I won't be any use to you. You need the sick berth attendant. You know, you're getting as bad as Bent. No sense of humour. Oh, all right. We'll go up on the bridge and relieve the lookouts. Excuse us, gentlemen. There's nothing like the sea for clearing one's head. Now, what's all this about?
I've been looking at the torpedoes.
You've dismantled them?
Yep, and I've also dismantled the depth control chambers.
You know that's forbidden. How can we sink ships if you've taken the torpedoes to bits?
We won't be sinking any ships, not with those torpedoes.
Of course we won't if you've taken the things apart.
I'll reassemble them, and in any case, I've only looked at 8.
Why look at them in the first place? What do you mean about us not sinking ships? Of course we'll sink ships. This first patrol of U-570 is going to make naval history.
Not after this patrol. All our torpedoes are useless.
Don't be absurd.
They're old G7As. There was a whole batch of them which have been sorted out for sending back to the Torpedo Research Establishment at Kiel. They've been kicking around some time waiting for shipment, and somehow or other, we've ended up with them.
You're responsible for striking down torpedoes. You should have supervised their loading.
There's no good blaming me. I was only transferred to this boat at the last minute. Yesterday was the first chance I've had to examine.
What do you know about torpedoes? All you have to do is load and fire them.
Now come below and look at them if you don't believe me.
You'll have to repair them.
They need new firing pistols.
I don't want your excuses, Stein. You fix those torpedoes.
They have to go back to Kiel. And we might as well return to base.
We can't go back. Not without... My family have moved to Lorient. I've promised them so much.
Well, you'll never achieve great successes in this boat.
You will go below and repair those torpedoes. After that, you can consider yourself under arrest.
But why can't you face up to reality? Those torpedoes are useless. Might as well radio base and request permission to return.
I'll be damned if I'm going to let a miserable, jumped-up, working-class tyke with a chip on his shoulder dictate to me.
Aircraft! It went into that cloud!
This far out, it must be a Focke-Wulf 200.
Diving stations, aircraft!
How dare you give orders? You're under arrest. Bernd, cancel that order. It's an FW 200.
Oh, for God's sake, dive, Bernd, into 2 engines!
What the hell am I supposed to do?
It's coming in for a bomb run! Get down, get down!
No! They'll kill us. Stop engines.
But we must die.
Bernd, what damage?
None. We still got control. I'm sending up a gun.
No, Bernd, no. Look, help me off with my jacket. Come on, hurry.
You're mad.
Look, before it turns back. Please. Now my shirt. Pull.
I'm coming up.
Stay there, Bernd. Pull. That's it. Help me hold it out so they can see it.
No, you're not going to... You can't. Stop it.
Thank God. Thank God.
You bastard! You traitorous bastard!
What's happening? I thought there was...
Ramlo surrendered.
I had to. I have to think of my crew.
Gun crew standing by, sir.
Tell them to stand down.
You're not taking orders from him,
Get
are
below,
you?
Stein. Bernd, help me turn the shirt. Sir, you have the sleeves up so they can see it. That's it. They'll destroy us.
I think they got your message, sir.
I ordered you below.
Thank you, sir. I have no wish to be involved.
It's an RAF Hudson. The Coastal Command.
They nearly killed us. The bomb came within 10 meters.
What do we do now?
It's up to them, isn't it?
May I use your glasses, sir?
Yeah.
Must be a reconnaissance aircraft. Some machine nose and rubber in the turret. Probably Brownings.
And bombs.
Was it a bomb or a depth charge?
I don't know. What does it matter?
I don't think the RAF have an airborne depth charge yet. They're signaling. It's in English. Have you surrendered?
Tell them yes.
Have you considered that you might still have a chance of shooting it down, sir? Our anti-aircraft
They could be on
guns...
top of us with another bomb before we could bring the guns to bear. What's she saying now?
Aircraft to U-boat remain on surface or we will bomb you. Do you understand?
Tell them we do, Bernd.
Control room bridge. I'm ordering the destruction of all charts, code books, identification books, and the logs.
Stein, they may not like it.
They'll be ejected through a tube.
But if they see the capture open...
We're flooding the forward tanks to put the valves down slightly. They won't see anything.
Bernd, go below and place Stein under arrest.
He's right about getting rid of the boat's
go
papers,
below
sir.
and arrest him. If anything goes wrong, the whole crew will be lost.
I'm resisting arrest, Bernd, and there's nothing you can do about it. The entire company's with me. Also, as first officer, it's your duty to arrest Ramlow and countermand the surrender.
I can't do that.
You'd have the full support of the crew.
Yes, but it would amount to, well, mutiny.
So?
But I don't have the authority.
You do, if he's no longer fit to command.
Why isn't he? He's only thinking of the crew. There's an aircraft circling, threatening to drop another bomb.
Another bomb? Were you in the Narvik campaign?
No.
I was. Shall I tell you the armament of that Hudson? 1 anti-submarine bomb. 1. And even that's useless unless it scores a direct hit, as we've just seen.
Narvik was over a year ago. The RAF may have improved their armament since then. But Ramlow may know more than us.
He doesn't.
But you don't know. You're only going on your experiences of over a year ago.
Even if it has got another bomb, we could still shoot it down before it has a chance to drop it.
But how?
Haven't you got any imagination? We could string up some washing or something and load a belt into the 20-centimetre while the Hudson is unsighted. We could even crowd men around the gun. We could load it, bring it to bear, and open fire before the Hudson realised that anything was wrong.
If I was in that aircraft, I'd be watching us like hawks, the first sign of anything suspicious.
Oh, you're worse than Ramlow.
I don't suppose it's occurred to you that he might be acting in the interests of us all.
Our interests are irrelevant. All that matters is that this U-boat must not be cravenly handed over to the enemy without a shot being fired.
I shouldn't have thought you'd be worried about honour.
I'm not talking about honour. I'm talking about the cowardly behaviour of this submarine in allowing itself to fall into enemy hands who could then use it against our fellow sailors. And if you can't see the difference between that and your blasted sacred honour, then you're as bad as Ramlow. Chief?
Yes, sir?
Everyone signed?
Everyone, sir, without exception. Here.
Thanks. Here's my Luger, then. Take it. Take it. That's it. It's loaded. Now, Chief, read that paper.
We, the undersigned crew members of U-570, deplore the action of Lieutenant Commander Ramlow in surrendering our U-boat, and we fully support Lieutenant Bernard Bent in doing whatever is necessary to relieve Lieutenant Commander Ramlow of command. We also swear to obey Lieutenant Bent and pledge him our complete loyalty. And it's followed by the signatures of every member of the company.
Thank you. You have a choice, Bernd. You can either go up on the bridge, arrest Ramlow, and take over command, or you can side with Ramlow by placing me under arrest. But if you do, I shall see to it that after the war, you and Ramlow hang. Bernd.
Sir?
Have you arrested Stein? Well?
No, sir.
Suppose he talked you out of it. Eh? Odd sort of fella. Got a chip on his shoulder about his background. Bit of the red in his makeup.
I don't know, sir.
I'm going to break one of the first rules in dueling. Real dueling, I mean. Not all this modern stuff with face masks.
What's that, sir?
Never turn your back on an armed man. Wonder how much longer his fuel will hold out. Can't be much left. 200 kilometers south of Iceland. He'll need some to get back. Do you agree with Stein? Do you think I'm a coward?
I don't know.
I always thought cowardice was something so definite, like murder, that there would be no doubt in my mind when I was actually committing it. And yet when I waved my shirt at that Hudson, it never occurred to me that it was a cowardly act. Wherever we're in harbour and the crew are lined up on deck, it always frightens me to see how many men's lives depend on me. The horrible thing is, I don't know if I surrendered to save my own skin or the lives of the crew. I suppose if I said I wanted to save their lives, it would sound very grand and noble, but the truth is, I don't know. What would you have done? No, don't answer. You don't know. Nobody knows how they will react to a given situation, but it's always possible to guess how others might behave. People like Stein are predictable. They're the ones who die and get covered in glory. There are a lot of Steins in Germany. They never die alone and always take a lot of poor bastards with them as insurance, so they'll be remembered. What are you going to do?
I don't know.
That's all you've been able to say, I don't know. It's about time you started making a few decisions for yourself instead of letting other people push you around all the time.
I was sent up to arrest you, sir.
You were sent up here to do your duty according to what you think is right. Stein is not your senior officer. If you think I should be arrested, go ahead, but don't try to cover up your conscience by pretending that you're acting out of duty instilled into you by Stein. I don't even care if you shoot me, but I do care if you shoot me out of a sense of fear. I'd rather die as a victim of your principles than Stein's.
Sir, I don't understand.
I'll do it myself. Give me the gun. I'll shoot myself so you can say you did it. They'll listen to you then. Here, give it to me.
No.
Come.
No!
Set up your fool, sir!
You bloody fool. You could have been killed.
The destroyer's arrived. Look, look.
And tell him you've done it. Don't speak to me with a voice, Captain.
Yes?
You killed him?
Say yes.
Yes.
Good. I'm coming up.
Tell him to stay.
Stay where you are, Stein.
My dear Bernd, I have a gun crew ready for action.
You can come up when I give the order and not before.
Good for you, Ben.
Light signals from the destroyer, sir. In English. Stand by to receive armed boarding party.
They'll be lucky in this weather. There goes the Hudson. Wonder how they feel having to hand their prize over to the Navy.
Sir, now the aircraft is gone. If we were to set up torpedo to run at the shallowest setting, maybe we
We'd
could...
never sink a destroyer, Bent. Not with their shallow draft. You should know that.
Well, it would be worth a try, sir.
Well, what are we going to do now?
Wait for the boarding party, I suppose.
They won't try that in this sea.
Would take us in tow.
Not with us on board. Here, what are they saying now?
Do you have a dinghy? Captain, to join me immediately. Allow no one else on bridge. Do you understand?
Why should they risk their necks with a boarding party when they can get me to risk mine? Signal message understood.
Why won't they allow anyone else on the bridge?
So you won't be tempted to scuttle.
Do you want help with the dinghy, sir?
No, I'll manage.
Bernd, I saw the Hudson leave on the sky periscope. I insist you allow me on the bridge.
What can you see on the attack periscope?
Down.
Now we have company. A destroyer and an armed trawler. Our orders are no one else on the bridge.
We have to allow everyone up if we're to scuttle.
We are not scuttling, Stein, and that's an order.
We are not handing this boat over to the enemy.
Chief?
Sir?
Will you ask Lieutenant Stein to stay away from the voice pipe?
Sir?
Are you managing, sir?
Blasted thing. The wind keeps catching it. Here, you'd better have this back. Stein's gun, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'm ready now.
Look, I'm sorry, sir.
Just be sorry there's a war and thankful you're now out of it. Will you scuttle?
I don't see how I can.
No. Well, goodbye, Bent. Look after the crew.
Goodbye, sir. And good luck.
See you in prison.
Oh, God. Oh, thank you.
I'm Schulke, Conrad Schulke, Major, Army Reconnaissance. U-boat?
Yes.
Never catch me going down in one of those things. Death traps. I'm sorry, just trying to make conversation. You can tell me to shut up if you wish.
No, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Bernard Bent.
What happened to you? Oh, it's all right. These guerrillas don't speak German.
Oh, we were bombed by an aircraft.
Bad luck. Any casualties?
Every member of the crew was saved.
How long were you interrogated for?
2 days.
Oh, I had a week.
In London?
Yes, Kensington Palace Gardens. I used to work in London in the 20s. Didn't tell them, of course, but they soon found out. I didn't even tell them I could speak English. I gave myself away when this officer walked in and said, "We've decided to shoot you, Major." And he laughed at my expression.
Where are they taking us?
Euston Station? Well, must be somewhere in the north. And Euston's being moved at night.
Why?
Plenty of useful information to be picked up just by looking out of the window. The state the crops are in, how many people working on the land. It's all very useful when you're trying to build up an overall picture. Still, of course, you have to escape first.
Well, is it worth the risk with the war supposed to last only a few more months?
It's always worth the risk. It's your duty to do so.
Major Shulker, wake up. It's daylight.
I'm stiff. Still on the move. Taking us further north than I thought. The train keep going all through the night?
Apart from 2 stations.
How long did we stop for?
About 15 minutes at the first one and 10 minutes at the other.
What was it called?
Bovril, I think. What's so funny?
You'll learn, Pat. You'll learn.
Beautiful countryside. We keep crossing rivers and streams. Do you suppose we're in Scotland?
It's now 8 hours. Average speed, what, about 70 kilometres an hour? No, not in Scotland. I'd say we're in Cumberland, somewhere near the Lake District. Now that's either another station coming up, or Journey's End. Uh-oh. Journey's End. Let's hope they feed us soon. I'm starving.
Welcome to Grisdale Hall, gentlemen. Right in the heart of the British Lake District. I'm afraid the British won't allow us to go sailing. My name is Lieutenant Commander Otto Kruger. My job is to make you feel at home. I'm the senior officer.
It's a great honour to meet you, sir.
It's good to have another U-boat officer. Or perhaps I should say not good. I was beginning to think this camp was being taken over by the Luftwaffe. How is the Admiral?
I'm afraid I've never met him.
And you're Major Conrad Schulker.
Yes, sir. Number 1 Reconnaissance Unit, Bremen.
I hope you didn't tell the British that.
No, sir. They told me.
I take it the British CO has already interviewed you?
Yes, sir.
You will find Major Beach firm but fair. All matters for his attention are channeled through this office. He and I have an understanding, and most difficulties can usually be smoothed out between us.
Is there an escape organization?
I was coming to that. As you must have seen from the truck which brought you from the station, the surrounding countryside is wild and desolate. It looks very beautiful now, but in the winter it is deadly. That is why we have an escape committee under my chairmanship, which carefully vets all escape proposals. We don't wish to deter initiative or daring. Our job is to prevent officers getting themselves killed because of some harebrained scheme that has no hope in hell of succeeding.
Has anyone ever escaped?
Several times, but no one has ever got home. The first to try was Baron von Vera.
The fighter pilot?
Yes. He remained free for several days, but only because he knew the district from camping trips before the war and could speak English without a trace of accent.
This place looks as if it was once a country mansion.
It was, but you won't find any suits of armor now. What you will find is plenty of barbed wire around the grounds and watchtowers. Now, that's all for now. I'll expect it will take you a couple of days to find your feet and get used to the routine. If you report to Paul Falk, third door on the left down the corridor, he'll arrange for you to have a medical and tell you what dormitory you're in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Bent.
Sir?
I'd like a word with you before you go. Third door on the left, Shulker.
Thanks, sir.
Take seat.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Bernard Bent, First Officer U-570. Bombed by RAF Coastal Command, 27th of August, 90 miles south of Iceland. No casualties. The British don't tell us more than they can help. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No casualties?
Yes.
You were extremely lucky. What became of your commanding officer? Ramlow, wasn't it?
He was taken on board a different ship. I don't know what happened to him.
I knew him slightly at Lorient. Is he a party member?
I don't know.
No, he won't come here if he is. This is what the British call a white camp, for non-national socialists. The borderline cases go to the grey camps, and the dedicated ones are sent to the black camps. That's why none of our guards are Poles. They're all at the black camps, knocking hell out of the inmates. They're not supposed to know that.
I see. I read about your capture in the papers. They said you were sunk by overwhelming forces after you'd fired all your torpedoes.
Propaganda. I was rammed at night by a destroyer. I've been here since March, 5 months.
The loss of your boat was a sad blow.
Do you know the latest tonnage sunk figures?
Well, May and June was around 600,000 tons. July was very low, only 100,000 tons.
What about your boat? Well?
Nothing.
Nothing?
It was our first patrol.
We'll never win the war at this rate.
The papers were saying that the British won't be able to hold out for more than 6 or 7 months at the most.
Maybe. Here's your form. You better report to Lieutenant Falk.
There is one thing, sir.
Yes?
Is there a Lieutenant Richard Stein here?
Stein. Richard. Several Steins, but no Richard. Friend of yours?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, that's all I've been able to pick up from the guards.
With luck, they might come with us. Otto, over here.
Good evening, you two.
Good evening. Do you suppose the British are celebrating something? This stew actually looks and smells edible.
At least 3 extra grams of meat. We've decided that your U-boat comrades aren't sinking so many ships these days.
According to Bernd, one of the new arrivals, they're not. Did you give them a medical?
Well, Schulke's okay. Bernd seems to be suffering from depression. He's also got a weak heart. You know, it beats me why you let these cripples into the Navy. In the Luftwaffe,
which this place is crawling with.
They have to be A1.
Anything for tonight's bulletin?
Well, it looks as if we'll have to reopen the escape program.
Aren't we going to Canada?
It's still only a rumour. But if we are being sent there, it doesn't look as if we'll be able to rely on American neutrality for much longer. An American destroyer has deliberately attacked a U-boat.
One incident doesn't necessarily lead to war.
It did in 1914. Oh, God, if only we could get hold of some British newspapers. When does Parsons come back from leave?
Saturday.
Was there any mention of U-570?
No.
So what do? Do we reopen the escape program, or do we continue squashing every scheme put forth?
I think we'd better carry on vetoing all plans for the time being and review the situation when we've had a chance to look at the papers.
Schulke.
What's the matter?
I can't sleep.
What? Well, I can if I'm left alone. 4 hours.
Conrad. May I call you Conrad?
Did you wake me up just to ask me that?
Do you suppose the others will find out about how you were shot down?
What are you talking about? What others?
Well, Kruger, Falk, the whole camp.
I don't understand. I've told them everything.
No, I mean the exact details. Your position, the time, that sort of thing. Do you think they could ever find out?
Well, I suppose so. Does it matter? Is something wrong? Bernard?
Yes?
Do you want to tell me?
No, it's all right. Sorry I woke you. Good night.
Good night.
Come in. Good morning, Paul.
Papers.
Excellent.
Express, Times, Sketch, the lot. Even John Bullen picked a post. Poor bastard's terrified about that copper wire.
Don't put any more pressure on him for a bit. He's the sort to suddenly decide the confession might be good for his soul.
Anything about that Greer business?
Last night, in a broadcast to the American people, President Roosevelt, referring to U.S. attacks on German U-boats, said, "When you see a rattlesnake poised, you don't wait until it strikes before you crush it." The man's a warmonger of the worst.
Listen to this. Squadron leader J.H. Thompson of 269 Squadron, the pilot of the Hudson which captured U-570, said the white surrender flag waving from the conning tower was the biggest surprise of his life.
What? An Admiralty spokesman refused to comment on U-570's future, but said the capture of an intact what? U-boat was of major importance, and the possibility of it being commissioned as one of His Majesty's submarines could not be ruled out. Get him in here. What was the exact damage caused by the bomb?
I don't know.
How close did it fall?
Well, I wasn't on the bridge.
You don't have to be on the bridge to know how close a bomb was.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know. It wasn't me who surrendered, it was Lieutenant Commander Ramlow.
Where were you when it fell?
In the control room. Look, I didn't surrender.
Did you make any water after the explosion?
I don't know.
Why didn't you dive?
Well, the hydroplane wheels were jammed.
All of them?
No, just one.
Which one? Come on.
Look, I don't know. The stern, I think.
If the bomb exploded forward, how come the stern wheel was jammed?
I'm not sure where it exploded.
First you say forward, now you're not certain.
I wasn't certain at the time.
Can you read English?
A little.
Read that. Go on. Read it.
An Admiralty spokesman refused to comment on U-570's future, but said the capture of an
intact U-boat. Do you know what the word means?
Yes.
The Telegraph, the Times, the Mirror, they all refer to an intact U-boat. And it's probably in every American newspaper. You snivelling little coward, you know what you've done? You've made the German U-boat on the laughing stock of the entire world.
It was damaged. There was nothing I could do. We were helpless. Well, I wanted to scuttle. I pleaded with the captain to scuttle. But it wasn't my fault. I said we must destroy the boat, but he refused. It was damaged. I know it was damaged.
He could be right, Otto. I wouldn't put it past the British to issue a false statement deliberately. It's up to you. I'd rather take the word of a German officer than the British press.
It was damaged. I know it was damaged.
We'll take the word of this. I suppose so. Bernd.
Sir.
Pull yourself together.
Yes, sir.
We're giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you, sir.
We'll tell the camp that the British salvaged your boat. I dare say that'll be nearer the truth than these papers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We'll say no more about it. All right, you may go. Just one thing. If these newspaper reports do turn out to be telling the truth, you will most likely be hanged for cowardice.
Where on earth is Paul? We're missing it all.
You know, Bernd fits my theory about people who have mastered a social musical instrument.
What the hell is a social musical instrument?
Harmonicas, concertinas, flutes, anything portable like that. Have you heard my theory?
No, but I have a feeling I'm going to. Is it anything like that theory you advanced 3 months ago, which explained why the war couldn't last another 2 months?
Bernd interests me. He's had a lonely childhood, comes from a well-off family, and was sent to a boarding school from the age of 7. Consequently, he's been starved of affection. He's emotionally insecure, finds it difficult to make friends, and yet he needs friendship. That's why he's mastered the harmonica. It ensures it's always in demand for parties and so forth. That way, his introvert personality is no barrier to his popularity.
Is he married?
Yes, it was arranged by his parents.
Have you been talking to him?
Schulke has. The army major who arrived with him. Apparently he's worried about Bernd. Says he's been sleeping badly, having nightmares.
Maybe you should have a look at him.
After what Schulke said, I did. On the pretext it was a routine check after 4 weeks in prison. He's lost weight.
So have we all.
Not as much as him. He was 77 kilos when he came. Now he's down to 61. That's a lot to lose in 4 weeks.
Oh, whatever his problems are, he's a useful addition to the camp.
That's what's so odd about him. He enjoys being popular, and yet...
People are too complex to fit your simple theories. Ah, here's Paul.
Ah.
Come on, you're late.
We've got a new arrival.
Huh?
Oh, the British do choose sometimes to wheel them in. Who is it? Not another Luftwaffe type. I don't think I could stand anymore.
He's one of your lot, U-boats.
Oh.
Made himself unpopular at his last camp and nearly got himself lynched.
Hmm?
Stein. Lieutenant Richard Stein.
Right, Paul, let's have him in.
There?
Stein. Hello, Bernd. I'm surprised you're not in British uniform.
I
didn't expect to see me so soon, of course not. Well, I didn't expect to see you so soon either. I've been busy making a nuisance of myself at every camp so they'd keep transferring me. Third time lucky.
You better shut the door, Paul. Lieutenant Stein has made some serious allegations, Bernd.
regarding your part in the loss of U-570.
She wasn't lost. She was handed over by this traitorous coward.
We're not interested in personal comments at the moment. We just want to find out if what you say is true.
Oh, it's true, all right. Look at him. He's terrified.
I was not U-570's commanding officer and therefore not responsible for her surrender.
According to Lieutenant Stein, you were a party to it.
I wasn't even on the bridge when the Hudson dropped its bomb, but Stein was.
Is that true?
I left the bridge because I wanted to have nothing to do with the surrender. I went below and circulated a petition in which every member of the crew pledged support for Berndt if he were to arrest Ramlo and countermand the surrender.
It was a license for mutiny.
It was a license to prevent a U-boat falling into enemy hands. It was our opinion that Ramlo was no longer fit to command.
Our opinion?
My opinion. It's quite clearly stated in battle orders that if a commander...
Yes, I know what's in the battle orders. After you shot Ramlo, did you...
I never shot Ramlo.
He's lying.
He paddled across to the destroyer in the inflatable dinghy. Well, you know that. I told you at the time.
So Ramlo left you in command?
No, sir. No. Ramlo transferred command to the captain of the destroyer, and I carried out the orders the destroyer signaled to me.
He's twisting the facts to save his own miserable skin. Berndt was a senior officer. When Ramlo was shot, he would automatically...
Ramlo was not shot.
All right. Berndt, after Ramlo left the U-boat, did Lieutenant Stein request permission to scuttle the boat?
Yes, but it was not up to me to grant such permission.
You refused?
Yes.
Because you no longer had the authority?
Yes.
If you felt that you do not have the authority to allow Stein to scuttle the boat, how is it you felt you had the authority to order him not to?
Well, I don't know. But it wasn't me that surrendered. It wasn't me.
All right, you two. You may go.
Thank you, sir.
It looks as if Stein was telling the truth.
And the British newspapers. It puts me in a difficult position. From what I've seen of Stein, the story will be all over the camp in a matter of hours. If I do nothing, the Luftwaffe and Army types will accuse me of favoritism to a fellow U-boat officer.
Yeah.
They might even take the law into their own hands.
Requests Bern's transfer to another camp.
Then they'd say I was trying to protect him from justice. Besides, what do you suppose would happen to him if he ended up at a grey or black camp, and the prisoners learned about his part in U-570's surrender?
I don't see that they would. Bern's hardly likely to tell them.
A U-boat has a crew of 48. After screening, they'd be sufficiently scattered for there to be a good chance of one or two being in any camp that Berndt was sent to.
Suppose we get rid of him when they do find out. It won't be our problem, will it?
You do realize what would happen to him?
I've got a pretty good idea. It'll be no more than he deserves.
He deserves a fair trial. If we would get rid of Berndt, we'd be shirking our responsibilities, just as Berndt did on the U-boat. More so, in fact. At least Berndt was probably trying to save lives.
His own skin, more like.
Possibly. But as long as I'm senior officer here, it's up to me to see that civilized standards are maintained. Under these conditions, it's all too easy for men to forget them.
Do you think that won't happen? We saw how bitter Stein is. He'll be shooting his mouth off to everyone and urging them on to deal with Berndt in their own way. If he were to team up with people like Schumann and Kirk and a few of the others...
I know that. We'll have to forestall them until I think of something.
How? Why not ask Beach to put Berndt in solitary?
Well, what reason do we give?
Tell him Berndt's in danger.
And admit I can't control the man under me? Anyway, you know what a highly developed sense of justice Beach has. It's one of the more worthwhile British traits. I believe the British may have the answer. An old custom of theirs. It's rather nasty, but it might suit our purpose.
What's that, then?
Tell Kurt that before he reads the after-dinner news bulletin, I wish to make a statement to the entire camp. Gentlemen, before Kurt reads the evening news, I have a brief statement to make. Berndt, will you stand up, please? As you know, Lieutenant Berndt is here because his submarine was captured by the RAF after it had been bombed. We have just learned that the newspaper reports about the capture, which we disregarded at the time, are in fact true. In view of this, it has been decided that from now until further notice, no prisoner will speak to, communicate, or attempt to communicate with Lieutenant Berndt in any way whatsoever. A serious view will be taken if anyone breaks this rule. The British have an expression for Berndt's punishment. He is being sent to Coventry. Oh, hello, Paul.
Oh, Otto. Bent seems to have disappeared.
Really? I saw him at roll call.
Well, he turns up for morning and evening roll call and lights out, but vanishes for the rest of the day.
I never did pretend it was anything but an interim solution. The idea was for us to act before anyone else did.
Yes, it seems he sent us to Coventry. We'll have to think of something else.
I already have. I want to send a message to U-boat command. Can you arrange it?
But I thought you U-boat types already had a system.
It may have been revealed by Ramlow by now. He handed over a U-boat, so I don't suppose he had any qualms about our letter code.
Who's it to be sent to?
Dieter Frank. He's a staff officer, cipher expert.
Mm-hmm.
That's his private address, and that's the message.
Dear Dieter, British press reports about U-570 are correct. First officer is now... You're not serious.
I'm perfectly serious. But don't you think it's better than what we're doing now?
It violates the Geneva Convention. We can't...
We can if we call it something else. Think you can bury that message in a letter?
I think so. I'll try a date code. It may work. It won't have to be anything elaborate to slip past Jenkins. A date code will do.
I want it to go today.
Right. I'll get to work on a draft letter for you to copy out.
Oh. Someone tell that worm to shut up. I'm going to get some sleep.
You say one more word, Stein, and I'll smash your oily face down your throat.
Ooh, brave words, Major. Not the sort that Burnt would understand.
Just leave him alone. You've done enough damage.
That is a matter of opinion, Major.
Stop, Lehman, before we kill him.
Look, I'm as worried as you, Major, but what can I do? Kruger won't take any notice of me.
Well, you could at least examine Bent.
If he is ill, I'd have to say it's because he refuses to eat, not because he's been sent to Coventry.
If you do nothing, I'll place the matter in the hands of the British by reporting the whole affair to Major Veitch.
Where is he?
In the attic above the laundry. He spends every day alone there, reading and playing the harmonica.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Give Bernd another 2 days. If he hasn't come down and had some food by Sunday, then I'll examine him. If his condition is serious, I'll urge Kruger to call off this Coventry business.
Hello? Is someone there? Oh. Who's that? Oh, hello. What do you want? No, please, no. No! 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 Stop! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! No! No!
I want you to come and look at Bent now.
We agreed this morning that I wait until
Evening
Sunday.
roll calls in 5 minutes. Now, he's usually down 10 minutes before it starts so that he can have his name cleared by the guards and disappear before the others arrive.
Well, maybe he's decided to...
I want you to come now, please.
Very well.
Bernard, roll call in 3 minutes. Bernard? Bernard? Good God.
Help me turn him over.
What's the matter with... God, look at his face.
No, please, no more.
It's all right, Bernard.
No more.
It's all right, old man. Who did it?
Bernd, can you hear me?
Don't hit me anymore.
Listen, Bernd, it's only a few minutes to roll call. We've got to get you down to the laundry to clean you up.
What the hell does it matter about roll call? I'm going to tell Veitch.
No, we'll keep the British out of this. If you want to help Bernd, you'll keep quiet.
I haven't kept quiet before. This wouldn't have happened.
Help me up with him. That's it. We'll have to hold him between us during roll call.
Dear Otto, your recent letter was eagerly read by everyone. Jan has at long last proposed to Alice. Our youngest has seen a great deal of action in our new swimming pool this summer. She has even learned to swim underwater. Paul can't swim yet, but enjoys playing with a toy boat we managed to buy.
Only 570 marks. You think goes on about people I've never heard of. Here, you better decode it.
It's so simple it hardly deserves to be called a code. First word is your, 3, 4, 5, 6, propose, 7, 8, 9, action. All the other words are obvious, underwater boat, 570. The last sentence doesn't seem to fit. Your old friend in UB-68 sends his regards.
UB-68 was the Admiral's boat when he was a commander during the last war.
Yes. Well, the complete message reads, Dear Otto, your proposed action of U-570 is approved.
You will hear all the evidence while it is still fresh in everyone's mind and recommend suitable sentence to be carried out after war. Preserve transcript if possible, Admiral Dönitz.
May I see it, please?
That's the original letter, and that's the transcribed message. The date and time on the letter indicate...
Yes, I know how the date code works. Thank you. Well, I presume there'll also be an inquiry to find out who assaulted Bent.
That was a most unfortunate incident which we all deplore.
With respect, Lieutenant Commander, that was not the answer to my question.
If Bernd cares to reveal who it was, then we shall see that whoever it was is punished.
You know damn well he's too scared to say anything.
It's not our fault if he chooses to remain silent, Major. It could have been any one of several men.
We all know who it was.
No, we do not know. If you have evidence, then we'll be glad to hear it. Now, on the question of this Council of Honor, Falk, you will be the Council's president.
I know nothing about court procedure.
Captain Lehman does. He'll brief us.
My experience is limited to giving evidence on medical matters for the police.
Nevertheless, you know more about it than any of us.
I wondered why you were asking me all those questions last week.
I've written out 4 copies of the charges against Bent. One for me, one for you, Paul, as Council President.
Thanks.
Captain Lehman, you will be prosecuting.
Thank you.
And a copy for you, Schalke. You will be defending.
And where shall we hold this charade?
We'll use the stage in the main hall and organize a proper lookout system. If the British walk in, we're merely rehearsing a reenactment of a famous German trial for the concert. I shall want a large German flag to go on the wall behind the President's chair.
And what will you be doing?
I shall be an expert witness for the prosecution.
Lieutenant Stein, you said that the RAF do not possess an airborne depth charge, but their coastal command aircraft are fitted with one anti-submarine bomb, which, and I quote from your evidence, is useless unless it scores a direct hit.
Yes. If Romlow had died, there would have been little danger.
Did you see this bomb fall?
No.
Really? Why not?
I ducked. It's customary when a bomb falls. It helps you live longer.
Did Romlow duck?
No.
So you don't know if the Hudson dropped a small bomb or a more lethal depth charge?
I've already told you. The RAF do not have an airborne depth charge.
Well, I shall be producing a witness who will testify that they do. A new arrival. His U-boat was depth charged by a Sunderland. So, you ducked while Romlow bravely watched the Hudson all the time?
He did not watch it out of bravery. He was hypnotized with fear.
How did he surrender?
He waved his shirt.
Did he have a jacket on?
Yes.
Which he had to remove first before he could take his shirt off?
Yes.
Now, did he wave the shirt after the Hudson released the depth charge?
Yes.
Immediately after? Before the Hudson had time to turn?
Yes.
He was quick.
He tore his jacket and shirt off in panic.
But just now you said he was hypnotized with fear. Did you help him off with his jacket? Well?
You must answer the question.
Yes. Well, he asked me to. But I didn't know why he wanted it off at the time.
Did you also help him remove his shirt?
Yes. But I didn't know why he wanted it off.
No, of course not. It was late summer, and I suppose the Hudson was making it rather hot for you.
Major Schulke is including a great deal of unnecessary comment, Mr. President.
No more than we've had from Captain Lehman.
That is not for you to
I
decide
have
with.
no more questions.
Thank you. Do you wish to re-examine Captain Lehman?
Sir. When you went below after the surrender, Lieutenant Stein, you said you posted a signalman on the sky periscope to watch the Hudson.
Yes.
Can you remember the exact wording of the Hudson signals?
Yes. The first one said, "Have you surrendered?" And the second one was, "Remain on surface or we will bomb you."
It definitely said bomb, not depth charge.
Yes.
It was bluffing, of course. It only carried the one bomb.
There is no doubt about the action I would have taken. As soon as the aircraft appeared, I would have given the order to dive, and continued diving despite the air attack. My chance of escaping would be very good if there were no anti-submarine ships less than 12 hours steaming away. If the bomb had damaged me, I would have surfaced and fought it out with the aircraft. My anti-aircraft gun crews were well trained, and there would be a good chance of destroying the Hudson.
Were you ever attacked by aircraft when you were in command of a U-boat?
Mr. President, I fail to see what Lieutenant Commander Kruger's experiences have got to do with this case.
I merely wish to establish that his experience qualifies him to speak with authority on the correct course of action U-570 should have taken when it was attacked. Would the first officer of a U-boat be justified in assuming command if his commanding officer had surrendered?
Yes.
Excuse my ignorance of court procedure, but is the prosecution allowed to put leading questions to his own witness?
That is true,
Major
Captain.
Schulke is quite correct, unless the questions deal with a complex matter. I'm sure he would be the first to agree that this is indeed a complex matter.
Continue, Captain Lehman.
And if the commander is faced with overwhelming odds...
Then he must scuttle his boat.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander.
Major Schulke.
Commander Kruger, before you would scuttle your boat, you would give the order to abandon ship.
Of course.
Now, supposing you were under the guns of an armed trawler and a destroyer which had ordered you to allow no one from below, would you still scuttle your boat?
I would never allow myself to get into such a situation in the first place.
You've never been unfortunate enough to find yourself in such a situation.
It's not a question of being unfortunate. It's a question of skill and courage.
But you've never been in such a situation.
No, when I was...
Mr. President, Lieutenant Commander Kruger has been allowed to give evidence for the prosecution because of his experience in U-boat matters. We now learn, on his own admission, that he has no experience of the circumstances under examination. Therefore, it is my submission that his evidence is invalid.
Are you familiar with Lieutenant Commander Kruger's record? 260,000 tons of enemy shipping sunk. He holds numerous decorations, including the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. I suggest you apologize.
Why should I apologize for making what I consider to be a valid point?
In that case, the Council will apologize on your behalf. You should remember, Major Schulke, that none of us has experience of surrendering to the enemy without a fight. Only Bernard Berndt can speak with authority on that subject.
Why didn't you relieve Ramlo of command?
It would be mutiny.
You went to training college?
Yes.
Weren't you taught the difference between mutiny and the justified relieving of command?
Yes.
Tell the council those differences.
I don't remember the exact wording. Mutiny is the refusal by an individual or group to obey the lawful commands of their senior officers.
Justified relieving of command is when the senior officer has demonstrated, either by his action or inaction, that he is no longer mentally or physically capable of issuing lawful orders. Is that right?
Yes.
Immediately after the attack by the Hudson, you joined Ramlo on the bridge. You said in your statement, and I quote, Ramlo appeared to be in a state of shock. He said, they'll kill us, they'll kill us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your own words, a state of shock. Why didn't you take command there and then?
I don't know.
Didn't Lieutenant Stein suggest you take command?
Well, yes, but I didn't trust him.
Didn't he promise you his full support and that of the crew if you did?
Yes.
Didn't he assure you of his complete loyalty to you?
Yes.
And still you refused to act. Why didn't you do so after Ramlo abandoned the U-boat? Surely you realized there was no question of mutiny then.
Well, I thought the commanding officer of the British destroyer was technically in command of the U-boat, as we had already surrendered.
You worried about legal niceties when there was a danger of your boat falling into enemy hands?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell the crew to abandon ship so you could follow battle orders?
Well, I was concerned for their safety. And the destroyer had threatened to open fire if anybody appeared from below.
Did it occur to you that the British wanted to stop you scuttling?
Well, I thought perhaps they were worried in case we tried to use the gun. In the heat of the moment, I felt that the lives of the crew were more important than the capture of the boat.
Surely you realized that the secrets revealed to the enemy through the capture of your boat could well lead to the deaths of countless sailors in the future?
I I didn't think...
You didn't think? You didn't think that the presenting the enemy with a complete U-boat, with its equipment and weapons intact, could endanger the entire U-boat offensive? You valued your life and the lives of your crew above the lives of crews yet to sail? Yes. Speak up!
Yes.
Thomas, quiet everyone. Yes, that's fine, Willie. But I want you to put more pressure on. Remember, this is the bit where you've reached the main part of your cross-examination. You must be much harder. Surely you realize, do you admit? Bernard, you're just right. You're looking frightened because you know you're guilty. We'll just do that bit again. Take it from... All right, Willie, carry on.
Lieutenant Bent, do you understand what your last reply means?
Yes.
Would you like to reconsider your answer?
I don't care what happens to me. I just want all this finished.
Do you admit to being a coward?
Yes, yes. It's always been the same. At school I was frightened of the wall bars. I can't help myself. Everybody said it didn't matter if you were scared, it would all disappear, they said. You'd be too busy to be scared, and I believed them. I believed my father. Fight for the fatherland, he said. And, well, I had nothing to go on. I had no means of judging myself. I was scared the first time I was on a boat when it dived, and I've been scared ever since. I didn't want to die. Now I don't want to live.
My own definition of a coward is someone who has the courage to show he's not a hero.
Lieutenant Bernard Berndt, you will please stand. You have been found guilty of failing to scuttle your U-boat to prevent its falling into enemy hands, and guilty of displaying cowardice in the face of the enemy. Lieutenant Stein, who through no fault of his own will have to live with the stigma of being associated with the most cowardly act in the history of the German Navy, has expressed a desire to read out the recommended sentence of this council. Lieutenant Stein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bernard Berndt, the recommended sentence of the council is that you be executed.
Supposing he wants to appeal?
That's a matter for the Naval High Command. Our instructions were to hear the evidence and recommend sentence.
Do you think we went too far?
No.
You think our sentence will be upheld?
I don't see why not. Look, is something worrying you?
I can't help thinking that what we did was wrong. I mean, to sit in judgment on a man is bad enough, but to destroy him as well in front of him...
Listen, I'm a submariner. Just one of thousands. It's a filthy, dirty job. You're stuck in a tiny, almost defenseless craft for days, weeks, months at a time. You learn to live with a permanent smell of urine and vomit. You sleep in soaking wet clothes, not just when the weather's bad, but all the time, because everything you touch is dripping with condensation. When you're on the surface, you can't allow more than a few men at a time into the fresh air, because you've less than 3 minutes to dive if an aircraft is spotted. I had nearly 50 submariners under me, and not one of them ever complained. They're the men, and the hundreds of youngsters training in the Baltic, whose lives have been threatened by one cowardly officer who cared so much for his own skin he preferred to hand the British an intact U-boat. Baird may have forgotten them, but I never shall.
We know how you feel, Otto, but what will the British learn from U-570? Its exact length, how quickly it can dive, how long it can remain submerged. Will it tell them anything they don't know already?
The Type 7C is the most advanced U-boat in the world. It can dive to over 200 meters.
Yes, that's what you told the council, but is it?
Yes, of course.
I've learnt one or two surprising things about British submarines from some of your fellow U-boat officers here. What is the maximum surface speed of the 7C?
18 knots, but I don't see...
In the last war, the British K-class submarines could do 24 knots.
Well, they were steam-driven freaks.
But nearly all the evidence you gave to the council was based on the superiority of the German U-boat.
Do you think I would list its faults in front of the Army and the Luftwaffe? In any case, Schulke could have found out what you found out.
He made the mistake of attacking you. Bent's defense was a shambles.
Maybe it was, but that makes no difference to what Bent did.
It might make a difference when the High Command review the evidence. They might decide that Bent's case was mishandled. I think we should reconsider the sentence.
Are you siding with Bent?
Of course not. I don't want to see him get away with what he did. I'm just saying we should reconsider...
Yes?
May I?
Oh, come in, Lehman.
Do you believe in Providence?
Not since I've been here. Why?
The guard, Parsons, has been boasting again. On his last 24-hour leave, he took his girlfriend to Barrow for the day. They went on a boat trip to view the captured German submarine.
U-570?
The same. She's just been brought back from Iceland by Lieutenant George Colwyn. She's been renamed Graf. Now, I've managed to scrounge a map. She's lying at the submarine works in this narrow channel here. She's to be refitted.
How far is Barrow from here?
Less than 30 kilometers. Now do you see why I asked if you believed in Providence?
Gentlemen, I think it's time we reconvene the escape committee. The plan is for someone to break out and sabotage U-570 at her moorings. The exact details have yet to be worked out. But are we all agreed in principle that it should be done?
Yes.
Indeed. Good. I've considered the various methods which could be used to destroy a submarine. The easiest would be to open the main vents and sea valves.
How much damage would a hand grenade do if it exploded inside a U-boat?
One hand grenade wouldn't do much structural harm.
How about 4 exploding simultaneously?
If the watertight doors were shut, they could possibly blow it in half.
Good.
You, have an idea?
Oh, yes. And I have some hand grenades. 5 of them. Unfortunately, I don't have an alarm clock.
Lehman, what are you talking about?
Hand grenades. These things. They're British, of course. No throwing handle, which means they'd make a smaller packet, but just as big a bang.
Where on earth did you get these?
From the armory. A prisoner the British trust has been stealing from it regularly. Another prisoner they don't trust then returns whatever has been taken in exchange for tobacco. They keep replacing the locks, but he's sawn through the hinge pins. All he has to do is lift the door, and it drops off. Doesn't matter how many locks they fit.
How long has he been doing this?
Some weeks now. He's kept quiet about it because he thought he was onto a good thing. I didn't know about it until he came to me with these. He feels he's bitten off a little too much. He wasn't sure whether to return them or use them as a lever.
Well, you're responsible for the men in your section. It's up to you to know what they're doing.
You must admit it does have its funny side.
All we need is an alarm clock.
Why?
As you can see, they're nothing like our stick grenades. They don't have a friction igniter. This lever is spring-loaded and it's held against the grenade body by this pin. Now, to use the grenade, the pin is pulled out and the lever is held in place by the hand. Once the grenade is thrown, the lever flies up and starts an 8-second fuse. So, we take 4 of the grenades, remove the pins and pack them into a small box crammed with plenty of clay to hold the levers in place. Now, the 5th grenade is also packed into the box, but with its pin in place, which is attached by a piece of string to the alarm key on the back of the clock. When the alarm goes off, the key turns, winds the string around its spindle and pulls the pin out of the 5th grenade. It explodes, shatters the clay around the other grenades, which all explode together 8 seconds later.
Well, it seems we have a bomb. All we need is a volunteer to plant it and a method of getting him out.
There is one person who ought to be given the chance to volunteer first.
You've got to do it. Kruger hasn't made any promises, but I'm certain he'll allow an appeal if you agree.
I couldn't do it, Conrad. I'd do something wrong, I know I would.
Are you scared?
No. Yes. I'd be terrified.
Do you want to be hanged for cowardice?
No, but supposing something went wrong. Well, supposing I was caught. The British would shoot me anyway.
Listen, I'm reaching the point where I don't care what happens to you. I've done my best for you, and I'm damned if I'll do any more. I never did think of you as a coward, but I will if you refuse to do this.
I'm sorry, Conrad. I've caused you a lot of trouble.
There's nothing to the trouble I'll cause you if you don't agree to this. Well?
Yes. I'll do it.
Looks as though Shulker is having trouble with Bent.
Would you consider an appeal if he agrees?
We'll have to see if he agrees first. The immediate problem is how we're going to get whoever does it out of here.
Hoffman's made some excellent wire cutters out of 2 leaf springs.
Something seems to be interesting Lehman.
Where?
Over there, by that watchtower. Lehman!
If we do reopen the official escape program, I'm taking Lehman's name off the list. He's much too useful to us in here. That bomb is a brilliant piece of improvisation.
I think I have it.
Have what?
The answer to the escape problem. I'll show you. Let's stroll casually over to the West Tower. Of course, it will only work on a fine afternoon like this.
Of course.
Now, watch the guards in the East Tower as we near the West Tower. No, don't do it too obviously. Watch them out of the corner of your eye.
Yes, one of them is shading his eyes with his hand. Now the other one's doing the same.
Now, if we stand in the shadow of this tower, like this, you see?
I believe you've got something.
The men in the tower above can't see us because we're virtually underneath them. And the guards over there can't see us because they're looking straight into the sun. They know we are here, but only because they saw us walk over.
Yes, but you're not suggesting a daylight break, surely. The escaper would be seen long before he reached the trees.
Of course not. What's always been against cutting the wire at night? That 30-second interval between each searchlight sweep is too short to cut the wire and make for the trees. But if the wire is already cut...
Yes, of course. 30 seconds should be plenty of time.
How long will it be before all the papers are ready?
Another 2 weeks.
Well then, if we have choir practice out here every fine afternoon to get the British used to the idea, we'd be able to cut the wire on the first sunny afternoon when everything is ready, and the escaper could make his break that night.
Yeah.
The British are not likely to notice a few cut strands of barbed wire right under the watchtower, especially as there'll only be a few hours of daylight between cutting the wire and the breakout.
It's a 30-kilometre walk to Barrow, which you should do easily in 6 hours. The first few kilometres across country will be the worst, but if you stick to the compass route, you'll reach the road after 1 hour. Your papers are nearly ready. You're a Dutch seaman returning to Barrow after some shore leave. You'll have a paybook, identity card, travel warrants, used Liverpool bus tickets, and some letters from an English girlfriend. And this is the bomb. We'll be sealing it in a piece of inner tube, but before we do, I want you to go over the priming procedure.
Once aboard the U-boat, I cut open the rubber and remove the box. I open the lid and wind up the mainspring. This key here.
That's it. The one without the string attached. 5 turns should be sufficient. The alarm key, which will pull the pin out of the hand grenade, is already wound, but it won't operate until the main spring is wound.
Yes.
The clock hands are set at 3 minutes to 4, and it will go off at 4 o'clock. We've removed the bell. If you jump into the water immediately you've placed the bomb in position, you should be all right.
I make sure the clock is ticking, and then I replace the lid and position the box in the forward battery compartment against the pressure hull.
Excellent.
Supposing someone's aboard the boat.
Then you place the box under a grating on the outside. It won't do so much damage, so try and place it below if possible. You'd better have this just in case of trouble. It looks quite realistic at a glance. Don't pull the trigger. It's liable to break off.
Right.
Unfortunately, we know nothing about the security and layout of the submarine works. All we've got is this rough sketch map. The boat is moored in this narrow channel here. We suggest you enter the water at this quay here alongside the road. That means you'll have a 400-metre swim. Think you can manage that?
Yes.
We're making your kit bag fairly buoyant, so you'll be able to rest now and then. These are the wire cutters. You'll be cutting the wire in daylight, so...
In daylight?
Don't worry. We've worked everything out. Try a practice cut on this piece of wire.
Right.
Good. Any questions?
Will there be a moon on the night?
We're not even certain what night it will be. We hope it will be early next week, in which case there won't. You'll be cutting the wire on the first sunny afternoon and breaking out the same evening.
Okay, Bent. Now.
Good. It must be Parsons on that searchlight. He always sweeps slower than anyone else.
Yeah, rub this boot polish on your face, Bernard. It smells a bit, but you can wipe it off once you're through the wire.
Thank you.
Last foot patrol just finishing their circuit round the wire.
Remember, when you reach the ground, hold on to the sheets until you feel 2 hard pulls.
Yes.
You then run behind the searchlight beam, keeping it a few meters in front of you. Don't get too close in case it stops.
I understand.
Got everything?
Yes.
All right, onto the windowsill. Hold it.
Yes.
Right. Down you go. We might as well turn in now. He's had 2 hours, so he should be well clear of the camp by now.
I forgot to wish him good luck.
Yes, we all forgot.
You know, something I wanted to ask, but Bernard stopped me. What happens to him after he blows up the U-boat?
He's got £25 and a merchant seaman's paybook. If he can get to Liverpool, he should be able to make it to Ireland.
He'll be missed at morning roll call. Do you really think he stands a chance?
No, but he does stand a chance of blowing up the U-boat, and that's all that matters. What the hell's going on?
Major Veach is calling one of his snap searches tonight, all night.
What are they doing, a bed count?
The works. The guards are turning out every dormitory.
We'll have to get someone into Ben's room to double up.
Not a chance. They're sealing all corridors.
What the?
Well, it was the best I could do. I ordered the men to fight among themselves if there should be a check. It may delay them a bit.
Oh, well, there's nothing we can do. We'd better go to bed.
That's all we need. Roll call in this weather, too.
You're not taking orders from him, are you? Help me tie the shirt to the periscope.
I would never allow myself to get into such a position in the first place.
Why didn't you relieve Ramlow of command?
He's twisting the facts to save his own miserable skin.
You value the lives of your crew above the lives of crews yet to sail?
Yes. No.
Do you admit to being a coward?
No.
The recommended sentence of the council is that you be executed.
Captain, stop a minute.
What's the matter, lad?
Look, down there in that field, old Jim's sheep. Whenever there's bad weather, they always crowd round that old shepherd's shelter. Well, look at them. It's as if they're keeping clear of it. Oh, someone's frightened them, I reckon.
Thunder scared them, stupid creatures, sheep.
Oh, no, they aren't. It's only people that thinks them stupid.
Better take a look, then. Okay. Getting soaked just to look at sheep. You'd best bring that rifle.
Hey, supposing it's the Nazi in there.
He wouldn't come this way. He'd head out to Windermere to get the train. Especially on a night like this. It's a tramp, more like.
Well, what do we do?
I'll go round the back and you go in through the door. I'll catch him if he tries to escape.
Oh, but Captain...
Cover him with the rifle.
Well, you know about their eyes. My uncle says they can hypnotise you.
Rubbish. All right. We know you're in there. Come on out with your hands up.
Maybe you don't understand English.
Well, fire a shot in the air. He'll understand that.
It'll frighten the sheep.
I'll frighten you in a minute. Do as I say.
He is there, Captain. Shall I go and get help?
Come out with your hands above your head. Don't try anything.
Please, don't shoot.
Come on, out you come. Well. What have we here?
He doesn't look like a Nazi.
That's near enough. Turn round. Shoot him if he tries anything, Corporal.
I'm not armed.
Oh, just making sure. Now, who are you?
I'm a Dutch seaman. I was on my way to Barrow when the storm started, so I hid in the hut.
Hid?
I hid from the storm. My English is not good.
Have you got any papers?
Yes. Here, my pay book and my identity card. There.
Okay. They look all right. Last bus has gone. But why don't you come with us? We've got to report to Grisdale Hall. You could telephone from there. They'd probably fix you up for the night.
No, thank you. I'll be all right here. I'm used to being out in rough weather.
Don't be silly. You come along with us. Nobody's going to say we didn't look after a seaman. Besides, you hear those dogs? They're out looking for an escaped prisoner. It could be dangerous.
I'll be all right.
Well, our truck's just over here. Hey, come back! It must be that Jerry after all. Halt! Always shoots! Put one over his head, Corporal.
He's not stopping, Captain.
One in the legs. Wing him.
He's dead.
It could be someone poaching.
No, it was a rifle, not a shotgun. That means Home Guard.
Well, you know what they are.
No. No, I don't know what they are. Why don't you tell me, Perhaps they like Lehman here. Now, he's a medical man. Did you take the oath, Lehman? Did it allow you to sit back and say nothing while a man was being destroyed? And Stein, with all his fine talk of courage and duty. How much courage did he need to burst in on a lonely man and to beat him senseless? And you, they all listen to you because you hold the Knight's Cross and oak leaves. When it comes to defining courage or the authority, you and your comrades in the U-boat service, brave men, all of them. Not a bit like Bernd. After all, it wasn't Bernd who crept up on the Athenia and all those children.
All right, Schulker, you've said enough. We know how you feel about Bernd, but we don't know if he's come to any harm, and there's nothing any of us can do now. We'll know what's happened in the morning.
Where is Otto? He'll be too late for breakfast. It's most inconsiderate of him to disappear like this when the whole camp's buzzing with rumours.
All I know is that the Commandant sent for him at 7 this morning.
Any news of Bernd?
Oh, it's no good asking me. I know as much as you. Someone even asked me if it was true that Bernd had blown up the Queen Mary.
I don't think he's come to any harm. Bernd's not the type to resist.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Good morning.
About time.
As you must all know by now, one of our comrades escaped last night. What you may not know is that he escaped so that he could destroy our submarine U-570, which has fallen into enemy hands. I have a statement issued to me this morning by Major Veach. It is with deep regret that I have to inform you that your comrade and fellow officer, Lieutenant Bernard Bernd, was killed last night whilst evading arrest. Lieutenant Bernd broke away after being detained by a Home Guard unit. He was ordered to halt several times, but took no notice. A shot was fired over his head, but he kept running. The Home Guard were forced to shoot with the intention of wounding him. Unfortunately, the shot went high and hit Bernd between the shoulders. He died before the doctor arrived. The Commandant said the escape was a gallant attempt by a brave officer. He deeply regrets that it should end so tragically, and he has agreed that Bernd should have a funeral with full military honors. He has also agreed that we may provide a guard of honor and pallbearers. The funeral will take place at the village of Hawkshead. Those of you who wish to attend will be placed on parole and issued with British Navy greatcoats. It is most important that the villagers do not suspect that the funeral is that of a German naval officer. For that reason, the coffin will be covered with the British flag, but under that will be the German Navy battle ensign.
O God, through whose mercy the souls of the faithful find rest, bless your servant Bernard Bernd, and place this grave under the care of thy holy angels, and loose from the bonds of sin the souls.
What are you going to say?
I don't know.
That united with thy
Surely you've prepared
saints, we may
something.
rejoice forever
Look,
in thee.
Beach is pulling the Union Jack off the copy.
Amen.
Of the captured German submarine made by the BBC during the war. The reconvening of the Council of Honour never in fact took place because British intelligence informed the authorities of what was afoot, and all the German officers concerned were transferred to Canada, where they were split up until the end of the war.
Tune for Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The line between fact and fancy is often a very thin one. The border that separates illusion is very narrow, just as the distance from sanity to madness and back again to sanity can be a very short one. And do we always know where the real world leaves off and the dream begins?
Sometime the spirit of a man die before his body die. When his soul, his spirit, die before the rest of him, then the god Marco is especially sad. When that happened, melody of the drum is especially sad too, like now. Listen to the song of lamentation. Death has walked among my people. Here is why this island is called the Island of the Lost.
Our mystery drama, Island of the Lost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Ever had a tall, frosty glass of Amplitude? Well, if your beer is Budweiser, you've had it often. Amplitude is a fancy word for the total experience of flavor. Next time you take a healthy swallow of Bud, watch what happens. Think about the sensations you're experiencing. Notice how the flavor of Bud comes on nice and easy. Not too strong, not too quick, just right. Notice the clean, crisp togetherness of Bud's taste. Everything in perfect balance, with no single element jumping out at you. And there'll be no aftertaste either, no hanging on. And you'll be refreshed and ready for another glassful. Actually, Bud drinkers have been experiencing Amplitude for years, but they just say Budweiser, and that says it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
At Suburban Savings in northern New Jersey, you're always the tops. So to help you reach the top, Suburban is offering you a top 7.90% effective annual yield on their 7.50% savings certificates. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Just a $2,500 minimum is all you need to get your savings straight to the top. Federal regulations allow premature withdrawals on savings certificates, provided prescribed federal penalties are adhered to. Of course, Suburban also has other ways to top off your day with a wide selection of other savings plans to choose from. Your savings will always come out on top because we offer you the highest interest rates allowed by law. Suburban Savings Office, conveniently located in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, Sparta, and choose the right savings plan for you.
Dreams have breath and tears and tortures and the touch of joy. They leave a weight upon our waking thoughts. They take a weight from off our waking troubles. They can divide our being. They can become for us the heralds of eternity. For Tony Bridges, it began in the office of his eye doctor.
Tilt your head back just a trifle more, Tony. So, very good. Now hold still, please.
You know, every time you put that head mirror on to examine my eyes...
And no talking, my friend.
Ah, you're the doctor.
One moment more. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, finished. You were saying, Tony?
Oh, nothing important. It's only that every time you examine my eyes and put that big mirror on around your head with the hole in the middle, it always makes me think of one of those science fiction movies with, Boris Karloff. Well, what's the verdict here, Dr. Werner?
Doctor, we'll prescribe a stronger prescription for your eyeglass.
The prescription I'm wearing strong enough?
Not quite, Tony. At your age, shall we say past 39?
Past 39? What about for a man who's just past 59?
A little stronger still.
Fritz, if they'll help cut down on these headaches, it'll certainly be worth the trouble.
Yeah, the new glasses may help.
May?
We can never be sure about these things. We must always hope. You know something, Tony?
What?
Sometimes I think your headaches could be, how do you say, by something not altogether physical.
Oh, come on, Fritz. What's that supposed to mean?
How old is your wife?
Now, you know perfectly well how old Martha is.
30.
Almost on the nose. But what's Martha's age got to do with...
She's half your age. Charming, intelligent, beautiful. Black hair, green eyes, the figure of a goddess, the face of an angel.
Yes, one of the most gorgeous young women you've ever seen, right?
Exactly. Could it not be possible that there is a certain tenseness in your relationship with this beautiful young wife?
That causes the headaches? Oh, no, Fritz, I don't think so.
I've seen you both at a dinner party. How you react whenever a younger man seems to be paying the slightest attention to her. Martha loves you deeply. You have no cause in the world to be jealous of her. I promise you. So relax. Enjoy her. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your life.
Fritz, what you're prescribing is what I have in mind.
That's good.
You know that Martha left a week ago for that vacation we've been talking about. A little hidden-away island in the Caribbean. Well, I am joining her.
You're joining her? That's perfectly wonderful.
Yes, it's going to be like a surprise. She's not expecting me for another few days.
You shouldn't do that, Tony.
Well, who says so?
Why do you surprise her? Can't you wire her or phone?
Well, no way. There's no direct phone to the island. And by the time a wire got there...
What about the new glasses?
Well, I've lived this long with the old ones. I can live a few more days with them. Here's the address of the island. It's the Hotel Paraiso. Send them Air Express. They should be there in 2 or 3 days.
Whatever you say, Tony.
Auf Wiedersehen, Fritz. And thanks for the advice.
Not at all.
And don't forget the glasses.
Of course not.
See you in about 10 days.
Miss Elliot, please take this letter to Mrs. Martha Bridges, Hotel Paraiso, Isla de los Perdidos. I'll give you the exact address later. Send it airmail, special delivery. Mark it urgent. Ready? Dearest Martha, when you get this letter, Tony will already have surprised you. I did my best to think of a way to keep him from coming without arousing any suspicions. No luck. Under the present circumstances, it would be best for you to take every possible precaution. You cannot be too careful, dear Martha.
At 1 o'clock the following morning, I was in the lobby of the Hotel Paraiso on the little island of Los Perdidos, the island of the lost. Behind the desk, his feet on the desk, was a bald, fat little man, fast asleep. Excuse me. Maybe this will work.
Please forgive me, senor.
It's all right.
I was just taking a few winks of sleep.
It's my fault. It is a little late, 1 a.m, your time.
Oh, the hour is of no importance, senor. Welcome to the Hotel Paraiso. I am at your service.
My wife arrived last Tuesday, and she doesn't...
Of course, senor. Pablo understands. Your wife arrived last Tuesday.
Yes, and you're Pablo.
Always at your orders, senor. Your lady, this good senora, is expecting you. You will find her in Bungalow B. It is our very best.
Expecting? She doesn't even know that...
You must not keep her waiting, eh, senor?
But this is a surprise. She doesn't even know that I'm coming. Are you sure, Pablo?
Oh, I am sure, senor.
You didn't even ask me my name.
I know, senor, eh? You follow me now to Bungalow B, see? This is our Bungalow B. Enter, senor.
Yes, well, you can put my bag over there near the coffee table.
Now, this naturally is the living room. The bedroom is through that door.
Just a moment. I want to see. Now, we must be quiet. It's dark, but... Yes, that's Martha all right in there. And she's in bed, sound asleep.
Well, you yourself have said, senor, it is a little late.
But I just can't understand it.
Don't try, senor. Meantime, try to make yourself comfortable. Admire, if you will, the beauty of this bungalow.
Yes, it's very nice.
As you can see, all the furniture is what you call rattan. All beautifully handmade by the artistic makers of furniture of the island. And please do notice the draperies, senor.
Yes, they're very pretty.
Fishing nets woven by the fishermen of the island and made into most unique decorative hangings.
But how could she have been expecting me? I wasn't supposed to...
In the morning, senor, when you awaken, you will see a view from the bedroom window as you have never seen before in all your life.
Are you sure that she...
Oh, I am quite sure. Bungalow B is situated on a most high cliff looking down 2,000 feet into our beautiful sea and the rocks below.
Yes, of course. I look forward to seeing it.
In the morning, senor. And now, senor, pleasant dreams. Until tomorrow.
What was he talking about? Martha couldn't possibly have been expecting me. Not for another 3 days. Oh, well, it'll all get cleared up in the morning. Oh, I better get undressed, get a little sleep. And my little gift for Martha. My anniversary present. Beautiful string of pearls. Perfectly matched. Oh, wonderful luster. Well, I'll keep till morning. I'll put them around her beautiful neck as I wake her. Oh, Lord, I'm tired. Well, lights out, Tony. I feel as if I hadn't slept in... No, not again. Not here, of all places. Oh, that pain is coming again. It's spreading down the whole side of my face. It's hard to breathe.
It is me, my darling. Alberto. I'm sorry to be late. Oh, I beg your pardon.
What are you doing here?
I apologize, sir. A frightful mistake. I thought this was Bungalow B.
This is Bungalow B, young man, and I'm afraid that you've made a very great mistake.
If this is Bungalow B, I have made no mistake.
Who do you think you're looking for?
I cannot see, senor, but this can not be any of your business.
Shh, please, keep your voice down. My wife is in there asleep.
Your wife? This is beginning to be most amusing. That beautiful young woman is the wife of an old rooster like you? This is very funny. Your wife?
Now listen, you better leave. You've come to the wrong place.
Perhaps it is you who have made the mistake. The American girl told me that...
You get out of here fast before I kill you.
So, the old man has a gun, too.
Yes, and it is loaded. Out.
As you say, senor. She is all yours, old man. Good night and good luck.
As the door slammed shut, something exploded inside me. I knew that these last few months of doubt, fear, suspicion about Martha were based on something more than fantasy. This young man was evidence of it, clear and tangible proof. I hadn't been expected for a few days, and Pablo had mistaken me for this young man. My brain began to pound like a trip hammer. I no longer trusted myself to be in the same room with Martha if I stayed. At that moment, I looked down at my hands. The string of pearls was still in them. I tore them apart furiously and watched as they rolled to the floor. All night long, I wandered as though drugged up and down the long miles of beach, ghostly white in the moonlight. In the morning, weary and numb, I found my way back to the lobby of the hotel.
Tony! Darling! No, it can't be. When did you get here?
Last night's plane, connecting boats.
Oh, darling, why didn't you let me know you were coming?
Well, I had a crazy idea, Martha. I wanted to surprise
Well, you certainly have. Why didn't you come to the bungalow?
Oh, I did, Martha.
Oh, Tony, I would have heard you.
I came in very quietly.
Is anything wrong? Are you all right, sweetheart?
Oh, yes, I'm just dandy.
Well, where did you sleep last night?
I didn't. I walked along the beach after I left the bungalow.
Oh, why should you have done a silly thing
Martha, what have you been up to since you got here?
Oh, Tony, dear. Now, stop it. I won't be cross-examined. You know very well.
Who was that young man, Martha?
What are you talking about? What young man?
The young man who came calling on you in the middle of the night. He said he had an appointment.
I haven't the remotest idea what you're talking about.
I'm leaving on the next boat. It goes at 4:00.
Tony, could we go over to the bungalow, please? We can't talk here in the lobby.
All right. Whatever you like, Martha.
Where'd I put the key? Oh, here it is.
Martha?
What is it? What's wrong?
Martha, you've made a mistake.
Mistake?
The furniture. It's all different from what it was last night.
I don't understand you, Tony.
The draperies, they were made of fish netting. These are, what do you call them, matchstick bamboo. Martha, what's the letter on this bungalow?
It's Bungalow B, of course.
This isn't the bungalow where you slept last night?
Of course it is.
Now, let's take a look at the bedroom. Oh, no. No, it can't be. You were sleeping in a double-sized bed, king size, in fact, and this room has 2 twin beds. No, wait. I know the view. Pablo said that the view from this bedroom window was something that I...
What is wrong, Tony?
Well, he said that there was a beautiful view of the sea and the rocks below the cliff and palm trees. Martha, what do you see out of this window?
Nothing but the side wall of the bungalow next to us.
Then where is the beautiful view? Unless, for some reason, Pablo lied to me.
When the tree that has stood in the forest for 1,000 years topples and falls crashing to the ground, is there a sound if there are no ears to hear it? Do the brilliant colors of the rainbow exist for someone who has never had the blessed gift of eyes and eyesight? These are questions for which there are no easy answers. Just what similarly disturbing questions are there for Tony Bridges? Questions to which he has not yet found the answer. We'll find out shortly when I return with Act Two.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
Nope. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious mid-sized car on the market, the mid-sized Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
Here's this week's dinner winners from your ShopRite supermarket. Fresh American whole leg of lamb, just 97 cents a pound. Shoulder lamb chops, $1.27 a pound. First cut beef chuck steaks, 59 a pound. Semi-boneless beef chuck roast, 99 cents a pound. Fresh pork spare ribs, 89 cents a pound. Fresh honeydew melons, just 69 cents each. Lots of variety for your menus and savings, too. Get a lot more for a little less throughout your ShopRite store.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
Worthy events for Tony Bridges of the night just past, the tree falling in the forest unheard, or colors never seen. What was the logical explanation? For Tony, what had happened was all a little strange and curious.
Martha and I talked all morning. She finally convinced me that everything that had happened last night was, in fact, a series of reasonable coincidences that spelled out mistake. For the first time in months, I felt as close to Martha as I ever had, and I knew she felt the same way about me. We went for a walk into the mountains that rose behind the hotel. On the way back, just as we were nearly at the bungalow, Martha lost her footing, turned her ankle badly. I carried her into the bedroom. She rested while I unpacked and ordered dinner in our rooms.
So, with your permission, senor, a beautiful dinner has been prepared for you and the senora. Look here. This fish was swimming happily in the sea only half an hour ago. And 1 hour ago, these beautiful vegetables were growing proudly in our own garden.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Pablo. It all looks beautiful indeed.
So I place the dinner here on the table.
Thank you.
And, senora, I hope you do not suffer too much pain.
No, it only hurts if I try to move it or put weight on it.
You just stay where you are for a day or two, and it'll be fine, I'm sure.
It is essential that one exercise care when walking in our beautiful mountains. From the time when there were earthquakes here, there are some cracks where one can trip and twist an ankle.
Oh, really? This is earthquake country. I didn't know that.
Senor, was. Not in any more than 40 years. Now, there. Your dinner is served. I leave you to the enjoyment of it. Buenas noches to you both. Senor, senora.
Well, let me get these few things away in the closet, and then we'll have our so beautiful dinner. Do you have the key, dear?
What key?
To this second closet. It's locked.
Oh, I forgot. There isn't any key. Pablo said the last guest took it with him. There's no master key, so he's ordered a duplicate from the mainland.
Oh, well, I'll put my stuff in your closet then, all right?
The key should be here by tomorrow or the next day.
Oh, that's great. And now, if the senora will permit, that she be carried from her bed to this most appetizing dinner.
The senor has the senora's permission.
Up we go.
Oh.
There we are. Comfortable.
Yes. Couldn't be happier. Except for this stupid ankle.
Buen appetito, my darling. To us.
To us.
In the middle of the night, I was wakened by the most curious sensation. My bed was being shaken violently. All around me, I had the feeling that the furniture, the pictures on the wall, were vibrating in some strange way. The whole bungalow was quivering. Martha? Martha? Are you all right? Martha, are you awake? Oh, where's that light? Oh, there. Martha. Her bed was empty. Martha, where are you? Where could she be? Then I suddenly remembered her ankle. How could she have left her bed? Where could she have gone? What had Pablo said about this once having been earthquake country? Of course, that's what was happening.
At your service, Senor Reyes.
We're in the middle of an earthquake, aren't we?
Earthquake? There is no earthquake, Senor.
But of course there is. What are we supposed to do?
Senor?
Look, will you stop beating about the bush? Just tell me that it's nothing serious or that it'll pass without damage, but don't tell me that it's nothing.
Would you please to tell me why the Senor thinks there is an earthquake?
The pictures, my bed, the lamp, the whole room is shaking and jumping around, and that noise, that rumbling noise.
The Senor, your wife, she is experiencing the same thing, Senor?
Well, that's just it. It's really why I called. My wife is not here.
Oh, I am so sorry to hear she is not there.
Have you seen her?
I regret, Senor. I have not.
But where could she have gone? She can't walk.
Of this, I have no knowledge, Senor.
No, wait a minute. Wait just a moment. The sound seems to have stopped, and nothing's shaking anymore. Is it all over?
I think perhaps I can explain. The strenuous climb you have made this afternoon in the mountains, the kindness of the altitude and the thinness of the air, you are not used to it. It happens to many of our guests.
What happens?
It is a kind of a spasm of the muscles, Senor, from the altitude. I'm so happy it has passed.
But my wife, where is my wife?
Of that, Senor, as I have already said, I regretfully have not the slightest idea. You sleep well, Senor.
In spite of my concern about Martha, I fell asleep immediately. A long and merciful sleep. When I awoke, it was broad daylight. The sun was streaming in through the windows, and everything was exactly as it had been in the middle of the night, except for one thing. Lying in the next bed, reading calmly, was Martha.
Good morning, sweetheart. Did you have a good night? I slept like a rock.
Where were you last night?
Tony, let go of my arm. You're hurting.
Where were you? Where did you go?
What are you talking about?
Where were you?
Let go. Get your hands away from my throat. I can't breathe.
In the middle of the night, you left this bedroom. Now, where did you go?
Are you out of your mind? Take a look at this ankle of mine. It's purple and blue. It's twice the size it was last night. I can't walk on it except with the greatest pain. You asked me where I was last night, I was here. Right here in this bed every minute of the night.
A couple of days passed. They were blessedly peaceful, uneventful, golden. 2 days before our vacation was to end, Martha's ankle was strong enough for her to venture out on another little walk into the hills that ran along the edge of the cliff that overlooked the sea below.
Oh, this cane's a great help. I really don't have to put my full weight on the ankle.
Just watch your step. Avoid any of those cracks that Pablo pointed out.
Oh, look, darling, there's a clearing up ahead. We could rest for a bit when we get up there. Oh, listen to those birds.
Yes, the whole thing is like a Garden of Eden.
You know, Pablo said if we follow this path, we'll discover thousands and thousands of wild orchids. Oh, we should have come here long ago. It's so much more fun than going to those silly luncheons.
For the first time in months, I began to feel sure of myself. Sure of Martha. In spite of all my fears, I knew she loved me. I had no reason for being jealous of her.
Everything is so much more fun.
Not a single reason. As she spoke, I began to hear a strange sound, like the flapping of 1,000 wings, coming nearer and nearer.
Tony, look! The sky is black with them.
Birds. Huge birds. Martha, what are they? They're all pink and red.
I think they're flamingos. I've never seen so many birds in my life. They're coming closer and closer. should we do?
I don't know. Martha, use your cane. If they come close, use it like a baseball bat. Here's a branch from a tree. I'll do the same.
Look out, Tony. Here they come.
Look, there's one. Oh, that big one. Oh, that big one just knocked off my glasses. I can't see.
Don't think I can fight them. There's too many of them.
Keep at it, darling. Sooner or later. Oh. Martha? What happened? Where did they go?
They?
The flamingos. The birds. They disappeared as suddenly as they came. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I can't imagine. Oh, I need a cigarette.
You take one of mine. They're in my bag.
I can't see very well. I lost my glasses when those birds...
The bag. It's right near your feet.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've got it. Oh, there's so much junk in your bag. What's that?
What is it?
Listen. You hear it? What do you suppose it is? Martha, you do hear it, don't you?
I think so.
In the distance, those drums beating.
Oh, of course. Of course I hear them, dear.
Oh, thank heavens. I thought for a moment. Where do you suppose they come from? Who's playing them?
But I haven't the slightest idea.
That's funny. Now for that cigarette. Down we go into the bottom of your bag and... Martha. Martha, what's this?
That's the key to the closets in the bungalow.
To your closet?
To my closet and your closet. It's to both closets.
Both? When did it get here?
It's always been here. Why?
When I asked you about it the other night, you said there was no key to my closet. Somebody had taken it away and they were making a new one.
I said that?
Of course you did. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's all starting to make sense. That anyone could be so evil. That anyone could so despise another human being that she'd stop at nothing. Stoop to anything to get him out of the way.
You don't know what you're saying. I love you, Tony. You must believe me.
Anything at all. Even to the point of trying to drive a man out of his mind.
It's not true.
Oh, these strange things that have been happening. Oh, they were no coincidences. They were all part of some twisted, devilish scheme you worked out to get rid of me by driving me mad.
Careful, Tony. You're backing me so close to the edge of the cliff.
The mix-up with the bungalows. Oh, that was a good one. How did you work that? And the business of your ankle and disappearing in the middle of the night. That was worthy of a master.
Stop it, Tony!
And the birds, huh? And now this key. Oh, you missed your calling, Martha. You should get an act together. Martha, the mysterious magician. She mystifies. She confuses. The hand is quicker than the eye. She cheats. She lies. But it's all part of the act, isn't it, Martha? Isn't it?
Careful, Tony. I'm losing my balance. Tony,
Long trip, Martha. 2,000 feet. And those sharp rocks down there can't be very comfortable, can they? The act is over, Martha. Curtain, Martha.
Jealousy is said to be the child of love. But if the parent does not do his best to strangle the child will not rest till it has poisoned its own father, which may well be the case with Tony Bridges. To what further extremes will the deadly venom of his jealousy drive Tony? He may or may not know the answer, but we shall when we return shortly with Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend, give your heart to your love, but give your cold the contract, the sooner the better.
The common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1? You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 Tiny Type pills.
give your code to contact.
6 or 3 or what? Take contact. Only as directed.
Most appetizers you eat, but there's one appetizer you drink. Dubonnet.
Before that's the time to think about some Dubonnet to drink. Before a meal by day or night, it helps to whet your appetite. Before, before. It's the time before for Dubonnet.
Think of Dubonnet as an appetizer. It's the wine you drink before meals, before lunch, before dinner at cocktail time, before whatever you've got cooking. It helps to whet your appetite. Whether you serve it straight, on the rocks, with a twist, or soda. Dubonnet before makes what comes after that much better. Dubonnet. It all started in France, of course.
Before, before. The time before for Dubonnet.
Product of USA, Dubonnet Company, New York, New York.
A glorious feeling of exhilaration flowed through Tony. His head was as light as if he'd drunk too much champagne. For the first time in years, he no longer had a heavy millstone around his neck. The torment of having a beautiful young woman for a wife. Tony Bridges' only concern now was to find some way to get off the island before Martha's body was discovered.
The same drums I'd heard just before Martha. I started walking slowly, deliberately, in the direction from which they seemed to come. Without my glasses, I could just barely see where I was going. I tore my way through a tangle of creeping vines and found myself in some sort of a clearing. I almost stumbled over something seated before a small fire. It was an ancient little man of the island, his face like so much black parchment, his clothes in rags. He sat there, hunched over the smoky fire, blinking his eyes and mumbling. I beg your pardon.
It is all my fault. I should not sit in the middle of the bath, but it is a good place to meditate.
Who are you? What's your name, old man?
You've long forgotten my name, even by me.
What are you doing here?
Sitting, listening, thinking.
Listening?
To the sad and mournful song of my people.
Oh, you mean those drums? You hear them too?
Alas, I hear them too well. I hear them.
What are they for? Where does the sound come from?
Our island is small. They come from everywhere. They are heard everywhere.
But why? Why? What do they mean?
This what you hear is lament. And death has walked among my people, among the lost one. It is why this place is called Isla de los Perdidos, Island of the Lost.
Someone has died?
Someone has passed on to Mako.
Who is Mako?
The great father of all things in the sea, from where we all have come to where we all shall go.
I see.
This is reason for the wailing of the drums. They beat out their farewell to the soul of a man who is making the journey to Mako.
The soul of a man or a woman?
Man. Always man, not woman. For woman, drums play another song, not this one.
I understand. I'm very sorry for the poor man who has gone on to Mako. When did he die?
No one can be sure. Perhaps he is not yet dead.
Well, then why...
The drums often sing with the promise of things to come, to some soon. Sometime the spirit of a man will die. Before he does, then Mako is especially sad because he is made to wait. When that happened, the melody of the drums is especially sad too. Like now.
I left my ancient friend as quickly as possible, made my way back to the hotel. I couldn't stop thinking of all the confusing things that had happened since I arrived on this cursed island. The mix-up with the bungalows, the visitor that first night, the missing closet key, what I had thought was an earthquake, Martha's apparent disappearance in the middle of the night in spite of her bad ankle, the attack by the flamingos, and finally, my realization that Martha, in some way, has made all these things happen to drive me out of my mind. Well, hold on there. Has made things happen? Made things happen. Martha is dead. Her body at this very moment is being battered against the sharp rocks by the angry waters of that beautiful blue sea.
Senor Bridges, I have been looking for you all over.
What do you want?
Most especially, I have been looking for the senora, your wife.
What is it?
For you, senor, this small package has arrived by this morning's boat.
Thank you, Pablo.
And for the senora, this letter. Handmade, very special delivery. He's marked most...
Yes, I'll take it.
You will be sure, senor, it reaches the hands of the senora. Is also marked very personal.
Don't worry.
Thank you, senor.
I walked over to Bungalow B. Once inside, I collapsed into the big chair, feeling as though my lifeblood had been drained from me. I opened the package addressed to me. Good old Fritz. My glasses. I put them on, and things came into focus once again. Then I tore open the letter addressed to Martha. Very especial delivery, most urgent, very personal. As I read, my hands began to shake, my head to ache.
Dearest Martha, when you get this letter, Tony will already have surprised you. I did my best to think of a way to keep him from coming without arousing any suspicions. No luck. Under the present circumstances, it would be best for you to take every possible precaution. You cannot be too careful, dear Martha. My last examination of Tony showed unmistakable symptoms. In the simplest language, of deterioration of the brain tissues. The symptoms point clearly to a situation where Tony's sanity hangs by a very thin thread. At any given moment, that thread may snap. If it does, the first manifestations will be an attack of dizziness, accompanied by a buzzing in the ears and a
blurring of the vision. There are also indications of things that follow the classic pattern, that there will be a series of hallucinations. Hallucinations. He will think he sees and hears things he actually does not see or hear. He will think he has done things he has not actually done. Hallucinations. Then none of these things ever really happened. And Martha's alive. She's alive. Like everything else, I imagined that, too. I imagined that I killed her.
Si, pronto?
Pablo, have you seen the senora?
Un momentito, por favor. I have not seen your wife since she left with you, senor.
But you don't understand, Pablo. Everything is...
Will you please to have a seat for one small moment, Senor Bridges, until I complete this telephone call? Your pardon. Si, Jefe.
You see, Pablo, I'm not exactly well, and I had the foolish idea that Martha, my wife, had fallen over the... that I had pushed her and that she... You understand?
The guy usted... Ah, no, it's incredible. ¿Estás seguro?
I thought she might be dead, but now I know that too was what we call a hallucination, something that you think
Se cayó en las rocas. A pie de la cuevadra. Oh, lloro de gar. Gracias, jefe. Hasta pronto.
And what was that all about, Pablo?
I regretfully must inform you, senor, of some
very bad news.
What is it, Pablo?
At the foot of the cliff, senor, just below the hotel, 2 fishermen have just discovered the body of the senora, your wife. The police will soon be here. Are you all right, Senor Benitez?
Oh, yes, I'm fine, Pablo. Did I hear you speaking on the phone a moment ago?
The phone? Ah, si, senor. It was the contractor for the building of the annex to this hotel.
And you didn't tell me something about 2 fishermen, what they found at the bottom of the cliff?
Not one word, senor, about any fishermen.
You said nothing about my wife?
Well, no, senor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Pablo. I'll be in the bungalow. Was that phone conversation and what Pablo had told me about Martha's body being found at the foot of the cliff, was that, too, a hallucination? Along with my backing her off the cliff? What was real? What was imagined? Was Martha dead? Was she alive? I rushed back into the bungalow. I knew Martha would be there. Dear, sweet, wonderful, beautiful Martha. Martha? Martha, sweetheart, where are you, Martha? The bedroom? The bathroom? Oh, where on earth could she be? Yes.
Excuse, senor, but you have 2 visitors. I will accompany them to the bungalow. We will be there in a moment.
She couldn't possibly have gone to... No, what's this? What have I got in my hand? Where did it come from? The key to my closet. I had it when I asked Martha for a cigarette, and she told me that... and it's been here in my hand all that time. Strange. I must open the closet now. I do have the key, and that's what keys are for. To open things. Isn't that right, Tony?
You must excuse us, senor. These are the police of the island.
No, not just this minute, please. Not till I open the door to the closet.
We can tell you. The maid, when she cleaned this morning, found the door to the closet open.
So? No, it isn't for real. I'm only imagining this. It's my imagination, gentlemen. It's my imagination.
See, Senor Jefe, here in this closet, that is the body of his wife. Is strangled with a string of precious pearls.
The poet Longfellow wrote, "The moon, from some dark gate of cloud, throws o'er the sea a floating bridge of light, across whose trembling planks our fancies crowd into the realm of mystery and night." So Tony Bridges, as he stands staring into the sea, watching the floating bridge of light cast by a full Caribbean moon, Tony knows at last the difference between the real and the imaginary. Or does he? I'll be back shortly.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me what happens this time of year?
Rhubarb reaches its peak.
Nope.
Muskmelon reaches its peak?
No.
Oh, well, does it in any way involve something reaching its peak?
No, not really.
Oh.
What happens this time of year is that you can get a really outstanding deal on Buick's small but surprisingly elegant Apollo. And with what's happening to prices, you may never have a better chance to buy a Buick, huh?
Hey, I know what happens.
Yeah?
The buzzards come back to Hinckley Ridge, Ohio.
Oh. I hadn't thought of that.
We trust you've enjoyed our little exercise in Now You See It, Now You Don't. Or to put it another way, a string of precious pearls should never be used for anything other than show. But that's something everybody knows, isn't it? Our cast included Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, Bob Caliban, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thousands of women are finding that economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle, look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes, it dries to a hard, lustrous, waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X.
Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, is your smile everything you'd like it to be? Bright, sparkling, magnetic? If not, try the new Colonos toothpaste thousands are raving about. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. Quickly, but oh so gently, Colonos erases stubborn surface film from your teeth, revealing all their glorious natural brilliance. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at your drugstore tonight. Now, Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons. This time, our story opens about 100 miles from New York, in a chemical plant in Connecticut. There's a hum of motors and a hiss of compressed air as Mr. Keen and his assistant, Mike Clancy, are guided across the floor amid great vats and retorts. Halfway across the floor, their guide, a thin, nearsighted man, pauses to answer a question.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keen. Our production right now is entirely for the war effort.
And I gather, Mr. Wallace, that this plant supplies chemicals for various types of explosives?
Oh, yes. For shells, bombs, mines.
My. Look at the size of them big vats over there. Hitler wouldn't like to think of all the shooting that's going to come out of them, I'll bet.
Quite right, Mr. Clancy, quite right. And that may have a lot to do with the reason that our manager, Mr. Morley, has sent for you two gentlemen.
Well, why did he, Mr. Wallace? All I know is that he phoned my office yesterday in New York and asked me to come here the first thing this morning. What's happened?
Well, I'm only in the personnel division. I'll have to let Mr. Morley talk for himself. If you'll come along to his office, over there on the right.
No, sir. Must be on the left.
The left?
Oh, yes, there's the sign, manager.
Oh, yes. Forgive me for not knowing the way around my own plant. But I've broken my glasses, you see. I'm very nearsighted.
Never mind, Mr. Wallace. We'll guide you. In fact, here we are right now.
One moment while I knock.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Morley.
Oh, good morning. You must be Mr. Keen.
That's right. This is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do, Mr. Clancy? Won't you come inside, please, gentlemen? You too, Wallace.
Yes.
Right now, if you'll just sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you. Now then, Mr. Morley, what's it all about?
Well, I'll come right to the point, Mr. Keen. As you've probably noticed, this is a war plant, and a very busy one.
Oh.
And right now, we've just received a very serious threat to our production.
How?
By the disappearance of a member of our staff. In fact, our best chemical engineer.
That is serious.
There isn't another man in the plant who has his know-how. We must get him back as soon as possible.
What's this man's name?
Henry Trevor.
And how old?
42 or so.
Mm-hmm. When did he disappear?
3 days ago.
Under what circumstances?
Well, I'll let Wallace here tell you.
Well, sir, it was late Monday afternoon. I went to Mr. Trevor's office to check a personnel matter, but he didn't have time to talk to me. He already had his hat and coat on, was leaving the plant. Not that he was a clock watcher.
Oh, no, indeed.
Continue, please.
Well, Mr. Keene, there isn't much more to tell. Mr. Trevor left the plant and just never returned.
You've checked at his home?
Well, he has lodgings, but he never slept in his bed that night.
Mm-hmm. Was he in any sort of private difficulties?
No, none at all. Unless Wallace here has an idea.
Oh? What is it, Mr. Wallace?
You've heard how valuable Mr. Trevor is to us. Obviously, if anybody stands to profit from his disappearance...
Oh, are you hinting that his disappearance may be the work of enemy agents?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Glory be.
I don't know whether I'm permitted to tell you, but perhaps Mr. Morley...
Oh, I think I can refer to it in a general way. Mr. Keene, this plant has been working on an important new device.
Really?
And Trevor was handling all the experiments.
Well, that is important.
And what's more, Mr. Keene...
Yes, Mr. Wallace?
When I went to his lodgings to make a check, I found that several strangers had taken rooms there recently.
Really? Oh, we'll have to look into that. But first, I'd like a few more facts on Trevor's professional background.
Wallace can give you all that, Mr. Keene.
Yes. In fact, I've dug up his folder from my files.
Oh, if you don't mind reading it to me.
Oh, dear me, my glasses. I'm half blind until they finish making me a new pair.
I'll read it myself, then. Notice Mr. Trevor came here only 6 months ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And before that... Why, all his previous experience was as a school teacher.
Yes, quite so.
6 months as chemistry instructor in the Tappingworth School for Boys. Before that, 6 months at the Jones-Walton School. And then sick for a year in Nevada.
Lung trouble, he said. But he was completely cured.
And before his illness, 15 years at the Morton Latin School. This strikes me as very odd, Mr. Morley.
What does?
Here is a man who was content for 15 years to stay in one place, and then he becomes ill. When he recovers, he shows an extreme restlessness. He rushes from one job to another.
Well, he told me that after he recovered his health, he started looking for better jobs.
And here's another point. You say he was your best chemical engineer?
Absolutely.
But all his past experience was as a teacher. Something very much different.
Well, Mr. Keene, he had a college degree in chemistry, so... We were mighty glad to have him, what with the shortage of technicians since the war.
I still think that the only explanation is enemy agents.
Well, possibly. Meanwhile, thanks for the information, Mr. Wallace. I'll pay a visit to his lodgings.
Whatever you wish, Mr. Keene, but just find Trevor. We need him.
I'll do my best. Come along, Mike.
Okay, boss.
If you'd like me to show you out...
It won't be necessary. Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Good. I have some other matters to discuss with Mr. Morley.
Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
I'll let you know just as soon as anything develops.
Well, thank you, Mr. Keene.
Well, boss, what do you think?
First, let's get some facts, Mike, and then we'll think.
Oh, you there, Mr. Keene?
My boss, somebody's calling.
Mr. Keene?
Yes, that girl over there by the machine. Yes, young woman?
Mr. Keene, I heard Wallace mentioning your name when you came by before. You're the famous investigator, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, I guess you're up here to look for Mr. Trevor.
You know about his disappearance?
Why, sure, everybody knows.
Well, do you have some information that might help me?
Boss, I think she means...
What do I mean?
Well, somebody stuffed him into one of them big vats.
No. What I wanted to say is, if you could get interested in women's hats...
Women's hats?
You might find out a whole lot more than you know right now.
What do you mean by that? Stop that machine for a moment.
Sorry, I got work to do.
Well, please, this is important.
I told you I can.
Stop her, Mrs. Devon.
Please, young woman, listen to me. No use, Mike. Let's get out into the hall.
Women's hats. What does she mean by that?
Mike, I have half an idea. On our way through the town, we stopped once to ask directions.
Sure, in a cigar store.
Did you notice what was next door?
Oh, yes. A hat store.
A very smart-looking little place. Unusual for a town like this.
You think that's what the chick meant?
Let's find out. Here we are, Mike. This is the place.
And there's the owner's name on the window.
Mrs. Lydia Groves. This is only a hunch, but I'm going to play it for all it's worth.
Okay. Nobody here.
There she comes now from the back room.
A brunette. And darn good looking.
Mrs. Groves?
Yes, that's my name. You haven't come to buy hats?
No, Mrs. Groves. To ask a question.
I don't understand.
When did you last see Henry Trevor?
Henry Trevor?
Yes, the engineer from the chemical plant.
I don't know him.
This is a small community. You must know him.
I mind my own business, which is to make and sell hats.
But Mrs.
And all my hats are for women. Good day, gentlemen.
Oh, but lady, this is important.
You've made a mistake. Good day.
Very well. Good day. Come along, Mike.
Boss, do you think she was telling the truth?
No, Mike, I don't.
Enemy agent?
Mike, in my long life, I found out that a beautiful woman can cause plenty of trouble without being anybody's agent.
What this fellow Wallace said.
We still need more information. The only way to get it...
How, sir?
Let's circulate around town and dig up every bit of gossip that we can. You hang around the lunch wagons, the gas stations. As for me, I'm going to get a haircut.
Take more off the side, sir.
That's right, Barbara.
Nice day.
Oh, it's a beautiful day.
I think it's going to be warm after all.
Definitely.
Yes, sir, definitely. Yes, sir. Don't think I ever saw you around here before.
I'm doing a job for the chemical plant.
Oh, chemical plant.
I believe our Mr. Trevor is one of your customers.
Oh, sure. Every 2 weeks.
Interesting about him and Mrs. Groves, isn't it?
Him and Mrs... You know.
The whole plant knows.
Funny thing, he took to her from the first day she come to this town and opened her shop. Thick as thieves, those two.
When did she first come to town?
Let me see. About the time my wisdom tooth was raising king, last September. Take more off the side.
Yes, please. He hung around her shop all the time?
Yes, till folks started talking. So then they took to cover. You know, Thrush Lane. They've been meeting there every night.
Thrush Lane?
Mm-hmm. Oh, all the spooning and mooning that goes on there.
And just where is Thrush Lane?
Oh, half a mile south of town, right by the factory. Say, what are you doing? You can't get up from the chair yet.
Here's your money. I'll see you later.
But I only done one side of your head. Come back. Crazy fella. Running off with only half a haircut.
No, boss, there's nothing in the underbrush over here.
Well, come over to this side.
Oh, Mr. Keene, so sure we've been at it for 3 hours already.
I know, Mike. This is our only real lead. Remember what the barber said. They met here every night.
Oh, boss, take off your hat just once more.
I will not.
The strangest haircut I ever did see. And you such a proper gentleman.
Here, help me put these branches aside.
There. And you're still hoping to find Trevor's body out here in Thrush Lane?
Not hoping. I'll be glad if I'm wrong.
Well, there's nothing here.
All right. Let's get back on the path. Mike, so far we can be sure of only one thing.
What's that?
Trevor and Mrs. Groves knew each other long before they ever came here. Of that I'm certain. You see, I found they arrived here actually within a week or two of each other.
Trevor to take the job at the plant.
And Mrs. Groves to open the shop. Then promptly they became friends. Then promptly...
Yes, Mr. Keene. Well, what are you staring at?
Something there on the ground, just a yard ahead of us.
I don't see it.
Well, look, Mike, from over here where the sun strikes it.
Oh, sure, but what of it? Just those few little chunks.
Come over here, Mike. Bend down. Help me pick them up.
Okay, sir. Okay. Here.
Judging from the thickness of these fragments, I think we'd better have another talk with our friend, Mr. Wallace.
And now for a moment, while Mr. Keene and Mike examine their surprising find. Next time you meet the most successful man you know, or the most popular girl, take a good look at their teeth. Chances are they'll be sparkling and beautiful, with all the magnetism your own smile should have. Then examine your own teeth critically. If they're not every bit as brilliant and gleaming as they should be, if they show signs of being discolored by surface film, just do as thousands do. Try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Safely, speedily, Colonos helps brush away masking surface film, revealing the natural luster and brightness of your teeth. Your druggist has an ample supply of Colonos on hand, so get a tube tonight and see what wonders it may do in helping you to add to the charm and appeal of your smile. Remember the name Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. And now back to the chemical plant where Mr. Keene has a quiet talk with the helpful Mr. Wallace.
Yes, Mr. Keene? Is there something more you wanted to know?
One or two little details, Mr. Wallace.
Fire away, Mr. Keene, fire away.
Were you aware, Mr. Wallace, that Henry Trevor was very friendly with a Mrs. Groves?
I wouldn't know about that, sir.
Well, did you ever notice what route Trevor took when he left the factory at night?
Oh, back to his lodgings, I suppose.
By way of Thrush Lane? Didn't you ever notice whether he made a practice of going through Thrush Lane?
Did he? I never had any occasion for walking there myself.
No? Wallace, when did you break your glasses?
My glasses? Why, several days ago.
Where?
Right here, in my office.
Pretty thick lenses, I gather.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. That's why I'm having trouble getting them replaced.
Wallace, take a look at these. I mean, these fragments in my hand.
Well, how can I, without my glasses?
Take them into your hand. Feel them.
Bits of broken glass.
Very thick bits. The kind of glass that might be used in the spectacle of a very nearsighted man.
I don't know what you're driving at, sir.
I found these 20 minutes ago in Thrush Lane.
Well, the world's full of nearsighted men.
Are you sure one of them didn't follow Henry Trevor into the woods last Monday night and overhear his conversation with Mrs. Groves?
I'm sure that this one did not. Are you quite finished, sir?
One thing more. Do you have any photographs of Henry Trevor in your files? You must have.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have one. At once.
Well, boss, what are you up to now?
I'm going on a little trip, Mike.
Where to?
Back into Henry Trevor's past. Dr. Grange, you are the headmaster of the Tappingworth School?
Oh, yes, for 20 years.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Why, yes, this is Henry Trevor. He taught chemistry here last year. Excellent grasp of his subject, too. I wish he'd stayed.
What can you tell me of his background?
Why, he came here from the Jones-Walton School with the usual references.
That's all you know?
Well, yes, Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Dr. Grange.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Trevor taught here for one term at the Jones-Walton School.
He got along well, Miss Mott?
Yes, our girls simply adored him.
Where had he been before?
He'd been sick, I believe, for a year. Before that, the Morton Latin School.
Look at this photograph, please. Is that a good resemblance?
Perfect.
Well, Mr. Keene, we had Mr. Trevor with us here at the Morton School for 15 years, until he became ill.
And then he went to Nevada for his health, Dr. Hines?
Quite so.
You never heard from him again?
Only when other schools asked us about his references.
I wonder if you would have a photograph of him.
Well, we should. Any one of the yearbooks. Here, let me see on this shelf up here. Oh, yeah, the yearbook of 1940.
That will do very well.
Well, there we are, Mr. Keene.
You say that's Henry Trevor?
Of course.
Well, let me show you a photograph, Dr. Hines. This one. How good a resemblance is this one?
Mr. Keene, this is the strangest thing. Do you have time for a story?
All the time in the world. Go right ahead.
Well, Mr. Keene, I began to wonder what had happened to you.
I've been away, Mr. Morley, for 2 days.
Any luck? Any trace of Trevor?
Yes and no.
What do you mean by that?
He's alive, all right, and well. I'm sure of that.
Well, that's...
But where he is and whether he wants to be found, that's something else.
Mr. Keene, all I know is that I've got to have him back at the plant. He's done fine and important work here. We need him desperately.
All right, Mr. Morley. That makes it a whole lot easier.
Mr. Keene, it's you again.
Yes, Mrs. Groves.
Mr. Keene, if you've come to plague me with questions again.
No. No more questions. Because I know the answers.
I'm not feeling well. Please come back some other time.
Now is the best time. You see, Mrs. Groves, I've just finished tracing back the history of Henry Trevor. Or rather, the man who called himself Henry Trevor.
I don't understand.
The real Henry Trevor died 2 years ago in Nevada.
But I told you that I know nothing about it.
And the moment he died, his identity was borrowed by someone else. In fact, by his brother, John Trevor.
Oh.
Yes, there were 2 Trevors, John and Henry. Both were trained in chemistry. Henry became a teacher. John became an engineer. John, the engineer, was very successful, made heaps of money. But his wife spent it, even faster than he made it.
I know nothing about it.
In the end, this led John to embezzle $5,000 from his company. He and his wife ran away, wandered all over the country, used up every cent they had. Because there was no job that John could apply for without giving himself away.
Interesting, but I don't see how...
Finally, 2 years ago, the real Henry Trevor, the quiet schoolmaster, died. Immediately, John saw a chance to borrow his brother's identity and make a new start. And so John became Henry.
How did you find all this out?
By going back to the Morton School. The headmaster remembered the scandal about the embezzlement very well, and how much sorrow it caused Henry at the time. All that I had to do was to show him the photograph of the man who claimed to be Henry. Quite simple, really, Mrs. John Trevor.
What did you call me?
You are the wife of John Trevor, the man I've been asked to find.
Oh, I don't suppose there's any use now to deny it.
None.
Yes. It was my extravagance that caused the trouble. I wanted things John couldn't afford. Believe me, I regret the whole thing. We've struggled so hard to live it down.
But Wallace found out, the man at the chemical plant.
Yes, by following us to Thrush Lane several times and overhearing our conversation.
And then he tried to blackmail your husband?
Yes. And last Monday night, after John left me, Wallace came along again to ask for money. $500. Otherwise, he would expose John.
But your husband refused.
Yes, he began to scuffle with Wallace. But then he became frightened and decided it was no use. He decided he'd have to run away once again.
Where is he now?
Don't ask me. Please don't.
But you must tell me.
No. He's my husband. And this was all my fault in the first place, Mr. Keene. It was my foolishness and vanity that caused John to embezzle the money. Oh, please go now.
But, Mrs. Trevor...
I beg you, please
The
go.
telephone. Mrs. Trevor, the reason that you want me out of here, would it be because your husband is right now calling you on the telephone?
I have nothing more to say.
Pick up the phone, Mrs. Trevor. Answer it.
But, Mr. Keene...
And tell your husband I want to see him in my office in New York. Any time tomorrow, if he can make it.
I don't know.
Please do as I say. You won't regret it.
Well, boss, do you think he'll come?
I have every hope, Mike.
But it's almost 5 in the afternoon already. Oh, no. He won't come. Not a guy who embezzled $5,000 and stole his brother's name.
There's one thing you've overlooked.
What's that?
Come in. Good afternoon, Mrs. Trevor.
Good afternoon.
You came alone?
No, not alone.
Oh, you're John Trevor?
Yes.
Come right in, both of you. This is Mike Clancy, my assistant.
How do you do?
How are you?
Sit down now.
Mr. Keene, my wife says you insisted on my coming to see you. I wouldn't have done it except I was sick of hiding.
Trevor, I want to ask a question. If you had the chance to make restitution for that $5,000, would you do it?
Mr. Keene, why do you think we've been slaving for the past 2 years? I had any job I could get, and Lydia in one hat shop after another, to save enough money to pay back.
Well, why didn't you get in touch with your old firm?
Because we've only got $2,000 so far. Because I was afraid of what attitude they might take.
Well, Trevor, there are 2 things that impress me about this case. First, that you and your wife have worked so hard ever since you made that mistake. Second, that you proved yourself so valuable to the war effort.
Oh, it's nice of you to say that, Mr. Keene, but...
No buts. I'll be glad to accept the $2,000 you've saved so far and let you pay off the rest in installments.
What did you say?
I got a telegram this morning from your old firm.
What?
Let me read it. In view of circumstances as explained by you, we are delighted to accept your check and drop all charges against John Trevor.
Why, Mr. Keene, you mean you went ahead and...
I took a chance on you, too. I paid off the $5,000 with my personal check.
Oh, how wonderful of you, Mr. Keene.
Certainly is, but there's still Mr. Morley.
I've already made your excuses to him.
What did you tell him?
The truth. The best excuse of all.
And he still wants me back?
He'd be very much obliged if you'll take the next train out of here for Connecticut.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
You'll find one little change, though, at the factory.
What do you mean?
Mr. Wallace has suddenly resigned.
Mr. Keene, how can we ever thank you? What kindness. What understanding.
Never mind the speeches, or you'll miss your train. Along with you. There's a war on, you know.
Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the case of murder in the air. Few tragedies strike deeper than the loneliness of a girl or woman who is unpopular. A girl who dresses smartly, looks pretty, is gay and charming, but whose teeth, when seen at close range, rob her of the very charm she strives for. And the same thing is true of the man who must sell himself socially and in business, and whose teeth create an unpleasant effect on others. If you have the slightest suspicion that your teeth are holding you back from social or business success, do as hundreds of thousands have recently done, and that is start cleaning your teeth with the new Colonos, a high polishing toothpaste. Its action is like that of a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from a piece of silver. Try it, just once, and then you'll know why people everywhere are changing to this new high-polishing toothpaste, Colonos, and learning the meaning of teeth that can gleam and shine, that give your smile new personality and charm. You can get the new Colonos in any drugstore tonight. It's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos Toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of murder in the air. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over most of these stations tomorrow night.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we take you to Shangri-La in the Valley of the Blue Moon. You may not believe this story, but ladies and gentlemen, remember please that ever since the human race was articulate, men have returned with tales of such a place as Shangri-La. Usually they've been laughed at. Always they've been doubted, but it's never yet been proved that their stories were untrue. And so tonight we bring you James Hilton's Lost Horizon, and as our guest of the evening, Miss Sigrid Guri. But before our story begins, before we move on into the future, as embodied in the earthly paradise of Shangri-La, Ernest Chappell invited us to hark back for just a moment to an occasion or two, and here he is.
An occasion or two, ladies and gentlemen, when dinner and the choice of a main dinner dish were especially important. Perhaps it was a birthday celebration or a wedding anniversary, and you were eating out. Together, you consulted the menu, looked up, and...
Well, dear, this is your occasion. What looks good to you?
Let's have chicken, shall we?
Sounds good to me. Oh, here's our waiter now.
And then when important company was coming to dinner at your house...
But what shall we have for dinner, darling?
I say let's have chicken. That's something everybody likes.
Let's have chicken. Haven't you said those very words yourself many and many a time when you wanted to enjoy or to serve an especially fine dinner? I'll wager you have, because there's no disputing the fact that just about all of us do have an exceptional liking for chicken in one form or another. And I think it must be this general liking for chicken that accounts for the constantly growing popularity of Campbell's chicken soup. Every golden drop of this chicken soup brims with rich chicken flavor. Steeped in the taste of chicken, too, is the fluffy white rice Campbell's measure into this homey, old-fashioned chicken soup. And you'll enjoy pieces of tender chicken meat in every fragrant plateful. Have it soon, won't you? Perhaps tomorrow. I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, Orson Welles in James Hilton's Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri.
I say, Sanders, did you ever know a chap named Conway?
You mean Glory Conway? Oh, yes, of course I do. Remember him very well. Wonderful fellow.
He was. Our civilization doesn't breed people like that nowadays. Remember the uprising at Barskool?
Summer before last. Yes, I remember.
They sent Conway up there, you know, to take over.
That's right. And there was a wild yarn going about, wasn't there? That one of the planes that went out never came back.
Yes, the plane did disappear. There were 4 people in it. Conway and 3 others. I can only tell you the story as he told it to me. I don't ask you to believe it. I wouldn't believe it myself, except for one small fact. There were 4 of them in that plane. There was Conway. There was Melanson, his assistant, just a youngster, but he'd come to be quite fond of him during the 6 months they'd worked together at Barskool. And 2 others he didn't know. Miss Brinklow, a missionary, and an American named Barnard. Conway said he was dog-tired. All he wanted to do was sleep. As a matter of fact, they were hardly off the ground, he said, before he was dozing off.
And he doesn't know exactly, but he thinks he must have slept for several hours.
Conway! Conway, look, there's a break in the clouds. Conway, where are we?
I don't know, Mellons.
Hey, what is it? Something wrong?
I think we're way off our route, Mr. Barnett.
Off our route? We're being kidnapped.
Kidnapped? I've been thinking for some time, Mr. Conway, that something was wrong.
Well, I'll be darned. What is he doing it for?
Where's he taking us?
Yes, there aren't any tribes living around here. We're far past the frontier country by now. Oh, we'll be in Tibet by morning.
If the gas holds out.
Why, nobody but a lunatic would fly into this sort of country.
Yeah, nobody but a darn fine airman could.
What's wrong? What's happening?
The motors are icing up. Have to land.
How the fellow can see to land in pitch blackness, I don't know.
Well, at any rate, I'm glad it's over.
Conway! He's going to crack up!
Well, here we go. Rotten landing, rotten.
Oh, cracked up his left wing. Well, we'll have to stay where we are now, that's certain. Come on, Conway. I'm going forward.
Mellinson.
I'm not scared of this fellow on land, wherever he is. I'm going to tackle him right away. Go after him from the outside. Oh, cold out here. What's that all about? Looks like the end of the world.
Better stop him, Conway, before he does something foolish. Yes. Mellinson, come back. Mellinson!
I see Conway. It's queer. I think the pilot's dead. He's all doubled up over his panel.
All right, come on. Let's get him out of the cockpit into the open. That's right. Now, lay him down here.
Well, what's happened now?
Let's have a look at him. Strike a match, will you, somebody?
Yeah, here. No use in this wind.
His heart's very faint. Say, this isn't our pilot. He's Chinese. Be quiet, Mellinson.
Well, I can't help it. We look such fools standing about striking matches over a corpse. He isn't much of a beauty, is he?
Look, he's coming to.
He's talking. Can you understand him, Conway? Shh.
How are you?
Shangri-La. Well, what's the matter, Conway?
He's dead.
Could you understand anything he said?
Very little. That we're in Tibet, which is obvious. And I gather there's a place near here, along the valley. Some sort of monastery, it sounds like. We can get food and shelter there. He kept saying we must go there. He said his name. It was Shangri-La.
I shall never forget Conway's vivid description of that lonely place. It was like a vast emptiness, he said, with mountains on every side. Mountains rising on top of mountains. There was a range of them gleaming on the far horizon like a row of dog teeth. But it was the wind, I think, that impressed him most. Not an ordinary wind, not even a strong wind or a cold wind. A sort of frenzy that lived all round us. That's how he spoke of it. And all through the night, he watched. At dawn, the wind dropped. And in the lessening gloom, the valley took shape. A floor of rock and shingle sloping upwards. And then, suddenly in the distance, he saw climbing down the steep incline of the mountain, coming towards him, a party of men. Tibetans, they looked like. There were a dozen or more, carrying with them a hooded chair. In this sat a figure, an elderly Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven, robed in an embroidered gown of rich blue silk.
My name is Xiang. We have with us food and wine, if you will honor me by accepting our slight hospitality. After that, we can start, and our journey is long and somewhat difficult.
Well, if we could borrow a couple of your men for guides and some stores, I think we can get along all right by ourselves.
I'm afraid that would be quite impossible. I regret that it will be necessary for you to return with me to the lamasery.
The lamasery?
Yes. I shall try to arrange for guides for you there.
I'm sorry, we must intrude on your hospitality this way.
We are always delighted to receive guests from the outside.
Well, we won't be there long, I promise you that. And we'll pay for everything we have. We'll pay for our journey and our guides back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
My dear sir, Are you so very certain that you are away from it?
From the plateau to the lamasery, it took them 10 hours. It was bitterly cold. At one time, they were forced to rope themselves together. Conway seemed very pleased that here, at least, he was of some use. He'd done a lot of mountain climbing in the Swiss Alps and knew all the tricks. And then, very late in the afternoon, without warning, Conway said, they stepped out onto level ground. Out of that mist and cold into clear, sunny air. Far below them, under the setting sun, was the lamasery, a group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside with the chance delicacy of flower petals impaled upon a crag. That's how he described it. And beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, shimmering against the deep electric blue of the evening sky, was the most beautiful mountain on earth. It was so radiant, so serenely poised, that for a moment he wondered if it was real at all.
There's our valley, and there is our lamasery. It is called Shangri-La. I hope our simple dinner has pleased you, Mr. Barnard.
Well, I've been around a lot, Mr. Chang, but I've never tasted food like this. I've never seen anything like this place. Bathtubs from Akron, Ohio, steam heating. Lord, what haven't you got?
You see, here at Shangri-La, we are less barbarian than you expected. We have a rather complete library for a monastery, certain of our art treasures.
And that girl up there playing. I've never heard 17th century music played so well.
She's charming. Who is she?
Her name is Lutsen. She has much skill with Western keyboard music.
Why, the girl looks hardly more than a child.
How old is she?
I am afraid I cannot tell you.
Not giving away secrets about a lady's age, is that it?
Precisely.
Yes, well, that's all very interesting. But it's time we began to discuss plans for getting away, Mr. Chang.
I am sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
Well, surely you can do something. You have maps, I suppose?
Oh, yes, a great many.
Well, all right. I suppose you must have some communication with the outside world. How far is it to the nearest telegraph lines? Well, where do you send to when you want anything civilized?
It is quite true, Mr. Malleson, that from time to time we do require certain things from distant parts. And there is such a consignment expected shortly. Perhaps when the porters arrive.
When do they arrive?
The exact date is, of course, impossible to forecast.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll say no more then. Not tonight. But in the morning. I warn you that in the morning I intend leaving. Good night.
I'm sorry my friend is so upset tonight.
I, too, am sorry. You will none of you, I am sure, regret your sojourn with us in our little valley in the shadow of Caracal.
Caracal. Is that the name of that mountain we saw?
Yes. It is beautiful, is it not? And very tall. Over 28,000 feet.
Caracal.
In the valley tongue, Mr. Conway, Caracal means blue moon.
Blue moon.
Please, don't stop, Mr. Conway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come in, Lutz.
You play very well.
Oh, no, not really. I lead a pretty busy life, and I don't get near a piano very often.
Please go on playing. If you don't, I shall have to go away.
Oh, but why?
It is not usual in the beginning that we talk with the guests.
But it's not forbidden.
No, but I'm not sure that John would approve. There are subjects we do not discuss, Mr. Conway, either with you or amongst ourselves.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your friend, Mr. Mallinson, is not so polite. He tries to make me talk.
Oh, you mustn't mind Mallinson. He means all right, but he's rather an excitable young man.
I don't think he's very happy here.
No, he's not at all happy.
It is sometimes very lonely.
Oh, well, he's young. That makes a difference.
Yes. Yes, it makes a great deal of difference.
Conway said that in that place it was difficult to estimate the passage of time. He said it must have been about a fortnight after they got to Shangri-La that John came to him one day with a message. The message was a summons from the High Lama. Together they went across the empty courtyards, then up a steep spiral staircase, and as they climbed, Conway said he was aware of a strange sensation. A dry, tingling warmth, as if all the windows were tightly closed and some kind of steam heating plant was working at full pressure. Then, finally, they were standing before a door which opened and closed again, and Conway found that he was alone. He said he stood there for a moment, hesitant, breathing an atmosphere that was not only sultry but full of dusk, so that it was several seconds before he could accustom himself to the gloom. Then, slowly, he became aware of a small, pale, and wrinkled person, motionlessly shadowed, like some fading antique portrait in the warm dusk. He felt dizzy under the gaze of those ancient eyes.
So, you are Mr. Conway.
I am.
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down beside me. I am an old man and can do no one any harm.
Oh, I feel it a signal honor to be received by you.
Thank you, my dear Conway. I shall call you that according to the English fashion. Zhang tells me that you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
I'm certainly interested in them.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation. Tell me, my dear Conway, are you familiar with the general outline of Tibetan history?
I found in your excellent library some interesting annals of these regions, but curiously enough, nothing of the history of Shangri-La.
There is a reason for that, as you will see.
And in all the maps of this area, both ancient and modern, there is no mention of Karakal or the Valley of the Blue Moon.
That, too, is for a reason you will soon understand. The ancient history of Shangri-La is the history of a Catholic priest named Father Perrault. Before devoting himself to Far Eastern missions, Perrault had studied at Paris, Bologna, and other universities. He was something of a scholar. But he was not an ascetic. He enjoyed the good things of the world and was careful to teach his converts cooking as well as catechism. In the year 1719, Perrault set out from Pekin with 3 other Capuchin friars. They traveled southwest for many months, by Langchow and the Coconor, facing terrible hardships. The 3 others died on the way, and Father Perrault was not far from death, when, by accident, he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to the Valley of the Blue Moon. Perrault began to preach here in the year 1734, when he was 53 years of age. His was a full life, and he had accomplished much when in the year 1789 news descended to the valley that Perrault was dying at last. He lay in this room, my dear Conway, where he could see from the windows the white blur that was all his failing eyesight gave him of Caracal. But he could see with his mind also. His mind had straightened to a snow-white calm. He was ready, willing, and glad to die. He gathered his friends and servants round him and bade them all farewell. Then he asked to be left alone a while. And it was during such a solitude, with his body sinking and his mind lifted to beatitude, that he had hoped to give up his soul. But it did not happen so. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement. And then, my dear Conway, he began to recover. He was then 108. When the last of the old monks died, in 1794, Perrault himself was still living. He was then 113 years of age. You will wish to know how he spent his time during those unprecedented years. You see, Father Perrault's attitude may be summed up by saying that as he had not died at a normal age, he began to feel that there was no discoverable reason why he either should or should not do so at any definite time in the future. Having already proved himself abnormal, it was as easy to believe that the abnormality might continue as to expect it to end at any moment.
I think I understand, Father.
Can you indeed? And can you understand anything else after this long and curious story of mine?
It seems impossible. Yet I can't help thinking of it. It's astonishing and extraordinary and quite incredible. And yet not absolutely beyond my powers of belief.
What is, my son?
That you are still alive, Father Perrault.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of James Hilton's Lost Horizon. And in that moment, I'd like to take you back across the high plateau of Tibet, back from this strange corner of the world to the familiar surroundings of your own home, in order to remind you that more soup is eaten in December than in any other month of the year. There are a number of good reasons why December is the top soup-eating month, but of them all, I think these two are most important. First, December ushers in winter. And most mothers realize that good, hot soup in the winter diet not only nourishes and warms us pleasantly, but, served frequently, can help fortify us. Second, December is of all months the month of entertaining, of open house when relatives and friends drop in and gather at the table. And wise hostesses have learned that no dish can more quickly or more successfully transform even a simple meal, give it a festive holiday touch, than a well-chosen soup. Will soup be on your table frequently this month? And will you let Campbell's make this soup for you, as millions will? I know that whatever Campbell soups you may select, you'll be delighted to find the same full-flavored, nourishing soup that you would strive for in your own kitchen. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri.
Another whiskey, Sanders?
Thanks.
Say when.
That'll do.
Oh, it's getting awfully late.
Never mind. Please go on. About Conway.
Yes, it is quite a story, isn't it? You see, from the time Conway got to that monastery place till the night when he told me about it, nearly a year had passed, and heaven only knows what he'd been through. But the way he told his story and the way he described it all, it was as though he were living it all over again. Every minute, every detail of it. I remember the tone of his voice as he spoke of the High Lama. I remember the silence, exactly as he described it. The silence between him and that ancient figure in that airless, half-lit room. It may have lasted but a second, though it seemed an hour, an eternity, that he sat there staring at the ancient face of the High Lama. It was disembodied. It seemed to glow out of that yellow dusk like a fragment of an old parchment.
In the course of those next years, a few rare strangers found their way to the valley and were welcomed. A Chinese merchant found his way here in 1822. A Greek trader in 1830, and in 1845, a French musician, a pupil of Chopin's. Later, an Englishman, 2 Russians, and a German. And night and day, sentries kept constant watch on the entrance to the defile. And more than one party of explorers, glorying in their first distant glimpse of Karakal, encountered messengers bearing a cordial invitation, one that was rarely declined.
Just as we were greeted and welcomed?
Yes, my dear Conway. Of course, our invitation is subject to one very important and invariable proviso.
And that is? Oh, you intend to keep us here? That, I take it, is the important and invariable proviso.
You have guessed correctly, my son.
In other words, we are to stay at Shangri-La forever?
I should greatly prefer to employ your excellent English idiom and say that we are all here for good.
For good. Yeah. What puzzles me is why, out of all the rest of the world's inhabitants, we 4 should have been chosen.
In recent years, our number has been shrinking. Even in Shangri-La, we are mortals, and a serious problem was beginning to arise.
What, you mean that pilot was sent out deliberately to bring someone back by air?
My son, you are still, I should say, a youngish man by the world's standards. Your life, as people say, lies ahead of you. Yes, in the normal course, you might expect only 20 or 30 years of gradually diminishing activity. Youth and old age, between those 2 clouds, what small and narrow sunlight illumines a man's lifetime. But you, it may be, are destined to be more fortunate, since by the standards of Shangri-La, your sunlit years have scarcely yet begun. You will have time. Time, that rare and lovely gift that your Western countries have lost the more they have pursued it. You make no comment, my dear Conway.
I've been deeply impressed, Father Perrault, by the things you've told me. I still don't entirely comprehend their significance.
Here in Shangri-La, my son, we have a dream and a vision. It is a vision that first appeared to me when I lay dying in this room in the year 1789. I looked back then on my long life, as I have already told you, and it seemed to me that all the loveliest things were transient and perishable, and that war, lust, and brutality might someday crush them until there were no more left in the world. I saw the nations strengthening, not in wisdom, but in vulgar passions and the will to destroy. And I perceived the bivy, or wrecked as the English wrecked the summer palace in Peking.
I share your opinion of that.
And that, my son, is why I am here. And why you are here. And why we may pray to outlive the doom that gathers around us on every side.
You think that when that time comes, that Shangri-La will escape?
Perhaps we may expect no mercy, but we may faintly hope for neglect. Here we shall stay with our books and our music and our meditation, conserving the frail elegancies of a dying age and seeking such wisdom as men will need when their passions are all spent. We have a heritage to cherish and bequeath. Let us take what pleasure we may until that time comes.
Yes. And then?
Then, my son, when the strong have devoured each other, the Christian ethic may at last be fulfilled, and the meek shall inherit the earth.
I declare, I believe there's a storm coming up. Somehow I never expected that here.
Oh, I don't think it'll touch us here in the valley.
Sure hate to be out there in that pass, though. That place is murder.
Well, we've all got to face it sooner or later. All four of us. Those porters will be here any day now. I don't imagine we'll have perfect weather all the way to India.
No, I don't think we will. That's one of the reasons why I think I'll let this first trip pass. There'll be other porters later.
You mean, sir, you're not coming with us?
That's it.
Well, I suppose it's your own affair. Nobody can prevent you from stopping here for all your life. It's not what everybody would choose to do, but ideas differ. What do you say, Conway?
I agree. Ideas differ.
As a matter of fact, there's a very practical reason why I think I'll stay on. I don't know whether you people guessed it or not, but my name's not Barnard.
Not Barnard?
Never was. I'm Chalmers Bryant.
Chalmers
Bryant? Heavens. You don't mean that Wall Street fellow?
The international swindler?
That's me.
I had some friends in Woodstock that lost all they had through you.
I'm sorry.
Well, you certainly played fast and loose with a lot of other people's money.
And why? Because those same people all wanted something for nothing and hadn't the brains to get it for themselves.
That's nonsense.
I'll tell you another thing, too. There's gold in this valley, tons of it. What's more, I've got permission to prospect it. Maybe I can give them tips on how to increase the output. Maybe even someday I'll have...
a common thief, facing a life behind prison bars. No wonder he wants to stay here.
Well, I'm not facing a life behind prison bars, Mr. Mallinson. And I think I'll stay on, too.
What? You, Miss Brinklow?
Yes. I've done a lot of thinking the last few weeks, and my mind's made up. It's quite obvious that I have a call. This place is in urgent need of a mission. I'm strongly opposed to this doctrine of moderation. In my opinion, it's nothing but slackness and laxity. It's plain to me now that I've a lot of work to do here. A lot of work.
Thank you, Lotsen. That was beautiful.
Mr. Conway, you have seen the High Lama.
Yes.
He told you everything?
What do you mean?
The story of Father Perot, of the Lamas, of me.
The High Lama did not mention you, Lotsen. But he told me a great deal about the history of Shangri-La and the work he's doing.
And you found it interesting?
More than that. I was thinking just now as you played how much Shangri-La has come to mean to me. How much these hours here in the music room with you have come to mean.
Do they others feel like this, too?
I'm afraid not. But then, we're all of us different. For each of us, I dare say, Shangri-La holds a special meaning.
Except, I think, for Mr. Mallinson. He will never be contented here, Mr. Conway. Never.
No, I suppose not.
He has no idea, then, of what the Lama has told you. You haven't told him.
Naturally not.
And you believe all that you've been told?
Why, I see no reason why the High Lama should lie to me.
No. No, of course not. Of course not.
Tell me, Jan, have there been many who have tried to escape from Shangri-La?
Escape, Mr. Conway. Is that really the word that should be used? After all, the pass is open to anyone at any time.
Yes.
I can only hope none of your friends would be so rash as to attempt so difficult a journey. There's Mr. Marison. He's young, of course. But others, too. Lutzen, for instance, was young when she first came to us.
Was young?
Her carriers lost their way in the mountains. She was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan and was traveling to Kashgar to meet him. The whole party would doubtless have perished but for the customary meeting with our emissaries.
When did this happen?
1884. She was 18.
18? In 1884?
Yes. If you will forgive me a personal question, Mr. Conway, is it possible that you are falling in love with Lutzen?
What makes you ask that?
Because if it is so, it would be quite suitable. Always, of course, in moderation.
Even love, then, fits into your scheme of things.
The hospitality of Shangri-La is of a most comprehensive kind, Mr. Conway.
Yes, I think I quite realize that by now. Tell me, Mr. Jang, how old were you when you first came to Shangri-La?
I was quite young, only 22. I am now 104.
When did you first begin to grow old, in appearance?
I was over 70. That is often the case, though I think I may still claim to look younger than my years.
Oh, decidedly.
Thank you.
And suppose you were to leave the valley now, what would happen?
Death. If I remained away for more than a very few days. But even if I were fortunate enough not to die, I would immediately acquire the full appearance of my actual age.
The atmosphere, then, is essential?
Mr. Conway, in the whole world, there is only one Valley of the Blue Moon.
You sent for me, Father?
I did. You are unhappy, my son.
Not for myself, Father. I've never known such happiness as I've enjoyed here. It's as if I'd been searching for a long, long time, and at last I'd come to the end of that search.
Then it is for the others you are unhappy.
For one of them. The other two are quite content, it seems.
Yes, Miss Brinklow wishes to convert us. And Mr. Barnard would also like to convert us into a gold mining corporation. But your friend, to whom neither gold nor religion can offer solace, how about him?
Yes, he's going to be the problem.
I'm afraid he's going to be your problem.
Why mine?
Valley storms, they are nothing. Karakul sends us storms at this time of the year. But we are quite secure.
You said, Father, that Mallinson was going to be my problem. Why mine, particularly?
Because, my son, I'm going to die. Yes, you're surprised. But surely, my friend, we are all mortal, even at Shangri-La.
Father.
It is charming of you to appear so concerned. And I will not pretend that there is not a touch of wistfulness, even at my age, in contemplating death. Fortunately, little is left of me that can die physically, and as for the rest, all our religions display a pleasant unanimity of optimism. There remains to me, before I go, one final duty. Concerns you, my son.
You do me a great honor.
I have in mind to do much more than that. I am about to place in your hands, my son, the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
Father.
I have waited for you, my son, for quite a long time. I have sat in this room and seen the faces of newcomers. I have looked into their eyes and heard their voices, always in hope that someday I might find you. My friend, it is not an arduous task that I bequeath, for our order knows only silken bonds. To be gentle and patient, to care for the riches of the mind, to preside in wisdom and secrecy, while the storm rages without.
The storm? This storm you talk of?
It will be such a one, my son, as the world has not seen before. There will be no safety by arms, no help from authority, no answer in science. It will rage till every flower of culture is trampled and all human things are leveled in a vast chaos. Such was my vision when Napoleon was still a name unknown, and I see it now more clearly with each hour.
And you think this will come in my time?
I believe that you will live through the storm and after, through the long age of desolation. You may still live, growing older and wiser and more patient. You will conserve the fragrance of our history and add to it the touch of your own mind. Beyond that, my vision weakens, but I see, at a great distance, a new world stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, preserved as by a miracle, hidden behind the mountains in the valley of the Blue Moon.
The speaking had finished. The voice was silent. Conway stood there, looking at that face before him, full of a remote and drenching beauty. Then the glow faded, and there was nothing left but a mask, dark-shadowed and crumbling like old wood. And Conway told me that it was only after a long time that it came to him as part of a dream that the High Lama was dead.
Conway! Conway! I've got the porters.
The porters?
Yes, they're about 5 miles down the pass. They came yesterday loaded with books and things.
You're thinking of going out to them?
Oh, naturally.
Oh, Mallinson, suppose you do get beyond the pass and find the porters waiting there. How do you know they'll take you with them? It all needs arrangement, negotiations beforehand.
Well, they have been arranged. They have been paid in advance. And they've agreed to take us.
Who's been making all these plans?
Lord Sen.
Who?
Lord Sen. She's with the porters now, down below the pass. She's waiting.
Waiting?
Yes. She's coming with us. I assume you've no objection.
Lord Sen, that's nonsense. It's impossible.
It's not impossible. You think you know a great deal more about her than I do, I dare say. But it seems you don't. Oh, just think of it, Conway. A kid of her age shut up here with a lot of old men. Naturally, she'd get away if she had a chance. She said she'd come. She wanted to come. Oh, hang it all, Conway. Don't stare at me like that.
Mallinson, I've got to tell you the truth. I hope when you've heard it, you'll realize at least why Lord Sen can't possibly go back with you.
Well, there isn't anything that would make me believe that. But go ahead.
There's something about this valley, Mallinson. Something that makes it different from other places, from any other place on Earth. There are men living here. You've seen them. Who were young when your grandparents were already old.
Oh, and you think that
Lord Sen is no different from the others. Lord Sen is not young.
Not young? I suppose you'll tell me that
she came here in 1884.
1884?
And she was 18 then.
That makes her...
She was 18 then.
Conway, you're raving. You're raving!
Her beauty, Melanson, like all other beauty in the world, lies at the mercy of those who do not know how to value it. It is a fragile thing that can live only where fragile things are loved. Take it away from this valley, and you will see it fade like an echo. You will see her for what she is. An old woman.
Conway, I don't believe you. I never will. I think you're off your head.
I'm sorry if you think that, Melanson.
They warned me about that in India. I thought they were wrong.
What did they warn you of?
Well, they said that you'd been blown up in the war and that you'd be queer at times ever since.
Melanson.
Well, that settles it. I'll go now alone. I don't know how I'll manage to climb without you. And those tricks with the rope. It's almost certain death. But I must go. I gave my word.
To Lord Sen?
Yes. Oh, won't you come with us, Conway? I hate imploring you for my own sake, but I'm young and we've been friends. And Lotsen, too. She's young. Doesn't she count at all?
Melanson, there's just one question I'd like to ask.
Yes?
Are you in love with Lotsen?
I dare say I am. Oh, Conway, it's that stupid nonsense about her being old. Conway, you can't believe that. You just
How
can't.
can you really know she's young?
Because I do know she's young. Because you'll think less of me for it. Because I do know. Oh, I'm afraid you'll never properly understand her, Conway.
And you do. And she's young. And you're sure of that?
Just a girl, Conway. I was terribly sorry for her, and we were both attracted. I don't see there's anything to be ashamed of. She's young. I know.
I understand. Melanson, I don't know whether I've been mad and am now sane or whether I've been sane for a time and I'm now mad again.
Well, Conway.
Do you think you could manage that tricky bit on the pass with the rope if I were with you?
You see, I think at the last moment, the thing happened to Conway that so often happens to the dreamers of the world. His dream had dissolved, like all too lovely things, at the first touch of reality. I think he realized, too, that his mind dwelt in a world of its own Shangri-La, and that with their going, Melanson and Lode Sen, that world was in peril. He saw the corridors of his imagination twist and strain under the impact. The pavilions were toppling, and all about was ruin.
But good heavens, man, you talk as though... You don't mean you really believe this story, do you?
I wouldn't believe it, except for one very small fact.
And that is?
2 weeks ago, I went back to the hospital at Zhongyang and looked up the young Chinese doctor who'd had charge of Conway's case. He remembered him perfectly. The Englishman who'd lost his memory. Was it true he'd been brought to the mission hospital by a woman, I asked. Oh, yes, certainly by a woman. A Chinese woman. She said something about a companion, a young Englishman who'd died on the way. Did he remember anything about her? Nothing, he answered, except that she'd been ill of fever herself and had died almost immediately. Then I asked him one final question, and I dare say you can guess what it was. About that Chinese woman, I said. Was she young?
Yes, and what did he say?
He looked at me solemnly for a moment, and then he answered, "Oh, no. She was most old. Most old of anyone I have ever seen."
The last you heard of Conway was 3 months ago from Bangkok, eh?
Yes. And he was going northwest.
A good many places lie northwest of Bangkok.
Including the Valley of the Blue Moon. Do you think he'll ever find it again?
My friend, it is not an arduous task that I bequeath. for our order knows only silken bonds. To be gentle and patient, to care for the riches of the mind, to preside in wisdom and secrecy while the storm rages without. Such a storm, my son, as the world has not seen before. There will be no safety by arms, no help from authority, no answer in science. But I see, at a great distance, a new world, stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, preserved as by a miracle, hidden behind the mountains in the valley of the blue moon.
You have been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Gurry. Mr. Welles will return to the microphone with his guest of the evening in just a moment. Meanwhile, one quick reminder. You'll be serving soup frequently these December days, won't you? I'm sure you will. And in letting Campbell's make your soup for you, as I hope you will, may I suggest you think often of Campbell's chicken soup? You'll find its full, rich chicken flavor will delight your family and your guests. And they'll enjoy, too, the fluffy rice and tempting pieces of tender chicken meat that help to make this chicken soup of Campbell's so homelike in taste and good nourishment. Have it tomorrow, why don't you? If you will, then I know with your very first spoonful you'll understand why I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now I see Orson Welles is ready. Mr. Welles.
Here by my side, ladies and gentlemen, is a lady whom you've already admired in many continents of the world. In Asia, in Marco Polo, in Africa, in Algiers, and more recently in South America, in the picture Rio. And tonight she was in Tibet playing La Tsin, but for whose charms the story of Shangri-La might never have reached the outside world. The beautiful Sigrid Gurry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Orson Welles. And thank you especially for inviting me here to Campbell's Playhouse. I hear your productions very often, and tonight being here in the studio with you, acting in one of them, is really an exciting experience for me.
That's very nice of you, Miss Gurry. Thank you.
Good night, Orson Welles.
Good night, Miss Gurry. And ladies and gentlemen, next week, next Sunday night, our favorite and foremost guest, Miss Helen Hayes, returns once more to the Campbell Playhouse. Our production, Vanessa, Hugh Walpole's magnificent love story of modern England. And Vanessa is not only the heroine of a great love story, she is also one of Helen Hayes' favorite characters. Indeed, it was Miss Hayes' own choice for her next appearance on the Campbell Playhouse. And so until next Sunday night, until Vanessa, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you our exclusive Playhouse star, Miss Helen Hayes, and the delightful love story, Vanessa. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's chicken soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Taxi! Taxi! 4500 Sutter, please.
It's kind of late, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
It comes this time of night, I figure a guy should order...
4500 Sutter, please.
Mind you, I don't like to get personal, you
Driver.
know, but, yeah?
Of all the cabs in San Francisco, most of them operated by drivers who mind their own business, why did I have to get your cab?
Well, I like. Who are you going to see at 4500?
My name is Simon Templar. I'm 6'1" tall, and I have a birthmark on my right shoulder blade. My income for last year was...
That's all right. Evading the question, huh?
I give up. I'm going to visit a man named Clarence Quigley.
Clarence Quigley?
Clarence Quigley.
You going to see this alleged Clarence Quigley
Look,
about...
he's got a collection of paintings. I like to look at paintings. Maybe that will seem odd to you, but...
Oh, come now. No temper. Now, if I was your wife, you'd have to do better than that, you know.
Oh. So how much do I owe you, and go away?
Well, would you think I was soaking you if I suggested $3?
I would.
As one man of the world to another, let's make it $3 anyway.
Let's just be yokels and make it 50 cents. Here you are.
Well, Hey, is that blonde giving you the eye or me?
Blonde?
Yeah, the one coming down the street towards us.
Oh, yeah.
Best foot forward.
I never saw her before in my life.
Ellsworth, dear. Oh, Ellsworth, dear.
I beg your pardon, but that's my neck you've got your arms around, Miss...
A man named Clarence Quigley, huh?
Driver, stop heckling. Look, miss, whatever your name is, the way you're strangling me is a pleasant way to be strangled, but...
Ellsworth, dear, you sound so cold.
I'm not Ellsworth, dear. I think I can honestly say I have never been Ellsworth, dear.
You're not?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Or maybe I just hoped you were.
Don't you know Ellsworth, dear, when you see him?
No, I don't, I guess.
But,
I saw you, and then the name came to me, so I just thought...
who is Ellsworth?
I don't know.
Well, I suppose a certain amount of confusion about who or what Ellsworth is understandable,
but... That isn't the worst.
It isn't?
No, you... See, not only don't I know who Ellsworth is, but...
Yes?
I don't even know who I am.
Now, what I want to know in a general sort of way is how Mr. Clarence Quigley is going to feel.
Driver, would you mind concentrating on your driving?
You know, he's liable to be frustrated, like, I'm taking you and a lady right back to where you started.
My apartment, yes, because Miss X needs help.
Oh, I feel as though I'm imposing on you, Mr. Templar.
Nonsense. The hour's late. You couldn't very well go wandering about the streets indefinitely.
Especially in that hat.
Is anything wrong with my hat?
Not a thing. No, it's very charming and immaculate.
Yeah, also, it resembles a bird's home away from home. Well, mister, we have returned from where we went away.
Good. Miss X?
Thank you.
You're going to keep on being a yokel, huh?
Here.
Mm-hmm. This time only half a yokel. Well, goodbye. You know where I'm going?
No.
I'm going to lurk outside of Clarence Quigley's. I think tonight he's a fellow who needs a friend.
I need one, too.
Oh, come along now. There you go. Now, take your hat off and make yourself comfortable.
All right. Oh, I'm so afraid and
Oh,
lost.
quiet now. Now, let's take a look at your bag.
Here.
Mm-hmm. Usual odds and ends, and a compact, initialed. DM. DM, does that suggest anything?
DM? No, it doesn't. Nothing means anything. All I remember is being outside an art gallery on Sutter.
Hey, you're well dressed. Compact's gold, no latchkey, which means you probably don't live alone, which could also mean you've been missed.
You're phoning?
Yes, the police, Missing Persons Bureau. They, hello? Oh, get me Inspector Murray, Thanks, I'll hold on.
I hope maybe they know about me. Oh.
What's the matter?
I just touched the back of my head. It's terribly painful.
Come here. Huh. Yeah, bruised the size of what I wish my bank account was. And there's the cause of your amnesia. Hello, Inspector. Simon Templar. Inspector, your language is deplorable. Inspector, I'm looking for someone, a blonde. Inspector, no. No, well, maybe, but not tonight. At any rate, the girl I'm looking for is around 22 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes, height 5'3" or thereabouts, wearing a street suit, brown-white blouse with ruffles at the neck and... What? Oh, you're looking for her, too. Her name's Dorothy Moore. Why do you want her? Oh, I see. Then I guess you've got priority. Goodbye.
They want me.
Yeah, so it seems.
Because I've been reported missing?
Partially that.
What else do they want me for?
Murder. Here, now, try another cup of coffee. Dorothy, I guess we'll call you that unless we get evidence to the contrary. Dorothy Moore would fit the initials on your compact.
What am I going to do?
You stay here and wait for me.
Where are you going?
Well, from the information I've been able to get on the phone, your guardian, a man named Matthew Schreiber, was shot and killed earlier this evening. You disappeared. That's all the information in the public domain at the moment. I'm going to look for more.
At my house?
Yes.
Or shouldn't you turn me over to the police?
Well, actually, I don't really know that you are Dorothy Moore. I'd like to know a little more about the murder itself before coming to any decisions.
You mean you want to help me?
Yes.
And I need help so, because you see what's so terrible about it all is that I don't remember anything at all, so I can't even say I didn't murder anyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, it's been fun meeting you. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. Don't shut the door.
Why not?
I'm coming in.
Oh, all right. I hate to seem prying, but who are you?
Simon Templar.
An attractive name, much more distinguished than mine.
Oh, what's your name?
Walters. Not the most glamorous name in the world, but I'm a butler, so I bear up.
Good. Where is everybody?
In the library. They're so well bred.
Oh, who is in the library?
Mrs. Atkins, the housekeeper, the Cassandra of our day.
A gloomy lady prophesying disaster,
Yes. And, of course, there's Mr. Tinsley.
Mr. Tinsley?
A strange fellow who spends a good deal of his time sitting on small horses and hitting a large ball with a long wooden stick.
A polo player.
Doesn't matter what you call it. It's no job for a grown man.
What's his relationship to Miss Moore?
Oh, let's not start prying, shall we?
Expound.
Well, to breach your confidence, he's engaged to marry Miss Moore, if and when she's found, and if she happens to be innocent of her guardian's assassination.
Oh. Anyone else in the library?
No. Mr. Schreiber, dear departed soul, is detained elsewhere, at the morgue. He was shot in the library.
Oh, that's a bad place to be shot. Usually fatal. Suppose you take me to the library. Tell me, why did the police suspect Miss Moore?
Because of me. You see, I told them that I heard shots in the house. I left my quarters on the Gallant, ran towards the library. Just before I got there, the door opened and Miss Dorothy ran out. Ran down the hall and out the front door.
Is that true?
My dear Mr. Templar, if not, would I have told the police otherwise?
I don't know.
Besides, it isn't good form to suspect the butler. The library, sir.
Okay.
Mrs. Atkins, Mr. Tinsley, Mr. Templar.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Miss Moore.
So, young man, are the police.
Why?
Her guardian was murdered. All his money goes to her, and she's disappeared. Perhaps she didn't murder Mr. Schreiber.
But you wouldn't bet on it.
Perhaps I did. I hated him. Perhaps Mr. Tinsley there did.
Now, look here.
Isn't he priceless? Now, look here. Such a typical phrase. So typical, I wonder if he can really be so stupid.
I love Dorothy, and
no one has questioned that. But what is it about her that you love? The money she was to get when Mr. Schreiber died? The money you wouldn't have got if you'd married Dorothy against Mr. Schreiber's wishes?
Mr. Schreiber didn't approve of the marriage?
He hesitated about it, but we were working on him.
And then became impatient.
Now, look here.
There
you have...
goes again.
I resent that.
Good. It is now on record that you resent it.
How about Walters?
Walters?
Yes, what motive would he have?
What makes you think he has one?
Oh, I'm the hopeful type.
Walters is a man with a criminal past. Whether or not he got tired of his upright life here, I cannot say.
But it wouldn't surprise you. What may surprise both of you, however, is an odd fact. Dorothy Moore is suffering from total amnesia.
Amnesia? What do you mean?
She remembers nothing of her past, herself, neither name nor habitation.
How horrible.
How convenient.
Wait a minute. How do you know that?
Why get around?
Well, then you must know where she is. You've got to tell me.
Mr. Tinsley is now being the ardent lover.
I can't tell you.
Why?
Well, whoever shot Schreiber, there's very little doubt that Dorothy saw the killer, but Dorothy doesn't remember. The killer, therefore, would have an urgent interest in getting hold of Dorothy before she did remember, and making sure that she would never remember anything again. Well, good night, you lovely people. Dorothy? 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 Dorothy!
Oh, you again.
It's me again.
Did you like the place so much the first time?
Where's Dorothy?
Miss Moore?
Yes, did she come back here?
Back? From where?
She was at my apartment. When I got there, she was gone.
She did come back here. She didn't ring.
Let's find out. Tinsley and Mrs. Atkins still around?
Mrs. Atkins has gone up to bed, I think. As for Mr. Tinsley, I imagine he's sampling the whiskey.
Yeah, we'll find out. Tinsley,
What? Oh, it's you.
Yes, where's Dorothy?
You're the one who knows.
I'm the one who knew. Did she come back here?
I haven't seen her.
Walters, where's Mrs. Atkins' room?
This way, sir.
Come along, Tinsley. I'd like both of you in sight.
If you insist. Mrs. Atkins will not be pleased at having her sleep interrupted.
I'm not pleased either.
This is her room, sir.
Oh, thanks.
The old girl must be asleep.
Then we must wake her up.
She's a very sound sleeper.
Then we'll go in and wake her.
Wow. How do you like that?
Mrs. Atkins. Strung up to a beam. Anyone got a knife?
Yes, here you are.
Now, we'll cut the rope and get her down.
The bed's over there.
Uh-huh. That's that.
Is she dead?
She's dead.
Poor old girl. Although, you know something?
What?
She must have killed the old man. Schreiber, I mean. Then she committed suicide. In remorse, I mean. For heaven's sakes, Templar, stop playing with that rope.
This is a very interesting rope.
Is it? Why?
Because it proves, you see, that she didn't commit suicide. She was murdered.
Templar?
Yes, Inspector Murray.
I understand you don't think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide.
I know she didn't.
Well, while the boys are playing with fingerprints and stuff, would you mind explaining to a poor benighted member of the lower intellectual classes I mean, a cop like me.
Oh, Murray, now stop pulling my leg. You're one of the brainiest men I know.
Then why do you always beat me to a case?
Oh, I'm prettier.
Uh-huh. Now, about this alleged phony suicide.
Well, take a look at the rope with which Mrs. Atkins is supposed to have hanged herself.
Well, let's see. The rope was thrown over the beam there. I'm afraid you're right, Templar.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to spot. Her weight would have pulled the rope sharply down over the beam. The fibers of the rope, therefore, should have slanted upward.
Instead of which they slant down, indicating that somebody put the rope around Mrs. Atkins' neck and then hauled her up. We were supposed to think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide as a confession of guilt. Which leaves us where?
In the Schreiber home.
I'm more interested in where the girl is.
Dorothy Moore?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because I have...
Hey, Mary. Look, coming through the door.
I'm not sure. Simon,
Oh, hello, Dorothy.
I don't know exactly how I got here, but I don't recognize the place at all. Yet I should, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should, Miss Moore. Because this is where you live. But I'm afraid you're not going to stay very long.
What do you mean?
I'm placing you under arrest on suspicion of murder.
You know, I love police headquarters. They're so romantic.
Uh-huh.
Mary, how are you going to prove anything against that girl if she's suffering total amnesia?
By proving that her amnesia is a fake.
Oh, how?
I have an alienist coming over here to look at one of our guests. I'll have him see Miss Moore, too. He's due any minute. I'll go get the girl now.
I wonder. Go to the other door. Come in.
Hello. Well, you're not Murray. I was supposed...
Who are you?
Doll, of course. Now, what's the matter with you? What are you complaining of?
But I'm not the one...
Come. We've got to get to the bottom of these things, don't we?
I suppose so.
Now, when you were a little boy, what did you want most of all?
To be a big boy.
Mm-hmm. Are you afraid of the dark?
No.
No? You are not afraid because you have little friends who come to you in the dark, perhaps, eh?
No. Now, why are you afraid of the dark?
Oh, it's a long, long story. And,
You know, you don't look at all well.
Well, I don't feel so good either.
No, you should see a doctor.
Thank you. I think I will.
Goodbye.
Oh, Templar.
Yeah. Your alienist was here, Murray, but he left.
Alienist? Well, I just phoned him and told him not to come. The district attorney wouldn't hold the girl. Insufficient evidence and ballistics. Ran a paraffin test. No proof that she'd fired a gun.
But the man who was just in here, Dahl, I think his name was?
Dahl?
Uh-huh.
He's not the alienist. He's the guy the alienist was coming to examine. He's nuts.
Oh, dear.
Well, I guess you're happy now that we can't hold the girl.
No, because while you were holding her, things were safe. Now, Murray, let's go visit.
Go visit where?
The Schreiber House. A house where 2 people have died. A house very convenient for murder.
Yes?
It's no Oz, Walters. We're coming in.
Yes, sir.
Dorothy's home?
Yes, sir.
She got here when?
10 minutes ago, perhaps.
Well, we'll go to the library.
Yes, sir.
She got here 10 minutes ago, and then?
She sat in this room for a few minutes, made a phone call, and went up to bed. She tried to phone you, Mr. Templar.
I'll wake her up and get her down here. Hold on. Tinsley around?
In the guest room, playing solitaire, I think.
Get him down here, too.
That I will, sir.
And Walters.
Yes?
You come back, too.
Sure.
Having fun, Templar?
I don't care very much for this stage of any case, but
What are you doing with that telephone?
Hiding it under the couch here.
Are you being subtle again?
Again? Oh, you flatter me.
Simon.
Hello, Dorothy. Sorry to have had you waked, but
I wasn't asleep. I was trying to remember.
You will if you get the chance. Tinsley's here in the house, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
For heaven's sakes, is a man never to get any peace?
You know Inspector Murray, Mr. Tinsley?
Oh, yes. The policeman.
Oh, look, now get off your polo pony and... Where's Walters?
By now, on his way to Canada, I imagine.
Dorothy, get on the phone right away.
The phone? Yes, of course. Oh, there doesn't seem to be one in here. Perhaps in the next room. Why do you want me to phone?
I don't.
But you just said.
Dorothy, didn't there used to be a phone in this room?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, yes, your amnesia. But you remember everything that happened since the blow on your head, don't you?
Well, of course.
Well, then equally, of course, since you were in this room a very little while ago, and since you used a phone in here, you should have remembered that. Why didn't you?
Well, I don't know. It slipped my mind.
No, Dorothy, it didn't slip your mind. You were merely being over-careful.
What does that mean?
It means that you are not now, nor ever were, suffering from amnesia.
Why should I pretend to have amnesia?
Because you killed your uncle. You knew you'd need something to help you out in court, so you wandered about until you found someone on whom you could try out your amnesia. That happened to be me.
You're just saying those things without proof. Besides, there was a paraffin test.
It indicates merely that you wore gloves when you shot your uncle.
It indicates I might have worn them. If I'd shot him, you can't prove I did.
I can prove your amnesia was phony, that along with some other things.
How can you prove it?
Very simple. Your hat.
What?
When you arrived at my apartment, you took your hat off, discovered a large bruise on the back of your head. That was to supply a plausible reason for your amnesia. But, Dorothy, as I remarked to the cab driver at the time, your hat was immaculate, untouched. You asking us to believe that the killer knocked you out and then carefully put your hat back on your head again?
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm going.
Oh, what a charming revolver. The one you used on your uncle?
It still has bullets in it, so don't try to stop me.
Dorothy.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint. The adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week most of you will be enjoying a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. And while you're eating your Thanksgiving turkey and counting your blessings of the past year, think. Think for a moment of the millions of people who don't get enough to eat. Think, and then send your subscription right away for a food package to be delivered to some needy family in Europe. Send your contribution to CARE, C-A-R-E, New York. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.